his lips into a cold smile. If I can capitalize on all these opportunities, who knows, I might be able to surpass the realm of my previous life. Inside was an architectural structure, resembling a Western cathedral. He stopped in front of a door. I've arrived. This is the Shrine of Ansiantlik, located at the lowest level of the sanctuary. Let's see, according to the report, it should be right here. He threw a hidden weapon to test it out. The hidden weapon flew swiftly toward the door, but the moment it made contact, it vanished. Another magic circle appeared on the door. A head lunged out to attack John. He backed away to reassess. It seems there's still a gatekeeper guarding the entrance. Before I could even touch the door, a magical creature launched mana at me. Is this necromancy? This is getting complicated. The skull on the door spoke in a mechanical voice. Magic identification cast upon face. Failed. Identification failure will result in attack. Before it could finish its sentence, it disintegrated. But there's a solution for everything. John fumbled around searching for something on the wall. The location written in the report is clearly right here. The secret activation point. He suddenly pressed a mechanism. Found it. A door beside John immediately slid open. It was a secret passage created for slaves to enter the interior of the shrine. Supplementary report 2. There used to be a large number of slaves in the sanctuary, and there are separate entrances specifically for them. It's a maze filled with many traps, so it might take some time to navigate through. He gave a slight smile. As the commander of the special mercenary unit, there is nothing I cannot overcome. John began to ascend the stairs. Besides, there's plenty of time now. As for time, those soldiers out there will buy enough. For me. Scene shifts back to Lorena. She is currently in a state of extreme urgency. You move like an old skeleton. Far from being afraid, Lorena spoke out boldly. The stench of you, old man, is reeking intensely. Lich laughed loudly. I truly look forward to seeing your soul. I will split your head open and turn you into my pet, or turn you into a slave, an undead to serve me. As she spoke, she moved her tentacles close to Lorena's mouth. I will devour your flesh. At that time, I wonder, will you still maintain that noble appearance you have now? Anyway, let's end our small talk here. Lich's tentacles lunged forward rapidly. They pierced right through Lorena's head. Lich was quite surprised. You dodged it. Lorena used her mouth to bite her tentacles. This thing of yours is truly tasteless. The arrogant Lich angrily conjured a dark orb. I will make you regret this. Turn into dust. Let's see if you can dodge again. Abyssal dark shadow magic. She suddenly sensed something and froze. This left Lorena confused. She thought to herself, why did she stop the attack? Lich was suspicious of this sensation. Could it be that the barrier at the altar is being destroyed? Has someone infiltrated it? How infuriating. So you were just the bait. She pulled Lorena close and said, so this was your plan. To distract me so someone else could infiltrate the altar. She was bewildered. Bait. Lich used dark power to blast her into a nearby wall. Shut up, you foolish soul, she urged. Open the teleportation gate quickly. The two skulls obeyed the command, immediately circling it around and forming a magic seal. Lich stepped inside and said, coordinate gate number 127/5. Her body vanished, heading towards the altar. Lorena, in pain, tried to push herself up. She was doubtful. Where did she suddenly disappear to? Scene shifts to the altar, a place where white was the dominant color. In the center, a magic circle gradually appeared. Lich's furious voice rang out, who is it? Who dares to disturb my altar? She thought to herself. To be able to infiltrate all the way here, after bypassing the traps I've prepared, throughout the past 1,000 years, and even knowing the location of the altar? Just who is he? The Mages Association or the Imperial Army? Looking at the potion bottles scattered on the ground, Lich felt a sharp pang of distress. My divine elixir, she raged. Who drank it all? The elixir I spent thousands of years concocting. The finest elixir to regenerate mana and power. Divine elixir. Lich's hands trembled, her blue veins bulging. The elixir I prepared for thousands of years to be reborn as a human. How dare you throw all my efforts down the drain? From afar, John's voice rang out. Divine elixir, huh? The taste is quite something, too. Lich started and turned toward the voice. So it's you the one who destroyed my barrier. He held up a bottle of the elixir and said, calm down. Let's have a drink together. Good things should be shared, shouldn't they? If one absorbs too much mana, they fall into a state similar to being drunk. John's face turned red from the intoxication. Aren't you afraid of being called stingy? She thought to herself. At this moment, Mages Association ruled out. Imperial Army ruled out. Lich became furious. He's just a drunkard. He continued speaking. Your barrier being destroyed. You must be quite surprised, aren't you? Seeing you rush back like this. It seems I've interrupted you while you were having fun. She shouted loudly, shut up! I will deal with you first, then kill everything else out there. Did you think I wouldn't know that you rats intended to sneak in? John exhaled and said, perhaps you didn't know. I only used the secret passage, Lich replied in disbelief. Ridiculous. Then why did you break the main entrance barrier? He stood up and walked, answering that question. Remembering Lorena's smiling face, the spot where Jian stood suddenly became empty. He teleported and attacked. Suddenly I changed my mind. John's attack collided with the door, causing it to collapse. He gave a cold laugh. Besides the elixirs, there are many ancient documents and books related to magic. You've collected them for thousands of years, and hearing Jian's words, Lich burst into loud laughter. Do you know how I obtained them? I am Momon. I turned into the undead for thousands of years just for revenge. I have prepared for thousands of years, ancient Lich Momon. My plan has been ruined by you. As she spoke, her three eyes glowed brighter and brighter, to take revenge on the one who betrayed me and stole everything. I even accepted the humiliation of becoming the undead. My grand plan, because of you, has turned to dust. Jian. Drunk on the divine elixir, he blankly replied, Oh, really? I'm sorry. I'm drunk. Lich looked at him completely speechless. Enraged, she gathered power into her hands. You bastard, how arrogant! I will burn you to a crisp. Great fire, magic, wild inferno. John stood perfectly still with no intention of dodging. His eyes turned cold and sharp. Stop! Lich's flame-engulfed hand lunged forward, but it stopped just before touching John. She gasped, What is this mana? He opened his shirt and said, You've got a sharp eye. Lich lost her temper. You bastard, you absorbed. A ring of light appeared on the left side of John's chest. Up close, it was a small magic circle. My life force. Lich glared at John and cursed, Damn it! A magic heart. You even created a magic heart. Using my life force. How do you even know how to use a magic heart? In the center of the altar, there were no longer two people, because he was running away at full speed. In the blink of an eye, Jian had vanished. The ground he had just run over was instantly obliterated by her magic. Wide-range fire magic. As the heavy fire rained down, Lich flew close behind him and said, For an ordinary human, without any special skills like you, you're quite impressive. Evading this fire rain is no ordinary feat. John, running with all his might, retorted, So if it were you, would you just stand there and take the hit? Besides, your life force is inside my body. If I die, you die too, right? She snorted coldly. Hardly, I won't take your life. I will be resurrected within your body. He was shocked. What did you say? She gave a cold laugh and explained, Since you ruined my 1,000-year wish, I will take your body, tit for tat. It's a fair deal. Because your body has already absorbed my life force and divine elixir. Now I will make use of that body. John's face turned grim. In your dreams. I'm sorry I'm not that easy to deal with, the Lich snapped irritably. This is absolute nonsense. You should just give up now. I will put your body to very careful use. With that, she clasped her hands and began to chant. Hexagonal storm positioning calculus. Countless magic circles surrounded him. John was taken aback. Summoning so many magic circles at the same time. I have no other choice but to use this move. Dragon God's breath. The Lich's magic circles began their assault. At the same time, the magic heart was activated. Various elemental attacks rained down on Jian simultaneously. The ground where he had just been standing was shattered. The entirety of it. As the attacks passed, shards of stone came crashing down. The Lich felt a bit puzzled. It's been a long time since I've been unable to control my own power. Could it be that my strike failed to kill you? John unexpectedly appeared behind her. Thanks for the concern. Startled, the Lich launched another attack. You damn bastard. He immediately used Magic Leap, moving like a flash of light. Shadow Dragon. Art Ascending Dragon. What is this so fast? At the entrance he had destroyed earlier, John dashed through the doorway and fled. He thought to himself, How can a piece of trash, as ordinary as you, achieve this speed? I never thought it would be like this. Mana constantly circulates within the magic heart, just like breathing. Is this the true power that the move, Dragon God's breath, provides? Magic stones, monster hearts, elixirs? I've eaten everything possible just to become stronger, even the life sources of monsters. If things continue like this, I will soon reclaim the power that I possessed in my previous life. No, it's not certain, maybe even stronger? Running to a certain spot, Jian suddenly froze a dead end. The doorway had vanished. There was definitely a door here. But what on earth happened? The Lich flew over laughing triumphantly. At a dead end, aren't we? I've triggered the traps and blocked all the doors. What now? There's nowhere left to run. What are you planning to do? He frantically calculated. With things as they are now, I have to kill it. No, that's impossible. I've used up all my weapons and tools. There was no way to confront it now. As the Lich caught up, John began to clasp his hands and chant, How about I cut off your limbs? That shouldn't be a problem, right? Undead summoning magic. Bone Dragon, I must have your body. Her attack was incredibly powerful. I have no other way to face her. But suddenly the wall behind him crumbled. The Lich's Bone Dragon also dissipated. Leon appeared and called out, Are you all right? There must be a way to deal with a heartless creature like it surely. He shielded him and said, "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." I heard there was an accident during training, so I rushed here. But I never imagined that a monster like this would appear. The number of soldiers missing during training or killed by you has reached over 100. 100 of my soldiers and people were slaughtered by you before they ever had a chance to prove themselves. I truly cannot forgive you. Seeing Leon the Lich fell silent, John quickly clasped his hands in respect. "Greetings, Your Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince." He glanced at him and asked, "And you, why are you here?" John replied, "Your servant followed it alone and got trapped here." Leon nodded slowly. "You were the one who informed me of this location. I thank you for that first. Now let me handle the rest." He secretly smirked. The Crown Prince arrived right on time. "Well done, Roman." Right before the first exam, John had instructed Roman as they reached the gate, "Give these coordinates to the general instructor. If possible, make sure the Crown Prince can hear them too. The coordinate position is 247. At this moment, the Lich spoke up in disbelief. "That body and that energy? It's impossible. What do you have to do with Bahamut?" Leon was confused. "Bahamut, why did you so hastily—" I mentioned the name of the founder of this nation, hearing that she became gloomy. "What a stroke of luck to meet you here. You carry the bloodline of Bahamut within you. This place is full of absolute absurdities and surprises, but I am truly delighted. It's wonderful to have created the Dragon God's breath. Today is a special day, just like that day. You have done your part well. Now die at once. The Dragon God's breath belongs only to me, Bahamut." The Lich gritted her teeth and said, "Because I see the blood of my enemy right before my eyes." The Lich laughed out loud. "Bahamut was the founder and you are his descendant. Indeed, the way you speak is the same. Today will be a day as special as that day was, because right before me is a drop of the enemy's blood." Shifting back to the past, a silhouette stood before a shelf full of books. Magic circles were drawn side by side on the floor. A pair of hands was channeling magic energy. That person was none other than the sorcerer Mumon. In my heart, I wondered. The ability to maintain and move the Dantian steadily, and the absorption and explosive power of the Mana Steel Ring. If they were combined, what kind of terrifying power would they create? To solve that question, I began my research, using the body of my best friend. The research was successful and a new mana cell appeared in Bahamut's body. That was the moment the Mana Heart was born. His body became incredibly robust after the experiment. The Lich's voice rang out, "Hurry up and get dressed. I have observed a significant change in the data. Do you feel any difference?" Bahamut immediately replied, "I feel it very clearly. I will use this to create a new martial art." We have created a new martial art by utilizing the Mana Heart, and gave it a name that carries Bahamut's expectations, Dragon God's Breath. A golden dragon soared through the sky. The Lich spoke thoughtfully. "The potential of this Mana Heart doesn't end here. If we research further..." Suddenly Bahamut started saying strange things. "I'm sorry, Mumon." Irritated, she asked, "What?" The Lich gritted her teeth as she felt a surge of pain. A hand pierced through her body. "Bahamut, what are you doing?" He said coldly, "Your role is over." The Lich screamed in agony. "Why would you do this to me?" Bahamut replied indifferently. "Mumon, I don't need your talent anymore. My friend, the Mana Heart, and the Dragon God's Breath couldn't have been created without you. I'm killing you because you know too much." Bahamut coldly walked away. "All of this belongs to me alone. After being betrayed by my friend, I lost track of how much time had passed. I struggled to hold on to my soul, using the faint remnants of my magic power. I kept clinging on casting spells upon my rotting body. The corpse, after an unknown amount of time, became a withered skeleton. A spark of revenge flashed in its eyes. I will take back everything he stole. To the one who betrayed my trust, accept your punishment. I have been preparing for the past 1,000 years. The Lich tried her best to flee outside. Surprised, she looked up. Leon was standing on the stone pillar. Charging with powerful intent, the Lich shouted, "You arrogant fool." The stone pillar was instantly smashed into pieces. She began chanting a parallel magic spell from the Hessa system. "I will turn you to dust, secret art dragon's breath." With a horizontal slash, all of the Lich's magic circles were destroyed. He closed in, preparing to strike. Golden Dragon Descent. Her face darkened. "Bahamut, even in death you still dare to stand in my way," Leon shouted in a fury. "Do not speak the founder's name so lightly." Two surges of power, one light and one dark, soared upward together. The magic circles that the Lich had created were all sliced in two by him. Every magic circle she had just formed was immediately destroyed by Leon's divine dragon. The Lich let out a cold snort. "You want to challenge my formation? If that's the case, rise, my slaves, bind that man." 3 skulls appeared behind Leon's back. He spun his sword and said, "Do you think these petty dark arts can stop me?" Leon's sword slammed hard into the ground. The more the better. Gather round. Imperial Dragon summoning third form demonic half-dragon. A dragon surged up from beneath the earth, obliterating all of the Lich's skulls. Her magic circles dissipated just like that. The Lich shouted loudly, "Kill him!" Level 4 Dark Magic Petrification Enhancement Magic. Leon also unleashed his ultimate technique. Imperial Dragon summoning 7th form. Dragon Fang Blade 3rd form begone. You are nothing but a corpse. The Lich extended her hand. Level 5 Magic Ultimate Destruction. Leon gripped the hilt tightly. Royal Secret Blade. The two attacks collided with one another. A pillar of pure energy shot straight into the sky. Watching the battle from a distance, John exclaimed, "Terrifying. To be able to go toe-to-toe with a Lich. Who is he? His sword intent is like a dragon. Could this be the influence of the dragon god's breath? A perfect opportunity. Now I can test the Crown Prince's true power. I never know. I might have to face the Crown Prince myself someday." He gave a slight smile, though not right now. "Finding my family is my top priority for now. I'd better get out of here." Suddenly, another person appeared. "Where do you think you're going?" Rodrigo grabbed his shoulder and said, "The fun is just beginning." John glanced over, thinking to himself, Rodrigo Mayer. I had completely forgotten about him. He gripped his shoulder tightly, looking puzzled. Truly strange, from the appearance of the Lich to the desertion of the trainees, you seem to be at the center of it all. Number 974, but Rodrigo held John's shoulder and said, "The fun is just beginning. It's truly strange, from the fact that the Lich appeared and the trainees deserted. You were always at the center of those events." "Number 974, he called out to the Special Forces commander. Hearing this, Rodrigo frowned and glanced at him. Rodrigo nitpicked, "You should address me as Sir Special Forces Commander." John obediently complied. "Yes, Sir Special Forces Commander." Even though he corrected himself, the commander still went on a long rant. "What kind of training have you been doing to address your superior so informally, huh? That's not just protocol, it's basic manners. What on earth is the younger generation learning these days?" He didn't talk back, merely thinking that the man was the type who loved to scold. Rodrigo recalled his previous meeting with Damien. The general instructor had covered up the desertion. After receiving the report on the incident, he was absolutely furious. Rodrigo scanned the report and said, 4 trainees. A total of 4 people have fled. Trainees from the 10th Battalion of the 900th Regiment. The first 3 were caught in a nearby forest. Pursuit Team 3 is currently chasing the remaining one. They discovered that everyone else had perished. We couldn't find any trace of the deserting trainee. He was certain that trainee was number 974. John looked at him warily. He remained silent and did not object. Rodrigo continued. I heard that even the general instructor personally got involved. A low-level trainee survived the hunt of the pursuit team and the general instructor. And this time even an ancient Lich couldn't do anything to him. Is all of this just luck? In your case, I think not. John smiled and replied it wasn't luck. It was super luck. It seems like in my past life, I accumulated a lot of merit. He laughed loudly after speaking, making the man feel as if a child was joking like an old man. Rodrigo questioned, getting captured, being forced to flee when facing a Lich, becoming an errand boy in the Legion, and being saved by the prince when nearly sacrificed by a Lich. Was it all just luck? Do you really expect me to believe that? He still replied, well, it really was just luck. Are you planning to punish me for being lucky? Hearing that, he was astonished. What, Rodrigo thought. How arrogant. To have such an attitude while facing me, wearing the badge of number 974, yet having the nerve to oppose a superior officer. Wait, could he be an illegitimate child? Hidden by a great noble family? No, that's impossible. John changed the subject and asked, Commander, don't you plan on helping the Crown Prince? Watching the battle before him, he replied, help. What nonsense. If I were to jump in, on the contrary, it would only be a hindrance to His Highness. He also made a comment. Is that so? I suppose you're right? Indeed, you don't have the chance to intervene in that fight. John thought silently, the Lich. His life source is gone, yet he hasn't croaked yet. Could it be that I didn't completely absorb that life source? What if I activate the magic heart and drain that life source dry? Over at the battlefield, Leon threw a punch and yelled, it ends here. Surrender your life. What's wrong, Lich? Are you just going to keep dodging? Where is your power? She shouted, shut up. She quickly dodged one of his attacks. The Lich noticed my magic source is depleting. It feels like my mana is being sucked away somewhere. Could it be his doing? He gave her a thumbs up. The Lich gnashed her teeth and cursed, damn it. That brat dares to insult and interfere with me all this time. I will hesitate no longer even if I have to tear this body apart. As she spoke, she used her skeletal hands to rip open her chest. Leon was shocked. Could it be she? She spoke recklessly. I no longer care for anything. All of you can go straight to hell. In the center of the Lich's body was a large, hazy eye, with its pupil densely packed with magic circles. He was astonished. "This is—" In an instant, she screamed, "Domain expansion! Domain expansion, world realization! The Founder's domain? Domain expansion aside from the Emperor. Only the 4 heads of the great families can use it." John and Rodrigo, watching from the outside, couldn't help but feel worried. "That's—" the Lich shouted. "Surrender your life, descendant of Beta." Leon's eyes widened. "Does she want to go down with me?" At this point, he could no longer stand still, whispering, "I can't let this happen." John placed his hand on his chest, unleashing his magic power. "Magic heart. Activate, drain it all mana. Your life source is gone, Lich." The magic circle he cast glowed brightly, rapidly spinning in midair. As it attacked fiercely, the startled Lich trembled and said, "This is my power." Seeing her lose focus, Leon immediately recognized an opening. "I'll end it with this strike." With that, he swung his sword directly at the Lich. The sword snapped the moment it hit her magic circle. The blade shattered into pieces, rebounding with a massive force that forced him to his knees to brace himself. The Lich laughed sinisterly. "A futile attempt. I am initiating the domain expansion of my great array. That attack won't defeat me." Leon ignored her words, continuing to channel spiritual energy into his sword. The blade glowed as he shouted, "Go forth, Dragon Sword!" The powerful sword energy of the Dragon Sword caused the matrix surrounding her to shatter. The Lich coughed in agony while Leon coldly closed his eyes. Blood splattered everywhere. The Lich only had time to say, "I still—" before realizing her body had been sliced in half. He spoke, "It's over." The Lich's final thoughts were, "My vision is darkening. All my efforts were for nothing. Preparing for 1,000 years. 1,000 years of resentment collapsed because of you. Must I vanish like this?" She reached her hand forward. The Lich asked, "Why descendant of Beta?" But no one answered her. He coldly watched as she slowly faded away before his eyes. Until the final moments of her life, the Lich still tried to question. "Because of you, I did not spare even my own life. Why? Why did you betray me?" With those words, she completely vanished. In the air, only thousands of fragments of the Lich remained. Leon let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. That being was truly terrifying. So that was domain expansion. If she had deployed it perfectly, then everyone would be dead by now. I am still too weak to defeat her, if she were to use her full power. He leaned on his staff and approached. Respectfully, he said, "Your health has been compromised. Crown Prince, Your Highness. Why did you handle this matter personally?" He replied impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense." Noticing John standing behind him, he asked, "Trainee, you're still here. Are you injured anywhere?" John calmly replied, "Thank you for saving my life, Your Highness." Leon commanded. "Commander, lead him to the medic." Rodrigo quickly complied, understood, and so the journey on the cannon range came to an end. John thought to himself, "I've succeeded beyond expectations. I managed to strengthen my magic heart, using the life source of the Lich, and tested the true strength of the Crown Prince." He smiled slightly. "Thank you, Mumu. It's all thanks to you." In the vast expanse of space, something fell gently. The Lich's hood fell to the ground. Inside the hood, a faint speck of light flickered. In a luxurious room with a massive chandelier, 2 wine glasses were set on the dining table. John said, "It's been a long time since I've drunk this. This is the kind of wine I used to drink in my previous life. It's rare to have a day to relax like this." He leaned back comfortably on the sofa, with his feet up on the reading table. Memories of what happened in the mountains flooded his mind. It ended safely enough. "A training ground as grand as this mansion. Is this where the nobles live? It is so different from the prison I used to live in. Comparison only brings pain. In that prison, there was only a chamber pot, a metal folding table, and cockroaches. A place like this mansion has beds, sofas, bathrooms, and even food." He realized, "Indeed, I must do well in this exam to hope for better treatment." Others had already given their evaluations of the exam from a few days ago. In the main hall of the mansion, a voice called out, "Everyone, thank you for your hard work." The first round of the exam was interrupted due to an unexpected incident. But thanks to the Crown Prince, His Highness, things proceeded quickly. The exam has concluded safely. Those of you who survived did a very good job. A man in a red robe stood on the stairs reading the announcement. The announcement praised the soldiers who were lining up neatly in the hall. He continued, "I will now announce the results. Ranks 1 to 10 are superior. 11 to 100 are common, and the rest are inferior. Casa." Looking down from the second-floor corridor, asked Cruel, "Isn't the chief instructor coming?" The person on the stairs continued with the briefing. "Your future living quarters will be based on your results. Furthermore, those with excellent performance will be allowed to access the 7th Imperial Armory." Hearing this, everyone buzzed with excitement. The 7th Imperial Armory. The 7th Imperial Armory was a place that contained secret manuals, national treasures and weapons from across the land, hundreds and thousands of divine swords, and secret scrolls packed tightly on the shelves. Ranks 1 to 10 will access the third floor. The top 100 will access the second floor. Inferior ranks will only access the first floor. I will now begin the announcement. Roman clenched his fists, unwilling to accept it. I am only ranked 5th. When he heard the instructor announce, Rank 5 Roman, only fought goblins in the mountain range. Rank 4 Cruel White, only fought Joe. He curled his lip and said, they are just showing off for the sake of it. Not actually opening the treasure rooms, truthfully floors 4 and 5. She softly replied, I can easily take them away. At the same time, the instructor announced the third rank. Rank 3 Casa Everin led the trainees to fight orcs. Lorena Boaf, a second rank, only fought against the golden orc. Hearing that, she immediately felt puzzled. Not rank 1, but I fought with everything I had. Casa also turned back to look at her and asked, then who is ranked first? Lorena thought to herself that rankings were utterly meaningless. Rank 1 is just a facade, useless when standing before a real monster. I truly must become even stronger. Cruel crossed his arms and leaned against a pillar. He smirked while looking at her. How amusing. Lorena glanced at him. Cruel mocked her, acting as if you're so capable. Turns out you couldn't even hold on to the top position. People say that when the Lich appeared, you handled that monster all by yourself. Quite impressive as expected of noble Casa. Advising to just ignore him. After returning from the mountain range, he has become even worse. Cruel had no intention of stopping and continued speaking. And you think it's fine to just stay silent? There is a strange rumor. Actually, Lorena didn't fight the Lich at all. I heard you begged that corpse for your life, seeing her admit it so comfortably. They weren't wrong. With my current strength, I cannot defeat it. Cruel was so angry he was speechless. Lorena turned to leave after leaving him with one sentence. Thank you for your concern regarding the rumors about me. You should worry about your own performance instead. He gritted his teeth and replied angrily. What, Lorena? You are such a good person. But don't you plan to take the Duke's position? Is Bilf gone? Lorena warned him. Cruel continued speaking without any restraint. The Buf heir was originally your brother's position. After your brother passed away, that position became vacant. Aren't you aiming for that position? With your mindset, this opportunity, do you want to create your own opportunity? If that's true, then you're truly amazing, Lorena, she replied coldly. I also want to ask you a question. Do you want to leave your life here or somewhere else? Lorena's eyes looked at him with razor sharpness. You will answer this question correctly, won't you? He excitedly extended his hand from under his cloak and said, That's the one, Lorena? That look in your eyes. You're no different from me, so why act all noble? While speaking, Cruel condensed a pink glow in his hand. He aimed directly at her and attacked. Bring it on! I will tear off that mask of yours. But before Cruel could carry out his plan, a hand reached out and pinched his ear. John asked helplessly, Can't you just stay still? Cruel stared at his own hand, furious. Who dares? But as the pain in his ear intensified, he immediately begged for mercy. Wait, it hurts. Stop at my ear. Who is this? Cruel knelt on the ground in agony. The warden finally reached the announcement for that crucial position. I will now announce Rank 1. Rank 1 is number 974 Gian. Startled, he loosened his grip. He glanced over and saw the person who was pinching his ear. He said disdainfully, John, you're Rank 1, not just Cruel. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd around him. Number 974, that lowlife is Rank 1. Rank 1 is number 974. John, I've never even heard that name before. Lorena asked, John, are you really Rank 1? He knelt on the ground for a long time, cursing irritably. You bastard! Let go of me right now, or else... He glanced at him and asked back, or else what? Finally, Cruel backed down and replied, nothing. I'm in so much pain. John looked toward her and greeted her. Long time no see, Lady Lorena. She replied, drop the lady. He quickly agreed, fine then. Lorena wondered, how do you know Cruel? John replied, I met him during the exam. Lorena, it's a relief you weren't seriously injured. She softly replied, thank you. While the two were talking, the warden announced that the results presentation ended there. Lorena showed no reaction on the surface, but in her heart she had many thoughts. John, I know you are no ordinary person. Someone who can make the arrogant Cruel feel afraid is not simple. Even now, I can sense a great power emanating from him. What on earth happened in the end? Although there are many things I want to ask, I must say this right now. John Cruel's mouth. He has been cursing you this whole time. He looked at him, increased the pressure of his grip, and said, This guy? Cruel argued back, no, she's lying. His painful screams echoed throughout the corridor. He returned to the room arranged for him. John thought, I am staying here, because this is the reward for the one who achieved first place in the exam. But staying here forever is more boring than I thought. One of the books I took from the 7th Imperial Armory. He instinctively looked up without saying a word. After a moment, John spoke up. Stop that peeping already. No one answered. Everything was silent. A moment later, feeling that they could no longer hide, the person outside finally pushed the door open and said, "How did you know I was outside?" "I masked my presence quite well, didn't I?" Damien walked in, smiled, and said, "Do you still remember? We still have unsettled business between us." Damien praised, "To be able to detect me, you're quite something." "You still remember, right? There is still a debt between us that needs to be settled." He sat down in the middle of the sofa and took a sip of wine. John asked, "Does it suit your taste, sir?" "You arrived so suddenly that I didn't have time to prepare." Damien replied, "NDT." He moved his hand away and spoke respectfully. "Even though you've hidden it, the aura of a chief instructor still cannot fully disappear." He exposed him. "You're lying. How did you manage to change the attitude of the Crown Prince?" "I remember him being extremely anxious when speaking of you." In Damien's mind, the image of the Crown Prince resurfaced, giving instructions. "Please take care of trainee number 974 for me." He asked, "Did that make you very curious?" He replied, "Curious. What if I said that I did something wrong to the prince? That wrong thing was planning to kill you." The atmosphere in this room turned terrifyingly silent. Damien continued squinting his eyes and saying, "I just heard a report about house number 52, the residence of Count Simons. No, there was no one at all. It's possible. No one with such a name has ever lived there." He offered a speculation. The commander of the special forces might have been involved. He was afraid of being discovered, so he kept an eye out and erased the traces. "If you don't believe me, I can—" He interrupted Gian. "I have no intention of blaming you. It doesn't matter even if you lie." Damien stomped hard on the ground and said, "What I was going to say is that you have become useless to me." With those words, he suddenly slashed out Shadow Blade. He quickly dodged to the side. The table in the middle of the room split in half. In the air, only Gian's voice echoed back. "If that's the case..." Damien looked at the thick dust before him. "What?" Beside his ear was the sound of Gian speaking. "Then you certainly cannot take my life." Damien thought gloomily. He avoided it. Gian appeared holding a book and said, "Because I have discovered an important piece of the puzzle." He asked curiously, "An important puzzle piece? What is that book?" On the cover of the book, a line of text read, "Research records on bloodline blockage syndrome. I saw this book in the 7th Imperial Armory. I have access to the 3rd floor of the 7th Imperial Armory, but I chose the Grand Library of the Special Forces. On the 1st floor, that is where books are kept. Research and secret techniques belonging to the commanders of the Special Forces. Most are research books on monsters and training methods. Many books were taken out, but none. Not this one. There's no way." He looked pensively at the bookshelf. Finally, John pulled out a book and wondered, "Is it this one? I discovered a study on bloodline blockage syndrome, written by the commander of the Special Forces, Rodrigo." Bloodline blockage syndrome causes the body's vital energy and blood to become obstructed. The body grows weaker day by day, and one cannot live past the age of 20. Damien took the book puzzled. "But what of it?" John asked in return. "Don't you find it strange? The commander researching bloodline blockage syndrome. It's impossible for anyone in the Special Forces to have bloodline blockage syndrome. And the interesting point is that the Special Forces commander, Rodrigo, directly researched this matter. Furthermore, the Special Forces commander, Rodrigo, has no reason to suffer from bloodline blockage syndrome. But what if it was his daughter who had it? Due to her weak health, she has to stay indoors constantly. The symptoms match perfectly. The Special Forces commander, because he wanted to treat his daughter's illness, so he researched this pathology. I used to think his daughter's existence was a weakness and that he was hiding her. But that's not it. The commander changed the location for his daughter's treatment, perhaps because he couldn't find a good doctor. From the beginning, we approached this the wrong way. He concluded, "So you mean his daughter?" That is not his weakness. He spoke confidently. "You cannot control the commander this way. Instead, the chief instructor can seize the commander's lifeline. Bloodline blockage syndrome is an incurable disease. If he wants to sustain her life, he needs a vast amount of medicinal ingredients. He couldn't earn that kind of money, which is why he started taking bribes. The place where he could obtain such large bribes is exactly within the Special Forces. If we can find evidence that he took money from the Special Forces..." A wolf's head fell to the ground. That head suddenly transformed into Rodrigo's head. "According to that hypothesis," he concluded, "we can easily hunt down the fake wolf." Damien was skeptical. "But everything you're saying is just a hypothesis." John didn't object and continued. "That's right, for now it's just a hypothesis. But if that hypothesis is true, then we can finish him off. Furthermore, our side will not be in danger. There is a reason to monitor the use of illegal funds by the Special Forces." He added, "That reason is also NDT." Damien threw the book back to him. John caught it easily. He said, "Inside the Special Forces investigation team, there are also my people. Perhaps Everything will be resolved easily. Go find out more about the bloodline blockage syndrome. He thought excellent. Everything was going smoothly. All the information uncovered today was the truth. The commander was dipping into the Special Forces funds to treat his daughter's bloodline blockage syndrome. When I woke up in my previous life, his reaction was quite extreme when this matter was discovered. That is why I remember it so clearly. Damien asked, so to find this thing, you chose the first floor instead of the third? You gave up the weapons on the third floor for that. John rubbed his hands together flatteringly. If the chief instructor helps me, is there any weapon I couldn't have? He replied, I see. Before leaving, Damien praised very well. I will reward you. And you won't need to attend the basic classes anymore? In the future. He asked back in surprise, Sir, what do you mean? He glanced at John and left a final remark. Number 974, I will take you as my disciple. He thought, the chief instructor's disciple. A smile slowly appeared on his face. Damien's words echoed in John's head. Number 974, I will take you as my disciple. Taking me as a disciple? He said, to be honest, I'm quite fond of you. You are different from the previous toys I had. He smiled and thought, this is the perfect opportunity to get close to the chief instructor. But out loud, he still pretended to respond, Damien, can someone like me really become the chief instructor's disciple? I feel quite a lot of pressure. He was stunned. What? I see you as a very talented individual. Didn't you successfully assassinate me? John replied, but in the end I was caught. Someone like me would only tarnish your reputation. Damien lost his patience and said grumpily, be quiet. You are my new toy, no my disciple. Now that you know, just go and get ready. After he left, John rejoiced inwardly. It was good that he was worried. Finally, I have a chance to get close to the chief instructor. At the same time, the opportunity to uncover the family secrets and that emblem is drawing near. At the third arena, the personal training ground for high-ranking members. Noble trainees do not have the right to use it. The steady counting voice rang out 187, 92, 195, 199. Gian braced his hands on the floor to do push-ups, but to increase the difficulty, he used a handstand position and performed one-armed push-ups. The muscles on his arms bulged and rippled. The gym was hung with distinct banners. After finishing the workout, John thought, I must take a rest. Being here all alone is so cold. I can feel the body's transformation to adapt to Manahot, but the rate of change is very slow. I must practice internal energy even more. Looking around the high-end equipped gym, he thought, the fact that we can use this place is all thanks to the chief instructor's concern. Those who know that I've received favors from the chief instructor all have different attitudes. Cruel, still furious, cursed, you bastard. To think you'd agree to become the chief instructor's dog. Casa happily praised, you are so skilled. Let's be friends, okay? Lorena said nothing, only staring at him intently. Since then, the surveillance has become much more severe. The chief instructor was moved because I only went to the first floor. But this book was merely a deceptive piece of bait. In truth, the book I was searching for is this one, The Formation of the Empire. Although it appears to be an ordinary history book, it is actually the book written by the founder of the Empire. Even though I have Manahot now, I cannot use the Divine Dragon's Breath perfectly. The Divine Dragon's Breath is what Momon and Lord Bahamut created. To use the Divine Dragon's Breath perfectly, I need the power of both of them. Currently, I need Bahamut's knowledge. Momon is truly pitiful as well. He was robbed of his ultimate technique and had his life taken. Ultimately, he became a vengeful demon. Gia flipped open the book he had just found and said, let's see. Is there any hint about the Divine Dragon's Breath in here? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He had discovered something. There's nothing in this book. What on earth is this? The entire book is just blank pages. Could it be that the story of the founder writing this was just a baseless rumor? John did not give up trying to flip through every single page. He tried to think back. The founder killed Momon because he wanted to monopolize the Divine Dragon's Breath. That's why he ended Momon's life. He certainly wouldn't have left any traces behind. Could it be? Suddenly a hand appeared in midair. It moved closer to John's head. As if sensing something, he turned around to look. Even though he saw nothing, it only made him more suspicious. John wondered, am I just being sensitive? I just had the feeling someone was there. Shaking off the thought, he continued to flip through the book. Then he noticed something. There's truly nothing in this old book. Suddenly, chaotic black streaks appeared in the air. He quickly moved into an offensive stance and slashed at the empty space. After a moment, John stopped, his eyes fixed on the entity, thinking, I've sliced it to pieces. What, there are allies? This isn't like the chief instructor's shadow blade. A voice rang out. Not bad. The thing continued. You will never be able to solve the secret of that book. The voice came from behind a pillar. Catching sight of a flickering dark shadow, he speculated, you are... The person stepped out from behind the pillar, saying, long time no see. John uttered a name, Momon. How is it that you... are still alive after being hit by that move. He laughed loudly. I have learned a lesson. If you underestimate vermin, they will continue to disturb you. As he spoke, he floated up and approached him. He continued, especially you. John stared tensely at Maman. Suddenly a flash appeared before his eyes as she raised her hand high and slashed down. I will end you. He cursed, damn it, while she screamed, right now. The brim of her hat flew up, revealing part of her face. Seeing those features, he was struck with amazement. It was the appearance of Moman. Without giving him much time to think, Moman, with glowing red eyes, lunged to attack him and take control of that body. Moman rushed toward John, shouting loudly, I will take your life! John gritted his teeth. His eyes burned with fierce anger as he lunged forward. Moman's robes and hair fluttered violently. He wailed and tried to seize the body. John was slightly stunned and said, this form. He thought to himself, no, I can't let myself be fooled by appearances. No matter how she looks, she is still a lich. At that moment, Moman flew right through John's body. She said excitedly, die. Moman laughed loudly and flew through John's body again. He was shocked and wondered, what is this thing? John asked curiously, a phantom. No, a soul, he thought to himself. During the process of transforming the life vessel into a heart, did Moman's magic leave behind a soul? Although it was just a harmless soul with no real danger, Moman kept flying through John's body repeatedly. Her mouth never stopped saying, Dee. He cursed angrily, this is so irritating. A moment later, John spoke up and asked, hey Moman, if you're already dead, then just go. What are you doing lingering around here? And besides this appearance, hearing that, she laughed out loud. Despite a large wound on her leg, Moman still said, I like it very much, she continued. I was always in the form of a corpse. Now, I will return to my appearance. From when I was still a sorceress. Sorceress Moman, under the influence of Manahot, had restored her form from when she was human. She arrogantly declared, did you think this seat would just disappear like that? I have returned, and I will kill everyone, leaving no one behind. Both you and those who carry the blood of Bahamut. Moman put on a ferocious look and continued, until those who betrayed this seat beg for death. John spoke up, Moman, you. He looked at Moman, who was gradually shrinking, and asked, are you withering away? She quickly replied, I have no choice, because this form consumes less magic power. John added, do you really think you can get your revenge? In a state like that, you look like a failed surgery, Moman immediately countered. If you were to look at a human body, they would all look like this, and it's all because of you. She began to explain, right now I am receiving magical power from the magic heart, taking your mana to sustain my soul. But your magical power is too weak, so it cannot manifest a true soul. Moman scolded angrily. You drank all that medicine and yet you're still this weak. I'd have been better off giving it to a dog. John replied, those are harsh words. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, she cannot threaten me directly right now. Even now, I can still feel a small amount of mana. Transferring over to Moman, since the pathways are open, it means Moman can influence me. The opponent is a high-level sorceress. If she uses mana to influence me, I won't be able to handle it. Meanwhile, Moman raised a hammer, preparing to strike Jian's head. Seeing him glare at her, she quickly hid the hammer away. John held the book in his hand and said, there's no other way. He spoke as he started to leave. It was nice meeting you, even if only for a moment. Before you fade away, take a good look at this world to your heart's content. Moman immediately snapped back. Stop talking nonsense. How can someone who doesn't even know how to control mana, like you claim to make this soul disappear? John replied, I'm sure you're not much different from a human. If I were to cut off your food source. Moman was utterly shocked upon hearing that. Satisfied, he continued, you are a parasite living off my magic heart. If I stop providing mana to the magic heart, Jia emphasized, then how can you sustain this soul? He glanced at her and said, begone, Moman. Your era is over. Moman grit her teeth and said, no. How have I even lived? She muttered. I cannot disappear. Moman shouted, just you wait. If this seat disappears, you will surely regret it. She threatened him. Don't you want to know the secret of the book of Bahamut? John was slightly surprised to hear that. He took a knife and made a cut on his hand. John's blood dripped onto the book from the wound. He looked at Moman standing before him and asked, drip blood onto the divine dragon's breath. Then what? She replied. Channel mana? As she finished, the blood on the pages gradually changed. Moman explained that the blood would turn into words. John asked in amazement. This is... He read the lines appearing on the page. Are light and shadow one, or are they two? John asked blankly, what does it mean? Moman, do you not understand it either? She immediately replied, this seat does not know what that Bahamut fellow wrote. John said, even if it sounds nonsensical, it was still written by the founder of the kingdom. His eyes widened in shock. John said in a panic, these words are floating up. He watched the scene before him and continued, and combining to create new text. The lines gradually merged together. John said with surprise. The script is flying into my body. The words enveloped his body. He said the magic heart is absorbing them. Wait a minute, John muttered. The magic heart is generating a new source of power. He was suddenly startled to hear Momon call out, "Hey, kid!" The book fell to the ground. Momon asked, "What are you doing standing there blankly?" John replied hesitantly, "Am I hallucinating?" He went on and on. Those ancient words just combined, giving birth to a new stream of mana for me. I'm not hallucinating. John thought to himself, just how great a secret did Bahamut hide? I will be in danger if I solve this secret. There's no other way. I must make use of her. A moment later, he called out, "Momon, come with me. We will find a way." Hearing that, she asked grumpily, "Find a way? What do you mean?" He replied in a serious tone, "Find a new body for you. You can't live as a parasite on me forever." John continued, "Let's go look for it together." Momon's face immediately brightened upon hearing this. She asked excitedly, "Are you serious?" "I didn't expect this child to be so much to my liking. Why the sudden change of heart?" He replied, "Don't flatter yourself. Do you think anything in this world comes for free?" John warned, "Don't even think about playing tricks." Momon replied softly, "Of course." She put on a sinister expression and said to herself, "You fool, do you really think I'm going to help you?" Momon thought to herself, "I only look like this now because I've run out of mana. Once I have enough mana, I will deal with you." She looked at John and gave a bizarre smile. When she saw him looking, Momon immediately tried to change the subject. John said, "As expected, this mood is really unpleasant. If I were to make you disappear?" Hearing that, she protested. "But why? Aren't we sharing one body right now?" He replied, "One body. This is my body, not yours." At an abandoned mansion deep in the forest, the evening sky gradually turned shades of orange and pink. A dry leaf fell down. Gia quickly caught the leaf. He clenched his hand and threw a punch. A powerful beam of light shot out. Jian's rippling muscles were clearly visible after the strike. He struck again, creating two intersecting sources of energy. John glided forward rapidly. He delivered a kick. A stream of energy exploded with it. The brilliant source of light gradually spread out. Pure white energy erupted, covering everything. John maintained his fighting stance. He lunged forward once more. John shifted to a ready position. He decisively unleashed a powerful blow. John raised his hand. He looked straight ahead. His hands gradually clenched tight. Damien stood before him with an incredibly nonchalant expression. Jan's face clearly showed signs of tension. He poured all his focus into the strike. Jan lunged straight at Damien. He didn't move an inch. Suddenly, beneath Damien's feet, a surge of dark energy appeared. Jan was utterly astonished, his eyes widening in shock. Damien had now raised his hand. Dark energy began to coalesce beneath his hand. They linked together to form a sword. A sharp blade gradually revealed itself. Damien raised the sword high. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide open. Seeing Jan rushing toward him, Damien swung his sword. He immediately raised his hands in a defensive stance to block the blow. The dark energy swept past Jan. The stone pillars behind him were all sliced clean through. The dark energy continued to radiate outwards. Jan was thrown backward as the dark energy erupted. Dozens of trees were cut down. Damien smiled brightly. He spoke up in praise, "Very good, even though I held back a little. I truly had the intention to eliminate you. I didn't expect you to survive like that." Jan replied, "Master," while hanging from a tree, then continued, "I told you not to try and kill me. During training, didn't I? At the very least, you should have taught me how to counter that attack. Unless you only plan on teaching theory." Damien replied, "You only focused on strengthening your power and protecting your arms to withstand that attack, and then used centrifugal force to spin your body quickly and counterattack." Jan quickly added, "No, the only one who got blown away was me." He thought to himself, "He's truly insane. Who on earth uses a move that deals such high damage and is so dangerous during a training session?" Jan realized that what he had learned from that secret manual had helped immensely. If it weren't for that book, I'd probably only have my lower half left by now, just like those trees. At that moment, Mamon's voice rang out. She said, "He knows how to control the Black Dragon's power quite well." Hearing this, Jian asked curiously, "Black Dragon?" Momon appeared in her adult form and replied, "John, who is that? He possesses a completely different level of strength. Compared to an idiot like you?" He frowned and thought to himself, "Am I an idiot? Stop wasting my mana just to manifest yourself." John spoke up in response. "He is the chief instructor at the Special Forces Training Center," Momon said hesitantly. "Chief instructor. His powerful aura feels somewhat familiar." He replied, "That makes sense, since he is an illegitimate son of the current emperor. He is a direct descendant of the founding emperor." Hearing that, Momon said grumpily, "What? He is a direct descendant of that damn Bahamut. I will not forgive him." She stood behind Damien, cursing, "Just die. If you want to blame someone, blame your ancestor." At this moment, he thought to himself, "Why does my shoulder keep feeling itchy?" Damien said, stretching a bit with my student is also good. Gia quickly responded, you call that stretching? He said, the swordsmanship you just saw is one of the first sword techniques of the dark shadow style, the decapitating strike. No trainee ever gets to know the second move. Do you know why? Damien explained. Because all of them lost their lives after witnessing the first one. In a very boring way, those guys, they were truly useless. He flashed a sinister smile and said, trainee number 974, no, my disciple John. I really don't know. How many more sword techniques you can still endure? Hearing this, he thought to himself, endure those dangerous sword moves, huh? Gia curled his lips into a faint smile. He said, I don't know how many sword techniques are left, but I hope there are plenty for me to learn. If I learn one sword skill every day, then I will need to endure 365 more sword techniques. Isn't that right? Damien replied nonchalantly. It's good that you are arrogant about your strength. Even if you learn one sword technique a day, it would still take decades to learn them all. John immediately replied, you don't need to worry about the number of techniques that you have to show me. He coldly declared, from now on, the only thing you'll need to worry about is what happens after you show me those sword moves. Scene changes to the next morning. John took a punch full on his body, reeling. Damien swung his arm, striking him hard in the face. The sky gradually began to rain. John pushed off the ground to gain momentum. He swung his arm back and clenched his fist tight. A surge of dark energy enveloped his hand. John lunged forward with all his might. He was guided through daily training by the chief instructor. And so time passed by. 2 years later, the leveled trees had gradually grown back day by day. Banner was dropped from above, fluttering in the air. On the banner was a list of names. An instructor in a bright red cloak stood on a high balcony, with hands clasped behind their back, announcing the rankings for this exam in a loud voice. Top 50 people. The order this time hasn't changed much from the last. Those who dropped in rank will receive separate training, so be prepared. After the list was announced, whispers and rumors spread continuously. As expected, Gian has dethroned Lorena again. Lorena stood at attention, only giving a cold glance, thinking to herself, this is unacceptable. After that day, Gian disappeared and hasn't shown up for training, yet he takes first place every single time. She thought in confusion, what on earth is Gian training in secret? Suddenly, Lorena's eyes met John's gaze. She silently clenched her fist. From that moment on, Lorena made a firm resolution in her heart, saying to herself, John, in the future I will... With a swift, decisive strike, Lorena sliced off a monster's head. She continuously unleashed sharp sword strikes, quickly eliminating the horde of monsters. She thought of her sole goal. I will definitely compete with you. But in the next test, Lorena's name remained in second place, right below Gian's. She poured her effort into training even more frantically. Lorena's sword techniques became increasingly proficient. Determination blazed in her eyes. She thought, this time I will certainly. Even so, in the following test, John continued to hold the top spot on the rankings. A pure white cat's head with sparkling black eyes appeared before Lorena. It stared at her intently and gave a soft meow. Its body shifted slightly, the cat's head swaying as it rose a bit higher. Its small mouth continued to meow. Contrary to its meows and its cute kitten-like face, this was actually an A-rank monster known as the dragon cat. It had the head of a cat and a body like that of a great dragon. The dragon cat twisted its massive body and moved toward Lorena. Its legs were shaped like human arms, with hands that had 5 fingers. No matter how you looked at it, it was utterly bizarre. The dragon cat suddenly lunged forward to attack her. Only the gleam of a sword could be seen, flashing like bolts of lightning, crisscrossing like a spider's web. The dragon cat's colossal body froze. Lorena coldly sheathed her sword in an instant. The A-rank monster that was so aggressive a moment ago was now sliced into thousands of fragments by her blade. Lorena's expression didn't change. She only frowned slightly and thought, John, just you wait. When we meet again, we will settle who is superior. Time flew by like a weaver's shuttle. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Upon the high fortress walls, a bright red flag stood out, bearing the insignia of the Royal Special Forces, neatly hung. Meanwhile, inside the castle, the Special Forces were conducting the final exam. At the arena, trainees, dressed in white coats, were intently observing the progress of the match. On the field, 2 silhouettes, one white and one red, were entangled in combat. Swords continuously clashed, producing sparks, as the sound of metal hitting metal rang out incessantly. The content of the final exam was a real combat session against a teaching assistant. The result of this test was crucial, because it determined whether one could officially join the Special Forces. While the match was still ongoing up in the stands, one of the 2 trainees suddenly spoke up. That's enough. The other person standing nearby with arms crossed, also coldly, remarked, how boring. Lorena stood straight to one side, remaining silent and saying nothing. After 2 years, she was now a high-level trainee, consistently ranked second overall. Lorena thought to herself while observing the situation, those words are just a formality, nothing more. It's the same for everyone if they are a high-level trainee. She looked at the instructors in red hoods, wearing fanged white masks standing in line nearby. I think it's because they are much stronger than the teaching assistants. Since a year ago, no teaching assistant has been a match for me. But without taking this test, one cannot join. In other words, all trainees are forced to participate. John's figure appeared in Lorena's mind. She couldn't stop herself from calling out to him in her heart, John, you have no choice either, but to show up for this test. Let's compare our abilities directly. Show yourself already, John. While Lorena was still immersed in her thoughts, a shout suddenly rang out. Hold it! She glanced toward the source of the sound, not understanding what was happening. It turned out that on the field, that instructor had stopped fighting, was speaking to the trainee opposite him. The test ends here, he announced clearly. The trainee assessment is complete. Return to your position. However, the trainee in front of the instructor had no intention of stopping. Instead, he launched a beam of light directly at the instructor's face. The instructor hurriedly raised his sword to block by reflex, but he still couldn't help, letting out a cry of pain. The trainee was heard bursting into laughter, a long, mocking laugh. His 5 fingers curled, forming sharp claws, charged with a powerful, threatening energy. He said, if it's real combat, can you just stop when you say so? Cruel stood with legs apart in a fighting stance, his wide coat fluttering slightly. He was now a high-level trainee, consistently ranked 3rd overall. Cruel glared at the assistant instructor with a crazed smile, emphasizing every word, real combat means you fight, until only one of us is left standing. His eyes flashed with a cold streak of hatred as he asked the assistant instructor, you people must have been quite happy these past few years, haven't you? Relying on that instructor's uniform. Cruel's voice suddenly rose, his tone full of rage, blurting out, how dare you insult the nobility? While speaking, he swung his demonic claws at the instructor. The instructor shouted in terror, stop! But he had already been scratched several times on his body. The shout quickly turned into a scream. Lorena watched the scene and lowered her eyes slightly, thinking to herself, is he trying to be funny? What a disgusting act. Behind her, 2 trainees were whispering in discussion. The taller one said, crazy, he's making a fool of himself again. Finally, he still acted ridiculously. The smaller one replied while laughing, it sounds a bit harsh, but I agree. After 2 years, Roman had become a high-level trainee, consistently ranked 4th overall. He was watching Cruel duel the assistant instructor, while muttering criticisms about that guy Cruel. After the chief instructor disappeared, then he behaved as if this world belonged to him. A trainee, a high-level one with an average rank of 5th, Casa said while walking down the stairs. That instructor is so pitiful. Getting into trouble with that guy Cruel again. Roman, go help that person quickly. Roman followed her, and both of them approached Lorena's spot. He still didn't take his eyes off the arena, replying, pitiful my foot. Do you know how many instructors have been killed by low-level trainees? They all got what they deserved. Casa turned to look at Lorena, speaking softly with a teasing tone toward Lorena. It looks like Roman is scared. He immediately cried out, what scared? No way. Lorena didn't answer, only thinking to herself how well these two suited each other. Then Casa continued. Initially, his personality was a bit repulsive, but he didn't seem to be that crazy. Not long ago, he took down an instructor. It seems he started running rampant 2 years ago. Roman asked, puzzled. Why does everyone just leave that mad dog alone? Casa replied nonchalantly. He's a mad dog with a noble lineage, Roman. You've been avoiding him too, haven't you? Roman argued back loudly, unconvinced. What, I'm avoiding him? It's just that he's disgusting, so I don't want to deal with him. Casa shrugged. If you insist, but that's still avoiding. Lorena on the side thought to herself that these two really suited each other. Anyway, the course is almost over. She stared intently at Cruel on the arena, her face calm, as she silently observed, so no one wants to cause trouble with the White family. At this moment, the instructor's sword had been snapped in two. He fell back onto the ground, while the other half of the sword flew far away. Cruel saw this, but he didn't. Stop! He continued to swing his hand and attack. In a provocative tone, he said, I'm only using my hands and you still can't block it. The instructor cried out tremblingly, No! Lorena closed her eyes slightly. Then she suddenly shouted, Freeze! Instantly, a wave of intense cold radiated outward. Cruel's eyes instinctively widened. Sharp ice pillars abruptly erupted from the ground, blocking the path between him and the instructor. Due to their sudden appearance, Cruel had no time to react, and was knocked backward by an ice pillar. The instructor sat on the ground, stunned, his whole body exclaiming in disbelief. This is Cruel was equally astonished, softly uttering ice pillars. He stared at the sharp ice pillars and muttered, If that's the case, By now, Lorena had taken her sword in hand and stepped down to the arena. Approaching Cruel, she spoke calmly. To be honest, I didn't want to make a scene, but your actions have made me uncomfortable. He didn't look at Lorena, only coldly calling her name Lorena. Lorena said slowly so as not to cause trouble with the White family. She silently channeled energy into her sword. It was the secret technique of the Bruff clan, the glacial sword. Lorena looked straight at Cruel and continued, I will teach you a lesson until you learn to be quiet. He burst out laughing as if he had heard something hilarious. Cruel suddenly stopped laughing. He said, I have always wanted to put you in your place. Before finishing this course, I didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. Lorena watched him warily, thinking to herself, murderous intent. Cruel raised his head to look at her. His bright gold pupils flashed with a dangerous light. He flashed a twisted smile and said to Lorena, I will turn this into the final test of your life. The red flag printed with the Special Forces insignia stood out under the sunlight. Lorena stood opposite Cruel on the arena. The hem of her skirt fluttered slightly in the wind. She said coldly, you should have chosen someone easy to bully instead. How does it feel to fight someone strong? The instructor who was injured earlier was now being helped off the field by someone else. He turned his back to her, covering his face and laughing lowly. Cruel laughed while speaking sarcastically. Our princess always tries to act so superior, doesn't she? Lorena pursed her lips slightly as she observed him. Her brows furrowed tighter as she thought to herself. The aura of death grew thicker. As Cruel looked up at her, his bright yellow pupils flashed dangerously. I will make that smug face of yours distort, he said. Lorena, I will turn this exam into the exam of the very end of your life. Saying that, he lunged toward Lorena. The hem of her clothes fluttered slightly. The two of them blurred past each other, so fast that only a dark shadow could be seen for a fleeting moment. Lorena held her sword high in her hand. Cruel's demonic claws also reached forward. His slashes, along with Lorena's blade strokes, traced sharp curves through the air. She turned around to stare at him, emphasizing every word. If you need a sword, just say so, he replied with a low, growling voice. To deal with someone like you, I don't need one. With those words, they both charged at each other again. Beginning to use all of their techniques, Roman observed the match from the stands, softly saying, it seems the outcome is decided. Casa cried out in surprise, decided? But I see they are still evenly matched. He calmly analyzed it for her, though it's not obvious. Lorena is gaining the upper hand. After the 30th move, Cruel will find it hard to keep up. Casa watched intently, saying in a low voice, if so, that's even better. But Cruel is emitting a strange, murderous intent. Just like the obsession art of the Special Forces, that's not a technique from White. If he uses that move. He paused for a moment and then continued. Unlike Lorena, Cruel is actually... Roman looked at Casa in shock, exclaiming, Casa, you! He reached out and patted her head, gently saying, what would a mediocre fifth ranker know? Casa blushed and scolded in a low voice, what? After a moment she cried out loudly, you are only third rank yourself? Roman laughed and asked, don't you know the top 3 is heaven? Casa gave a cold snort and replied, I care about other things more than those rankings. He suddenly spoke with a serious face, I know what you're preparing for. Hearing that, her expression darkened slightly. The look she gave Roman also carried a hint of wariness. Roman continued, didn't you establish an organization of 80 people, consisting of commoners within the Empire and nobles from the borderlands? You call it an organization, but I think it looks more like an idol fan club. Perhaps you are very busy. And so are those nobles. Casa, despite being exposed, did not back down and questioned him back. Aren't you also busy, Roman? Roman frowned as he listened to her continue. You gathered slaves and trainees from other places to build a military organization, didn't you? The total number of members is 56. 8 people in 7 groups. I think they can carry out missions by now, right? For example, running away. He leaned his face close to Casa's and said in a cold voice, you care too much about other people's business, Casa. She flashed a cunning smile and retorted, shouldn't that sentence be said to you instead? At that moment, a loud scream suddenly rang out. The two who were staring each other down abruptly stopped. On the arena, Cruel was kneeling on the ground, his throat held at the point of Lorena's sharp sword. She looked at him and said nonchalantly, as expected, I have won. How lucky. As Cruel glared at Lorena, he cried out in anger, Lorena, you. She stood tall, the tip of her sword not wavering even a millimeter, and asked, is it over? Lorena looked down at him from above and calmly continued, if you rely only on strength, you will surely be struck back in the same way. If you know how to be humble, you won't be disgraced. She raised her voice slightly and asked, Cruel, do you understand? He gritted his teeth, eyeing the blade pressed against his neck, clicking his tongue without replying. Suddenly, in Cruel's mind, an evil shadow appeared with ghastly white teeth. It smirked and said to him, do you want to suffer this fate again? The shadow stood beside Cruel, looking down at him mockingly from above. Poor Cruel. You always lose and have everything taken away. Always losing and being robbed. You will lose and be robbed later as well. It continued while laughing. If you kill that person, you won't be robbed. Remember, everything belongs to you, that house, the position of heir, and your father's love. After listing each item, it lamented again, poor Cruel. The shadow's voice was like a swamp, echoing inside his head. It gradually surrounded Cruel. The voice kept telling him, if you kill that person, you won't be robbed. That entire house, the position of heir, and your father's love, all belong to you. Cruel's eyes were bloodshot. He muttered, that's right. If I fight and kill them everything... His pupils suddenly contracted, leaving only a tiny white dot. The white from before had now turned into a blood-bright red. As Cruel spoke each word deliberately, will be mine. He looked up slightly chuckling as he asked Lorena, Princess, are you ready? She didn't understand and asked back, what do you mean? Cruel's lips curled into a confident smirk. Saying that was it, he suddenly shouted, kill me! Finishing his words, Cruel suddenly lunged violently toward Lorena's blade. Blood sprayed out instantly. She gasped in shock, Cruel! You, he said while laughing. Rather than being defeated, I would rather sacrifice myself. Lorena hastily withdrew her sword. She stepped back several paces in horror, questioning him loudly. You're insane. What are you doing? You want to end your own life, why? But the Cruel before Lorena's eyes, now suddenly transformed into a dark shadow, with ghastly white pointed teeth. It spoke as it lunged toward her. As expected, you still aren't ready. With those words, Cruel, who had been kneeling on the ground, sprang up, viciously swinging his demonic claws at Lorena. This move was too sudden. She couldn't defend in time. She could only take the full force of the blow and was sent flying back. Lorena lay on the ground, blood flowing incessantly from the wound. Cruel's sharp claws struck again. He shouted loudly, Go to hell, Lorena! At that moment in midair, a series of black fragments suddenly appeared. A dark shadow lunged down like lightning, blocking the space between Cruel and Lorena. He was both surprised and enraged. He could only glare and roar, Who is it? Who dares to get in my way? The dark shadow quickly converged into the shape of a wolf. With eyes glowing yellow like fire, it slowly approached Cruel. He gasped in shock. A wolf! Then he shouted furiously, This wolf dares to interfere with me. A cold voice suddenly rang out, Black Wolf, come back here. The wolf immediately stopped and did not take another step. On the stands, Roman and Casa widened their eyes and looked down, exclaiming together, That voice! Cruel's eyes also flew open. He cried out in amazement. Could it be? The Black Wolf turned to follow the young man dressed in black, who had just appeared on the arena. He paused slightly upon hearing his voice, but turned his head with a threatening look. Cruel looked at John, who was holding Lorena in his arms with the Black Wolf obediently following behind. He cried out in astonishment. You are... John glanced back at him, revealing half of his cold and determined face with his purple eyes. Cruel gritted his teeth and uttered his name, Gian. Roman and Casa stood there pensive. Cruel had a serious expression as the dragon soared down. Lorena let out a few sad whimpers. John came to support her, making Lorena shyly exclaim. Her voice calling John's name rang out. Cruel stepped forward. Ha, what a lucky day today. Not only did I meet Lorena, but also you. John sat Lorena down and instructed her. Lorena, please get some rest. Cruel laughed mockingly. Are you very close to... That stray dog. Did you go to Ganshik to study over the past 2 years? John calmly replied to Cruel. In the past 2 years, you haven't changed at all. Suddenly, Nick appeared out of nowhere and said, How interesting. She followed up on Gion's words, He has been consumed by demonic energy. This was within my expectations, Ben replied. Indeed, Nick's gaze was pensive. You saw it too, didn't you? It hasn't stopped yet. For now, it seems he can still be taught. If left for too long, he will become a demonic human. Suddenly, Cruel stepped forward and screamed ferociously. How dare you ignore me? John replied in a firm voice. Because I'm worrying about your future. You will regret this. Humph, how noisy. A voice suddenly rang out, making Cruel stop his hand. A mysterious figure appeared. It's been 2 years since you returned. I didn't expect you to be this arrogant. Cruel gasped in surprise. This power! Damien spoke up. I will make the final announcement. So stop the noisy chatter. Get into position quickly. Seeing him appear, everyone cried out in panic. Chief Manager. Damien's expression shifted. He continued, Move quickly. It would be a pity to die on the final day. The scene shifts to outside the cathedral. Damien stands before hundreds of people to give a speech. You have all worked hard these past few days. We started with 1,000 people, and now only 200 remain. The results are in. The final evaluation is 50% physical force and mana skill. After measuring the other 50%, I will synthesize and evaluate. From now on, you are no longer trainees, but will be called by a new title. Imperial Knight. The crowd below began to buzz with excitement at the mention of the title Imperial Knight. Imperial Knights are not just knights who ride horses, but those who can control mana. There are a total of 10 ranks, representing the strength of the Imperial Knights. Rank 10 Apprentice Knight Awakening Mana. Rank 9 Possessor of a Dantian or Magic Circle. Rank 8 One who wields a Blade of Light. Rank 7 One who can project their power onto objects. Rank 6 One who has Sword Aura on their blade or body. Rank 5 One who masters Sword Intent, recognized as a swordsman. Rank 4 One who can draw out Sword Force. Damien languidly continued, let's wrap this up slowly. I would like to announce the rankings. Starting from the number 1 position in the assessment, the top rank goes to John. John's qualification as an Imperial Knight is scene shifts to the outer hallway. This is the residence for the senior trainees of the Special Task Force, Litch said as she walked. It's been 2 years since we've stayed in a decent place. She began to wonder, so what exactly is that Knight qualification rank? John was surprised. You don't know about Knight qualifications. It seems they didn't exist 1,000 years ago. He began to explain. To put it simply, Knight ranks are divided like magic circles. Circles. Most trainees are at rank 7 or 8. Though it seems low, most of them can hunt monsters alone. The rank received by those Elite 4 is rank 6. There will certainly be winners in the training center. Those 4 reaching rank 6 at that age shows that they are truly elite. Among those elites, after hearing this, Lich exclaimed, oh my. Lorena appeared and greeted them. Long time no see. John, your hair has grown longer. He also quickly gave a brief greeting, not forgetting to tease Lorena. It seems you've gotten shorter. Lorena lowered her head. She went straight to the main point. Earlier when you fought Cruel, before she could finish, Gian reassured her. Don't worry about it. Are you okay? How is your wound? However, Lorena asked a question that made John freeze. Why did you do something so pointless? Did you think I was going to lose? John blurted out in surprise. What? Lorena gritted her teeth and continued. Don't think that because you received rank 5 you'll win against me. That's just a rank. Rank 5 Imperial Knight. Those who possess Sword Aura and have achieved Sword Force. The dream of other knights. Not at all. There are absolutely no rank 5 knights in the Empire. But the Crown Prince, Leon, is the only one to receive rank 5 at the age of 17. Before leaving, Lorena added one more thing. Oh, that hairstyle doesn't suit you, John. He dazedly said, that's quite mean of you. After walking a distance, Lorena's expression changed. She became pensive. I know what I did was very mean. But she recalled things from the past. Lorena, look at this. I've reached rank 5 too. Because of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, you aren't the youngest one anymore. What a pity she struggled with her own thoughts. I don't want to admit it. The fact that he has surpassed my older brother. How childish. On this side, Lich continued to exclaim in admiration. Rank 5 is truly amazing. Suddenly she spoke up and asked, hey kid, why are you hiding your strength? If you showed your true power, it wouldn't be rank 5, but way beyond that. Jan replied immediately. For now, this much is enough. He gave a slight smirk. Just need to show them enough. Until the moths swarm in, that's all. The scene shifts to the main area. A beautiful red carpet was laid out. Damien walked ahead and spoke. Haha, the others will lose their spirit because of Gian. It's truly beyond my expectations. Especially that Black Wolf, I never taught him that. How interesting. Could it be he used the Black Shadow Blade? The person walking behind suddenly spoke up. Chief Manager, pardon me, but I am concerned. I wonder if you are favoring one trainee. Too much. If you continue the discipline of the training center, will... Damien was silent for a few seconds, then called the instructor's name. Geet, the other person, replied politely. Yes, Chief Instructor. Damien frowned with a look of annoyance. I guess you're not afraid of anything anymore, are you? Since when were you in a position to voice your personal opinions to me? Geet respectfully asked for forgiveness. Then he instructed. I am going inside, so take care of it. Geet immediately replied, understood. When he was far away, Geet snorted coldly, as I thought. The judgment of the chief instructor is no longer reliable. However, the rebel behind him spoke up. That's right. Those affirmations only further fueled the intent. John, should I start dealing with him or not? In front of the room door, a profound silence filled the space. John was lying on the bed fast asleep. A mysterious person looked at him with a sinister smile. It was Momon. She was sitting on John, smiling as she said, this body belongs to me now. Momon continued to say, for the past 2 years, I have obediently worked with you to search for an opportunity. Did you think I had given up? Then, with a dangerous face and a terrifying smile, let me take control of you. Just as she finished, she placed her hands on John's face and muttered an incantation to control him. Momon said triumphantly, there is no need to hurry. I will slowly take over the control of this body. Before she could finish, she was startled because Gian had opened his eyes and was looking at Momon. John looked at her and said, get off. At this time, Momon looked at John with a look of slight regret. She immediately changed her attitude and spoke cheerfully to John. "Are you awake? I was just checking if your mana was okay." John replied with some irritation. "Ridiculous. If you do this one more time, I will turn you into dust. Do you hear me?" Momon also argued back loudly. "It's because you keep delaying your promise to find a body for me." While Jian was grabbing Momon's collar and arguing, there was a voice calling from outside. "Trainee John, are you in there?" He turned his head slowly, walked toward the room door and grumbled with annoyance. "Who is looking for me at this hour?" The door suddenly creaked open. Geet stepped in and said, "The chief instructor is looking for you." He looked at John and continued to suggest, "Follow me." In the darkness of the night, the atmosphere at the Special Task Force was quiet. The free trade zone was eerily quiet. Geet and John walked briskly through the dark night. John wondered as he walked, why did the chief instructor call for me? Who calls someone at this hour? The evaluation is already over, isn't it? He continued to question things, since he received no response from Jack. Why call me to this place? Did he really call for me? At that moment, Jack silently drew a sharp blade from his sleeve, then aimed it at John, and shouted from behind, "You're quite clever." He was bewildered when the space behind him was empty. Has he disappeared? John was now standing behind, Jack's back, squinting his eyes and saying, "I'm not just clever." Before Giet could react in surprise, he was struck by Jian's seventh form of the Shadow Soul Devouring Mirror, which sent him flying upward. Giet landed with a pained expression after being hit by Jian's strike. He gnashed his teeth and looked at John with terrifying eyes. "You've realized it," John replied to Jack with an indifferent air. "With the killing intent radiating from you. How could I not notice? Haven't you ever been trained?" Jack looked at John with fury and called him an arrogant brat. John carefully observed the sword in Jack's hand and thought to himself, the aura radiating from that sword. Blood sword intent. The place that uses that sword intent is purgatory. He said suspiciously, "You're a high-ranking instructor, right? I wonder if the chief instructor knows about this." John continued to rebuke him. "Isn't this an act unbecoming of a high-ranking instructor? Are you prepared for the consequences?" He replied with surprise. "You're only rank 5, yet you're this arrogant." "Well, I have more or less encountered those who pass the evaluation and immediately start looking down on others like you." He swung his sword high, aiming at John. "Let's see how long you can keep that smug look on your face." "John," observed Geet with a pensive expression and let out a sigh. "Is this all it takes to try and deceive me?" A moment later, John had been tied up and was sitting on the ground, making him feel bewildered, thinking he had been captured. Amon appeared by John's ear and said, "What are you doing?" John turned around in annoyance. "You're so noisy." He asked the instructor in confusion, "What is the meaning of this? Please tell me the reason. Tell me so I can go back." "Do you want to hear my last words?" John continued. "At least give me a reason before I die." Meanwhile, Jack just stared at him without answering any of his questions. Finally, Jack responded to John. "You still remember the event from 2 years ago, don't you?" At this point, John began to recall the incident from 2 years prior. According to Jack's words, he slowly recounted the incident. "You instigated the trainees to desert from the Special Task Force, to capture you all. We mobilized many instructors. In the end, all of them died by your hand," he said heartrendingly, "including my younger brother." Hearing this, Jian was surprised as he listened to him continue. "Perhaps you don't remember my brother, who was the leader of the pursuit team." At this point, Jack shouted loudly with extreme hatred. "I will certainly never forget the brother who sacrificed his life at the hands of flies like you people." The painful images of his younger brother seemed to flash before Jack's eyes. That agonizing body, that face. He gnashed his teeth in absolute hatred. "I have only been waiting for this day. I will kill you to appease my brother's soul." Jack gripped his sword tightly and said, "Go to hell." John calmly called out for something to emerge immediately. Jack raised his sword high and shouted, "Atene for my brother's death." At that moment, John shouted, "Black Wolf!" Immediately after the shadow blade, Black Wolf appeared. It attacked Jack's hand just in time, catching him completely off guard. John's Black Wolf had bitten off the hand, holding Jack's sword. John reached out to catch something and said calmly, "I am very sorry for your brother." John's expression turned serious. "But we fought each other and I won. Why is there talk of a grudge here, when you are the ones who forced me to act that way?" John spoke with disappointment. "I never expected that you would use such a personal reason as an excuse to act." Jack was in so much pain and anger that he was speechless. John cast a sharp gaze at Jack's group. "Aren't you all rebels?" Returning to the rebellion in Armenia. Although the rebellion failed, it shook the entire continent and the empire. Many groups led the rebel forces. They gathered the insurgents and called themselves the Revolutionary Armed Forces. The name Red Revolutionary Team originated from the sword energy they used. Their blades were always drenched in blood. They used their own blood to create a red sword energy. that looked like blood. The battles of the Red Revolutionary Team were always bloody. Red Revolution is a skill said to be created by the leader of the Red Revolutionary Team. Even among knights of the same rank, those using the Red Revolution technique would have a much stronger attack power. However, the disadvantage was the depletion of their own blood. To overcome this weakness, they resorted to blood-sucking methods, switching back to the present. John was surrounded by Giet and his subordinates, yet he remained calm and said, "So the rebels have finally begun to act. I was planning to wait until morning to find you. I didn't expect you to come to me first. Saves me the trouble." John turned his eyes toward the group and asked, "Whose instructions are you acting under? Is it the chief instructor? Or is there someone else behind the training grounds?" Jack replied, "I don't know." John stared at Jack and listened as he continued. "How do you know that?" Geet gnashed his teeth in absolute rage. "But since you already know about the revolutionary team, don't expect to die a peaceful death." He signaled his subordinates to prepare for an attack. "Prepare for battle." The subordinates obediently complied. Jian watched them intently, as if understanding something from the swords they held in their hands. They attacked from both the front and the back, shouting with determination, "Go meet your ancestors, number 974. John carefully analyzed the situation. So this is the revolutionary sword formation executed by 3, rank 5 knights. If that's the case, then I'll use my full strength. He reached out his arm and commanded, "Go, Black Wolf." Black Wolf slowly merged into John's arm and immediately transformed into a sword. Geet watched in amazement, unable to believe his eyes. That is the chief instructor's Lakiep. Can he truly reach that realm at such a young age? Right after that, John used Lakiep to fight against the rebels. He unleashed a fatal blow upon the group of rebels, making it impossible for them to escape, and they were all struck down. The Silent Knight was shattered by Jian's lethal strike, sending shockwaves through the air. Jack watched from a distance, stunned. What is going on? With just a single swing of the sword, all of Jack's subordinates had fallen, their bodies no longer whole. He was left trembling in both fear and confusion. What? How could we be wiped out like this? John slowly approached Geet, terrifying him. That monster! By then, John was standing right in front of Geet. Cowering in fear, he stammered, Who exactly are you? Are you an Imperial spy? Geet continued with an arrogant expression. How do you know our true identity? Could it be the chief instructor? John stepped on his severed leg and replied, I'm the one asking questions here, causing Jack to cry out in excruciating pain. John reached into his pocket, searching for something. Don't worry, if you answer me, I'll spare your life. He pulled something out of his pocket and asked, Look closely. Have you ever seen this pattern before? Geet's eyes widened in shock. This pattern? Why is that pattern on a locket? John grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and said, Found it. With a stern face, he pressed for answers. What is this pattern? Which family does this pattern belong to? Or perhaps some organization? How is the chief instructor involved with this pattern? And who else bears this pattern? Geet did not answer Jian's questions, but instead questioned him back. How do you know about this pattern? John suddenly remarked, Your face. Jack kept repeating the words, this pattern. Then gradually, his face began to swell up in a terrifying way. And then his face exploded and he died instantly. John silently looked at Jack's body on the ground, wondering suicide. Suddenly, Maman chimed in to contradict him. No, it's a gagging magic spell that he wasn't even aware of. John looked back in confusion and replied, Gagging spell? Maman explained. It's magic. If you say a certain word or perform a specific action, the blood in your dantian will boil over and explode. I don't know who he is, but it seems the information is extremely classified. She continued, I'm telling you the suggestion that I intended to use on you is also of this kind. Are you feeling proud of that? John sank into deep thought. Though things were still vague, I have gained some clues. The chief instructor and the rebels are both linked to this pattern. They are related to my parents. I'm starting to have a bad premonition. He said to Momon, I have to go find the chief instructor. Momon asked curiously, right now. In the quiet space, only Momon's voice could be heard. Are you going to see the chief instructor? Just to tell him you've killed all his subordinates. Is it possible they weren't sent by the chief instructor? John affirmed to Momon, I'm certain they were sent by the chief instructor. He paused thoughtfully, but I'm not the one who killed them. John looked back and said to Damien, You sent them for me to kill, didn't you, master? Damien sighed and denied it. What kind of master would tell his disciple to kill people? He continued, That Jack fellow has been quite talkative lately. I needed to teach him a lesson. Damien turned to leave, but still glanced back to give instructions. You don't need to report. Go on home. From tomorrow, the mission officially begins. John watched Damien's departing figure and thought, Please get some rest. Damien continued speaking as he walked away. With the current situation, there will be many things happening in the future. Early the next morning, The train was departing, gliding smoothly along, passing through a pine forest. It was the Continental Express heading toward the north of the BU territory. Inside, the train seemed to have very few passengers. Near the door, luggage belonging to the passengers was piled up. A ticket collector was going to each passenger and saying, "Tickets, please." He reached out toward John and said politely, "Excuse me. Please present your train ticket to me." He reached inside his coat pocket to search. Please wait a moment." He then handed over the ticket and it was verified by the collector. "I have verified your ticket. Please enjoy your trip." In the quiet atmosphere of the train, John thought to himself, "The test is over, and they are sending me on a trip." Immediately after, he dismissed the thought. That would never happen. This train was traveling north for a mission. The apprentices who survived and completed the test would become official members of Special Force, Number 5, and would be sent on their first assignment. Immediately, we were sent to 4 battlefields. With the kingdom situated in the center, we were dispatched in 4 directions, east, west, south, and north. To put it simply, across the entire continent. They would let everyone choose the region they wanted to go to, and they would receive their mission upon arrival. The east, the place bordering the lands of the undead and night demons. Casa and over 80 members are heading there. The west, where strange sights and monsters frequently appear. Roman and 50 members were sent there to fight. The stormy south, where pirates run rampant and storms occur often. 60 people of higher ranks have been dispatched, heading there to confront the pirates at sea. And the arduous north, where the ground is frozen and the border meets the colony of the Mad Tribe. The number 1 apprentice from the training center, John, and 3 other members were sent here. Very few people volunteered to go north, because the cold there could freeze even a dragon. John thought, "I liked the idea of going north alone, since no one else volunteered to come here." Just as he finished the thought, he turned around. But what is with this combination? Inside the train, 4 people sat facing each other. First was the rank 6 knight Cruel, the rank 6 knight Lorena, the rank 5 knight Gian, and finally the rank 8 knight Cheryl. Looking at them, John thought to himself, only the troublesome ones have gathered here. Cruel looked at Lorena and asked, "Hey princess, did you follow me here? I bet you want to get revenge by clinging to me and causing me trouble, right?" Lorena looked out the window with sorrowful eyes, remaining silent and not responding to Cruel. Irritated, he shouted, "You bitch, are you ignoring me?" Cheryl spoke up in frustration. "Shut that rude mouth of yours." I'm sure that's exactly what Lorena is thinking. Cruel continued to pick a fight. "What did you say? And who are you, her maid?" Cheryl replied softly, "A maid. I am Cheryl. I've been on missions with Lorena since the Dawson Range," the young girl recounted. "After she saved me that day, I decided I would follow her everywhere. No one has ever taken such a risk for me before." Cheryl continued, "Now she's probably thinking, you should shut that loud, stinking mouth of yours." Cruel snapped back, "That's just what you're thinking." Then he shouted again, "Do you want to die?" John let out a weary sigh. "It seems this won't be a peaceful journey." Cruel glared at John, thinking to himself, "Actually, I don't care about Lorena. There is only one reason I'm going north, and that's because of you, John." He kept his eyes on John, resolving, "It's because I'm going to kill you." Cruel reminisced, "I've hated you from the very first moment I saw you. You're always in my way and humiliate me." As he recalled this, he glared at John with a terrifying gaze. "If we were outside the training center, I would kill you the moment I had the chance." Cruel reached into his pocket to draw his sword, but he suddenly jumped when he heard Dan speak up. "How many times do you want to be hit? Answer me quickly." John turned to look at Cruel with an angry expression. "How many hits do you want, Cruel?" Breaking into a cold sweat, he stammered, well, 1. John answered decisively, "Wrong," and immediately threw a punch at Cruel's face. On the other side, Lorena was still lost in silent thought. "I never thought I would return to my hometown this soon." She remembered the words someone had once said. "Stop it, Lorena, I don't want to hear it. If you mention that name one more time, I will exile you from this colony," Lorena thought sadly. "The homeland I left behind without looking back. Even just once. Since I left, I haven't heard any news from my younger brother. I can't just return like this." Sitting opposite her, Gian noticed Lorena's silence and thought, "Lorena is strangely quiet. I guess she's not happy about having to go back home." He continued musing, "She'll hear the surprise news soon enough. Lorena, even you will be shocked by what you're about to find out." Voices echoed through the train car. "We will arrive at Avalon soon." Someone replied, "All right, I know." The first person continued, "Lady Royal, are you going to keep acting like this?" Hearing this, Gian looked confused. A person asked wonderingly, "We are close to Avalon. Don't you plan to stop there for a bit?" "Is there a problem with that? Why can't we stop there for a moment?" The person continued, "The prince will be very disappointed." The other finally replied, "No, he won't be. The prince's curriculum is already complete." "Why do you keep insisting I see him?" "When I have nothing left to teach him." John observed the conversation between the two. He was deep in thought. He might look like a strange old man, with a terrible personality at first glance, but the royal advisor Hugo, who is the royal scholar and the prince's teacher, is the brain of the entire kingdom. John thought meeting him would be a great opportunity for me. Even though he is a commoner, living in this north, with no magic or martial arts to protect himself, he is respected by many for his profound knowledge. Even the emperor recognized this, and granted him the title of count, despite him having been just a commoner before. In my past life, he was so exceptional that he became famous throughout the continent. The Sage, a title truly worthy of him. At that time, he knelt down to advise his majesty, "Sire, a territory will forever live in misery. If the Lord does not understand the suffering of his people, please open your eyes. The reason the rebels call themselves the Revolutionary Army is that you have abandoned the people. Can you not see that?" Hugo continued to urge him. "Where has the intelligence and wisdom of a ruler gone? You should not be a ruler if you only care for power, while being infatuated with it and neglecting your own citizens." At that time, the royal advisor tried to persuade his majesty for 3 days and 3 nights with tears of blood in his eyes. Immediately after, the esteemed majesty rewarded his loyalty with death. But that is something that happened in the past, not the present. At this moment, the train attendant stood right beside Hugo and said, "Sir, please excuse this inconvenience you had to experience. We have moved the people who caused the disturbance elsewhere." The attendant continued, "We have prepared a private room for you. Would you like to go inside?" The old man replied and thanked the attendant. John sat and observed the man. The attendant led Hugo to his private room. As the attendants walked past, they kept their hands right behind their backs, seemingly to give some kind of signal. John saw this and thought, that's sign language. He is sending a message to the other members of his group. The train is about to pass through a tunnel. When that happens, they will assassinate the royal advisor. John chuckled and said, "I've been waiting for this for a long time." The soldiers patrolled the train while John sat firmly in his seat. They were loyal to the empire, not the emperor, and were people who wouldn't hesitate to give their lives for the empire and its people. The revolutionary forces considered the royal advisor a thorn in their side and were trying to kidnap him. With a single finger, those dressed as soldiers moved fluidly, from gripping with the thumb and index finger to clenching 3 fingers together. This was the specific sign language that only the revolutionary forces used. Inside the luxury cabin, the public announcement system rang out. "Attention, please. Our train will temporarily stop inside the tunnel due to a carriage malfunction. Passengers, please do not leave your seats and remain in your positions." The terrorists, as they prepared to attack in the tunnel, John was already waiting. He would rescue the royal advisor and build a relationship. The speaker continued to blare, "All attention." 4 people sitting in the carriage included Lorena Gian, Cheryl, and Cruel. He whispered, "From now on, we will speak through telepathy." "Listen quietly," he exclaimed. John quickly explained the situation. "Control of this train has fallen into enemy hands. As soon as the train enters the tunnel, they plan to attack the passengers on board in 1 hour." Looking at those tall crew members, he quickly asserted, "They might have disguised themselves as the crew, or the enemy is blending in among the passengers. So from now on," Cruel snorted, "we haven't even received the mission yet. Besides, why should I listen to you?" Mid-sentence, he realized he had spoken out of turn. His expression became somewhat awkward. Cruel pretended not to care. "Does anyone else have any other questions?" Lorena wondered, "Wait, it's hard to believe the current situation. How did you find out about this information?" He looked out the window. "I received secret instructions from the chief instructor. This is also the reason I chose the north." After hearing that, she tentatively understood the situation. "So that's how it is?" "In addition, do you know anything else? What is the identity of the enemy?" John wasn't certain. "I don't know the exact number either, but I know who they are." He spoke a name. "It's the terrorist force. They were involved in kidnapping important figures." This time, the first snowflakes fell from the sky. They fell thicker and thicker by the moment. The train carriage sped forward through the ice and snow. 3 men dressed in crew uniforms exchanged words. "Have you put all the regular passengers into a deep sleep?" "Ah, yes, I have burned the sleeping incense. Now we will move one by one to the cargo hold to take cover." One man held a broadsword. "But there will be a special forces team among the passengers. Why would service staff need to be equipped with weapons?" At that moment, Lorena appeared in the air, intending to launch a strike downward. He was caught by surprise and couldn't react in time. "Who the hell are you?" Despite being a woman, she didn't hold back at all when she moved. A single slash cut the opponent's sword in half. The remaining men were shocked. The man who had just been attacked panicked as the slash wound froze. He realized that the sword carried a freezing aura. Lorena's beautiful face came into view, her gaze determined amidst their bewilderment. Lorena stood facing them. She finally acknowledged, "Based on your reactions, I can tell John was right. Those men clicked their tongues. I knew there were rookies from the special forces on board, but I didn't expect to find a lion cub of the Bove family as well. One of them grinned maliciously. For a lion cub to fall into the hands of small fry, like us, it's like hitting the jackpot. The other chimed in, we'll definitely get promoted. The man burst out laughing. Or we could just quietly take a ransom instead. Lorena's face darkened. You terrorists! The purple flag fluttered as she spoke. Do you even know what you've done to the Bove family? The reason my brother disappeared. In order to find you, I left my hometown and joined the special forces. Lorena's aura became fierce. I really don't know how I should thank you. They drew their swords, which emitted a red aura. They mocked her, that's quite funny. They questioned her back. Then do you know what your family has done? They were indignant. While you people lived in luxury, my family had to eat rotting garbage just to survive the day. Who do you think's fault that is? She explained. The Bove family has always acted this way to protect the empire in the north. If you are an enemy of Bove, it is because, as she spoke, her sword swung high. You people are the devils who threaten the empire and the north. The glass windows of the train station shattered. A soldier went to the back to investigate. What happened in the previous carriage? We suddenly lost contact. It's serious up front. A shadow blocked them. I was looking for someone to vent my anger on. You are, just now. The train carriage continued to run through the cold weather. Black stains splattered out from his body. This sword was taken from the royal palace. The blade was already stained. It feels quite good to use. He let out a breath. It's been a while since I've seen fresh blood. How refreshing. Revealing the plot through his numb eyes. Just you wait, John. You're next. I can sense the energy in the front carriage. How troublesome. The train began to freeze over. A ceiling circle appeared, and Momon emerged. Don't keep calling me out for such trivial matters. She added, you'd better do work that's worth the effort I'm putting in. John didn't waste words. Then let's go. Time to rescue the royal advisor. He briefly explained the plan to her. Lorena will block the enemies in the front carriage, and Cruel will block the rear carriage. As for me, I'll break in from above. To rescue the royal advisor, Momon remarked, truly a cunning bastard. Momon tried to probe as they headed to the rescue. I'm not talking about Lorena. But that demon kid is quite talented, isn't he? Are you sure you aren't going to kill him? He is a threat after all. She continued questioning while walking. Is it really necessary to save that old royal advisor? Is he part of your plan? Then she received a brief reply from John. Of course he is. In the near future, we'll have to deal with the terrorist forces much more. And when that time comes, there's no better card to play than the royal advisor. If I become his benefactor, the plan will go much more smoothly. He urged her, let's go. This world is full of calculating people, honestly. A voice of laughter echoed from within the carriage. I still can't fully trust you yet. On the other side, a woman's chest was faintly visible through the mist. She questioned, hey, I'm asking you again. A hazy scene unfolded. You, the third disciple of the swordmaster Erikatos, and commander of the 7th Legion of the Revolutionary Forces. Hila sat with her legs crossed and asked, are you really the Emperor's master? In the closed room, the voice rang out once more. Are you truly the Emperor's master? Hila spoke to Hugo about the ordeals he might have to endure. If you're so smart, then surely you can speak Dragonic, or some ancient language. The old man was tied up opposite her. She made a vague, cryptic comment. To some extent, Hila sat with her legs crossed on the chair. A mocking glint appeared in her eyes. Then you should be able to bark like a dog too, shouldn't you? Isn't that just another language, the language of dogs? She urged him, hurry up and bark. Why can't you do it? Hugo struggled this. Then he complied with the request and barked like a dog. He then translated it. This means that the lady is truly very beautiful. Hila laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face. Momon, following John, was suspicious. This room right? Inside, Hugo was still acting like a jester to entertain Hila. Now I shall perform the language of cats. A series of meows rang out. She glanced at him. Can this guy really be of any use? John hesitated slightly. Well, he's always been that kind of person. That is precisely the terrifying thing about the royal advisor. He's a man who's ready to discard his own pride, if it serves the interest of the empire. A radical pragmatist. Hila sat on her chair and said with satisfaction, oh, I'm dying, this old man is top tier. The scholars in the empire were all a bunch of useless hacks, so I had them all executed. Hugo showed no resistance at all. Yes, thank you for your kind praise. She gripped the hilt of her sword. But business is business. Hila made a polite remark. It was a pleasure meeting you, old man. Hugo replied, ah, young lady. Hila's arm moved. Now! Then her muscles began to bulge and grow more powerful, causing the bandages on her arm to snap off. She stood up and unleashed a strike. Time to round up the little mice. There was a violent commotion inside that caught his attention. A series of vibrations, as if creating a spatial earthquake. Broken meteorite fragments fell straight onto the roof of the red carriage. In the hazy atmosphere, dark shadows gradually descended, accompanied by a long, drawn-out laugh. I like that. Gila's voice sounded extremely provocative. I suppose there are many mice because this train is so old. As soon as she finished her sentence, a cry from nearby focused her attention. Blade swung through the air. Gila was caught by surprise. Jang had stood before her without her even realizing it. Both entered a deadlock position. He spoke to the old man. It's all right. Royal advisor, I've come here to rescue you. Hugo praised the one who had slipped in here while I was creating a distraction. They did quite a good job. Very well. John glanced briefly at Hugo and replied politely, Yes, sir. The sword was still in Gila's hand. She attracted his attention. Hey, kid. Gila's expression suddenly became bizarre. You know how to speak the language of animals? Not bad. How about a pig? I'll make you squeal like a pig, John challenged. You're already quite good at squealing like a pig yourself. Gila roared, What? He immediately mocked back. Sorry, I thought you were imitating a pig. Realizing she was being toyed with, he was furious. You bastard. Momon said to Jiang, I've managed to gauge his mana level. At most, it's around level 5. But she, on the other hand, she coated her sword with a unique aura. Jiang acknowledged indeed it was White Sword Ki, the famous color of Ericus's sword light. He is famous for being someone who focuses on training the next generation. Surely she is one of his disciples. A dark shadow holding a sword decisively gave the command, Finish it quickly and cleanly. A voice from behind Jiang, Stay right there. The man appeared, blocking the weapon at Hugo's neck. Drop your sword. Otherwise, I'll take the royal advisor's life. The old man trembled. Stealth technique. He looked at Momon with angry, murderous eyes. You said there were only 2 of them, Momon. She said nothing, only whistling it off. After that, Momon explained, I only said there were 2 people with mana. John felt helpless. You're the one who confused a royal tutor with an enemy. Momon fired back. What else could I do? Since the royal tutor has no mana, he cannot be detected. The short blade fell to the floor, stabbing straight into the wooden floor. Gila slowly approached as he raised his hands in surrender. You were so energetic just now. John backed away. Do you want to hear a pig squeal? She didn't give him a chance. It's too late instead of a pig's squeal? Her muscles gradually bulged. Once again, they expanded to their maximum. Now I want to hear the sound of your head shattering, rather than a pig's squeal. She really attacked with brutal force. She bared her teeth and glared with a ferocious look. The fully equipped soldiers charged forward in tension. The sword was held firmly in hand. The bright lights behind seemed to serve as its backdrop. Lorena flashed a sly smile. Debris fell scattered along with the golden light. The glass windows of the train shattered into pieces. After a while, the seats in the train car had now become freezing cold. Some people were even frozen into large blocks of ice. Finally, dawn began to break. The wings behind her back glowed, along with her raised sword. Suddenly, Lorena covered her mouth, coughing up dark, bloody syrup. This red liquid. I've overused the frost chi. My body can't take it anymore. Using Snow Soul for a long time is truly difficult. Someone's reminder from behind made her turn around. We're in big trouble. Baruso slowly approached. Although it's a secret technique of the BUP, it is far too crude and simple, different from what I've heard about it. She didn't know who this was. A dark aura was dispelling the surrounding frost chi. He decisively dropped a word, you. If he came from the rear car where Cruel is, then Cruel. A question that made her eyes widen. Are you really the daughter of the BUP? Lorena stepped forward to attack. You bastard! How dare this person speak so insolently? At the tail of the train, as the snow began to fall more heavily, the road was covered in snow along with a complaint. John, you bastard! Amr sat with his back against the wooden wall. His body is now truly filthy. How could anyone possibly stop a monster? John, you bastard! Amr sat with his back against the wooden wall. He is on a completely different level. Lorena was trembling all over. He clearly caught the blade. She thought, he's even stronger than the head instructor. She didn't want to drop her offensive stance, and could only ask in surprise, You used your fingers to block my sword. Baruso replied in a very provocative manner. If you feel insulted, then I apologize, he commented. What a pity if only we hadn't met here. His eyes gleamed in the darkness. Outside the train door, the snow was still falling heavily. Finally, Baruso spoke with a hint of regret. Then I wouldn't have had to deal with you. A black liquid splashed onto a windshield, getting it dirty. Gila slowly approached John. He raised both hands as if to surrender. Hey, do you want to hear a pig squeal? She grinned mischievously. It's too late now. Compared to that, he felt a tense, ruthless strike from Gila. I'd much rather hear the sound of your bones shattering. John cracked a secret smile. The luggage was still placed right by the carriage door. Cheryl hid behind the luggage compartments and told herself, even though I can fight too, he told me to just stay hidden for now. Level 8 means I'm already a knight of the kingdom. I've officially passed the test, haven't I? She wondered if Sister Lorena was okay. Trails of blood stretched out from the sliding door. The young girl wondered if she should be there to protect her. Over at Lorena's side, black spots were slowly spreading. She lay motionless on the ground. The train continued to run through the blizzard. Someone's footsteps were getting closer and closer. Amer, with one arm shielded and wrapped in bandages, he sighed. What a shame. If you had just bowed your head, you would have kept your life, Lorena replied coldly. Forget it, you arrogant bravo. Amo crossed his arms. I know you're not so stupid that you can't tell the difference in power between us, given the current situation. And what can you possibly do? Lorena's beautiful face, though injured, but she had no intention of submitting. Finally, she spoke up. Yes, I am not like the other members of the Bup clan. My swordsmanship is incomplete. I am easily swayed by emotions, and I haven't even mastered my family's secret techniques. She looked at her sword standing solitary in the ground, but the blade slowly transformed into a strip of ice, Lorena asserted. At least I can still sacrifice myself to be worthy of the Bup name. Perhaps I cannot defeat you, but I am ready to risk my life to face you. He closed his eyes, then suddenly snapped them open. Finally, Amer concluded, when warriors fight to finish each other off, losing one's life is only natural. It seems I have underestimated you. His fist tightened. My nickname is Black Tiger. My name is Amer. Black Tiger Amer. He thrust his fist forward using the technique Mountain Cleaving Tiger. He declared, I will show you true power. The blizzard continued to descend from the sky. Baruso stood to the side, his eyes wide. No, it's impossible. He sat collapsed on the floor, repeatedly muttering, I cannot lose. We have the advantage in numbers. The enemy has been stripped of all weapons. We are even holding hostages. So why is this happening? Along with his words was the body of Gila, who had collapsed long ago. He screamed, Gila! Why? The person facing Baruso pulled him back to reality. Why, you ask? John used the Black Wolf sword style. It's because you are all too weak, that's why. Hugo stood behind, trying to grasp the situation. Is it over? John acknowledged, yes, advisor. You can rest now. We must head to the next room quickly, in case they try any tricks. The other side continued to struggle. You bastard. How did you evade all of our attacks? John had once fought their master, the Berserk Blade Erectus, in his previous life, so he had already seen through their techniques. And this time it's not just Erectus himself, but also his disciples. Even Gila attacked fiercely. Even if the sky falls, I will never lose. John saw Baruso's abnormal expression. Do you not want to live anymore? Does he not understand anything? John took out a circular box containing a pendant. If you answer me properly, look closely at this pendant. Have you seen this emblem before? He panicked. That emblem. Finally, he managed to utter a name. The Origin emblem. He flipped the Origin emblem over. He was a bit nervous. Wait, I haven't said anything yet. He thought back. It was a forbidden curse. Were even the disciples of the Berserk Blade cursed? That information must be extremely important. Dirt stains spread across the floor as Gian noted. It's hard to get more than one sentence out of them. He pondered. But he had already learned a new keyword. The Origin emblem. It seems John is done here, and the royal advisor has recovered. We just need to get off the train. Suddenly, the train car caught fire. Small popping explosions began to occur. He was confused. An explosion? What just exploded? John looked at Gila, who was coughing incessantly. She opened her eyes wide and gave a malicious smile. The engine room has already blown up. This train cannot be stopped. The fire began to grow larger on the hull. At this rate, the train's Mana-Stone circuit will overheat. The train sped along like it was flying. It's going to crash straight into Avalon Station. She screamed with satisfaction. That explosion just now felt so good. Viewed from the outside, the train had a streak of light bright as fireworks. Gila felt a sense of regret. Too bad I won't get to witness it. Her eyes became lifeless just a second later. This never happened in the previous life. How could this be? The sirens warned of the explosion. Let's get out of here first, she tried to persuade, with the amount of mana stones in the circuit. Within the mana circuit, this explosion is too terrifying. John replied, don't panic anymore. Despite the surprise, but that monster over there should be able to handle this. The flames are gradually spreading across the train compartment. Kai, wearing a cloak, stands amidst the snow. That is the Royal Knight. The seventh knight, his eyes filled with endless sorrow. The train hull continues to burn. There is no sign of the fire being extinguished in the middle of the carriages. The fire spreads further and further. Despite being in a blizzard, faced with such a situation, the shadow of Kai could only watch helplessly and exclaim, the Emperor. His Majesty asked me to save the royal advisor, but didn't say anything about the train. He wrapped his cloak tightly. This is quite awkward. Royal Knights are the finest warriors in the Empire, tasked with protecting the Emperor and the capital. They are geniuses of level 3 or higher. The strength of each knight can be comparable to a storm. He drew his sword. There is no other way. The train is gradually approaching. Kai closed his eyes, then suddenly snapped them open with a flash. I hope you can forgive me. He charged forward. Using the ultimate ritual, the Emperor's Sword, Kai swung his sword forward, ready to meet the incoming train. Multiple magic circles appeared brilliantly across the tracks. The light shone dazzlingly onto the train. John was astonished by this display. He gritted his teeth. Wait, how is this possible? The magic gradually engulfed the train. The dark shadow behind Kai had not yet receded. He coldly uttered a single sentence. Revolutionary scum. The carriage slowly crumbled following Kai's words. How brutal. Could such a cruel thing really be done? The royal advisor questioned him. What are you saying? Weren't you the one who did this? Kai laughed. I suppose you're right. He inquired, I am glad you are safe and sound. Honorable advisor. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? The old man replied, I am still very well. It was as if there were a miracle. That helped me avoid that attack. Seeing the scene of devastation, with wheels still lying on the tracks, the old man lamented. You don't seem very surprised, do you? He broke into a sweat. You've misunderstood, sir. Lorena stepped forward from behind. Because I have faith in Lady Bruff. The lady can keep the advisor safe. The lady derailed the train according to plan, so that the convoy could avoid my attack. As a result, it only suffered a glancing blow. That is why I believe the advisor is safe. The royal advisor remarked, truly worthy of a talent from the training squad. She denied it. It's not like that, Sir Kai. I wasn't the one who derailed the train. A hand was placed on Lorena's shoulder from behind. It was nothing, sir. Cruel claimed the credit. As a member of the special task force, grasping the situation is a basic requirement to some extent. Kai praised him. It turns out there are other talents besides Lady Bruff. He laughed and said, actually my strength is also rank 1. Cheryl was displeased. Cruel turned around and looked. What is it? Lorena made a request, Sir Kai. One of the attackers who targeted the advisor was involved. It was Black Tiger Arm. Black Tiger Arm is a name derived from his dark power, characteristic of a tiger-like special-grade assassin. Did the Revolutionary Army recruit him? If he reached level 3 15 years ago, then now, Kachua remarked, I was facing off against him. But I wasn't capable enough. After the train overturned, he sensed Sir Kai's arrival and vanished. He said goodbye. See you later, daughter of Bruff. Kai noted Black Tiger joining the Revolutionary Army. But the fact that you were able to fight him is already very commendable. Lorena refused no. Only the royal advisor turned his head to look. He said nothing more. On the other side, right at the railway link, Jian asked, What's wrong? Are you hurt? Momon replied, Because you jumped down there. My body, oh dear. He instructed, Don't lean on me. Momon was annoyed. This body doesn't belong to you alone. Take care of it a bit. He cut him off. Stop talking nonsense, Momon. He bit firmly onto the white piece of cloth. This is going to be difficult. Things that never happened in the previous life are occurring one after another. Black Tiger's attack, Kai's attack, and the train explosion. These things did not happen in the previous life. But why are they happening now? Originally, there were no reinforcements in the north. The situation changed when John headed north. That is why Black Tiger appeared in the north. His actions triggered a domino effect chain reaction. It's impossible to know where this influence will lead. John told himself to be cautious. A figure appeared that caught his attention. So you're here. The royal advisor stated his reason. I was looking for you. Let's talk. John followed the old man. You should have been in the capital. I feel guilty for having caused you so much damage. The old man looked down at his bandaged hand. That hand was injured because of the train tracks, wasn't it? In the end, it was my fault. John didn't deny it, that's right. I've suffered a lot because of you. The royal advisor remarked, You are very blunt. The old man closed his eyes. I will vouch for your identity. The old man handed him a notebook. Take it. John looked it over. This is... The royal advisor replied, This is my token. It represents my status. It will be very useful. John smiled. He poked at the old man's sore spot. Are you telling me to take this so I'll forget about you barking like a dog? The royal advisor awkwardly admitted it. Indeed, you are being blunt again. The old man said goodbye to him. I'll be going now, until we meet again. John breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the infiltration was a success. Momon wondered, is this medallion really that useful? He answered, It depends on how you use it. He looked far ahead. Snow was still falling in thick patches. John decided on his journey. And now we are heading to the next location. That would be the frozen lands. The scene shifts to inside a workshop. A sword is being inspected on a table. The bald man smirked. So do you want this sword or not? He rubbed his hands together and gave John a price. Just pay me 500 gold for the repairs and you can take it. He exclaimed, 500 gold is too expensive. The man tried to persuade him, What do you mean expensive? I wonder what you use this wood iron blade for, to cause this much damage. John didn't go into detail. I just overexerted myself a little. The black sword forged from wood iron was a gift from the chief instructor. Compared to a normal sword, this black shadow blade was considered a bit much for me. But when dealing with Black, Wolf's wood iron can't even compare. The money didn't seem to sway his mind. The man asked, "Do you need anything else?" John replied shortly, "No." The man beamed. "Fine, it was a pleasure. I hope to serve you again." Breaking into a sweat, he thought to himself, "Don't be so enthusiastic. It scares me." Well-built houses stood side by side. This is Viewland, a small town near Bruff. Due to bad weather and the lack of trains, John decided to use the portal in Viewland to get to Bruff. He glanced at his watch. To accumulate enough mana for the magic circle, the portal wouldn't be usable until tomorrow. Looking at the people passing by, one could see Viewland is a small town, so it takes a lot of time to accumulate mana. Anyway, John also needed time for personal preparations. He walked down the street, blending into the busy crowd. This is the first time I've been in a place with so many ordinary people like this since the regression. Because after awakening, I've been struggling in that training camp, Momon exclaimed. "It's so strange. Do you see anything unusual?" He didn't understand her words. "What are you rambling about?" Momon became serious, that royal knight or whatever his name is. "Can you sense his yellow dragon aura around here?" His focus remained on the crowd as he vaguely wondered. "What exactly is that yellow dragon?" She scolded him. "Idiot! You don't even know your own power." A star map was illustrated according to Momon's explanation. Mana Heart includes 6 powers: Black, Crimson, Azure, Gold, Earth, and Yellow Dragon, which is the most supreme power. Even if it's not a Mana Heart, can't it be trained? Is that not right? After all, it was an attribute she was helpless against. "You damn fool! If it were that simple, then many people would have been able to build a nation. Only the Mana Heart and the breath of the divine dragon possess the dragon's aura." Momon bit Jian's head. "You dare to underestimate the Mana Heart. What the hell is inside that head of yours?" He reflected on it and realized she was right. What was the aura that Momon sensed? It could be the chief instructor and the crown prince. Those two have the bloodline of Bahamut, so John could understand that. But what does a royal knight have to do with it? He determined that he had to investigate this. A voice from behind called out to him on the street. "Is that John number 974? He noticed the identification number. It was 2 girls. Lorena and Cheryl, one older and one younger, appeared in his sight. The little girl greeted him cheerfully. What a coincidence, while the other remained silent. Then Lorena spoke up politely. "Are you on your way home?" John replied, "I'm going to the blacksmith's to repair my weapon. I must prepare before heading out on a mission." The little girl chimed in, "We're also preparing for a mission." John observed them for a moment. "It looks more like you two are shopping than preparing." Cheryl, holding the shopping bags, burst out laughing. Lorena quickly cleared up the misunderstanding. "I only bought the essentials, it's all just food." He asked, "Are you going to eat it all in one day?" She tried to explain, "Well, about that." The little girl smiled. Then Cheryl suggested, "Gian, you should go shopping too. Wearing those clothes in Bruff isn't very suitable." John tried to decline. "I prefer to do things my way." The little girl broke into a grin. "But I have a slight feeling of gradually losing my humanity." "Let's go together," he said helplessly. "People sure change at a dizzying pace." Cheryl was enthusiastic. "Personal equipment. Clothes are also personal equipment after all." He tried to hold back. "I get it, just calm down." Behind them, a figure was watching. In a luxurious store, dresses were hung neatly on the racks. The surrounding scenery was truly beautiful. If you looked for too long, it could be blinding. John reached out his hand. "You have a lot of opinions, but fine, that's enough. If it were any heavier, it would be a bit inconvenient." Thermal undergarments and cold-weather gloves, along with cold-weather boots. Everything was ready. Momon grumbled, "You're always so gloomy." John retorted, "Look at yourself first." Cheryl stepped inside. "Are you done picking everything out? In that case, you can take a look at my sister's clothes." Lorena looked away as John looked on in surprise. "Me." The little girl pulled back the curtain and began the show. She had now changed into a white dress, paired with a black coat. This is the new urban style. Lorena felt a bit shy. "This outfit seems a bit tight, doesn't it?" "It's also the most basic of basics. Black and white." Lorena quickly changed into another outfit. This time it was beachwear. "That's the most modern style. Advanced lightweight equipment." She shyly scolded her younger sister. "How can I wear a swimsuit in this frozen land?" "And next up?" As the curtain was halfway open, there was a sound of protest. "Stop it right now." She changed back to her original clothes. "I think that's enough. These things don't suit me." Cheryl tried to persuade her. "That's not true at all. They were all very cute." The little girl looked for an ally. "Right, Gian." To Lorena's embarrassment, he remarked, "They all suit you well. They're just ordinary clothes. You're just shy because you don't usually wear them." Cheryl cooperated perfectly. "Exactly." The little girl followed up on his opinion. "So, John, which outfit do you think suits her best?" He considered it in silence. I think the clothes you're wearing right now are the best. The outfits you're wearing also suit you. But I think that outfit best reflects Lorena's strength when using a sword. She felt confused. What are you talking about? After that, Lorena didn't say another word. She turned around abruptly. I'm going back first. Cheryl reached out and followed after Lorena. Cheryl said crossly, number 974. What on earth are you saying? She added helplessly. I'm done. Then the girl left John behind. Lorena, wait for me. Momon remarked, I'm not quite sure, but it looks like you're in big trouble. Even now, he still didn't seem to understand. Big trouble. Did I say something wrong? Behind them, the girl was pleading with her sister. Sister Lorena, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Lorena walked ahead. It's not your fault. Thank you for helping me pick out clothes. Cheryl tried to cheer her up. Don't mind the words of that blockhead. What does he even know? She denied it. No. I don't care about the nonsense, others say. Lorena turned her face away, blushing furiously. It's just nonsense. In front of the cafe, Lorena, John shouted loudly, See you at the gate tomorrow at noon. Don't be late. See you tomorrow? Lorena whispered, her face red with embarrassment. See you tomorrow. He spoke in a way that was easily misunderstood and shouted it too. Getting no response, John asked Momon with the blank face. Why did she just leave without answering? Could she not have heard me? Momon said helplessly. If it were me, I'd also pretend to be deaf and act like I don't know you. John asked again. You're done buying clothes. Now are we going to meet him? At this moment, at the Moonlight Tavern in the Philippines Commercial District, a girl was collecting money from the customers. The tavern seemed crowded. Perhaps because the wine here was both cheap and good. Locals and mercenaries often frequented the place. At one of the tables, a glass of wine was nearly empty. Damn it! Cruel slammed his hand on the table, wondering how on earth he could defeat John. Even when he sleeps, he doesn't leave a single opening. He recalled, I could sense it during the battle. Back then, Gian wasn't even using his full strength. Why is he hiding his power? He drank the remaining wine, questioning just why. The voices of the other guests grew louder and louder. Ha ha! I promise to pay you back next time. What? Stop talking nonsense. If you buy it, I'll pay you back tenfold. What are you calling me a liar? Tired of living? Then come at me. This made Cruel extremely annoyed. Before the glass touched his lips, he had to set it down. You lot! He shouted, You're being too noisy! His shout made everyone in the tavern freeze. The noise momentarily ceased. He continued, Can't you see Cruel? White of the White family. Is drinking, you commoners. Have you no manners? Keep quiet until I've finished resting. If you keep making noise, I'll show you the difference between nobles and commoners. His harsh words caused resentment among the people, but to avoid trouble, they were forced to stay silent. Suddenly, a voice shattered that silence. I'd like to see that difference. Cruel was irritated upon hearing that. Then John walked over, sat down right next to him and said, Why don't you show everyone how a noble is supposed to drink? His sudden appearance startled Cruel. What, Gian, since when were you here? When Cruel explained, They don't know basic etiquette and just keep making noise. John immediately retorted, Aren't you the same? Cruel's eyes glared at Gian. What? John said slowly. You've been compared like that before, haven't you? Pushed aside because of that so-called gap. Isn't that why you're here? He took a sip of his wine. If you can break free from that gap, then you will become stronger. Cruel asked back, stronger. What exactly are you trying to say? Suddenly a giant hand was placed on his shoulder, interrupting the conversation between the two. Hey, skinny friend, are you an outsider? It turned out that Hand belonged to Billy, the captain of the Lightning Mercenaries. From your story, it sounds like you want to be stronger. Let me tell you the secret. But Cruel didn't seem to want to listen and told him to take his hand off. However, Billy didn't care. He continued speaking, lifting weights for 8 hours every day. Divide it into 3 sessions and you'll get stronger, my friend. Now, if you join my mercenary group, you will be provided with extra protein. Cruel gritted his teeth. He snapped because his words were being ignored. Protein, my foot. Then a flash of light appeared. A punch was thrown straight at Billy's chin. Eat it yourself. He screamed in anger. The full power punch sent Billy flying back his large body, slamming hard onto the floor. Seeing that, Cruel showed his contempt. And here I thought you were muscular. Turns out you're just a deflated balloon. The surrounding patrons were also surprised, as he was able to take down the captain with just one punch. Suddenly, several other muscular men stood up. Their faces darkened as they looked at him and said, You dare lay a hand on our captain? Cruel didn't show the slightest bit of fear. He even mocked them, so many bulging muscles, huh? The smell of sweat is overwhelming all the way over here. Then his eyes turned cold. Fine. Bring it on, all of you. Suddenly, the big guys burst into smiles, flexing their bodies to show off their defined lines. This skinny friend is great. Natural muscles, a muscle prodigy. Try hitting me. Cruel stood there in stunned silence, completely taken aback by their reaction. Suddenly, people around also chimed in. "Haha, unbelievable! You actually knocked out the captain with a single punch. As expected of a noble, he has such a handsome face." His face became dazed and confused. Cheers and applause erupted all around him. I don't know why it turned out like this. Then he broke into a bright smile. But I really like it. The atmosphere once again became lively. "Drink up, sir, bring out all the wine. We aren't going home until we're drunk today." Full glasses of wine were placed on the table. Barrel after barrel of wine was poured away. At this moment, Cruel had become the center of attention. "Are you good at wrestling, sir?" "Of course. I am a noble, long live the nobility, keep drinking." He was now much more comfortable with the people he once called commoners. They all drank together, putting their arms around each other's shoulders like old friends. "Cheers, quick, bring more wine here. Mr. Cruel's glass is empty, you commoners. Everything is on me today. I'll show you what true class looks like. 1, 2, 3, cheers!" They toasted until late at night. On the streets, only a few people remained under the flickering lights. "Let go of me. Wake up, Cruel." John had to support him as he was completely wasted. "Don't you dare throw up or I'll kill you." Cruel still insisted, "I'm not drunk." "Where's my friend Billy?" John asked. "You looked down on them. For having no class yet, you've already become sworn brothers." He said, "Our Billy is a very kind boy, but he also works so hard." Suddenly he smirked. "Humph, a bunch of idiots. They'll believe anything if you praise them a little. Today was the first time we met, yet to be welcomed so warmly, it's truly strange." Suddenly a droplet fell. "Don't you find it strange, Gian?" Tears began to stream down Cruel's cheeks. Perhaps they were tears of happiness, or perhaps they were tears of resentment. "This is the first time I've ever felt this way. Why have I never received a single word of praise from those who share the same blood as me? Why?" John's gaze shifted slightly, but perhaps he felt that saying anything now, it would be unwise at this moment. Cruel's tears stopped falling, replaced only by indignation. "Just tell me I'm good. Just believe in me. That alone is enough." Suddenly Momon appeared, asking Gian, "What did you put in the wine earlier?" He turned around and asked suspiciously, "Put what?" Momon repeated, "You put something into Cruel's wine," to which John replied, "So you saw that?" He answered, "It's just some demonic energy purifying powder." Looking at Cruel today, it has certainly been effective. Momon was surprised. He continued, "But all I know is her name. Can you help me find her?" "Of course, what is her name?" He replied solemnly, "Her name is Bella." With just one simple word, he had caused her profound shock. Her eyes widened. Bella spoke in a panic, stammering, How do you know my name? Who on earth are you?" Seeing her reaction, Gian thought, "I didn't expect her to let her surprise show like that. She is as clumsy as ever, not good at hiding her emotions at all." He placed his hand on the table and asked, "I'm sure many people want to know your name, but am I the first?" She replied, "You are a very curious guest, aren't you?" Bella turned cold, her eyes filled with murderous intent. "Curiosity will bring trouble upon yourself. You know that, right?" Her hand pressed a hidden button on the table. A hole appeared in the ceiling. Thousands of arrows flew toward Gian, piercing his body with precision. Bella smirked provocatively. An immature brat meets a pitiful end. Suddenly she stopped, looking forward in shock. Arrows fell scattered onto the ground. "I think we've introduced ourselves enough." John brushed off his sleeves as if unfazed. "Let's get straight to the point." She couldn't help but wonder in astonishment, how did he block those arrows? Magic. Was he hired by the nobles? Bella laughed mockingly. I think you're mistaken." "You are mistaken." She annoyedly questioned who had sent him. Viscount Franken Golden Baron Virgin? There were too many suspects. He interrupted her train of thought, asking her, "You sell information, don't you?" "I came here to buy a few things." Bella replied calmly. "Yes, what information would you like to buy?" John replied with a serious face. "It's not information." He continued in a low voice, "The thing I want to buy is you. I want to buy you Bella." Hearing that, she couldn't help but be taken aback. She hesitated and asked back, "Buy me, yes, serve me," John said, while Momon glanced at him with glowing red eyes, teasing him, "You brat." He immediately denied it. "It's not what you think." "Stop it." He spoke up to explain, "Bella, I highly value your ability to gather information. You even know the locations where the scandals took place, and what was served for dinner, what was prepared for the dinner meal. You are the one who spreads all the rumors about the nobility in this vicinity, right?" John spoke with his arms crossed. "I've earned a bit of money by selling the information they need most." Bella sat on her chair defiantly. "You're quite reckless. Aren't you afraid of being accused of defaming the nobility? So far I've stayed within the boundaries, but are you threatening me?" he asked, and she pouted, glancing sideways. "No, I'm praising you." John turned his head back and reaffirmed once more. "Didn't I just say it? I highly value your capabilities." He continued, "These are 100 imperial gold coins issued by the central government. You understand what this means, don't you? Hearing that, she frowned and pressed her lips together in deep thought. These gold coins have the highest purity. Gold coins dropped one by one before Bella's eyes. But this much won't be enough. Don't you think so? He asked. Yes, that's right. John smirked slightly. Very well, now let's begin the game. He gave a thumbs up and said, You and your future. What was that? She cried out in alarm. John tossed the coin high into the air. I will propose a price to buy you out. The price will keep rising until you say stop. A stack of gold coins was neatly arranged, shining brightly. He said, If you can guess how much I think your value is, then all of that money belongs to you. Pausing for a moment, he continued. However, if you guess higher than the value that I have in mind, you get nothing. You will lose all the money and I will hand you over to the nobility. Without waiting for her reaction, shall we begin? He asked excitedly while Bella stared with wide eyes, stammering. Wait. Ignoring her hesitation, John coldly named this price 200 gold coins. 200 gold coins, she repeated in horror. 300 gold coins, 400 gold coins. At this point, she screamed loudly. 400 gold coins. Where did you get that much gold? She bit her finger, thinking with a headache. With 400 gold coins, I could feed 4,000 people for an entire year. Should I say stop? No. John's hand rummaged inside his coat. Bella's eyes were fixed on his every gesture. When his hand stopped, she suddenly screamed out. Stop, that's enough. John asked in surprise. So soon I was planning to raise it to 1,000 gold coins. She shrieked in terror. 1,000 gold coins. John calmly continued, Well, now we need solid evidence to prove that you belong to me. Those words made Bella feel inevitable dread. Don't tell me you want me to offer up my body. John gave a faint smile and held out a piece of paper in front of her. What are you saying? I meant sign this contract? Ah, yes. After everything was finalized, he said, now that the signing is complete, I look forward to working with you. I'll be going now. Very well, farewell, sir. Looking at the bags of money on the floor, she exclaimed, What on earth just happened? Bella sat on the chair, staring at the contract. At her feet and on the table, bags of gold were scattered everywhere. Money had fallen from the sky. The dense lines of text on the paper. Is it starting here? John turned to walk away. I'll be in touch. Please read the contract carefully. The content within it is very important. She let out a breath and then suddenly screamed aloud. He must think I'm crazy. Why should I work for someone I don't even know? One look and you can tell he's dangerous. Thinking of something, Bella laughed loudly. With this gold, I could live like a noble in another kingdom. Finally, I can say goodbye to this miserable life. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Her hands stiffened and she let out a moan of agonizing pain. Foolish, there's no way. I would follow a contract just because I signed it. Momon praised him, saying, You are truly cruel. You placed a restriction on her through the contract. I didn't force her to sign it. Even though she had no choice but to sign, a ghostly image appeared. You set the right restriction, didn't you? I can't let her die that easily. Don't doubt me. My self-destruct spell is completely different from, no compared to that third-tier spell. John's hand touched a demonic matrix in the air. Momon asked, Did you take the gold from a spatial bag? Where did you get such a valuable item? He recalled his conversation with the Duke. A spatial bag. Duke Brooke gave me this as a gift. He shouted loudly, providing money without providing a means to transport it. You're the type of person who would drain everything someone has. Momon asked, Shall we head back? What else? He replied nonchalantly. He walked away with a powerful stride. The mission has only just begun. Momon. Inside a wooden house at night. 2 rows of mysterious hooded figures stood towering. The interior was very dark without a single light. A frail girl sat huddled in a corner. She was silent, then slowly raised her head. Her eyes glowed with a dangerous light. At the verdant forest, the night sky was clear and full of stars. Shooting Star left a long trail across the sky. Below, the forest was shaded by many tall trees. Only a faint light filtered through the canopy. Faint tire tracks were visible on the ground. John said, There are tire tracks here. He reached out and touched the tire tracks. Then he said, Judging by their condition, they're probably from 3 days ago. Great, I found the right place. John's eyes looked ahead coldly. Momon asked him, John, how much longer until we arrive? John turned his head and said, Momon. She listlessly raised her hand to the sky and asked, How much longer do you plan on wandering around like this? Is that training camp really that hard to find? He replied, Have you forgotten, Momon? We are carrying out a mission, assigned by the chief instructor. Momon, lazily flying behind him, said, A mission? Oh, I remember. Is it kidnapping a girl? John said, It's not just any ordinary girl. She's the daughter of the Special Forces commander. I didn't expect the chief instructor to assign the mission so quickly. You a member of the Special Forces? Kidnapping the daughter of your own commander. The chief instructor will certainly use her to pressure the commander. during the factional conflict. It's a dirty tactic, John thought to himself, but the carriage is too large, and there are so many guards escorting it. Is the person I'm tracking really the commander's daughter? After walking a bit, he saw something ahead and asked, "A light." A young girl with orange hair wearing a cloth cap appeared. She wore a long dress and an apron. In her right hand, she held a brightly lit oil lamp. Behind her were several men, dressed in hunting gear. The girl asked John, "You've been there for a long time." "Are you lost?" he replied. "Yes, I think I've taken the wrong path." The girl responded, "It's lucky we're on our way back to the village. This forest is very dangerous. Many people have already gotten lost here. Would you like to stay the night in the village?" And then set out again. John asked, "Stay in the village?" The girl immediately answered, "Yes, it's right nearby. It's not spacious, but there's room for one more." The three men from earlier teased the girl. "Leona, are you always this unusually enthusiastic I see now? After all, she is of age now." The girl shyly said, "It's not what everyone thinks." "Don't say such things," he said to Leona. "Thank you, but I don't need that. Just pointing me in the right direction will be enough." The three men teased her again. "Leona, you've been rejected." The girl said again, "Honestly, please be quiet." Leona said, "In that case." The girl handed the lamp to John and said, "It's too dark and dangerous to pass through here. Please take this lamp with you." He gave a slight smile and said, "Begone." John drew his sword and called out, "Asta!" A swift sword strike flashed across. Dark Soul, Fifth Form, Crescent Moon, Slash. The girl's eyes widened and her face turned pale. The lamp was sliced in two. At the same time, Leona's body was also split in half. After the strike, blood splattered everywhere. Suddenly, a stone fell out from inside the lamp. The stone was also split in two. The man screamed, "Leona, what have you done?" He finished off Leona, murderer. Why? Why did it have to be Leona? Momon turned and asked him, "John, you jerk, you could have just rejected her. Why did you have to kill her?" John sighed. "Tisk, you really are slow to understand. Look at the thing inside the lamp. That is a fire soul gem, used by an assassin from the Special Forces. An assassin squad, what an interesting play. But it's not enough to hide. The stench coming off all of you. Right, seniors." Suddenly, the group of men dropped their act. Their eyes gleamed in the dark of the night, adding to the chilling atmosphere. Each of them drew a dagger ready to attack. They cried out, "We've been exposed." No other way. The men began to run forward. They leaped into the air and lunged down toward Jian. His eyes closed, his brow furrowed slightly. Focusing inward, suppressing his emotions, John suddenly snapped his eyes open, his pupils constricting and glowing. His expression became terrifyingly resolute. He shouted, "Black wolves!" Suddenly, two black wolves appeared. With a powerful and ferocious appearance, both creatures are in a lunging position from above. Their forms are jagged, sharp with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth, gaping wide in front. John is flipping in midair with his red cloak fluttering. In one hand, he holds a large sword, swinging it forcefully through the air. Scene transition from the intense battle to a more peaceful setting. Ahead is a European-style building, emerging in the darkness. With half-timbered architecture and white walls, someone shouts out, "What has the entire assassin squad been wiped out?" The man, who fought John earlier, is reporting the situation. "Yes, sir. I have no reason to lie." In front, a man in a white cloak asks in a low voice, "How many enemies?" The man replies, "One, only one." The man in the white cloak says angrily, "You're saying an entire squad was annihilated?" "By a single person." Responding, the man says, "He seems to know us very well. Everything about us." The man in the white cloak is the secretary of the Special Forces, Shark. He clicks his tongue and says, "No doubt about it. It's that bastard, the chief instructor's dog. Where is he now?" The man says he's likely still in Sector 4. He says, "I can't believe the chief instructor actually sent him. Damn it, send Squad 2 to his location. Squad 1 will continue to hold this position." The man turns away and says, "Understood. Then I will return to protect the young mistress." He immediately says, "Wait, you can rest now." Suddenly, the secretary takes a dagger and stabs it toward the man. He says, "Rest eternally. You left far too many openings." A wolf leaps out from nowhere and crushes his hand holding the dagger. The secretary cries out in surprise, "A wolf on the left!" A giant black wolf with red eyes, gaping its mouth, growling and spitting out the dagger. The man extends his hand as if performing a ritual, summoning it. The man says, "A poisoned dagger." Very fitting for an assassin. "I'll take it. Now it is my turn to ask you a few things." The man strips off the outer layer of his garment, revealing that it is Jian. He asks, "Where is the commander's daughter?" The secretary cries out in panic, "Stay back! Is anyone there?" John says calmly, "You can scream until your throat burns, but no one is coming, because no one is left alive." He says anxiously, "Impossible. Did you finish off everyone? Is that something a human can do? Please spare me, I will tell you everything I know." John asks, "Giving up already? Then tell me, where is the commander's daughter?" The secretary answers. The commander's daughter, she isn't here. He threatens, if you lie again. He screams, I'm telling the truth. The commander's daughter is not here. There is only a test subject here. Before he could finish, suddenly the secretary's head explodes. Blood splatters everywhere, he says. A rule seal was hidden on the members. A high-ranking superior holds full power to control their lives. And the fact that he died proves there is definitely some secret here. A test subject. So it's not just the commander's daughter who is here. What on earth are they hiding? Walking quickly across the floor toward a closed door, inside is the main hallway, carpeted in dark green, with light gray geometric patterns. Along both sides of the path are pillars, decorated in black. John looks around and says this place is truly vast. In front of him, there seems to be someone being chained up from all sides. John wonders, what is that? A girl with long, pale blonde hair, partially covered by a cloth. Her face is in a kneeling position with both hands tied. Jean shouted angrily, those bastards! What the hell are they doing? I must save her. He used magic to cut through the binding ropes and pulled her into his arms. John asked, hey, are you okay? Wake up. But she looked so familiar. Where have I met her before? Curiously, he removed her blindfold. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. A terrifying power repelled Gian, throwing him backward. He struggled to flip over and stand up. John cried out in alarm, this power! Before him, she was suspended in the air. He thought to himself, if I remember correctly, I saw that face in my past life. One of the 3 great calamities of the continent, a monster that no one could stop. Why was she tied up here? Her body was still floating in midair. John seemed to recognize her and exclaimed, the Witch of Oppression. Since the founding of the kingdom, Kabbalan has been home to countless superhumans and powerful warriors. But in the end, superhumans are only human after all. In this world, there are great calamities beyond human strength. The first calamity, the unquenchable fire. The second calamity, the despair, whispered only among those who have faced it. And the third calamity, the one that even the emperor ordered to be ignored. Whether surrounded by mountains or seas, the third calamity remains. A knight wearing a full-face iron helmet, holding a massive sword, raised it high as it gleamed. He shouted, come on, I'll take your head. Yet in the next moment, the knight was crushed and twisted by something. Both the iron helmet and the sword were utterly meaningless. Everything was leveled. Even superhumans could not escape. With fear and awe, humanity called her by this name, John Hector. Why is the third calamity here? The Witch of Oppression. I was tracking the chief commander's daughter, but instead I found the Witch of Oppression. Now all the pieces are starting to fit together, he pondered. Excessive security and the mention of a test subject. Suddenly realizing something, John exclaimed, the thing the commander is hiding isn't his daughter, but that he is creating the Witch of Oppression. He continued to think, could it be to restrain the Dragon Soldier project? If she has already become the Witch of Oppression, then they must have failed at controlling her. While the Witch of Oppression slowly opened her eyes, John was still lost in thought. If she opens her eyes, it will all be over. I must attack right now. He flew toward her shouting, I have to act. Contrary to John's fearful thoughts, the Witch of Oppression appeared very gentle and confused. She said, I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong again? Is anyone hurt? Are you dazed? The Witch of Oppression said, when I'm scared or hurt, I often lose control. Is anyone hurt? John replied, I was just blown away, but I'm fine. Her eyes welled up with tears. What have I done? He thought, it doesn't look like she's pretending. A great calamity that shook the continent. She is just an ordinary girl, isn't she? But if I can get my hands on the Witch of Oppression, I will possess the ultimate trump card. But can I control a power that even a king couldn't master? This is a poisoned chalice, the deadliest kind. The risk is too high. If I want to eliminate her, this is my chance. A voice came through. Hey, dummy, what are you thinking about so intensely? That person was Muon Mon. She appeared and continued, just take her in. John folded his arms and replied, easier said than done. That is not a power that humanity can control. Even she cannot control herself. Muon Mon asked, puzzled, control. So if she could be controlled, then you'll take her in, won't you? He replied, do you really think that's possible? She confidently pointed to herself and said, have you forgotten who I am? I am Muon Mon, the ultimate mage. Mages are those who seek out and bend the laws of nature. And I am the one standing at the peak of all mages. Do you truly believe that I cannot control her? Her power is triggered by pain, John said. Then if we protect her from pain, Muon Mon acted as if performing a magic incantation. She said, as long as the trigger condition is known, solving it is child's play. Instantly, 2 golden rings appeared from the fusion. Those were the soul ring artifacts, a necklace and a bracelet to protect the mind. These items could help control her power. He picked up the 2 rings and said to Muon Mon, can something so small really be effective? She chuckled and said, with my energy, there's no need for such bulky restraints. He continued, still, it's quite a surprise. I didn't expect you to know how to help others. Muonmon replied, humph, this is more like an occupational hazard for a mage. People say magic is like a miracle. This is more like, it's like interfering with the structure of the world to create a phenomenon. But that girl's power isn't magic, nor does it originate from nature. It is a power that lies beyond the understanding of principles. As a scholar of rules and principles, I cannot simply ignore this, and if we can utilize that power, then I won't have any need for someone like you anymore. John, he said to her, you're really thinking far ahead. The Witch of Oppression turned and asked John, where are we going? He said, well, I'm not really sure. She asked anxiously, will I have to go back to the laboratory later? John wondered. The laboratory? Are there many people like you in the laboratory? The Witch of Oppression said, yes, that's right. There were so many people, including my friends. There were a lot of us at first, but every time we received those terrifying injections, all of my friends would collapse. After some time had passed, I was the only one left, and those injections, they hurt so much. After some time had passed, he thought to himself, human experimentation and training, pain so intense that death would be better. She said tremblingly, I'll be good, I beg of you. John thought, she probably had to endure this every single day. It's no different from my own past life. He said, in that case, do you want to come with me? John still felt that he was no different from those trying to exploit her. He reached out his hand and said seriously, I will never hurt you or abandon you. I promise. She looked at him for a moment, then happily agreed, okay. The Witch of Oppression reached out and took John's hand. He asked, what is your name? She said, everyone calls me number 1. That terrible number. John said, let's call you Leah. She repeated, Leah. He explained that the name came from Ophelia, the goddess of beauty. Leah repeated, goddess of beauty. John asked her, is that necklace uncomfortable? Leah replied, no, it's very beautiful. And the name you gave me is also very beautiful. He said, if you're coming with me, we need to make some preparations. She asked, what kind of preparations? John said seriously, to deceive a monster. At the center of the underground Special Forces training facility, a bald prisoner was tied to a chair. He said, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Damien was holding a knife. He used the knife to slash the prisoner's head, making him scream. Please don't kill me, please, sir. I beg of you, just kill me, I'm begging you. Please, just kill me, I beg you. The person in red said to Damien, they will be here soon. He replied, oh, that fast, very well. Damien poked something inside that prisoner's head and held it up. He said gleefully, let's see the gift that John has brought us. At the underground prison task force, the cries of prisoners echoed loudly, help me! Please, please help me. Get me out of here. The screams made Leah hesitate as she said, hey, Lord Gian! Another scream rang out. Spare my life, she asked worriedly. This place is also a laboratory, isn't it? Are they going to lock me up down here too? John reassured Leah. Of course not. No need to be afraid. A prisoner reached out and cried, don't go alone. This made Leah tremble with fear. To comfort her, John placed his hand behind her shoulder. He said, don't worry, just stay close to me. Leah said, okay. She recalled what John had said earlier. I won't hurt you or abandon you. I promise. Leah thought to herself, just like the promise from before. He asked, you remember everything I taught you? Right, she replied, yes. We are childhood friends, and also the story about your father. John thought to himself. The good thing is that Leah has an extraordinary memory. We have her background information and identity sorted out beforehand. As for the seal Muonmon performed, it shouldn't be a problem. But we are about to face the head instructor. With that person's cunning nature, who knows what he's thinking? He suddenly sensed danger ahead. Eyes were flashing in the darkness. Seeing this, Gian immediately said, Leah, get behind me. Something is coming. A person appeared in a state of extreme fury and loss of control. With a distorted face and bulging white eyes, he charged forward very fast with his mouth wide open, screaming. He immediately realized and told her, it's an escaped prisoner, Leah asked. Confusedly, that thing. Suddenly the prisoner was sliced in half. A voice rang out, it has been a long time, my student. Behind the prisoner who had been sliced in half was none other than him. Damien with eyes gleaming dangerously in the darkness. John said, I am John from the Secret Service. I have completed this mission and returned. He asked, is that the commander's daughter? A pleasure to meet you. I hope the welcoming ceremony I prepared is to your liking. Leah cried out, no way. This is just too much. At the VIP lounge, food was displayed on the table in such abundance that she exclaimed, so many delicious dishes. I can't believe it. Leah asked the server, are you sure I can eat all of this? By myself. Of course. The head instructor told me to prepare this much for you. Miss Leah, the head instructor, looks quite aggressive, but he is actually a good person. She looked at a cake covered in cream and topped with strawberries, then said, I've never eaten anything this soft and sweet before. What is this? The server replied. It's just an ordinary cake, miss. Leah repeated, ordinary. It's not ordinary at all. Damien was holding pruning shears. He said, you know flowers are very hard to take care of. If they were humans, I could just cut them down ruthlessly. John said, this is a bit unexpected. Damien asked, unexpected that I've taken up gardening. I like flowers. The more I trim them, the more beautiful they become. This place was the inner garden. He continued, did you two think I would torture a little girl or something? So you think I'm some kind of psychopath? Well, something like that. Torture doesn't work very well on small children. Fear makes the information they reveal less reliable. Physical torture only starts to become effective on people aged 15 and up. John thought to himself, he really is insane. Damien said, time. This was your first mission, and you completed it beyond my expectations. You prevented desert kidnappings and terrorism, and even captured the boss single-handedly, the one who ruled the upshore area. You did an excellent job. As such, now even the nobles who previously opposed the project can't say a word. Well done. Your reward is the freedom to use the palace's right of pardon. Is there anything else you need? He replied, I want to ask how you intend to treat Leah. Master Damien pondered. That girl is untouched by the world. Even more so than I expected. There's no way to know. The secret of the Special Forces leader was fully monitored, yet no useful intelligence was gathered. But I noticed one thing, John thought anxiously. Don't tell me he's saying she's grown that much, but her knowledge hasn't. He felt ashamed of that, which is why he hid his daughter away. Right, what a pathetic man. Regardless, the commander is no fool. He definitely knows we've taken his daughter. The reason he hasn't made a move is simply because he lacks evidence. He will surely find a way to get proof. We must make him believe that we are holding his daughter, but ensure he can never find her. The most effective way to do that is, as he spoke, Damien snipped a flower from its branch. Finally, he continued, to erase the daughter's existence. John immediately reached out to catch the flower and said, Master, I want you to hand the girl over to me. Damien asked, will you tell me the reason? There must be a reason for my student to make such a bold request. Isn't there? He replied, I have 3 reasons. First, finishing off the daughter is not an effective method. The girl may be worthless now, but some things gain value over the years, especially when it comes to hostages. He said, so what is the reason you want to keep her by your side? John said, you tortured another instructor today. Didn't you, one of the rats? Working for the Special Forces commander? The Special Forces commander has immense power. He must have spies planted everywhere. To stay away from the traitor's eyes and ears. It would be easier if she stayed with me. That is the second reason. Damien accepted. Very well then, what is the third reason? He said, the third reason is, I previously promised the girl that I would protect her. Damien smiled. He said, and you expect me to believe that? I never thought my student could be so soft-hearted. Did you, Gian? Is she your first love? John said in surprise. What? Damien teased, I thought you were just a block of stone. It turns out you're human after all. I will protect you. He thought this might be a slight misunderstanding, but it would help him move forward. So John replied, you are right, master. Yes, she is my first love. He laughed out loud and said, oh, burning youth, very well. I will allow it just this once. But I cannot let the girl out of my sight. Even though you are my student, I do not fully trust you. It's just that you are less likely to betray me than the other instructors. John heard this and thought, even after all that? Damien said, I will disguise her as a maid. So keep a close eye on her. He replied, yes, I understand. He said, since I have granted your request. Damien took out a letter and continued. In return, you should accept a request of mine, shouldn't you? Do you remember the Eastern team? That left with you? He said, I remember someone reported seeing the undead. That's right. Casa Ifrit is the captain. That team is not like the Northern team. The Eastern team's mission this time was very simple. They only needed to gather 10 pieces of intelligence. However, 80 members of that Special Forces team have gone missing. Normally, they aren't even worth saving. What a pain. Do you see this seal? John exclaimed. Is that the royal seal? It is an order from Crown Prince Leon Cavalan. As a member of the Special Forces Gian, by the Crown Prince's command, go and rescue the apprentice members trapped in the east, immediately the eastern Deadlands. The area located between the borders of the Cavalan Empire and the Holy Kingdom of Lucy became overrun with the undead. Both nations, which share trade relations, conducted a large-scale purge when Casa and her team went on their mission to investigate the Deadlands. They thought it would be an easy task, since it only involved dealing with zombies. However, the ground cracked open, and undead hands clawed their way out. Suddenly, a massive horde of undead rose up. This event is also known as Death in the Night. In the dark, the undead attacked frantically. They tore people apart one by one, even fighting over pieces of human remains. Some zombies were also destroyed and gradually faded away. Undead bodies lay scattered everywhere. Only the footsteps of a single person remained. After that event, almost everyone in that area was wiped out. There was only one survivor, Casa Everin, the sole survivor of the Death in the Night incident. They say that after the incident she changed completely, becoming increasingly suspicious and cold. As the scene shifts to another area, a zombie suddenly appears. It lunges forward ferociously. Soon after, dazzling sword strokes crisscrossed each other. John appeared. A single slash cut the zombie into several pieces. He said, "Well, already," welcoming us with zombies like this. Then, with a serious face, John thought to himself, "My current mission is to rescue everyone who is currently isolated in the Deadlands. There are 4 days left until the Death in the Night event." A moment later, looking at the zombies dragging themselves everywhere, John said, "This place is too far gone." Standing on a high cliff to observe, he continued, "Zombies are appearing even during the day." John continued to mutter, "But in my past life there was never any rescue order. Everything is gradually changing compared to my previous life." He thought to himself, why did the prince make a decision so different from before? Moman suddenly appeared in a tiny form. Standing on Jian's shoulder, she remarked, "The Deadlands, huh? Hey, wonderful. It's the perfect place for me to restore my power." He glanced at her and asked curiously, "Momon, what's with your appearance?" Hearing that, Momon shouted angrily, "What are you thinking? I used up all my mana to create that damn containment device." She added, "Like the necrotic energy covering this land. If I refine and reverse that energy, it can be converted into mana, as pure as life force itself." Momon gave a smug smile and said, "If successful, I can restore my power to its peak state. And when I've successfully recovered, the first person I kill will be you, John." Hearing this, he calmly replied, "Why me?" Momon didn't answer John. Instead, she asked, "By the way, is Leah not here?" "With her power," she said with a firm voice, "dealing with these zombies would be easier than killing an ant." He replied thoughtfully, "It's not time yet." The scene shifts to John's memory. Leah had just run up to John, calling out his name, John. She gripped his arm and pleaded, "Take me with you." Leah asked softly, "You don't intend to leave me behind, do you?" She continued hesitantly, "The headmaid is already terrifying enough, but if even you abandon me..." John immediately spoke to reassure her. "I'm sorry, Leah, I'll be back soon." Hearing that, she brought her hand in front of her face and replied, "In that case," Leah continued, "pinky swear make a promise. You can only be out for a maximum of 10 days. John also agreed. He and she linked pinkies with each other. Once finished, Jian asked concernedly, "Leah, is the head maid really that scary? From now on, you should use my room." Leah quickly replied, I can, but wait. If I'm sharing a room with you, then what about the bed? I wouldn't know how to sleep." When the scene shifted back to the present, Momon had climbed onto John's head at some point and said, "That girl is completely infatuated with you." John immediately countered, "Stop talking nonsense. Leah's destructive power is not necessary for this particular mission." He turned around and continued, "Having these guys is enough." Behind him were Cruel and Roman. Cruel said irritably, "Who would have thought I'd be in the same group as this guy?" Roman also spoke up and asked Jian, "Why did you choose Cruel?" He grit his teeth in frustration, looked at Roman and barked, "Don't interrupt me, you commoner." He immediately argued back, "Do you want me to wring your neck?" Momon looked at the two in front of her, somewhat speechless, and said, "What kind of group is this full of weirdos?" "Are you sure just the two of them are enough?" John replied, "Even though they're like that, they're very useful when needed." He thought to himself, "The White family has great influence in the East. That's why we need Cruel." John remembered the time he threatened him. "If you don't want to get beaten up, pack your things now." When recruiting members, Roman's defensive capabilities are essential. John remembered when he recruited him, he said, "And you need to strengthen your aura, right? Pack your things too." Roman asked in surprise at that time, "What, you even know that secret technique?" John thought to himself, both of them are at a stage where they want to become stronger. They know coming here will help them achieve that, so they did not refuse. He said 2 people were enough. Suddenly a shout from afar cut off his words. Lorena spoke up, "Aren't we wasting too much time here?" Cheryl, walking beside her, immediately replied, "No." She then added, "We need to move faster." The young girl also quickly agreed, "That's right." Lorena asked again, "What's the plan anyway?" Cheryl also chimed in, "You have to let Lady Lorena know." At this moment, she walked up to John and chattered, "I'm very glad to be going with you." "Don't tell me you think those 2 guys are enough. You don't think I'm more useless than those 2, do you?" He replied weakly, "Of course not." John thought to himself, even though the teacher said, I could take as many people as I like. Roman, a master of aura reinforcement. Cruel, who can control death through aura. Lorena, who just returned from the north, and Cheryl, who often praises anyone. These 4 people, they are the ones included in the Dragonkin project. That plan was proposed, to create the strongest group possible. They might be the strongest, but John thought helplessly it's too chaotic. All 4 of them were talking non-stop. He shouted sternly, "Everyone stop talking! Be quiet and follow me." The sky gradually turned to a dull gray. Scene shifts to the Gaiba hillside, an area near Deadlands at the Eastern Frontline camp. The soldiers were currently drinking and partying. They were shouting, "Drink up!" Some were smugly bragging. "I just stole a pig from the next village." Lorena started chattering. "Did we come to the right place, these conditions? These soldiers, is this a joke? Who would believe these are soldiers on a mission? To protect the people in the territory." She added, "It's so different from Bar Up." Hearing this, Cruel said a bit embarrassedly and stuttering, "I told you not to have too many expectations." At that moment, a soldier walked over to tease Lorena. "Oh, what brings a lady to a wretched place like this?" He smirked and asked, "Are you looking for someone?" She replied calmly, "We are reinforcements from the Special Forces. Who is the person in charge here?" The soldier laughed loudly and said, "Reinforcements, a brat like you?" He grabbed her hand and said, "You've come at just the right time. We have a few urgent matters that need help." The soldier showed a perverted expression and said, "Let's head inside the tent." Lorena was furious, but before she could act, this bastard was intercepted as someone moved a step faster toward the man. He kicked the soldier hard. The man grimaced in pain and screamed. The soldier felt like his parts had been crushed by John's kick. He spoke up saying, "We're done here. Let's go, Lorena." She immediately replied, "Why did you interfere?" "I wanted to deal with this bastard myself." John spoke up to explain, "If you dealt with him, he'd probably be cut in half. There's no need to make a scene." Hearing that, Roman muttered, "This is already a big enough scene." He added, "You don't need to dirty your hands on trash like this." Lorena felt a bit shy hearing those words. Cheryl, standing nearby, teased her, "My lady." Lorena is blushing. She hurriedly changed the subject. Now we just need to meet the captain." "Right," John replied seriously. "We aren't going to meet the captain. It's the noble stationed near the Gaiba hillside." He thought to himself, according to the records from the Special Forces in my past life, there was one person who decided not to rescue Casa. Everin, this person was responsible for the Special Forces on the Eastern Front Line being wiped out. Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Front Line, Viscount Jaren. The soldiers were shouting, "Drink up!" Holding wine bottles, they said, "Cheers." One of them complained, "Cheers with this cheap wine." He sighed and said, "While we are drinking cheap wine, sold all over the streets." The man looked at the mansion and continued speaking. "So the one called the Commander-in-Chief is drinking at the mansion with girls every single day." The scene shifts to the inside of the mansion. The voices of girls are echoing everywhere. "Let me pour some for you, O Viscount. We're going to drink all night long," another girl asks softly. "You're drinking, so is it really okay with the undead battle going on?" Viscount Jaren puts his arms around 2 girls' waists and answers loudly, "How much longer are we going to talk about those undead? You ladies don't need to worry. Just enjoy the night with me, that's all that matters." A soldier enters and says, "Viscount, I'm sorry to disturb you." He shouts back angrily, "What is it?" "Didn't I tell you not to come in here?" The soldier reports, "Some people have just arrived." Jaren hears this and asks, "Arrived here?" At that moment, the door opens and Jan speaks up. "Nice to meet you, Viscount Jaren." With Lorena standing beside him, he introduces himself. "I am Jan, from the Special Forces," holding a cigar in his hand. Jaren scowls and says, "Special Forces? Are you joking? With only 3 people left in the room," he continues. "Last time they sent a bunch of useless people here and claimed they were reinforcements. Why are you here?" Jan thinks to himself, Viscount Jaren, a corrupt aristocrat, born into a noble family, but completely incompetent, useless compared to others. How can a piece of trash like this be the commander-in-chief? I wonder how much he spent to buy this position. He then speaks up in response. "We are here to investigate issues related to the deployment of the Special Forces." Jaren asks back, "Investigate?" And Jan replies, "An incident occurred at the mission site. A large number of monsters appeared, but there were no reports made. The Special Forces believe that this matter needs to be investigated," he says solemnly, "and we will be the ones to carry that out." Hearing that, Jaren burst into laughter. He said, "Special Forces? Isn't that a bit beyond your reach? A bunch of clowns calling yourselves Special Forces? What a total joke." Jaren spoke with arrogance. "Why do you think we built the base here? Because finding someone is an impossible task in this vast eastern border region. Those fools have probably been eaten by the undead, or are hiding somewhere." He continued mockingly, "Instead of pretending to be Special Forces, you should have a few drinks, and then get the hell out of here. Don't be foolish enough to go out there and become food for the undead." Jan spoke up and asked, "So you are not willing to cooperate with us?" Annoyed, Jaren shouted, "Cooperate? Why should I cooperate with you? Do you want me to send my soldiers? Where do you get that arrogance from?" As he finished, flashes of sword strikes appeared, slicing the cigar in his hand in two. It also cut Jaren's hair, making him scream out loud. Jaren panicked and screamed, "Ah, my hair!" Lorena sheathed her sword and said, "I apologize." However, according to the Emperor's decree, smoking during meetings is forbidden. Lorena's eyes flashed with determination as she emphasized, "We are requesting your cooperation." He shouted again, "How dare you draw a sword in front of a Viscount?" "Guards." Lorena glanced at the soldiers entering one by one. She said sternly, "Stay right where you are, unless you want to lose your lives." Jan muttered helplessly. The atmosphere is heating up again. He spoke up to warn him, "Viscount, it's best if you don't lay a hand on her." Confused, Jaren replied, "What?" Jan explained, "Surely you've heard the rumors that a young lady from House Brute has joined the Special Forces." Hearing that, he stammered, "No way." Jan quickly replied, "By the look on your face, I can tell you already know." Jan looked at her and continued, "That person is Lorena Brute, the only daughter of Duke Brute." Jaren repeated in astonishment, "Duke Brute." He spoke hesitantly, "Duke Brute. He is the one with the strongest army among the four families." Jan immediately added, "Not to mention his fiery temper, even the Manzi people and the nobles avoid provoking him. If you were to make him angry—" Jaren fell silent, calculating something, then shouted with self-satisfaction, "Humph, are you threatening me with the Brute name?" "Do you think I'm afraid?" Jaren said aggressively. "I have Marcus Dan backing me up. You aren't the only ones with a powerful family behind your back." Hearing that, Jan wondered, Marquis Dan. He thought to himself, "He is the man who owns the most territory in the East." Some say that no one can travel east without setting foot on Marquis Dan's lands. He is a powerful man with extensive and diverse connections. Jan mused. So Marquis Dan is connected to Old Man Jaren. I didn't expect that. Something felt strange from the beginning. I can already smell something foul lurking behind this whole affair. His lips curled into a smirk. I see. So there is a culprit behind the scenes. Jan called out, "Lorena, let's go." She replied with slight surprise, "Oh, is it over already?" Seeing this, Jaren laughed loudly and said, "You're scared now, aren't you? The name Marquis Dan is enough to crush House Brute." Lorena gave him a cold glare and then left. Jaren whispered in fear as she passed. The scene shifts to the corridor. Lorena spoke up and asked, "Are we just leaving like this?" she said. "Why didn't we smash that bastard's pig face?" Jan replied, "There's no need to get involved with someone like that," he said. And everything is going exactly according to plan. The scene transitions to Jeremy's office. Defeated soldiers are lying all over the floor. Roman spoke up. Jan said to handle things here quietly. Standing nearby, Cruel replied, "It's quiet because I've already taken everyone out." "Right?" He asked Roman, "Did you get the thing Jan asked for?" He replied immediately, "Shouldn't you have grabbed it while I was fighting?" Cruel argued back, "What?" Holding a small chest, Mario said, "Quiet now. Let me handle that. We're here to retrieve it after all." "Don't make this mess even worse," Roman said with annoyance. "Why does this guy keep bossing me around?" Cruel also replied irritably, "A commoner doesn't always follow a noble's orders." "Oh, should I ask you more politely next time?" Cheryl stood watching the two of them bicker. Roman said, "Is that so? How about I make your head bow down instead?" Cruel shot back, "Fine by me, I'll teach you how to properly bow before a noble." The girl thought to herself, commoner or noble boys are all just a bunch of idiots. Cheryl spoke up to warn them. "We don't have much time. I'm going to tell Jan that you two are fighting again." Hearing that, the two of them replied obediently, "All right, fine. Just don't tell him." The scene transitions to the Forgotten Fortress in the Deadlands. At the fortress's iron gate, an undead creature repeatedly scratches at the door. The number of undead appearing is growing by the minute. Soldiers grumbled, "Damn it! Those bastards have surrounded us. How much longer will our food supplies hold out?" A voice replied, "Only until tonight." Reen spoke with frustration. "Is no one being sent to rescue us abandoned souls? Damn it, at this rate we—" Casa stepped forward and said, "Come on, stand up. Stop whining like a bunch of cowards." Casa continued, "And what's this about being abandoned? Not a single one of us has been abandoned." Hearing her voice, the soldiers shouted excitedly, "Casa!" She continued, "James, you said you were going to join the transport team, right? Are you planning on dying here? Cass wasn't your goal to get married." Hearing this, the soldiers chuckled. "What's with that look?" Casa put on a confident front, her voice soft and reassuring. "Reinforcements will be here soon. We just need to hold on a little longer." Internally, however, Casa thought, I say that, but we're reaching our limit. Everything from weapons to food is running out. At this rate, we'll be wiped out. What should I do now? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the city wall shattered. Soldiers screamed in terror, "The eastern wall has been breached." What's happening? They looked at the grotesque creature and stammered, "It's an abomination!" one soldier shouted as it entered. A cursed creature. The abomination swung its long, flailing arms. Soldiers cried out in panic, "Damn it! The eastern wall has collapsed." The abomination spat out a burst of blinding energy. Screams rang out incessantly. "The undead are swarming in," a soldier's voice called out. "Everyone deploy into formation now. If they break through the gates, we won't be able to stop the undead horde." Casa also spoke, "Blast it." The undead alone were exhausting enough. She looked at the misshapen creature before her. Casa continued, "And now we have this thing to deal with." The undead alone were exhausting enough. An undead, stitched together from multiple corpses. Someone is controlling this cursed creature. Casa analyzed the situation silently. Zombies and skeletons are born from the aura of death. Their appearance in such massive numbers is unprecedented. But cursed creatures are a different story. They don't just occur naturally. She concluded they were created by someone. Suddenly, the abomination's body began to mutate. Casa said in shock, "What is that?" Another swarm of undead emerged from within the abomination. They tore through its body and lunged outward. Casa cursed in astonishment. "Damn it!" The situation turned chaotic. Scene shifts to memories of that day. Appearing vividly, a monotonous voice rang out. "Under the name of the Holy Kingdom and the laws of the Empire, the traitor, Everin, is sentenced to death for treason. All lands and wealth shall be confiscated. With the mercy of the Empire." Their home, the people below buzzed with whispers. "The Everest clan committed treason. That's truly absurd. There's no way that happened." Another person replied, "Shh, be quiet. The execution platform is all ready." Casa suddenly remembered her father's words. "The end of the Everin clan. I hope my child will escape safely." The blade was raised high and then quickly lowered. Casa thought to herself, the sound of the blade slicing through her father's neck. Her father's head fell to the ground. It rolled to Casa's feet. She could smell the stench of blood. Casa looked at the thing beside her feet, and a sound she didn't want to hear. Her father's voice rang out. He mumbled, Casa, my son. Restore the house of Everest, avenge my death." Just then a voice rang out that snapped her awake. "Lord Casa," the soldier asked worriedly. "Are you all right?" She calmly replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." The man said with relief, "Thank goodness you're safe." Another soldier spoke up. "What kind of destructive power is this?" "Luckily, there are no casualties." "But the wall?" The soldiers' voices continued to ring out. "That cursed monster has stopped moving as well." "Stop, no, that's not all. Charge up. We must defeat it before it prepares to attack once more." The situation grew more tense as a soldier shouted, "This is bad. The undead have swarmed over the wall because that monster destroyed it." Meanwhile, the abominable side was quiet. It slowly opened its eyes, and the soldier screamed again. "It's awake," Casa thought to herself. "Even if it attacks, then there is only one way for us to survive. The abominable is gradually recovering." She thought that if she used her comrades as bait, she could survive and get out of here. In the moment of danger, I want to be the first one to run away. Casa turned to flee, and as she ran, she said to herself, "I promised myself to survive and rebuild the clan." Casa remembered the image of her father before he passed away, then thought silently, that echoing voice. At this moment, from the abomination's arm, a glowing red energy beam shot out. It struck down most of the soldiers. A scythe emerged from the abomination's arm. Seeing it aimed at them, the soldiers screamed in terror. Another blade appeared as Casa's voice rang out. "The truth is, it was all just an excuse." She lunged straight toward the abomination. The soldiers below shouted in amazement, "Lord Casa!" She mumbled, "The real reason I ran away." Casa roared, "Was because I was weak." Finishing her words, she immediately deployed the 23rd form, Dark Soul Unbound Abominable. Hit by the technique, it fell to the ground. The soldiers witnessing the scene were all astonished. They watched her standing over the abomination and cheered. Lord Casa defeated the monster with a single blow. She immediately spoke up to remind them, "Don't let your guard down. They will soon recover." "Forget the wall," Casa ordered. "We must retreat toward the fortress. If we can get inside the castle, we can hold out a little longer, until reinforcements arrive." Before she could finish her sentence, something squirmed beneath her feet. 2 tentacles emerged from the abomination's body. Casa realized something was wrong and glanced down. Before she could react, the tentacles pierced through her body. Blood splattered everywhere as the soldiers screamed in horror, "Lord Casa!" At this time, the fragments of the abomination's body began to move. It quickly restored itself to its original form. The soldiers saw this and cursed, "You damn monster! We can't just abandon Lord Casa." She gripped the tentacle tightly and stammered, "Run away!" Casa instructed, "Just proceed according to the plan. Tell everyone to retreat toward the castle." A dark energy began to emit from the abomination's mouth. That energy gradually expanded. Seeing this, Casa said, "I'm sorry." She softly murmured, "If only I were stronger." Suddenly a sword appeared along with a voice. "You are very strong," it said, slicing that strange energy in half. The voice continued to ring out steadily, stronger than anyone else. It cut right through the abomination and continued. "And someone who fights against the enemy cannot be called weak." Casa collapsed, the blood from her body spreading across the ground. Jang immediately asked with concern, "That wound looks serious." "Are you okay?" Casa asked suspiciously. "Who are you?" He tossed her a potion and said, "Take this recovery potion. It will help your injury." Casa held the potion in her hand and replied, "Thank you." Jang spoke up again in praise. "You did well. Now get some rest." He stood protectively in front of her and said, "From now on, leave the rest to us." At this moment, the battle was so intense that his mask shattered apart. Jang said coldly, "Casa, you've done well. Now rest. Let us handle the rest of the work." Casa called out in daze, "Jang!" He stood there holding his sword. "Members of the Eastern Special Forces will now begin the rescue mission." Casa choked out, Thank you, I owe you one." Then she stammered, "That monster!" Its recovery ability is incredible. At this rate, Jang interrupted, "Don't worry. It won't be able to recover anymore." Casa wondered, "I thought you were on a mission in the north." He explained, "After the mission ended, I was sent here immediately." Jang continued, "I couldn't just sit still." While hearing that you were in danger, Maven was surprised. He volunteered to come to this gruesome place. Others in the Legion spoke up one by one. "He's truly talented. He's a perfect example of the Special Forces. Damn it, I knew we could count on you." He smiled confidently, thinking, "This is exactly what political power looks like." When I was still the former leader, suddenly someone asked, "What about the timing? Where are the rest of the rescue team members? How many warriors did they send?" "A whole legion," he calmly replied. "The rescue team consists of 5. Everyone cheered. "Oh, if we have 5 platoons, combined with the current soldiers, then it will be easy to escape." He said coldly, "No, just 5 people." Everyone was shocked. 5 people? They asked again to be sure. 5 people, not 50. The soldiers continued to stir with unrest. "What can we do with only 5 people? So they intend to abandon us? That's just 5 more corpses." Casa spoke up to reassure them. "Quiet down. Quantity isn't necessarily more important than quality. They are the Special Forces." She expressed her gratitude. "I'm very glad you all came here to help us. I only said that to stop them, and from feeling unstable." Casa thought to herself, "But now it's clear. His Excellency never had any intention of rescuing us." She thought indifferently. Jang probably isn't valued by him either. That's why he was sent here. How pitiful. Casa was about to warn Jang from now on. A long hand reached out intending to grab Jiang. She screamed, "Watch out!" as it accidentally missed. Jang turned back and looked on skeptically. Casa and the soldiers were surprised. It missed." Jang looked on nonchalantly and said, "I knew it. Your head was cut off, but you're still not dead." "Right. I was told that you were created by merging the undead together. And you'll die if I kill you several hundred times. Isn't that right?" The monster's other arms repeatedly missed their mark. Jang indifferently replied, "Why are you aiming there? There's only trash over there." Casa realized something. No, it didn't miss. She deduced, "It's just that he dodged the blow gracefully." The monster rose in anger. Everyone was stunned. That was because Jang dodged way too fast. The monster extended its arms to capture Jang. Jang activated Dark Soul's 16th form. Godspeed Celestial Slash. The sky flashed and severed arms flew everywhere. Like a bolt of lightning, Jang sliced the monster into pieces. The surrounding soldiers were amazed. "No, it can't be. Did he just decapitate all those undead?" Jang spoke up again. "The corpse is vanishing. It can no longer regenerate." He calmly said, "It cannot withstand Astralong, something that can cut through even magical energy, just like dark energy." The monster gradually dissolved into the air. The Legion members spoke up one by one. He defeated the cursed creature." "Incredible. Truly incredible. To kill a horde of monsters all by himself." "Is he really a member? Just like us." Casa watched the scene stunned. Suddenly a soldier called out, "Lord Casa, the East Gate," she replied. "What's wrong? Don't tell me the gate has been breached." The soldier answered, No, my lord, reinforcements have arrived." Roman grabbed the enemy's head in a rage. "These guys are nothing more than punching bags," Cruin remarked. "Slaying these corpses isn't satisfying at all." A soldier shouted, "Lord Casa, reinforcements have also appeared at the south gate." The soldiers said, "The power of Ice Soul has also increased significantly." Jang reported, "All the undead have been cleared out." Lady Lorena. Casa thought, "I didn't expect them to be this strong." She looked at Jang. "Especially Jang. He has become absurdly strong compared to before." She thought, "I must seize this opportunity." Team 1 protect the East Gate with Roman and Cruin. Team 2 head to the South Gate. There's no time for self-pity. I need to fulfill my responsibilities well. Jang praised, "That's impressive, Casa." He thought that although she was caught off guard, she remained calm, commanding the team and giving instructions effectively. Zhang chuckled to himself. You're quite useful. He continued, Casa, gather the wounded. We are escaping right now. Casa replied, now how? Zhang held out his hand. We'll use this. She wondered, is that? Casa exclaimed, a teleportation portal. Zhang explained, a portable gate designed by research. The mage Isaac recalled the move and said, don't tell me the lecturer gave this to you. It's extremely expensive. Zhang answered, no, I stole it from Viscount Jaren. That coward was always thinking about running away alone. He continued, but this gate is only meant for one person. To use it for many people, it will require a lot of energy, but don't worry. I already have a plan for the energy supply. After that, Zhang said, but it needs some time to charge. So move the wounded here first. We will evacuate group by group back to reality. Casa spoke up, all right. I will go gather the wounded. Moment was surprised. What a plan. She looked at Zhang. You mean you want to drain me, don't you? Zhang gave a forced smile. Why do you look so tired? Moment argued, every time I recover 10 mana, you drain it away. Time and time again. Do you think I'm a cow for you to milk? She pouted indignantly. I'm not using my magic energy. To help you anymore? Zhang pleaded, I'm always grateful to you, Moment. She snapped, do you think I'll just let it slide if you say that? He reassured her. Calm down. In exchange for the request you asked me earlier. Before he could finish, Moment Roman croon. Lorena and Jan glanced at each other. This energy. Suddenly laughter echoed. A dark monster rose from the ground. The other monsters heard and felt it responding in unison. Moment spoke up. Did you feel that, Zhang? He replied, exactly that. Hideous magical energy, does that mean? She answered, yes, it's here. You're the one behind everything here. Suddenly a figure appeared in the sky. It was the Necromancer King. The monsters were following the call one by one, and sensing it, a voice suddenly rang from the sky. Move in pairs and spread out as wide as possible, Roman grumbled. That's enough complaining. It was Kruen's turn. All right then. All three leapt toward the monster horde, shouting in unison, Special Forces begin the operation. 30 minutes earlier, Zhang said, the portal is ready. We will prioritize evacuating the injured members first. After that, it will be our turn. Lorena asked, will there be enough time? The others replied, exactly, the current problem is time. He asked, you guys can feel it too, right? That disgusting dark aura is the awakening of death energy. Zhang continued, with that death energy, those undead, and that horde of cursed monsters will head straight here. He explained, if we can't block the cursed creatures in front, then we will be completely swallowed by the undead from behind. Zhang ordered Roman, Lorena, Kruen. The three of you hold back the cursed monster horde. Kruen wondered, what? Only the three of us are going to stop those monsters. Moment explained, I've set it up so that whenever you kill an undead, the death energy released will be converted into energy to power the portal. To activate the gate, you must kill the monsters, so the device can absorb the death energy. Zhang gave the command, trio go to the portal and evacuate the members. The girl obeyed, understood. Casa spoke up, wait, Zhang, I can't just leave like this. I want to stay here and fight with you all. She explained, if I go back empty-handed, my evaluation score will plummet. I need to accumulate merit to restore my family. Casa requested, could you please let me fight alongside you guys? Zhang hesitated. All right, I'll consider this a favor, so don't you forget it. Casa sighed in relief. Thank you. He continued, this is holy water I stole from Jaren. There isn't much, but it's enough to coat your weapons. You don't need to kill all the cursed monsters. Zhang stood up. He firmly stated, just holding them back is enough. I'll go and finish everything else. Kruen wondered, you're going to finish it. Roman added, what exactly do you plan to do? He explained, the one controlling the undead army is in the back, the source of that death energy. As long as that person is alive, the undead will continue to resurrect. Zhang emphasized, I will deal with that person. Casa said fearfully, wait! Zhang immediately leaped down amidst the shouting. Even for you, going alone is a bit much. Back to the present. The monster reached out its hand to attack. Roman threw a punch, gathering internal energy and shouting loudly. He reinforced his body and launched a fire fist attack at the monster. The monster quickly crumbled into pieces. Lorena praised, well done, Roman called out to her. Lorena used Ice Soul second form to attack. Lorena unleashed Minor Blizzard, annihilating the monster horde. Roman was surprised. I'm quite surprised that the two of us are so in sync. Kruen charged forward excitedly. I can't fall behind either. Suddenly, Casa darted forward. Get out of the way! She utilized Wind God step moves, annihilating the monsters with Sword Soul Rainstorm. Roman asked, did you just combine two skills? Immediately, the monster's head flew off. Blood splattered on everyone. They yelled, Casa! She stood there wiping her face, reassuring them. It's okay, it's just their blood. I haven't taken any damage. Suddenly, from behind Casa, she sensed the presence of a monster, pouncing toward her. Instantly, Cruin quickly kicked out to push her away. He scolded, "You idiot!" Cruin grumbled, "Don't get in the way of others." Suddenly, the monster stepped on him. Casa screamed, "Cruin!" She was stunned. "Cruin, why did you—" Casa recalled their time at the academy. Wasn't he always selfish? Only thinking about himself. Why is he helping me now? Casa was staring at the monster and thinking, when suddenly beneath the monster's feet, flashes of sword light appeared. Cruin used Violent Fang to sever one of the monster's arms. He spoke up, "I really thought I was a goner." Finally, Cruin explained, "I tried channeling mana into the sword just like Yan did, and it almost killed me. How on earth does that guy do it?" Casa cheered Cruin. He replied irritably, "That Jan guy is really—" Casa spoke up. "I'm sorry, Cruin." He turned around puzzled as she explained, "You had to dive in to save me while I was only thinking about my family and wanting to gain achievements." Cruin brushed it off and said, "Just tie its legs down. I'm heading over to Teorso." Casa called out to Cruin seriously. He explained, "I know how you feel, because I used to be just like that. But if you keep acting like this, when we return, Jan will beat you to a pulp." Casa wondered, did Jan really manage to change him? She chuckled to herself. If so, could I also? Suddenly the monsters raised their arms, and in an instant they all vanished. Amun spoke up, "It truly is quite tragic. Human lifespan is far too short to walk the path of mystical magic. But now you no longer need to worry about that." He decisively declared, "Become the undead, and walk the eternal path of mystical magic." Amun stated confidently, "Let us reclaim our former glory. We shall gather at the magic tower and expand our knowledge." John appeared and cut him off, passing through without a word of thanks. Amun raged, "Foolish human, your attacks have no effect on me." John's movement sliced through Amon's body, followed by a flash of light. He looked at him and thought, one of the 5 great calamities of the Empire in the future. So this guy is the one behind all of this. How? His eyes widened as he exploded. A red aura appeared. Zhang rejoiced. "I found him, I finally found him." "Here he is, Amun." Fumed, "You destroyed the tower and slaughtered all the students." He was transforming and channeling his full power, John thought. He's mentioning the name of the founding emperor. Amun transformed into a monster, massive and far more powerful than before. With a determined voice, "I will kill you. Everyone associated with Bahamut must die." There is a legend known throughout the 6 lands. The Tower of Mages, the magic tower also known by names such as the Ivory Tower of Knowledge, the Tower of Babel, or the Mage's Paradise. It existed only as a myth. No one had ever seen it. Despite possessing power equal to a nation, the mages focused solely on researching the principles and truths of mystical magic. They never interfered in worldly affairs. However, in their quest for knowledge and the ultimate truth of magic, they provoked a dragon's wrath, and the tower was completely destroyed in just one night. And so the story came to an end. John thought to himself, "I thought it was just a wild legend." He looked at Amon. Who would have thought this bastard came from the magic tower? Die. John thought, damn it, so the magic tower lied? No. They said they wouldn't interfere with the affairs of the world. Humans are just... Ammon shouted, "Unforgivable! Shut up, I will kill you." He roared, "Bahamut, you are the bastard who destroyed the magic tower and stole our research." Ammon continued, "You are the enemy of my master and everyone who studied there." He seethed with rage. "Right here, right now, I will settle this debt with you." Jian unleashed 2 techniques, lightning spear and fire missile, saying, "No, I told you already." He struck out sparks flying everywhere. "I am not Bahamut." Jian thought, a lich with a grudge against Bahamut. He looked at Ammon and pondered, "You're quite similar to Momin. Could they be related somehow?" Suddenly, he noticed a black hole appearing in the sky. He was startled. "Damn it, this thing is too dangerous." The black hole collapsed and Momin emerged, scolding John. "Are you blind?" She pouted. "How am I anything like that guy?" "From appearance to function, this body is definitely an overwhelming victory." Momin explained. "Not all leeches are the same. That guy's mind must have been eroded by death energy long ago, so his sense of self has completely collapsed." She continued, "Even if one becomes a lich, as long as they retain pure mana, they can still keep their consciousness and soul. But if they embrace death energy, it becomes a poison that erodes their very life." Mormon looked at Ammon. "Both mind and body will increasingly spiral out of control." She explained, "Just like that guy over there. Soon he will lose all awareness and won't even know who he is." Mormon felt pity. How tragic for a student of the magic tower. She recalled a voice. "Master, my research this time is..." Suddenly Mormon said, "John, buy me some time." John asked, "Buy time?" She replied, "I don't have enough mana to transform into my true form, so hold him off until I've absorbed enough mana. She stated bluntly, then I will deal with him personally. John interrupted, wait, Momin, how much time do you need? Suddenly a beam of light shot out from a whirlwind. Rocks and debris scattered everywhere. John dodged, muttering, asking me to buy time. How irresponsible. Ammon continued to rage. You can't hide Bahamut, he thought to himself. Hurry up, Momin, before I kill this damn dragon. Cruin and Casa sat leaning against each other, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Cruin asked, Is it all over now? I can't move another inch. Casa replied, I feel the same. He gritted his teeth. Is it finally finished? Cruin asked again. The undead aren't regenerating anymore. So it must be over, right? Casa said doubtfully. Maybe. He thought there are no signs of life left in them. It seems it really is over. What did that John guy do? Cruin was lost in thought. Suddenly a beam of light appeared in the sky. He wondered, that light. Casa was surprised. Such a powerful light. Isn't that where Jian is? Cruin shouted angrily, Jian, what the hell are you doing over there? Both looked up in shock. It was a dragon. Ammon felt the beam of light from above his head. He rasped, I loathe the descendants of Bahamut. Suddenly his body was sliced in half. Ammon was stunned. No, it can't be. This body is truly too weak. He turned to look and recognized the figure. That form, it's Bahamut, the founding emperor. Bahamut appeared wielding a sword and shrouded in white light. Ammon screamed, You've finally decided to show your true identity. Our eternal nemesis, John thought. Is my swordsmanship that similar to Bahamut's? He thought confidently, then this technique really must belong to Bahamut. John carefully considered his options. I never expected to use my trump card in a place like this. The power is truly terrifying. He pondered, every time I activate the mana engine, that voice becomes clearer and clearer. John closed his eyes, one strike to slay 1,000. This is Bahamut's sword technique. He thought a sword technique learned through a whispering voice. If only I can master it. Suddenly, Jian coughed up blood and fell to his knees. The mana engine almost exploded. This move is too much for me right now. John placed his hand on the ground. To think just one slash would consume all my mana? I didn't expect it to be so draining. He looked up at Ammon, seething with rage. I will never forgive you. Ammon spoke, representing everyone at the magic tower. He began to chant, I shall judge you, magic arrow. Blizzard. Firewall, acid rain, lightning, falling stones. Jian grew irritated. How can he chant so many spells at once? It's even more than Momin. Ammon screamed, Die! Suddenly Momin put a finger to her lips. Shh, silence. The active spells vanished instantly. Jian looked around. All the magic circles dissipated in the blink of an eye. Momin said calmly, Didn't I tell you to just buy some time? There was no need to show off. Though it's not fully perfected yet, since you are completely exhausted. I have no other choice. She said slowly, Now leave this to me, to Momin, the master of the magic tower. She added, because after all it was a student of this very tower. Who caused all this trouble here? Momin slowly opened the eye on her forehead. The eye opened fully as she said, So as the head of the magic tower, I must naturally take responsibility for this. From the purple sky crackling with thunder, a pillar of white light tore through space and shone straight down. In the midst of the blinding glare, a strange entity appeared. John shouted, Momin, this appearance! Can you actually manifest your living body? Ammon, his bone mask covered in streaks of dried blood, roared back. Indeed, but due to the lack of mana, I cannot maintain this form for long. She continued, So watch carefully. This is my true form when I was human. John stepped back as sharp purple light radiated from the magic circle. Momin embodied herself in white robes, 3 rings of glowing seals spinning behind her as she spoke. This is the true form of the master of the magic tower. John was stunned, stammering, You used to be the master of the magic tower. He thought to himself, I thought she was just someone associated with the magic tower? John frowned. I didn't expect her to be such an important person. Another thought flashed through his mind, and John smiled slightly. It seems that in the future, I'll have many things to ask of her. Momin spoke with a voice as cold as steel, after seeing my true form. Is that all you can think about? Do you not care about my well-being at all? John was startled. Are you also a telepath? Momin looked at him speechless. A blood-red magic circle swirled around Ammon. He hissed, Then come at me. Together we shall reach the pinnacle of magic. Momin sneered, Even in this form, you still do not recognize me. The blood-red magic matrix expanded. Ammon roared amidst the energy storm, unleashing his full power. In that case, magic amplification hellfire, an attack that shook the very foundation of the earth. Beneath him, Ammon's eyes were filled with pure rage. He let out a frenzied howl in his fury. Take this. A massive surge of firepower poured down like a meteor shower. A laser storm tore through space. It shattered the terrain's defense layers. Ammon was knocked backward, slamming hard against the ground amidst the bombardment. A cry of pain escaped him reflexively. Amun hunched forward. His voice hissed like a demon's. Cast aside your mortal shell and live eternally with me. The energy concentrated within Amun began to disperse. Momin spoke with a tone of pure contempt. Pathetic. Amun froze amidst the chaotic air currents from the opposite side. Momin still stood her ground. Her voice echoed. Setting aside the demonic energy that you are currently using, she raised her hand, summoning a series of ancient magic circles around her body. Did you really think that attack would be enough to defeat me? Summoning magic. Momin's eyes blazed as she spoke each word deliberately. Are you truly a student of the magic tower? Amun screamed, his hands clawing at the air. A massive slab of earth and rock was ripped from the ground, soaring straight into the sky as a response to that arrogance. The colossal mass of debris lunged straight down from above. Momin spoke softly, realizing magic is ineffective. So you've switched to physical attacks? She nodded slightly. NDT-0. Under the falling shadow of the rocks, Momin remained completely undaunted. She raised her hand. Inscribed circles glowed behind her like an anti-gravity shield. However, everything is within my calculations. The lower-tier magic array immediately shifted. Momin frowned, her voice calm. You forgot that magic circles drawn in haste are very easy to break. Momin stood amidst the streaks of light. She didn't flinch. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Your thinking is far too simplistic. Can't you use mana in a more creative way? Amun's eyes glowed a deep crimson. Momin continued, and above all else, Amun glared up, staring at Momin hovering amidst the tiers of magic circles. She fired her criticism directly at him. You placed your faith in demonic energy to achieve power quickly, but that only proves how lazy you are. Momin spoke on, giving him no chance to argue. Do you truly believe that a body corrupted by demonic energy can ever reach the pinnacle of magic? Amun stiffened, repeating the words, demonic energy. He whispered. No, what I have done. No, even if it is demonic energy, as long as I can rebuild the magic tower. Momin's gaze shifted toward him, no longer filled with anger, but seemingly only with regret. I only wanted to restore the magic tower. Amun clutched his head, his body trembling. A hoarse voice broke out from beneath the mask. Bring the students back to life. Bring the master back. His hands clenched tightly. His voice suddenly softened. And together explore the secrets of magic. An image appeared in his mind. The magic tower under the bright moonlight. I only wanted to rebuild the magic tower for the sake of the tower. Momin looked quietly into the distance. Her voice echoed in his thoughts. Because of the tower that even I had to leave. I had so many opportunities to return to the magic tower. Amun's silhouette stood motionless in the courtyard. Though he didn't speak, his body told a clear story. But I abandoned them and let hatred cloud my eyes. He spread his arms, revealing the magic circle behind him, a flow of forbidden magic. I was tired of taking responsibility, so I ran away. Under the moonlight bathing the magic tower, Amun had stood silent through those years of solitude. Momin closed her eyes, her voice soft. It's all my fault. Amun raised his head to look toward Momin. He said that on that day he came to see me with a mark. Momin paused, questioning a mark, what are you talking about? A hand was raised high, covered by a glowing red dark magic circle. A somber voice spoke up. With this power, you can have everything you desire. A mage in a deep red robe, his lips curled into a sinister smile. I will grant it to you so that you may use it. Momin's voice rang out through Amun's chaotic mind. That man was the one who put the demonic energy inside of you. Amun clutched his head, his breath coming in gasps. His voice shattered, as if he were trying to resist, something surging up from within. He let out a frenzied scream. His whole body erupted with magic power, red as bursting lava. An uncontrollable rage rose up. Momin stood within her magic circle, her expression grave. The power has gone out of control. A pillar of glowing red light shot straight into the sky. Amun was swallowed whole by the energy that was transforming him into something no longer human. Amun screamed, "Ah!" But those sounds only echoed in despair. A splashing sound rang out, not from the ground, but from the protective magic armor. Red blood spread across the stark white space. Momin lunged forward, disregarding Amun's opposing magic power. She pierced through the energy screen, her hands seemingly tearing the very boundary between two worlds. She raised her hand, summoning a spell circle right in midair. I couldn't protect anyone, but in the next instant, she charged toward Amun, who was falling into an abyss of power. But at all costs, I will save you. A final scream rang out amidst the blood-red light. In intense pain, Momin cried out, struggling to hold on. Momin did not back down. She activated the magic seal. The light penetrated Amun's mana core. I will etch this magic formula into your mana core to purify the demonic energy. From his body, strands of darkness were pulled out, like poisoned blood being drained from veins. If the demon inside you is erased, you will be able to become human again. Eamon's mask trembled slightly. Magic light reflected off his ashen skin. The mask was half broken. Mamon's face was resolute amidst the shards. The energy is good. The purification is working. Just a little bit more. A quiet whisper rose up. I'm sorry. Eamon's entire body began to crumble. His body screamed in agony, shattering like pieces of glass. No, each fragment was as sharp as a blade. Mamon's body was losing its form, irretrievably. Mamon rushed forward, crying out in despair. The body was being deformed by demonic energy. Can it not withstand the purification spell? She gave it her all. No, Amon. I won't let you die like this. Try to hold on just a little longer. Amon gripped her master's hand tightly. Eamon's voice trembled slightly. His face had been deformed. His long hair fluttered wildly. His blue eyes flared with complex emotions. Is it really you, Master? Eamon's voice was hoarse and trembled with emotion. I never thought that I could meet you again like this, Master. His voice cracked slightly. I am sorry for seeing you again in such a shameful state. Momon stood opposite him as the glowing magic array spread out. Her voice was firm and resolute. That's enough. Now is not the time for regret or anything else. A beam of light illuminated the air, echoing throughout the void. If the purification is successful, you can continue to walk the path of magic once more. At that moment, light enveloped Amon's body. The brilliance began to dissipate, blending into the glowing dust that quietly sparkled around him. Amon faltered, her gaze gradually darkening. No, it's too late. Amon stepped slowly forward. With every step, his feet etched into the magic circle on the ground below. I have stepped off that path and chosen the path of the demon. My path of magic has been completely closed. His voice remained gentle, as if he were reminiscing. The moment I chose the demonic path, I had already lost my way on the path of magic. In this life, I have always made mistakes. He looked up at his master one last time. A faint smile appeared, his eyes rimmed with red. It was wonderful to be able to see you one more time. Momon with bloodshot eyes listened to Amon's final words. So, Master, please let me go. Behind him, the light of the magic array swirled slowly. Like a farewell ritual that had just begun, Momon raised her hand high. The magic array of light spun in the air, as if summoning the ultimate power from the magic tower. Very well, as a student of the magic tower, she looked at her former pupil with a steady gaze. Her voice rang out decisively. Your death will not be entirely in vain. This may be the final magic that you will witness. The magic flared brilliantly, and let it be etched into your soul. This is the pinnacle of magic. Amon, with half of his face turned demonic, raised his head to look up. It was a surge of emotion in his eyes. Light burst forth from the domain expansion magic array. 100 lotuses in full bloom. The magic representing salvation began to exert its full power. Beams of mana pierced through the sky, forming a path of light. A path of mana illuminating the heavens. If you follow that path, she spoke softly, her gaze filled with both regret and affection. Your soul will forever remain within my magic. Amon's voice trembled as he gave his thanks. A choked-up call broke out from deep within the soul that was fading away. Master Momon stood amidst the stark white sky, surrounded by magic patterns and gently drifting petals. The layers of magic light gradually dissipated, but the glowing petals still quietly fell through the air. Her voice rang out. I hope your life so full of suffering will finally find its place of rest. When the final magic array closed, she stood there, her long dress fluttering, in a space flooded with light. John spoke up from behind. It's finally over. Did your ritual go smoothly? She nodded, her eyes still fixed on the sky. This will be a long journey. Thank you, John. Because of you, I was able to end everything. In a proper way. It seems. The teleportation gate at the fortress has also been activated. Indeed, in a distant corner of the sky, a powerful beam of light shot straight up, as if confirming her words. Momon nodded. Yes, Amon is gone. Everything has come to an end. But she didn't answer immediately. Her eyes remained fixed on the distance, pensive. We still don't know who the one that caused Amon's fall was, John replied. Is that so when we have time? We'll try to pay them a visit. Amon asked half suspiciously. What do you have someone in mind to suspect? He answered vaguely, though I'm not sure if they are still alive or not. Scene changes to the Eastern Front headquarters, and then purpled feet hung limp in the air. A body swayed quietly in the darkness. The Eastern Front commander Viscount Jaren was dead. As the camp gates opened, cheers erupted in the morning sun. We're finally back. We're alive. I never thought I'd actually survive and make it back. All 80 members of the Special Forces unit deployed to the Death Highlands had been safely rescued and returned. Everyone's eyes shone as if they had been born again. By the supply depot, I truly thought this mission was impossible. The mission is over. You all did very well, Lorena said. Roman replied, I really never thought we could return safely like this. Thank you, everyone. Their gazes swept across the bustling camp. Casa followed up. It's all thanks to everyone's help. Roma smirked, glancing at the comrades chatting animatedly. Everyone seems quite excited. Lorena's eyes held a soft light. At least for today, we deserve a rest. Laughter rang out from somewhere. Remember when I jumped in to save Casa and sliced through those monsters in one hit? Another replied, classic crewin', always crewin'. Someone sighed, there's always someone who likes to show off. Lorena thought to herself, we say everyone has returned. But that isn't entirely true. Her gaze grew heavy. John was still missing. Cheryl lowered her head and blurted out anxiously, I can't take it anymore. I'm so worried about John. Where is John right now? Lorena stood beside her, suppressing her emotions as she replied softly, Cheryl, please don't say things like that. Sudden light tore through the deep purple sky. A teleportation pillar rose in the middle of the camp. Lorena turned around, startled. A teleportation gate. A figure stepped out from the portal of light. His voice rang out. Looks like I'm the last one, huh? John appeared clearly amidst the fading light. His face was as cold as ever. I'm back. Everyone has returned safely, haven't they? Cheers rang out. It's John. John is back. Lorena looked at John reproachfully. You're back so late. Roman pressed John with questions. You're back. Did you take care of the enemy leader? John replied briefly. Yeah, I dealt with him. Everyone crowded around John, their faces radiant. John's back thanks to you, we survived. Thank you so much. John responded softly. Don't mention it. Rescuing comrades is only natural. Gruen stood in the corner, his eyes narrowing. John has stolen my spotlight. John conversed with Lorena. Lorena, since you returned, have you seen Viscount Jaren yet? Lorena frowned and let out a contemptuous sigh. That pig Jaren. No, I haven't seen him. He's probably hiding away in shame. Lorena turned away indifferently, shrugging her shoulders. Or maybe he's drinking with women at some inn. John tightened his grip on his sleeve. I have to go check. Seen inside a dark, gloomy room. A rope swayed from the ceiling. A deep red figure hung suspended. A weak voice rang out in panic. This Viscount Jaren's body, hanging there like a cowardly final statement, making Lorena grit her teeth and hiss. That lowly bastard. Casa trembled nearby. How did it come to this? Roman said from the side. It seems he carried a heavy burden on his conscience. But to choose escape through death is truly cowardly. On the dust-covered desk, we even found a suicide note. Old lines of text confessing sins. He says that everything that happened at the Death Highlands was his doing alone. Lorena flipped another page, her brow furrowing at the differing handwriting on different pages, then she looked up at John. Could it be that Jaren was... But Gian had already vanished from the hall. John, where did you go? Down in the basement, Gian activated a light spell to examine the ancient stones. There's a secret area beneath the office. Found it, John whispered, so he hid it here. The scheming soul flickered like a white flame hovering around in a fit of rage and fury. So the mastermind behind everything is dead. What do you plan to do now? Does Gian have no way to take revenge for Amon? John glanced sideways, his lips curling into a smirk. What should I call you now? A flying jellyfish! Momon shouted angrily. I am the great Momon you know. John continued, what's with that look? I thought you were on the verge of death. Momon snapped back, you're still joking. I'm in this miserable state because I tried to save you, now that Jaren is dead. What are you going to do? John replied with a sharp, determined gaze. Don't worry, even if the tail is cut off, the scar remains. This is Jaren's personal communication device. He recalled the traitor's boastful messages. He once bragged about having Marcus Horn's backing. John manipulated the authentication code sequence to identify the target. If the name Horn appears in the last call log, he growled, it will be proof that he is truly behind everything. Contact him now. A teleportation pillar opened. The hand of Horn was strangling Bella. John asked him, who are you? Then he confirmed Marquis Horn. Horn's voice was full of arrogance. Even knowing who I am, you still dare to contact me so brazenly? Bella rasped out in despair. Marquis! Then choked on her words. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Horn ignored her. How ill-mannered. Jean saluted according to the Academy's protocol. May I have a word, my lord? Marquis Horn, I am John, a member of the Special Forces Unit. I apologize for contacting you, knowing how busy you are. Horn chuckled dryly. I'm not busy. I'm just disciplining someone who doesn't know their place. You may leave now. Bella responded in a faint whisper. Yes, Marquis? What does the Special Forces Unit have to do with me? Horn growled. John replied with the evidence. I've just decrypted it. The truth is that Viscount Jaren has confessed everything. Horn's eyes suddenly darkened. He stated that you are his superior, and the one who was backing him. Marcus Horn gritted his teeth slightly. John looked directly into those arrogant eyes. Horn continued, I see. So Jaren has been dealt with. In that case, I must be honest as well. Horn burst into laughter. Truthfully, I've accepted quite a few bribes from Jaren. It really is quite a predicament. I tried to refuse, but he kept on insisting. The old man waved his hand mockingly. He was a generous man, but his mouth was a bit loose, it seems. How embarrassing. John's eyes narrowed. But, Horn sneered, tilting his head like a gray fox. Is that really a problem? The map of the East hung behind him. The supply lines were bound tightly to the royal seal. Every bit of gold in the East must pass through my hands before it goes anywhere, and eventually it returns to my hands. His eyes flashed with beastly intent. Do you really think I will be punished for something like that? John breathed slowly and spoke to confirm. As expected, Gian lowered his voice. A man like you has eyes and ears everywhere. Horn paused, frowning momentarily. I never mentioned that Lord Jaren was dead, and yet you already knew. Now I understand where your confidence comes from. Image of Jaren arrogantly smoking a cigar. I assume you've disposed of everything. That could be used as evidence. Suddenly his finger was severed, along with the bloody ring and the discarded cigar. Horn smiled arrogantly. An interesting hypothesis. Very well, Gian. Tell me, by what authority does a mere agent like you dare to interrogate me? The majestic statue in the center of the hall seemed to echo, a noble granted power by the goddess and the royal family. Yet a low-ranking special forces soldier dares to interrogate a marquis like me. I must show you. He has the authority. A voice rang out, cutting through that speech. The Oversight Institute and the Special Investigation Division of the Special Forces. Both agencies are empowered by the Cavalon Empire to investigate and sanction any noble family. Damien lowered his voice, his attitude remaining calm. John's position is Chief Investigator of the Special Investigation Division. He raised his eyes, drilling into the opponent with an unwavering gaze. Now you understand, don't you? He has full authority to investigate the nobility. Horn burst into laughter. Oh, isn't it Damien? I didn't expect to meet you here, Damien replied. It is also thanks to the Marquis that I have had to act in secret all this time. The noble frowned, his voice turning contemptuous. A brat like him is a division chief. Since when? Damien didn't wait any longer. Let's start from right now. The look in Horn's eyes shifted. While Damien maintained his expression, Horn struggled to stay composed. I have other matters to attend to, so I cannot stay any longer. If you have any further questions, just come see me directly. The illusion began to fade as the transmission link was cut, but the voice was still full of provocation. I will personally welcome you. John and Damien stood before the transmission sphere. John with an appreciative gaze. Thank you for promoting me to Chief Investigator Master. But Damien replied coldly, no need for pleasantries. And furthermore, you are officially dismissed from the position of Chief Investigator. Damien continued. I had a hunch you'd cause trouble eventually, and you certainly didn't disappoint me. John responded with a bewildered voice. Are you going to let Marquis Horn go just like that? Damien replied coldly. John Marquis Horn is not someone you can recklessly confront. His influence stretches across the entire empire, coiling around like a snake strangling its prey. If you carelessly oppose him, you will surely suffer the consequences. Damien ordered the members to be brought back by train. As for you, you must lead the team. John asked, are we leaving right now? Where are we going? Damien only replied tersely, it's not a mission, but keep your guard up. Then he announced, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Leon has summoned you to the capital Avalon. The scene cuts to a magnificent castle in the heart of the capital. Cherry blossom petals fill the air. A figure in a red cloak slowly approaches. By the edge of the ash abyss, the red-cloaked figure looks down at the cooling battlefield. His voice echoes from beneath his hood. I didn't expect her to die so easily. I'll have to adjust the plan. The flash of magic has just faded. While expanding the territory is one thing, a heavy silence settles in. But in the distance, a surge of sword intent explodes like a jet flare, shooting up into the sky. A sign of John. His blade carves a path, causing the terrain to split apart. Who would be so bold as to dare use the swordsmanship of the founding emperor? Beneath the hood, he emphasizes each word. Is it Gian? I must remember that name. The massive gates of the imperial capital Avalon gradually appear before their eyes. Soaring domes, towers bathed in the early morning light. Delicate petals flutter down with the wind, slowly capturing the gaze of those who are first setting foot in this place. But in an instant, that peaceful image is torn apart. A different vision appears. That very castle is engulfed in a sea of fire. John's blood-stained back stands straight before the palace threshold, hands tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. Reflected in the firelight, John slowly turns his head back as a voice calls his name. John is startled. Lorena said, "Why are you just standing there blankly? Are you okay?" The rest of the group enters the square one by one, both curious and excited. Coo-coo! It seems like John is overwhelmed. Overwhelmed when seeing the imperial capital for the first time. Cheryl spoke up. I'm also nervous. Lorena turned and said to Jan, "Relax, it's very crowded here, don't get lost." Jan stood silent under the canopy of drifting flowers. He just stood there, letting old memories rush back like a submerging flood. I never expected that I would return to this place once again. The capital, Avalon, the city that I once burned to the ground. And now it appears before my eyes. No ruins, no traces of blood and fire, but a scene of brilliant prosperity. Vibrantly colored rooftops, stretched out under the shadow of the fortress. Wow, I've never seen so many people. It's still hard to believe we were invited to the Imperial Palace. It feels like a dream, Cheryl said with an excited voice. Roman snorted at the ostentation. A banquet. Doesn't sound like much. Indeed, it's not a place for commoners. Cruel growled and then burst into laughter. But you look quite excited yourself, don't you? Casa turned to him and said, in the distance, the tallest castle soared into the sky like an indomitable spear. Hey, is that tallest castle the Emperor's know? That belongs to another member of the royal family. A map of the city of Avalon was spread out. Avalon is divided into 8 sectors surrounding the Imperial Citadel. 3 sectors are for commoners. 3 sectors are for the nobility and royalty. The remaining 2 sectors are administrative and military centers. If you pass through the residential areas, you will reach the Imperial Citadel. Lorena glanced at Jan. You know so much. Jan suddenly faltered, I only know a little bit. They continued moving forward. In front of them was a road paved in glittering gold. Wow, the Golden Crystal Road. This is the road leading into the Imperial Palace. To enter the Imperial Palace, one must pass through this road. The road symbolizes loyalty and submission to the Emperor. Roman stood in the middle of the crowded square, his gaze sweeping over the soaring domes of the capital with clear disdain. The Emperor, just a wealthy man. Before he could finish, Casa covered his mouth. Roman, don't say such stupid things. You'll get yourself killed here in the capital. Casa's face was cold as she warned him. Then she continued, Avalon has ears everywhere, and eyes that are always watching. Not to mention the training commander gave a very strict warning. One wrong word and the consequences will be unimaginable. Inside, a soaring glass room flooded with light. The cold voice continued to echo. Remember Damien's words, if you cause trouble in Avalon, I will kill you with my own hands. So please be quiet and maintain a proper attitude. Roman growled but did not resist. Iguawan, Casa, don't you understand yet? What are you saying? He brushed her hand away, shouting, Get your hands off me, you brat! In another corner, Cheryl whispered dreamily. By the way, if it's a banquet, there might even be a ball, right? Her eyes lit up as she thought of the magnificent scenes. Since I was little, I've only ever read about balls in books. Seeing a real ball is a dream of mine. Lorena frowned slightly and cut her off coldly. Balls aren't as romantic as you think. Cheryl was surprised. Why not? She continued, The nobility wear polite smiles on the outside, but their hearts are filled only with greed for territory and power. They wait to pounce on anyone who shows the slightest weakness. Furthermore, this time the crown prince himself is hosting the banquet. One thing is for certain. The nobles are sharpening their claws. Lorena turned to John with a half-teasing, half-serious look. That's also why the commander warned us so strictly. Right, John? John blinked in confusion. Well, why are you looking at me? She advised. Either way, everyone should be careful. They continued walking. John thought to himself, why did Leon summon us here? Just to praise us, no way. No one knew Leon better than he did. Leon could return to his old nature at any moment. Memories of a blood-stained sword flashed through John's mind. Crown Prince Leon, what is your true nature? Brilliant light from the palace reflected off the banquet hall, where every eye was turning toward. The main gates of the banquet hall opened just as the group arrived. Cruel said, It looks like we've arrived too early. Immediately, a pair of guards in black cloaks with large axes appeared. Stepping forward to block the path, one of the two spoke up. Halt! Do you have an invitation? He asked in a stern voice. If not, please turn back. Only invited guests are allowed to pass this way. Roman frowned. John, do you feel it? John frowned and nodded slightly. Roman continued, The pressure is immense. The image of a guarding knight loomed in their minds, a massive dark shadow. Is that an Imperial Palace Guard knight? If a regular knight is this strong, I can't even imagine the level of the Gold Knights of Avalon anymore. One of the two guards suddenly recognized the person in front. He asked, Are you Lady Lorena Barup? Lorena nodded slightly. Yes. He hurriedly spoke. Forgive the inconvenience. We truly apologize for not recognizing you. Please come this way. Lorena replied, Thank you. The gates opened and Lorena stepped inside with the group. John whispered, as expected of the Barup name. Even without showing an invitation, she walked right in. Thanks to her passing through the gates behind her should be easy for us too. While Roman was feeling awkward, one of the guards spoke up again, his voice decisive. Do you have an invitation? Roman gritted his teeth looking at the guard. He hurriedly called out, We're with her. We're in the same group. Lorena turned back, looking a bit confused. What's going on? Casa hugged her from behind, grinning widely. It's so noisy out there. Hurry up, Casa. Damn it! A helpless shout echoed from behind. At this moment, Cruel stepped forward, his voice snide. Move aside, commoners. Let me show you the difference of a noble. He introduced himself with an air of arrogance. I am Cruel White, of the White family. But the knight immediately asked him bluntly, Do you have an invitation? What? A burst of laughter erupted from Gian and Roman. Is that what you call noble pride? Don't you feel ashamed, Cruel? He gritted his teeth. These bastards! Why am I the one not allowed in? Murmurs began to rise from the distance. Cruel White doesn't have an invitation, but Lorena does. He roared, I wonder which brat is barking like a dog. A voice spoke up from further away. Bruce muttered, continuing to humiliate the man named White. Huh, Cruel, who are they? Another voice rang out as eyes gradually turned toward them. John's voice grew cold in his mind. To think I'd meet them here. These were the very people who had thrown Cruel into the special task force. Cruel's own brothers. On the left was the eldest son, Bruce White, and on the right was the second son, Rock White. They had exiled Cruel to the special force to remove him from the succession race. But little did they know that action would ultimately lead to their deaths. The day Cruel returned, the second son died from a fall down the stairs. On the second day, the eldest son perished in a fire. But that was in the past life, when Cruel still couldn't control his murderous instincts. But what will Cruel do in this life? From a distance, Cruel said, It's been a long time, brother. Bruce smirked with a look of utter contempt. You hideous vermin. Who are you calling brother? Standing next to John, Roman shook his head. How pathetic. John replied calmly, Leave them be. It's their family's internal affair. Let's just see how it goes. Bruce stepped closer to Cruel, his eyes filled with mockery. So now you're hanging out with commoner trash. That certainly suits you. Cruel lowered his head, his lips trembling with fury. Living like a worm in a junkyard? Brother, Cruel gritted out. Staring intently at the confrontation, Cruel stood in front of his teammates and lowered his voice. Please do not look down on them just because they are commoners. They are my comrades. Cruel continued. I know you're trying to provoke me, trying to make me lose my cool, so that I'll cause a scene at the banquet, just to ruin my chances at the succession. Cruel held his breath. Bruce, are you still that afraid of me? Bruce's lip twitched, but he immediately masked it with the tone of a commander. Ah, right, I almost forgot to mention this. Cruel narrowed his eyes. What is it? That wet nurse of yours? I'm planning to sell her off since she's useless now. He spoke with a voice full of contempt. Beating her now just makes my hands ache. In an instant, Cruel's memories flashed back to the woman who once shielded him in that decaying house, holding him while trembling before the whip. Young master, it's okay, I'm right here. My poor little young master. It's better to sell her to a tavern before she gets too old. Before Bruce could finish his sarcastic sentence, a furious shout erupted. You bastard! A kick as powerful as thunder descended unexpectedly from above. Blood splattered before anyone could react. Roman and Rock stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock. Cruel stared in silence, his eyes dilated. His gaze fell upon this person who had just lunged down, like a dark shadow falling from the sky. Ian landed his knee, pinning Bruce's chest to the ground. His gaze was cold and devoid of emotion. Ian! A startled voice burst out from behind. Inside the hallway, with windows tightly shut, only a few faint rays of sunlight managed to pierce through the cracks in the door. Damien suddenly had a bad premonition. I still feel uneasy about leaving them there. His brow furrowed deeply as if his stomach were churning. Surely they won't cause any trouble. But while he was silently hoping, in such a short amount of time, they couldn't have right outside, Ian had already shattered the family harmony, with a single kick straight to Bruce's face. His younger brother called out in panic, Bruce! Caught completely off guard. He fell backward onto the ground. He scrambled to cover the spot where he'd been kicked, bitterly cursing, You lowly commoner! What do you think you're doing? A thick aura of killing intent radiated from Ian. His fist was raised high, intending to provide a follow-up blow. Can't you see clearly? I'm smashing that pathetic face of yours. Fortunately for Bruce, someone had managed to use a mana sword to stop the brawl. Enough! Several mana swords were pointed simultaneously at Ian's neck, leaving him with no room to move. The person spoke in a cold, accusatory tone. I cannot believe it. You're causing a fight right in front of the Imperial Palace gates. This is a serious crime. But suddenly the voice became filled with doubt as Ian's gaze shifted back. Wait a second, you are... He gasped a name in astonishment. Ian. Ian was also slightly surprised at this sudden presence. Sir Kai. After ensuring he hadn't mistaken the person, he smiled and greeted him. It really is you, Kylie said, stepping forward to talk. Seeing an acquaintance, Ian responded cheerfully. It's been a long time, Sir Kai. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, not since the incident on the train. Roman looked over at Cruel curiously. He wondered how Ian knew someone from the Royal Knights. Ian calmly gave a brief explanation. We happened to meet on the way north. Then he suddenly wondered about certain rumors regarding the Royal Knights. Are they really that strong? Cruel's memories drifted back at those words, to the day the incident on the train occurred. Don't even mention it. Every time he remembered Kai facing it alone, he would shiver with cold. Even if everyone on that train had joined forces, we might not have stood a chance. While everyone was catching up, Bruce interrupted indignantly. What do you think you're doing? This person assaulted and insulted 2 nobles. Right here at the Imperial Palace. Arrest him. Only then did Kai remember his duty, feeling a bit conflicted. Classic Ian. Even for you, insulting a noble is a problem. However, he flatly denied the accusation. No, I did not insult him. This left Bruce so stunned that he blurted out, What, Bruce? Gritted his teeth at the sheer shamelessness of his opponent. Don't give me those excuses. You just kicked me in the face with your filthy foot. As he was passionately questioning him, everyone here saw it clearly. A glove was suddenly thrown straight at his face. The culprit was none other than Ian. I am simply issuing a formal challenge. I cannot forgive anyone who dares to insult a precious comrade of mine. These words made both Cruel and Roman wonder if their ears were playing tricks on them. Precious comrade? Before any even more wonderful words could escape from those 2 foul mouths, Ian growled an order, Shut up! Kai understood his intention and smiled, speaking up once more to clarify the situation. I see, in that case, this is not an insult, but a duel that places both on equal footing. It is written in the founding laws, decreed by the enlightened emperor. A knight may challenge anyone to defend their honor, no matter who they are. This time it was Bruce's turn to be anxious, and his tone began to stutter. Don't talk nonsense. Why should I, a noble, have to fight that? Peasant. He nodded in agreement with Bruce's point. Lord White, of course you have the right to refuse? Then he kindly added a gentle reminder. But have you looked around you? Bruce glanced around, and realized that a large crowd had already gathered. They were whispering and gossiping incessantly. A duel, oh my. People still duel these days. How manly. Then Kai both threatened and challenged him. If you refuse in front of all these nobles, your honor will be severely damaged. Bruce clicked his tongue in complaint. Humph! When did they all gather like this? He understood his current situation clearly. Therefore, even though he was cursing Kai's ancestors 18 generations back for being such a bastard, damn it, I can't refuse now. He still had to maintain a polite facade on the outside. Of course I accept. I stake my noble honor on this duel. The girls surrounding them cheered in excitement. They're really having a duel. Roman truly found it hard to understand why noble ladies love duels so much. A moment later, at an empty courtyard on one side of the palace, a booming voice from the announcer rang out with great enthusiasm. Witnessed by the nobles present and Royal Knight Kai, the duel between Bruce White and Ian of the Special Task Force is officially sanctioned. Following those words, both quickly prepared their weapons and gear to get ready for the fight. Let this duel proceed with honor. Kai noticed that Ian didn't have any weapons in his hands, so he stepped forward to suggest to Ian, Don't you have a sword I can lend you mine? But he was met only with a shake of the head and an enigmatic smile from Ian. No need. While he was casually explaining to Kai, My fists are enough. Then, a blade suddenly flashed before his face. It turned out Bruce had taken the opportunity, while he wasn't paying attention, to lunge forward, aiming a downward slash at him. However, thanks to his quick reflexes, Ian managed to sidestep just in time. He curled his lip in a mocking smile, a sneak attack. Truly a shining example of nobility. Bruce refused to admit to such despicable behavior, offering instead some weak, critical reasoning. A fool who isn't alert has only himself to blame. The battle became intense as he continuously swung his sword at Ian, forcing him to back away to dodge. The sharp blade constantly swept past vital points. At times it seemed as though it had truly sliced through Ian's head. A lock of hair even flew off following the sword's path. The nobles huddled together, whispering and gossiping incessantly. He truly lives up to the name Bruce White, the eldest son of a renowned swordsmanship family. I heard he is rank 6, but I think he's even beyond that. On the contrary, his opponent, Roman, hearing those whispers, proudly added, He looks very calm. Cruel also smirked in agreement. Of course. He watched Ian's figure intently with a look of admiration. No matter what anyone says, I acknowledge that man. In a corner of the crowd, amidst the noisy chatter of the young ladies, he's so handsome, wow. Who is that commoner? There was a strange silence from the second son of the White family. Meanwhile, Bruce, thinking he had the upper hand, unleashed his attacks freely. All you can do is dodge. At the same time, his younger brother secretly used a blinding magic spell. Now is my chance. That spell would strip the opponent of their sight. Sure enough, Ian's pupils immediately went dark. I can't see anything now. Bruce took the opportunity to strike down with all his might. Triumphant grin spread across his face. It's over in an instant. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Even then, Kai maintained his usual calm demeanor. Both Cruel and Roman showed no concern for their comrade at all, indifferently observing the final outcome. It's over. Because the one bleeding was not Ian, but the one who had been boasting this whole time. Bruce had been stabbed through the abdomen. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes glazed over in shock. How is this possible? His brother was also utterly astounded. My magic didn't work. The soul hiding within Ian appeared to claim credit. Ha, you owe me again. But he didn't even need that small bit of help, even without seeing anything. This is nothing to me. Bruce suddenly froze as if he had seen something, terrifying when Ian swung his fist up, intending to deliver another follow-up blow. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Wait, I surrender. However, Ian was not one to easily let an enemy off the hook. The earth-shattering punch landed squarely on Bruce. Its sheer power sent him flying back, tumbling several times across the ground. At this moment, as he lay sprawled out below, with several teeth knocked out, the referee's shout stirred the entire area. The result is clear. Bruce White is no longer able to fight. Following that was the final declaration. The winner is Ian of the Special Task Force. Although he struck a victory pose, Ian couldn't help but feel a bit odd. It's a little embarrassing. The nobles who had been watching began their usual rounds of gossip. How impressive. He waited for the exact moment and overturned the situation with a single strike. Indeed, it's been a long time since I've seen such a thrilling duel. They showered Ian with praise, a commoner knight who dared to challenge a noble to protect his friend. Now that is a true knight. On the other hand, for the loser, they collectively unleashed malicious words. Meanwhile, Bruce White not only lost, but even used magic through his younger brother. With a successor like that, the White family is as good as doomed. Just then a slow clapping sound echoed, and a deep voice spoke out in admiration. That was a fine match. He slowly stepped toward the center of the crowd. You've become much stronger since the last time we met, Ian. People began to wonder if this familiar voice was every lady and noble bowed in unison to the uninvited guest. Leon chatted as he walked with the person following him. Damien, your subordinate, is quite full of youthful passion. He replied in a low voice. Truly, I am ashamed. That face was all too familiar to Ian. His eyes were already fixed firmly on that tall figure, and he thought to himself, you arrived sooner than I expected. It was a face that even if it turned to ash, he would still recognize. Crown Prince Leon Cavalan. He smiled and offered a polite greeting. Nice to meet you, Ian. Damien angrily reproached Kai. Kai, why didn't you stop the duel? Even with the royal knights by your side, you still allowed such a disrespectful scene to take place right in front of the palace gates. He calmly defended himself. Please forgive me, but the emperor who founded this nation created the laws of dueling. I could not have stopped it. Damien turned to criticize Ian as well. And Ian, how many times have I warned you? You truly created quite a spectacle, right in front of the banquet hall. He nonchalantly gave a dismissive reply. Isn't this better than doing it inside the banquet hall? Upon hearing this, he gritted his teeth in warning. That mouth of yours. Leon placed a hand on Damien's shoulder, advising him not to be too hard on Ian. He offered a gentle smile. After all, isn't Ian the protagonist of today's party? Leon looked at Ian, then gave an implicit reminder to everyone around. This is a celebration for the birth of a new law enforcer. But all of them were struck with shock and bewilderment, unable to believe their own eyes. He is the new law enforcer. The scene shifted to a different setting. Inside the magnificent and splendid Great Hall, a resonant voice announced, Hear this, Ian. Before the assembled nobles and royalty of the Empire, gathered here today, at the center of the hall where the red carpet stretched, Ian knelt obediently before the high steps. Leon stood with majesty, holding the decree and speaking solemnly. As the spokesperson for the great emperor, and as the representative of the merciful goddess, I, Leon Cavalan, commend the great contributions that you have dedicated to the Empire. He began to list Ian's achievements. You prevented the train terrorist attack that threatened the imperial capital, saving royal advisor Hugo and countless civilians. On the northern front, you also helped repel the invasion of 10,000 barbarians, even defeating their leader Vilai. You also headed east to rescue isolated comrades, successfully bringing them back, and purifying the area to prevent the emergence of the undead, Leon declared solemnly. Ian of the Special Task Force, I appoint you as a baron, and name you to the position of law enforcer. Ian slowly stood up. He received the decree from his hands. I accept the grace and will of the Emperor. Once the ceremony was over, Leon immediately opened the banquet. I hope everyone here enjoys this feast to celebrate the new hero of the Empire. As the melodious sound of the violin began, many nobles rushed to offer toasts and strike up a conversation with Ian. Congratulations, Baron Ian. Let us celebrate together, Baron Ian, and strike up a conversation with Ian. He didn't reply to everyone, only offering a faint smile. Thank you for your well wishes. In reality, deep down, the nobles enjoying the banquet all shared the same thought. What can I gain from him? What can I profit from this? The law enforcer is a position with the authority to oversee all aspects of the empire. Throughout the 900 years since its founding, this position had remained vacant. Now a commoner has been appointed as the law enforcer. The law enforcer holds power that surpasses even the nobility and royalty, with the ability to pass immediate judgment upon anyone found guilty. Some even say this position holds more power than the emperor himself. When seeing the training commander of the Special Task Force, Damien appearing alongside Crown Prince Leon, the nobles assumed the Crown Prince had joined forces with the commander. Many also believed that the Crown Prince had begun preparations to take the throne. One thing was for certain: the power structure within the Imperial Palace had begun to shift. The Crown Prince had begun preparations to take the throne. One thing was for certain: that Ian dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, he sighed wearily. How exhausting. I'd rather face the undead than those nobles. Ian carefully contemplated. Law enforcer, huh? I never imagined I would be given such a position. Ian carefully contemplated. Law enforcer, huh? I never imagined I would be given such a position. Perhaps the Crown Prince intends to use me right now. Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind him. Are you enjoying the banquet? Baron Ian. He turned his head in surprise. Who is it? Lorena suddenly appeared in a graceful purple dress. She teased Ian. How does it feel to become a nobleman? He was stunned. Lorena remarked, you look happier than I thought. Ian gave a cold huff. He countered by pointing at her outfit. You seem to be enjoying the banquet even more than I am. In that dress. Lorena blushed and denied it in embarrassment. No, Han and Father forced me to wear it. To ease the awkward atmosphere, she quickly changed the subject. A commoner becoming a baron is one thing, but more importantly, you have been appointed as the law enforcer. So will you be leaving the Special Task Force now? Ian replied vaguely. I'm still not sure, recalling Lorena's disgruntled look as she bit her lip. Just you wait, I'll catch up to you soon. He suddenly felt a bit suspicious. Wait, is there about to be another duel? However, contrary to his expectations, his counterpart only flashed him a sweet, gentle smile. Congratulations, Ian, I really mean it. Ian was taken aback. He scratched his cheek in confusion and said thank you. The two continued to chat together. Ian marveled. What a surprise. I thought you were going to say, I'll catch up to you soon, or something like that. Lorena looked flustered. Well, actually, I was going to say that. She reached out and gave his shoulder a playful light punch. But seeing all the effort you've put in all this time, Lorena's eyelashes lowered. The warm sunlight shone down, making her face appear even more beautiful and heart-stirring. Of course I have to congratulate you. You deserve much more than that. Ian curled his lip. To be honest, he expressed sincerely, being recognized by you feels like a greater honor than being granted a title. By the Crown Prince. Lorena hesitated. Hey! In the very next second, Ian's shoulders were suddenly gripped tightly by Cher and Han. They glared at him intensely, even making deliberate insinuations to threaten him. It is a pleasure to meet you, Baron Ian. As a noble, I must certainly teach you proper etiquette. Don't refuse this kindness. The party proceeded very smoothly. Cheryl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Roman hid in a corner devouring food voraciously. Hugo and Casa were happily shaking hands and greeting each other. The entire hall danced enthusiastically. Cruel was eagerly chatting away with the young noble ladies. In another scene inside Leon's study, he suddenly spoke up. Hey, Damien. Leon turned his back to look out the window, indifferent. Damien was sitting nonchalantly, leaning against the edge of the table behind him. He questioned inquisitively. It seems you aren't happy. Are you jealous? Because your disciple became the law enforcer? Why? Damien asked Leon gloomily. The plan to control the Special Task Force captain. Rodrigo right? He had no choice but to recount everything. Rodrigo's recent actions have been very suspicious. Leon sank into reminiscence and self-reproach. In his capacity as captain, he is conducting strange experiments, but we have repeatedly failed to track them. We can't tell when they started, or what their goal is, he affirmed. Now it seems he is even secretly contacting the nobles. I can't just stand by and watch anymore, Leon emphasized. The appointment of Ian as the law enforcer is more than just an expectation. It is also a message sent to the Special Task Force captain. He looked indifferently at his own reflection through the glass window and eloquently declared that my sword is already aimed at him. Damien frowned, watching Leon with unease. He questioned the other. Are you sure you have everything under control? Having finished his words, Damien turned and left without hesitation, leaving only a soft, parting sentence. I hope everything goes according to what you have arranged. Your Highness. The room suddenly fell into silence. Leon gently swirled the wine glass in his hand. He dejectedly muttered to himself, Damien, you are still... Suddenly, a smug voice rang out, cutting Leon off. He can't control it. He raised his head in surprise. Leon immediately saw that the reflection of himself in the mirror had been replaced by another face without him noticing. A completely evil face with a twisted, wild smile. Not yet. But Damien, he gasped in panic. Who are you? The other person gloatingly exposed the fragile soul of Leon. Do you believe him? A stray child full of deep-seated insecurity. He hates you and the royal bloodline more than anyone. That figure pulled the corners of his mouth up to his ears, laughing with sheer delight, even sowing seeds of discord in his heart. He will surely make you bleed, clang. The glass cup struck the window, shattering into pieces. Leon, unable to suppress his anger and losing his cool, had instinctively swung his arm and thrown the object away. Consequently, that hateful, malicious figure also vanished. He panted heavily in agitation. Leon wearily held his forehead, a surge of extreme confusion washing over him. What? He looked at the pile of glass scattered at his feet, then muttered, what on earth was that? Damien's figure slowly departed, but he did not forget to leave behind a cryptic remark. I hope everything goes according to what you have arranged. Your Highness. Damien walked away with a powerful stride, leaving Leon standing by the window with troubled thoughts. As he walked, he felt a sense of excitement, though I am not certain it will be possible. The door to Leon's room gradually closed. The space was now filled with an unusual silence, with only a faint flickering light emanating from within. Damien strode decisively down the hallway, pondering to himself. Appointing Ian as the law enforcer was certainly a correct move, but he thought angrily of Ian becoming arrogant. Now that I am the law enforcer, won't I be your equal? No, in fact, I'll be far superior. Damien grimaced with irritation. That arrogant fellow will have even more reason to be conceited. Just you wait. He then thought of Leah. It seems the Special Task Force captain is becoming desperate. Keeping his daughter close has indeed been effective. Damien walked on, feeling a bit of excitement regarding his own plans. Still, to be certain, I need to confirm a few things. In the district known as the exclusive commercial zone of the imperial capital, amidst the late winter weather, the street lined with ancient buildings was draped in a white coat of snow. On both sides of the road, crowds of people bustled about. In a tea house, the voice of a waiter cheerfully welcoming a noble guest rang out. Welcome, sir. The interior was a luxurious space, splendidly staffed with dozens of servers. This establishment operated on a membership basis. By joining one, could socialize with officials and members of the high society. From the tables to the chairs, everything was meticulously crafted and arranged in a neat, elegant manner. Do the nobility come here often? Of course, we also have luxury entertainment facilities, reserved exclusively for the nobility. Ian sat on his chair, slowly raising his coffee cup to savor its wonderful flavor, then praised it profusely. The atmosphere is great and the coffee is delicious. Suddenly he paused. But... Ian stared intently at the girl sitting opposite him, making her feel a bit flustered. I didn't sponsor you. Just for you to do these kinds of things, did I? Isn't that right, Bella? She was actually Agent Bella. Bella was somewhat surprised by Ian's remark. How did you realize I was in disguise? He angrily questioned Bella. Enough. Were you planning to deceive me and take my money? She stammered in fear. No, it's not like that. Bella took off her wig, adjusted her lapels, and explained. For an informant to survive, disguise is essential. Sometimes a high society lady, sometimes a maid, or even the daughter of a noble family. If you were an informant, then it would be mandatory. Something feels strange here. Anyway, all of this is part of the sponsorship. It's not as if you'll sponsor me forever. I thought you were just the son of a fallen house. But as it turns out, you are a member of the Special Task Force, under the Dragon Warrior Project. Ian was slightly taken aback by Bella's backtalk. You've discovered my true identity. Impressive. She slowly raised her coffee cup, her gaze unwavering. Thank you for the compliment. Bella's mood darkened, but her words were spoken with a heavy sense of threat. From a lowly intern, rising to the top, and being titled a baron. Ian stood up, placing his hand on Bella's table. I don't care that you're investigating me. But realizing she had said too much, she tried to cover it up. Sir. He was about to walk away. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, flared as a warning to Bella. It would be better for you to... Ian put his hand into his coat pocket, intending to take something out. Focus on other matters instead. Bella tried to hold him back, apologizing profusely. Wait, I'm sorry. Ian decisively tossed a bag of money onto the table, causing her to fall into a stunned silence. Picking up the bag of money left on the table made Bella wonder about his actions. Sir, what is this money for? Ian responded calmly. You once said you had to work part-time due to a lack of funds. Didn't you? You are my informant. Don't worry about money. Use that time to gather information. On the tasks I assigned to you last time, Bella sat dazed on her chair staring at the bag of money. She remained still for a moment, then spoke slowly. You really underestimate me, don't you? Hearing that question took Ian by surprise. Underestimate you? Bella placed a stack of documents on the table and handed them to him. All the information you requested has already been gathered. Ian looked at the pile of documents on the table and said, teasing her, you work much faster when money is involved, don't you? Bella, not backing down, immediately retorted, that is just the way I work. Ian picked up the papers and read them intently. Report 01. Activity report on the Special Task Force Captain. Recently, he has begun attending private meetings with several nobles. All attendees come from families dissatisfied with training Commander-in-Chief Damien, as expected. A key figure in these meetings, alongside Captain Rodrigo, is Marquis Zen. Report 02 surveillance report on Marquis Zen. Confirmed existence of several top-secret facilities within his territory, suspected to be used for biological experiments. Numerous unidentified mages have been mobilized. He held the stack of reports in his hand, focusing on reading every single word. Ian couldn't help but feel curious about the aforementioned experiments. Experiments. They are conducting. Experiments that go far beyond suppression mages. He sat back down in the opposite chair. He gave Bella a compliment, well done. You even managed to uncover those experiments. I'm impressed. She felt smug, her voice laced with sarcasm. Your praise makes me a bit shy, but I like it. The two of them continued their conversation. Ian assigned a new mission to Bella and prepared to leave. From now on, you'll be in charge of managing the intelligence network. Keep up the good work. She was quite surprised and asked, are you leaving already? Ian began to imagine the scene of Damien angrily threatening him. If you don't return on time, then whether you are a baron or a law enforcer, you'll be in trouble. That thought made Ian feel a sudden wave of intimidation. I only stepped out for a bit of business. As he stood up to go, Bella had something else to say. Sir, there is one more thing I want to report. Ian paused. What is it? The first time you came here, you showed me this mark. Didn't you? She recalled the events. He pulled a strange symbol of some kind from his pocket. Have you ever seen this symbol before? It was a circular symbol, with tangled red streaks like flames on top. It looked incredibly mystical. I investigated it because it seemed quite odd, but there was no information until recently. As Ian stood stunned staring at Bella, she continued, someone said they saw a symbol in the shape of a flame. Finally, Bella had found some information about that symbol at a mysterious, heavily fortified location known as the secret headquarters of a special force. Ian tucked his hands into his pockets and walked through the snow-covered streets. As he walked, he thought about Report 3 investigation results on the flame symbol. In an abandoned mining town, 31 kilometers southwest of the Empire near Isri. Although it appeared abandoned, while the exterior was desolate deep inside the caves, a variety of crystals, placed in iron crates and piled up, stacked haphazardly on top of each other. Inside, high-quality magic crystals are still being actively mined. High quality. The crystals from this mine are guarded by a mysterious organization of cloaked figures. They are currently being exclusively exploited by an unidentified organization. The number of members and their motives remain unknown. A man with a burly physique, carrying 2 swords on his back, walks with a proud gait. Only one thing is certain. A high-ranking member of this mysterious organization, with fierce eyes and a covered face, has a tattoo on his face, confirmed to be the symbol, resembling the flame icon on his face. The identity of this organization is currently under investigation, but we have uncovered information related to this symbol. Ian read the reports Bella sent, and couldn't help but praise her silently. You truly are very capable. Suddenly, drops of blood began to splatter on the floor. The blood caused Ian to remember someone in a panic. He shouted, could it be Leah? He rushed to the room door as fast as he could. Ian flung the door open and yelled, Leah! Are you in there? Suddenly a light shone onto his face, making him squint. A dark silhouette loomed ahead. This is the symbol representing the commander-in-chief who founded the organization. The silhouette spoke. You're late. It turned out to be Damien. He immediately exposed Ian's plan. You've been acting behind my back all this time. To think you'd dare to do such things. Confronted by Damien's presence, Ian was flustered and speechless. Beams of light radiated from the commander's body, taking Ian by surprise. What is this? The bloodstains on the floor added to his confusion. What happened? A flame symbol appeared on Damien. This symbol will be passed down to the generations of the organization's commanders. He stood facing Ian. Ian looked at Damien, intending to discuss something. I have a few things I want to ask you. He also looked at Ian, about to say something important. What a coincidence, I have something to ask you as well. Ian looked at Damien, who was also staring intently at him. They both spoke at the same time. In that case, Damien used magic intending to attack Ian. He lunged toward Ian like a flash preparing for an ambush. Surprised, Ian thought, why didn't we just ask first? A powerful voice rang out. I will be the one asking first. Dark swordsmanship. As he spoke, a black-lit sword gradually appeared. Dark power immediately surged from it, wrapping around his arm. He growled out the name loudly, Ian. Ian calmly stood his ground, watching closely. Damien crouched low and lunged forward. It happened in the blink of an eye. The whites of his eyes turned black, gleaming with sharp intensity. With a tense expression on his face and a commanding voice, he warned, you'd better answer carefully. Suddenly something splattered through the air. Damien stopped and narrowed his eyes, staring intently. His voice was full of contempt, utterly idiotic beyond words. Ian remained composed, not reacting in the slightest. From behind, an assassin wearing a red mask appeared. He was completely covered, leaving only his two eyes visible. His eyes widened in shock. His arm holding a sharp knife was raised, ready to strike at Ian. But unexpectedly, Damien had already detected him. The sword in his hand, Damien's blade had already pierced through the man's stomach before anyone noticed, causing blood to spray like rain. He mocked Ian. My own disciple ambushed from behind. Was it that easy? You truly lack training. The struck assassin lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Ian turned to look at the man lying sprawled out and spoke. Did you become complacent just because you were granted a title? Damien folded his arms and gave a calm reminder. Reflect on yourself. Ian's face remained unchanged. I already knew beforehand. I kept quiet because I didn't want to make you lose face. Damien stood nearby with a friendly smile. Of course I know. Of course everything you said is accurate. Ian looked up tensely, staring at the broken ceiling that revealed a massive hole. He spoke up, but I didn't expect that he would strike so openly like this. In the Special Forces, only one person could do something like that. Damien frowned with a serious look, though he didn't want to admit it. It seems we have been too lax with our vigilance. He remembered the captain. Captain Rodrigo has realized that Leah is here. A subordinate wearing a red cloak ran over to report, reporting the situation to the chief training commander. Damien asked calmly, what is the situation right now? The man explained. The pursuit team is tracking those who attempted to infiltrate, but it seems they have already moved beyond the training grounds. Damien looked at the man collapsed on the floor. In a weary voice, he ordered, cancel the pursuit order. Even if you chase them, you won't catch them. Instead, take away the one lying there. In the vast room, the echoes were trapped beneath the vaulted ceiling. Damien's voice was stern. He's still breathing. Drag him away and prepare for interrogation. A dangerous and cunning smile played at the corners of his mouth. I will conduct the interrogation personally. He must have some scheme in mind. Suddenly, Damien turned to Ian. Now that I think about it, Ian, I still haven't asked my question. But Ian remained calm. Damien's dark sword pointed directly at his neck. Damien spoke with a clear, resonant voice. I'll ask again, who exactly is Leah? A stream of thoughts began to flood his mind. It seems the captain tried to kidnap Leah while we were away. He recalled the battle. The assassin had screamed, Die Chief Training Commander. Damien realized that the captain had planted more assassins than expected. In just the blink of an eye, crisscrossing / marks like a spider's web appeared. The scene was stained red with blood. But to him, Damien stood calmly in the middle of that gruesome space. They were no threat at all. He stepped forward lightly and uttered, Don't you plan on giving up? Damien looked calmly toward N.T., assassin who was holding Leah. Do you really think you can escape from my hands? Terrified by the scene he had just witnessed, the assassin screamed, Shut up! His face was full of anxiety, as he held a sharp sword, pointing it at Damien in a threatening manner. Take one more step and I'll kill her. Leah was bound and gagged, unable to do anything but tremble in fear. Damien showed a look of contempt. What a clumsy threat, how troublesome. Do you think I'm just bluffing? If I can't bring the target back, he looked at Leah and raised his voice. I have orders to eliminate her. He thought pensively. The real danger was... Suddenly Leah's body began to shake uncontrollably. Her face darkened completely, and streaks of light radiated from around her. The assassin, not understanding what was happening, screamed in terror, What is this? Wait a minute! Leah snapped her eyes open as if she were a different person. The whites of her eyes turned black and her pupils glowed brightly. Even Damien couldn't help but feel bewildered. A blinding light from her body burst forth, engulfing the entire room. The power from that light was so strong it pierced through the roof, creating a pillar of light straight into the sky. Damien snapped back to reality. He told Ian that a blinding beam of light had emanated from Leah. She had lost consciousness, and the hidden assassination squad took the opportunity to take her and flee. The hole in the ceiling was caused by her herself. Damien did not forget to emphasize again. Tell me who exactly is Leah? Ian finally spoke up. Leah is not the captain's daughter. Damien frowned as if disappointed by the answer. You lied. That she was the trump card to deal with him. Ian smiled gently and spoke calmly. Don't worry. He continued to affirm, Leah will become a trump card, even more powerful than the captain's daughter. An image of Leah appeared amidst the cards, Ian explained, because she is the sole survivor of the project, the Destroyer, a human experimentation program. Damien's voice echoed through the ancient room. I see. If everything you say is true, he put his hand to his chin, lost in thought. Then it's no wonder the captain had to act so recklessly. Human experimentation. Ian stood beside him with a serious face, emphasizing, yes, now we must risk our lives to protect her, because the captain has violated the ancestral treaty. He continued his explanation. Similar to the death match law, the ancestral treaty was enacted by Emperor Bahamut. In the book, Article 1, Clause 2 states, any person who performs experiments on humans, violating human dignity, shall be permanently exiled from the empire. Damien racked his brain, thinking, actually, this makes everything easier. Imagining the unfortunate souls inside the laboratory, he spoke up. The ancestral treaty holds the highest authority, above all other laws. If we have evidence of human experimentation, then overthrowing the captain of the special forces will become simple. Damien folded his arms and walked slowly toward the door. The point isn't that. We have to get Leah back first. Ian remained standing there watching him. Then he asked, do you know where they took her? Damien calmly continued, don't worry. We'll know soon enough. All it takes is digging into the mind of the one we captured. Images of deformed humans appeared, both horrific and pitiful. Ian looked on, bewildered and questioning. No, didn't you say human experimentation is forbidden? Damien chuckled softly and asked, what are you talking about? Don't tell me that every time you grill a fish, you consider that an experiment too. Suddenly Ian spoke up, speaking of which, master. He threw something black toward Damien. He caught it and turned back, wondering, what kind of trick is this now? With a serious face, Ian said, I still have one question to ask you, master. Could you take a look at this locket? Damien reached out and opened the box to examine it. Ian spoke with a firm voice. Regarding this locket, please answer me as my master. Damien frowned, staring intently at the pendant. He looked at the patterns engraved inside the locket and gasped in shock. This is... Inside was a design with many intertwined red lines. Regarding the origin of that symbol, Damien asked, where did you get this locket? Ian answered slowly, this is the only thing left of my clan. The other half of the locket case showed a picture of a white-haired boy posing with his family. I kept that photo and the symbol to get through my time at the training center. That little boy was Ian. I believed that if I found the origin of this symbol, I would be able to see my family again. Damien gently raised his hand, holding the locket up high as he spoke softly. Your family, huh? He began to tell the story. Long ago there was a man. People were holding crude weapons like axes, rakes, and hoes, preparing to join the fight. Among them were two people, one wearing a yellow cap and another in a white hood. They stood skinny in the middle of the crowd, just like everyone else, holding their weapons with faces full of tension. A squad of soldiers clad in armor, covered from head to toe, charged in with swords in hand. Damien continued, a man who could no longer endure the oppression of the empire. He rose up with the people standing alone against them. That flag with the red symbol on a white background fluttered in the sky. In his hand was a fiery banner. He stood facing hundreds of soldiers. A green-haired man, wearing a red scarf, bravely held the flag standing before those soldiers. That man was the first Supreme Commander of the Revolutionary Army. This symbol is his symbol. Outside, the rain fell in torrents. Dark clouds covered a corner of the sky. Here, Damien sat huddled with his head bowed. That was on my 7th birthday. He frowned, sighing, Mother. At this moment, Damien Cavalan was 7 years old. Recalling an old memory, the soft voice of a woman rang out, Damien? She gave a painful instruction, run away, go far away, so that no one can harm you anymore. There are too many people who want to harm you here. The soldiers nearby shouted, interrupting her. Listen up, the queen is found guilty of treason. For serious crimes, she is to be deposed immediately. As the rain fell, dark red blood flowed from the corner of the woman's mouth. She choked out, I love you, my son. Please keep living at all costs. Damien gritted his teeth, replying resolutely, Mother, I will avenge you with my own hands. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Damien's thoughts. I sensed a murderous intent in the air, so I came to check, only to find out it's just a brat. A white flag fluttered in the rain. The person continued, What's wrong, kid? Why do you look so angry? The arrogant man smiled and questioned him. Is it because you hate this world? Or is it because you are helpless? Damien continued. That was the first time I met the commander, and it was also my first impression of him. The man approached and spoke at length. I'm telling you this as an elder. In life, revenge won't solve anything. You don't seek revenge to solve problems. It's just to satisfy your own heart. Is that enough for you? At that moment in his heart, Damien secretly cursed at him for talking too much. thinking that Damien replied in a low voice, "Just ignore me and keep going." The man curled his lip and asked back, "Quite cold, isn't it?" Faced with Damien's indifference, he suddenly spoke up with interest. "I just remembered I heard a prince involved in the coup has escaped. Hey, kid." The man paused for a moment. "Got anything to eat?" Outside, the rain showered relentlessly, blanketing the rooftops in white. At this time, man held a cake in his hand, chewing hurriedly. Damien looked at his appearance and said with a look of disgust, "Swallow it all before you speak." The man casually suggested, "You look pretty pathetic yourself." "Can I eat the rest of this?" Damien replied oddly, "You've already eaten almost all of it anyway." "That was my mother's teaching." He closed his eyes and murmured, "For the royalty, there is no greater shame than letting your subjects starve." Hearing that, the man froze. What a noble woman. By then, the sky was gradually brightening. White clouds were also slowly gathering. The man spoke first. "The rain has stopped." He planted the flag and stood up. "Since I owe you, let me show you something interesting." Damien was curious. "Is it something very attractive?" The man tilted his head and smiled. "I mean seeing the entire empire overthrown." Seeing Damien's confused face, he affirmed firmly, "Coming with me will be quite a spectacle." Damien told himself then, honestly, "I don't believe a single word from the mouth of someone who just stole a child's cake. But I want to see what he will do to overthrow the empire." Scene change. Damien silently looks at the scene in front of him. He is helping a wandering old man. He carried the man on his back and asked cheerfully, "Where should I take you?" The man replied, "To my house." At another time, Damien stood behind and observed the man, carrying heavy crates of goods. He spoke loudly. "Damien helped me a hand to overthrow the empire. He was building an orphanage here." Damien couldn't stand it anymore and wondered, at this rate, who knows when the empire will finally be overthrown? The man sitting on the ground furrowed his brows. "Kid, that's a painful thing to say." Then he quickly laughed it off. "But even so, can we really ignore those in misery?" Looking at the flag fluttering in the wind in his heart, Damien felt a bit wavered. He talked a big game, but he was a sincere person who truly wanted to help others. Even those who initially hated him gradually came to grow fond of him. One by one, they began to gather around him. At Jova district, loud shouts rang out. "Return the fields that you stole. How can we possibly survive like this?" The soldiers quickly blocked them and threatened. "A mere tenant farmer dares to speak to me like that. You must learn your place." The citizens in front didn't back down at all. "On behalf of the people, we declare to Count Jova." The man appeared standing behind and observing. "You have illegally seized the lands, territories, and taxes of the people. You have led them into a path of misery." The soldiers couldn't help but mutter, "What is this fool with the tattered flag babbling about?" Immediately, the people raised their flags high in unison. Their voices also grew louder. "We will end the suffering of the people under the tyranny of Jova." The soldiers shouted in shock, "How did so many flags get here?" They continued, "Today, in the name of the Revolutionary Army, we declare liberation." Damien turned his head and thought to himself, that man, the one who talked too much, who was always busybodying and constantly claiming he'd overthrow the empire, finally founded the Revolutionary Army. The commander, clutching the flag, leaped high into the air. A soft, brilliant red light swirled along with his jump and became the first commander-in-chief. A shimmering ray of light stood out against the murky sky. Returning to reality, Damien's steady voice rang out. This symbol quickly became the image representing him. He turned his back to Ian and continued, "Every founding member of the revolution had it tattooed on their body." I still remember his reddened, flustered eyes when he said he was choosing a gift for his son. "Looking at that necklace, perhaps?" Ian bowed his head and spoke in a low voice. "It belonged to the first commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army. That person is my father." Ian thought to himself. When I learned that symbol was related to the Revolutionary Army, I had my suspicions, but I never expected my father to be the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army. Damien slowly questioned him. "Don't you have any resentment? Your father led the revolution, yet here you are scurrying around in the special task force." Hearing that, Ian hesitated. "Not really, it's just a strange feeling." "You know more about my father than I do. So I feel like you're much more like his son than I am." Damien remained silent, offering no response. A long while later, he continued with difficulty, "But I could never truly be his son." Recalling that time, Damien clutched his arm and shouted bitterly, "You mustn't go back there." "Commander," he whispered, because to him, family is the most important thing in the world. Ian hesitated, his eyes glancing at his master searchingly. "Now that I am the son of your high-ranking commander, shouldn't you show me a little respect?" Damien, caught off guard by the question, grit his teeth. "It's for that very reason that I haven't killed you yet." Damien turned around. "Don't you want to know more about your father? Like where he is now and what happened?" For Ian, seeking out his family was the thing that had kept him alive until now. Perhaps now I can finally find them, thinking of Leah's face. But Master Ian spoke up cautiously. For now, the immediate mission is the top priority. Damien praised him. That's a very right decision. We've obtained whereabouts from the interrogation. Do you have a plan yet? Ian softly replied, I do. But I will certainly need your help, Master. Damien closed his eyes and spoke in a low voice, my help. Then Ian suddenly hesitated, though I'm not sure if you can do it. These words made Damien couldn't help but scold him. You arrogant brat! A brilliant red flag fluttered in the wind. They were hung neatly and in a straight line, along the road. Meanwhile, at the Special Task Force headquarters, a shout rang out, Stop right there! The group immediately froze upon hearing it. You cannot just barge in like this. Whatever the case, we apologize. Please do not be angry. Wearing a birthday hat, Damien asked bluntly, What is all this noise about? He tremblingly held a ribboned gift box and hesitated. I only came here to apologize. To the Special Task Force captain. Look, I even brought a gift, didn't I? Damien cursed Ian under his breath. This humiliation, this master will never forget it. Scene shifts to the central office of the inspectorate. Night had shrouded the entire area. 2 employees holding documents in their hands reported to the director, the training commander-in-chief of the Special Task Force has arrived at the Imperial capital. We still haven't determined the purpose of his trip. A young woman with long blue hair asked, What's the status of the new enforcer? The subordinate quickly replied, Sorry, we are currently conducting an investigation. The one who just asked was Inspector Director Diana Powson. She held out a document, frowning as she reminded them, Track down Enforcer Ian's location first. He is an extremely dangerous target. Diana glanced to the side, wondering, what is the new enforcer planning this time? Information was immediately linked together. The kidnapping of the royal advisor. The night of death following the Manzi raid. She was quietly lost in thought. Recently, the Empire has been reeling from a series of major incidents, forcing the Inspectorate to also be placed on high alert. And at the center of all those events is Enforcer Ian. His intentions, and the one standing behind supporting him, are all unpredictable. Who on earth is he? Suddenly, Diana noticed a pale pink letter on the desk. Her eyes fixed on it as she whispered, a letter. Without hesitation, Diana opened it to take a look. This is, she read thoughtfully. Do you want to hunt the Black Dragon? The face of the captain immediately flashed through Diana's mind, causing her confusion. Hunt the Black Dragon. That was the code name of the Special Task Force captain. Is this a declaration aimed at the captain? Once again, Diana fell into a silent state, tightly pursing her lips. She glanced to the side and spoke warily. If you have something to say, why not come and say it in person? The enforcer heard these words, and a dark shadow behind that door responded. Just as I thought. Ian looked inside and praised her. You recognized me even though I hid my presence as best as I could. Truly worthy of being the director of the inspectorate. The conversation between the two echoed in the room. Diana questioned him. A rumored enforcer like you came here on your own. He spoke gently. I apologize for the sudden meeting. Ian entered the room and explained. What I want to say must be kept secret, so I had to come and see you in person. She crossed her arms, not even bothering to glance at him, as she arrogantly repeated the words, kept secret. Ian calculated that training commander-in-chief Damien must have arrived at the Special Task Force headquarters by now. He imagined the scene. Damien stood before a line of soldiers, hesitating on a single word. At that moment, he seemed to have a personal motive that, slightly smiling, Ian immediately thought of the captain. Damien would hold back, Captain Rodrigo. Diana curiously interrupted. Why are you targeting the captain? He replied with a serious face. My goal is to completely destroy the Special Task Force from its roots. The image of a flag torn in half appeared right along with those words. She listened in silence. To achieve that, I need your help, Director. Currently, the evidence to take down Captain Rodrigo is located in the central district of the Imperial capital, but Ian cannot determine its exact location. Ian laid out the plan. If someone like you, someone with great influence in the Imperial capital, steps in to help, we can take this opportunity to capture the captain and restructure the special task force. Diana questioned him. Is this an official request from you, in your capacity as an enforcer, or is it an order from the special task force? He looked puzzled. I'm sorry, Ian. Despite all that had been said, the only response was a refusal. Whatever it is, I refuse. She thought of those two currently in the Imperial capital and couldn't help but wonder, why should the Inspectorate interfere in the internal power struggle of the Special Task Force? The risk is high, and even if we succeed, we gain nothing and only suffer losses. He countered, it might not be the Inspectorate, but you, Director Diana, have a personal reason to intervene. Ian's next words left her stunned. Your fiancé is dead. Don't you want to know who was behind it? Diana froze for a moment, muttering under her breath. What did you just say? Ian thought grimly to himself, Inspector Director Diana. You have a deep-seated grudge against the Special Task Force, and it is no wonder either, as her fiancé was assassinated by them. At that time, he was investigating the commander's corruption when he was murdered by an assassin. There was no physical evidence, yet all indirect evidence pointed toward them. If it's Diana, she will definitely be interested in everyone. A strange energy suddenly flared up within her, and her tone became sinister. Just as I expected, he called the director in confusion. Diana clenched her fists tightly, her face darkening as a murderous aura radiated everywhere. You Special Task Force bastards. Are you all involved in this? Damn it, Ian hurriedly tried to calm her. Wait, please calm down and listen to me first. He cursed himself internally. Shit. I forgot her most defining characteristic. Without a word, she simply raised an arm and barked, "Shut up!" Immediately afterward, shards of shattered glass went flying outside. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the Imperial Capital's central district. The landscape here has become unusually quiet. Small houses are built tightly packed against one another. In an abandoned spot somewhere, the steady sound of trickling water can be heard. The long corridor is desolate, with not a single human voice. Leah has appeared here, though it's unclear when she arrived. She sits inside a magic circle, clutching her knees. Leah hangs her head weakly, calling out a name. Ian. Andre stands before her, swinging his weapon high into the air, shouting, "All right, here I come!" Just as he delivers a slash, nothing happens at all. On the contrary, the sword in Andre's hand trembles above Leah's head, as if blocked by something. So it really is like that. Out of nowhere, flashes of golden energy gather above her, leaving him bewildered. Damn it! Why can't I get close? Why? Andre roars in fury as his weapon shatters into pieces. Hell, this thing can even withstand that strike. Two people stepped forward from behind, one of them speaking sarcastically. You guys don't stand a chance. Andre immediately cut him off, telling him to shut up. The two men looked ahead and began to gossip. What on earth is this bizarre power? I never expected that we wouldn't even be able to get close. They are the three demons, assassins from the assassination unit, under the direct command of the Special Task Force captain, unofficially. Even within the secret missions of the Special Task Force, they specialize in doing the dirty work in the shadows, but are never officially recognized. The one named Khan grumbled irritably, "Damn it, she's right there in front of us, and yet I can't even touch her." The blue-haired man interjected with his hands on his hips. But is it really okay to kill her? Andre confirmed, as long as she's dead, nothing else matters. Suddenly, the blue-haired man glanced to the side, as if he had noticed something strange. A flash of light suddenly darted past his face. The man drew the sword from his back, ordering the others to step aside. It's my turn now, his comrade in the back asked wearily. Again, the blue-haired man said firmly. No matter what kind of power it is, it can't be infinite. Keep attacking it continuously, and it will eventually reach its limit. He pointed his sword down and chanted 3 demons. Bloodstorm, Assassin, Primal Rage. The man swung his sword and shouted, but first, he spun around, unleashing a lightning-fast slash in that direction. Let's catch the little mouse that's hiding first. Suddenly, from behind that passageway, a horrific explosion erupted. They retreated, moving into a defensive stance. How did you manage to get all the way in here? Wasn't it said that the waterways in this area were under Special Task Force surveillance? Suddenly, his sword was swiftly thrown out of that dark area. It stabbed straight into the ground, acting like a declaration of war from that mysterious person. From within the dense darkness, dangerous footsteps echoed. The young woman gradually appeared and spoke. There was once an inspector, investigating the captain's corruption, person who was very important in finding Leah's whereabouts. For Director Paulson, Andre was stunned. Why is she here? Diana strode forward, her tone filled with murderous intent. During that investigation, that inspector was murdered. At this moment, she possessed infinite physical strength and a sensory ability bordering on the superhuman. Diana lightly clenched her hand as she continued. The investigation indicated there were 3 intruders. This was the very ability that had made her famous. Diana opened her hand, causing sharp claws to emerge. You used swords and ruthlessly killed him. Her eyes glowed brightly and 2 small ears sprouted from the top of her head. Entering her beastkin form, her berserk mode growled, "Target identified." Diana bared her sharp teeth. You bastards! She leaped into the air, pulling her arm back to gain momentum and shouting loudly, "You are under arrest for the murder of an agent from the inspectorate." This place was deep and hollow, desolate and remote, an ideal location for a battle to break out. The 3 assassins charged forward in a rage. I've grown sick of staying in this place for so long, and yet the director of the inspectorate herself has come to meet me. Diana's long hair fluttered in the wind, embodying her fierce fighting spirit. Magic was instantly unleashed from their swords, accompanied by a pitch-black aura. Fine, then let's have some fun. Working together in unison, They pushed that bizarre energy toward her. A gale tore through the air. Die right here. Diana Paulson. Diana's hand lunged forward as she mocked them. Amateurs who only know how to rely on sneak attacks. With a simple downward swing of her arm, she used her ultimate technique. Iron claw slicing through that crimson mass. Did you really think you were strong enough to oppose me? The ground crumbled in its wake, dissolving into a dense cloud of smoke. The other two froze in shock and screamed. She blocked a direct hit. What kind of monster is this? Such terrifying strength. Diana frowned as she faced that blinding light. Her feet suddenly pivoted backward. Seeing Diana turn to run, they shouted out, "What's this? Are you trying to run? I'll tear you to pieces." Quickly chase after her, don't let her escape. Not long after, only Leah remained, sitting alone in the cold void. Suddenly someone appeared, asking, "I'm late, aren't I?" This person was none other than Ian. He continued dejectedly, "I'm sorry." Leah recalled a few minutes ago. At that time, Ian and Diana were discussing their plans. She suggested, "Then I'll leave the rescue of the kidnapped child named Leah to you." "Kidnapped for you. You're the enforcer. I'll take care of the arrest of the 3 demon assassins myself." Back to reality. Hearing no sound, he called out softly. Leah's response was only silence and the resentful lowering of her head, a sight that would break anyone's heart. Ian thought of the promise he had made long ago. "I promised that I wouldn't let you get hurt." Ian now reached out his hand and said kindly, "It's okay now, let's go home together." Suddenly, a strange beam of light shone across Leah's face. Her eyes became lifeless. He instinctively pulled his arm back. Looking at that light, he shouted, "Leah!" Leah's entire body was soon enveloped by that energy source. Ian struggled to find a way. "Leah, wake up, damn it." "She's unconscious. She has no control over herself. Because of the gravitational field, I can't get close." He suddenly noticed 2 magic circles, positioned symmetrically behind her. A voice echoed from there. Why did things turn out like this? Momon quickly appeared between those 2 magic circles and added, "I even created a restraining device for her." Ian interjected in surprise. "Momon?" She glanced over at him to reassure him. Luckily, she recovered part of her strength before going berserk. Ian crossed his arms and said reproachfully, "This is because the restraining device you made is too poor." Momon put her hands on her hips and asked wearily, "Are you blaming me?" He bluntly admitted, "Of course, when she put that restraint on, you were the one who said it was safe, weren't you?" She thought of the restraining ring and explained, "But it's only meant to prevent her powers from going wild due to emotional fluctuations. It cannot withstand life-threatening situations, like the extreme pressure she's under right now." Momon leaned toward Ian and countered the blame. "Besides, you're the one who pushed her into danger, so you should take responsibility, right? Isn't that right, Ian?" He responded hesitantly, "Yes, you're right." Ian looked at Leah before him thoughtfully, murmuring her name. "Leah," he glanced at that beam of light. Blaming himself, "I've been too careless. Momon, now we have to..." Before he could finish, 3 darts flew past Ian's eyes. He watched them soar through the air, exclaiming in shock, "Hidden weapons." Before he could react, those 3 darts looped back to where they had just flown past. They lunged into a frenzied attack on Ian, but with his agile movements he managed to dodge them. Ian marveled inwardly. The trajectory of those darts isn't normal. There's only one group that uses projectile weapons like that. Just as he was lost in thought, something grazed past Ian's sleeve. He quickly stepped back a few paces on high alert. Ian looked at the 2 darts embedded in the ground before him, questioning if it was the dark sky hidden weapon technique. His eyes widened in realization. "No way, was I that careless?" Ian slammed his hand on the ground and cursed, "Damn it!" Momon, standing beside him with a serious face, tried to comfort him. "What's this?" "It's only a scratch." He dropped to his knees and retorted, "No, Momon, this is..." At that same moment, a voice rang out from behind the entrance. "It will be difficult even to stand now, because it is the lethal venom of a hydra, the kind of poison that kills instantly." The water outside flowed turbulently. The other person continued, "I have wanted to meet you for a long time." Enforcer. The mysterious figure stepped forward, walking on the water, questioning, "You are Damien's disciple, aren't you?" Ian's face turned serious, thinking to himself, "He is walking on the water." He asked suspiciously, "You are..." This person was Tendo, a member of the Special Task Force, ranked 3rd Black Shadow. He issued a bold challenge. "I am truly lucky to be able to personally kill the disciple of Damien Black Shadow, the one ranked 3rd in the Special Task Force, and the assistant to Captain Rodrigo." A troublesome enemy had just appeared. He unexpectedly spoke words of praise to Ian. "You lured even the Inspector General here, and found this exact location. Astonishing. It seems there was a reason the captain sent me." His hand began to drip blood. Ian judged the man before him as a master assassin, one who possesses superhuman combat abilities, but specializes only in assassination. The corner of his mouth had been bleeding for some time, but it did not distract him. He is my perfect counter, especially in my current state. After a moment of analysis, Ian spoke up. You are perhaps the one who understands best about that girl's power. If we do not stop her right now, she will quickly go berserk. At the same time, Leah's feet lifted off the ground. His voice echoed everywhere. If Leah loses control, this entire underground sewer system will collapse, and this system connects directly to the Imperial capital. If she goes berserk, the capital will be leveled in an instant. You know very well what that means, don't you? The Black Shadow replied flatly. That is true. Maybe the captain had the reason for locking her up here. And furthermore, he let out a mocking laugh. Isn't watching the Imperial capital being destroyed also a sight that would satisfy him? Hearing this, Ian imagined the moment Leah would go berserk, and immediately realized the intention. It turned out his goal was to make Leah go berserk so she would attack the Imperial capital. Having no other choice, he could only take things as they came. I have no choice but to kill you quickly to save Leah. Black Shadow burst out laughing. That sounds amusing. A man about to die from poison, yet still dares to say he wants to kill me. How exactly do you plan to do that? Ian's face turned grim. How, you ask? Suddenly his expression darkened completely. His pupils turned pale as he activated the Black Shadow ultimate technique, the 6th form. In an instant, Ian teleported with immense speed behind him, whispering like this. He immediately used Shadow Stealth, unleashing several spectacular slashes at his opponent. Black Shadow dodged while shouting, How can you move like that? Are you immune to all types of poison? Hearing that, Mon Mon chimed in, total immunity? No, I am neutralizing the poison right inside my body. Ian commanded continue. Upon hearing that he could only fall silent, calculating his opponent's next move, suddenly he muttered a sentence that left Ian utterly confused. The captain will probably understand. Black Shadow slowly raised a finger to his own sewn-shut eyes and made a slash. Threads and blood splattered everywhere. Following that ethereal streak of light, Ian shouted in shock. He tore open his own eyelids. Black Shadow's entire being ignited with a mocking battle spirit. You call that Shadow Stealth how disappointing? He continued in a low voice. Fine, I will show you. His eyes slowly flickered open, emitting a mystical energy. Black Shadow's tone became sinister. The true art of assassination. The scene shifted to a massive castle. There was a special task force that had been assigned an assassination mission. The target was Count Grandorf. However, the interior of Grandorf Castle was like a labyrinth. The guards were thoroughly trained. Even though 3 infiltrations by the most elite members of the special task force to assassinate the Count had taken place, they all ended in failure. That assassination mission was classified as having the highest level of difficulty. Finally, the 4th mission was assigned to Black Shadow. Within just 1 day, Count Grandorf's head was severed from his body. Strange things began to happen after the successful assassination. A special forces soldier rushed in to report, taking the others completely by surprise. The Count is down. When did this happen? Before they could celebrate the mission's completion, they fell into a massacre. The scene was nothing but blood and armored corpses stained in red. After completing the assassination, he personally slaughtered every guard in the castle. Even though he had the strength to face enemies head-on, he still insisted on choosing the method of assassination. And after the successful assassination, he would then personally eliminate all the remaining guards. That was the man known as Black Shadow. He was someone who always wore a mask, with disheveled hair and dull, clouded eyes. Mon Mon smirked contemptuously. How pathetic. Why hesitate? Let me help you finish him off. She raised a hand, her voice full of confidence. For someone like that, a single spell is enough. Ian objected no. Magic is the trump card. It must only be used when the situation is truly decisive. He explained, to break Leah's gravity field, I might have to rely on your magic. Mon Mon, I can't waste your mana here. Mon Mon crossed her arms and smiled smugly. Ha ha ha, so that means I'm the trump card, huh? See, in the end, you still have to depend on me. Ian helplessly went along with it. Yes, right. He reflected silently. In my previous life, I never once engaged in battle with Black Shadow. He focused his gaze intensely on his opponent. In situations like these, then in a flash he vanished instantly, leaving behind only a dark shadow. Ian soared above Black Shadow and took a stance to strike down. The one who strikes first will claim victory. He swung his sword in a vertical downward slash, splitting the man's body in two. But then he was so shocked by the sight before him that his eyes widened in disbelief. Ian realized it was a technique called the secret art of evasive vanishing, the 11th form of the dark sky style. It is a skill to hide within shadows to evade attacks. Black Shadow slipped behind him to attack. You are truly disappointing. Ian clicked his tongue and swung his sword toward the rear. However, he only sliced it through thin air. The man's voice echoed through the air. I expected more from a disciple of Damien. But you are nothing special. Then the streaks of shadow beneath his feet began to move. A blade tip suddenly emerged from the shadow. Black Shadow rose from the ground and unleashed the ultimate destruction slash. Although he managed to block it in time, he couldn't avoid being wounded and bleeding. Black Shadow raised his hand to form a large shuriken. This is the finishing blow. He shouted, "Die," while simultaneously using the chaotic wind slash to attack Ian, repeatedly, but then his eyes widened in surprise again. The spots where Ian had been slashed also turned into shadows and vanished. Black Shadow wondered, "You also used the secret art of evasive vanishing to avoid my attack." But while he was still stunned, Ian placed a hand against his chest. Ian activated the airstrike 1-inch punch. While attacking, he even repeated the earlier provocation. How disappointing. Black Shadow didn't even have time to process what was happening. Ian smirked. Aren't you relying a bit too much on the darkness? The dark sky skills wrap the body in a shroud of mana-like shadows, allowing one to evade attacks completely. But that doesn't mean they can't be countered. Direct dark sky attacks are easy to slip past, but shockwave attacks with a wide area of effect cannot be evaded. Realizing this, Ian had an idea. In that case, the answer is physical enhancement. He repeatedly unleashed fire punches toward Black Shadow to give you a beating, mercilessly. Unable to withstand the pressure, his blade snapped in half. He pursed his lips and cursed, "You bastard," Black Shadow spread his arms wide and deployed the dark sky black domain. The darkness gradually spread to the surroundings. Ian shouted, "Damn it, Black Shadow!" He tried to observe his surroundings, but it was useless. The enemy blanketed the entire area in darkness from all sides. This darkness was no ordinary kind, but like a special barrier from Mon Mon or the Count, buffed in a place without light. Ian completely failed to realize he was surrounded by a massive amount of black shurikens, and then those shurikens were all launched at once. Afterward, no one knew what had happened. All that was known was that someone had bled in the dark. Scene shifts to the Special Task Force headquarters. Damien had met Rodrigo. "I didn't expect you to appear so easily." "How disappointing," he replied. "I just found it pitiable to watch you continue acting." "Is this the intent of the new enforcer?" Damien just listened in silence as he was questioned. "While you distract me, the enforcer will find the evidence. That's the plan, isn't it?" As he was being questioned, the darkness shrouding Ian and Black Shadow's battlefield began to dissipate. But what a shame. Life doesn't always go according to plan. Rodrigo had someone bring a stack of papers to Damien. "I also have a gift for you. Take this and go back." He picked up the stack of papers to look. "This is..." With just a glance, Damien immediately frowned. Rodrigo said, "The Damien Destruction Project report." "This is what you're looking for, right?" "Detailed documents. Regarding the experimental process of the Destruction Project, it can probably be considered a piece of evidence." His voice gradually grew deeper. "I didn't expect that you thought you could take that person down with only that much. You have a cute side too, don't you?" The subordinate extended a hand formally to Damien. "Now please come this way." He grabbed the other's hand. "Initially, I just wanted to kill some time before leaving." But Damien swung his arm, tossing the subordinate aside effortlessly. "And I don't feel guilty." He stretched his facial muscles and smirked. "Could you introduce that person to me?" Inside the Special Task Force headquarters, a male voice rang out. "You wanted to see me." At this moment, Damien and Rodrigo stood formally on either side. The owner of that voice stepped out calmly, one pace at a time. Damien's pupils gradually constricted. He was in shock. "How can—" Then shock turned into utter amazement when he saw the person who just appeared with a dark crimson hem. "No way. Why are you here?" Who was brainwashed by the Emperor and lived as a puppet in his hands. After discovering he had been played foully, Ian planned his revenge, but he failed miserably because the Emperor was far too powerful. Thinking it was the end for him, he was surprised to open his eyes once more and find that he had regressed to the past, to the time when he was still a rookie. It begins with the words of a worshipper. "Worship the Emperor." A magnificent palace appeared before his eyes. Below were stone statues with hands clasped facing each other. "He is the blessing of the 6 continents, the grace from the heavens. Worship him." And among those devoted worshippers, the scene of a statue clasping its hands toward the sunlight. "You worship the Emperor." A statement from a warrior in the midst of battle. Suddenly, with a snapping sound, his axe broke. A warrior had been sliced clean in half. As it turned out, it was a battle between fully equipped warriors. Sharp spears lunged forward. Those were the spears of other warriors in the fray. They charged with a terrifying momentum. The Emperor himself had personally established an army with a unique mission, which was the Special Operations Legion. They existed for only one reason: to protect the great Emperor Leon Cavalon. That was the reason the Special Operations Legion was formed. Blood splattered across the floor. Fires burned, and the corpses of fallen soldiers were beyond counting. Standing at the center was a man of tall stature. Nonsense, I will take your life, Emperor. The commander-in-chief of the Special Operations Legion, Ian, a soldier covered in blood, struggled to crawl toward him. Others who were still alive also crawled forward in unison, muttering under their breath to him, "Please destroy, worship the Emperor." Ian turned back, stammering, "It's still those same people." They kept chanting the same sentence over and over. Then they gradually vanished into thin air. Ian's eyes were filled with hatred. "So, even as corpses, you still can't have your freedom. Do you still want to be the Emperor's puppets?" A terrifying-looking man uttered, "Worship the Emperor." The soldiers frantically launched a direct attack on Ian, forcing him to use his sword to deliver a powerful downward slash. Scene change to a castle surrounded entirely by flames. But surprisingly, the castle remained completely unscathed. The hanging flags were still intact, without a single scratch. Suddenly, a girl with hollow black eyes appeared. A voice spoke up asking, "Did the noise outside startle you?" "Don't worry, nothing's wrong." Emperor Leon Cavalon. With a terrifying expression, he said, "I simply cannot understand. I never expected that you, the most loyal of all, would be the rebel Ian, Commander-in-Chief of the Special Operations Legion." Covered in wounds, he stepped forward. Emperor Leon spoke calmly. "How long has it been since you became a commander?" "I still remember the days when you were just a rookie at the Special Forces training camp, known as the Solitary Abyss. You started as a slave soldier and slowly rose to the rank of Commander-in-Chief with your own two bare hands. Now that you have everything in your grasp, is there still something that makes you dissatisfied?" Ian's face darkened, his voice laced with rage. "Dissatisfied." He snapped a sharp object that was embedded in his leg. Leon remained utterly calm, watching Ian's actions. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the sharp shard into his own ear. Ian spoke coldly as he pulled out a parasite. A green insect was dragged out, along with the sharp point. He glared, planting things inside someone's head, and then saying, "I have everything, what nonsense. I've lost everything more like it." Holding the parasitic insect in his hand, Leon watched as Ian suddenly crushed it in his grip. "I don't even have a single memory." Ian became frantic. "Where is my family? Who am I? What is my life?" Leon smiled coldly as Ian crushed the parasite. An object flying as fast as light pierced through Ian's body. He couldn't react in time, his eyes widening in shock. The object that pierced through Ian turned out to be a long sword. Ian couldn't believe his eyes. "Since when?" Blood began to spray from the sword wound. Leon stood up with a cold laugh. "I don't know how you managed to discover the secret of the venomous parasite. It's a pity, though. You were my favorite toy after all." Ian's breathing began to weaken. His vision blurred. Is it really this hopeless? Before closing his eyes, the silhouette of a girl flashed through Ian's mind. Suddenly, a voice calling out made his eyes snap open in surprise. "Wake up, Ian!" He couldn't believe it. "My heart was clearly pierced. Am I still alive?" "Calm down. This place looks so familiar, yet I can't quite remember it." Looking up, there are sharp stone spikes protruding outward. Ian placed his hand on the ground. "What am I touching? This giant stone pillar." He looked down in utter astonishment. This is the giant stone sword. A colossal sword driven into the ground. The colossal stone sword is the symbol of the Special Forces training camp. The number of soldiers who have perished before the giant stone sword is beyond counting. Ian's eyes could not hide his confusion and, "Has my body shrunk back? And this is the outfit I wore back when I was a recruit." "Don't tell me all of a sudden." A dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him. "Quiet down, you." The mysterious person threw a punch, but Ian turned around just in time to block it. The man shouted, "That's the price for being distracted." He grit his teeth, feeling the sting of pain. "Acting arrogant when you've got nothing to show for it." "Are you testing me, Rowan?" The 12th recruit of the Special Forces Legion, Roman. Ian suddenly spoke up. "Right, I remember now. The 12th recruit of the Special Forces. His name was Roman, if I recall correctly." Roman snorted coldly. "Seems you've still got a bit of a brain left." He asked suspiciously, "Are we in the middle of training?" Roman replied with disdain. "Training is just an excuse. I was planning to give you a thorough thrashing. A low-ranking recruit like you, no one would care if you kicked the bucket." He fell into deep thought. This was all so illogical. But this giant stone sword, this small body, and this conversation I'm having with Roman, Ian bared his teeth in a cold smile. It looks like I really have regressed. I don't care what the reason is, that I was able to travel back in time. The important thing now is that I can start again. The me of the present will not make the same mistakes as before. This time, I will definitely take that Emperor's head. After a moment of reflection, he spoke up. "I have something important to say, Roman. Even though you're 40, you still don't have a single girlfriend. You'd be better off giving up and focusing on your training instead." Hearing that, he lunged forward in a rage. "Cut the crap!" Ian easily dodged the punch. "I didn't expect your fist to be this slow. I actually feel sorry for you." Roman was instantly pushed to the height of fury. "You son of a—" seventh form of the chaotic darkness. He threw a barrage of consecutive punches, but Ian still dodged them effortlessly. He closed the distance with Roman. But let me give you a piece of advice. Ian placed his hand on Roman's chest. Once you've gotten this close to your opponent, this is how you should strike. A lightning-fast and powerful blow was unleashed. The strike sent Roman flying. Roman was in shock and agony. How can you use an intermediate-level skill? Ian lunged straight at him right after delivering the blow. Suddenly his eyes caught sight of an object flying out. A pendant fell to the ground. A pendant. Did I ever have something like this? Ian looked down and picked it up. Let's end this here. You're lucky, Roman. He examined the pendant closely. It seemed there was something inside. Ian's eyes widened in surprise. I opened it. Tucked inside was an old family photo. The photo showed a couple with him as a young child. Even though it was his first time seeing them, he knew that they were none other than his family. Memories of love and family, concepts he had forgotten, for 35 years were gradually returning to his mind. The things he couldn't obtain, even after destroying the entire imperial city. The things he couldn't find even after slaughtering the whole Night Order were now resting right in his own hands. Ian raised the pendant high and closed his eyes tight. I almost repeated my mistakes. Pathetic things like revenge aren't worth wasting this life on. I will escape from this place and go find the family life that I lost in my previous existence. A special army that takes orders only from the king. The fall of Cloud City and the assassination of the Grand Duke of the North. This unit has completed countless missions throughout the history of the Empire. Along with the leader of this powerful army, the commander of the Special Operations Unit, Ian was the Emperor's right hand and the strongest knight. He grit his teeth hard. My once strong and majestic body. The former commander of the Special Operations Unit, now carrying a crate on his back. Why am I in such a state? There are about 1,000 warriors training as recruits in the Special Operations Unit. A scene where two swords clash violently against each other. That was a duel between two people in the training squad, in a place where people grow stronger by trampling over each other's corpses to survive. On average, 3 to 4 people die every day. These vacant positions are then filled by kidnapping others, or through volunteers who join. The training site is within the caves of Dragon Mountain, located in the northwestern mountain range. Inside this place, it feels like a labyrinthine dungeon. Every warrior here is marked with a number. Those numbers represent the warrior's skill level, and they can rank up through tests and tournaments. In this pyramidal system, where your treatment depends on your ranking number, it is used to control the apprentice warriors through competition, as they trample over one another to climb higher. In a system like this, surviving as a recruit ranked below 900 is extremely difficult, Ian thought to himself. Low-ranking warriors are easily replaceable as soon as they die. Usually they are only used for errands or to assist others in training. I'm actually quite lucky to only have to do errands, because suddenly someone bumped into his shoulder. The force caused the 2 wooden crates on Ian's back to fall to the ground. He barked irritably, "Are you blind or what?" In this pyramid, there are warriors who stand at the very top. Lorena looked at him and replied, "I'm sorry. I didn't see you there." High-ranking apprentice warriors, the talented individuals of the imperial nobility. Whether out of loyalty to the Empire, carrying on the family line, or rivaling other clans, those are the reasons that drive nobles to join the special forces. And while they are here, the training center ensures they live a life of complete comfort. They don't even need to have insects implanted in their bodies, as they are already prisoners of the privilege known as nobility. Indeed, high-ranking warriors maintain their status and receive the privileges and benefits that come with it. Among those warriors, the girl who just apologized is Lorena Boof. The second one with the arrogant face is Cruel White. The last of the 3 is Casa Everin. These 3 have always been at the top. Cruel snorted coldly. Lorena, why do you have to apologize to trash like him? Ian frowned. This is going to be trouble. He put on a terrifying expression. We are not on the same level, even if we undergo training together. Is that clear? How does a commoner like you dare to speak to us? Rank 974, truly the bottom of the barrel. Did you hear me? Rank 974, is it because your rank is so low that you can't understand our words? Ian thought to himself, I really want to split his head open right now. Instead, he spoke up. I should have paid more careful attention to who I was speaking to. I sincerely apologize. A twig from Cruel's mouth was spat toward him. It hit Ian's face, but he remained patient. He gave a cold laugh. Apologize, that's something only humans do. A vermin like you needs to beg. Get down on the ground and beg for forgiveness. An image of Ian splitting Cruel's head open flashed by, but that was only what he thought. Inside his head, he wouldn't stop rambling. Is this your first time meeting a noble? It seems you're too shocked to utter a single word. Well, I can certainly understand why. When you get to meet a great person, like myself. What a nuisance. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Remember to be careful next time. Lorena spoke up. Sorry about that, I've restacked the crates for you. Ian wiped the saliva from his face and thought, good. You just need to continue. Being satisfied with the rank you've held all this time. Because the longer you stay at that rank, the more I benefit. A fortress wall built with a layer of concrete, exceptionally sturdy. Ian continued moving, carrying the wooden crates. He instinctively realized someone was ahead. A powerful surge of bloodlust. Someone was lying in ambush right there. From Ian's perspective, could that be Roman? This feels so strange. Ian kept walking forward, calculating his move. I'll just pretend to be an idiot and keep walking. He faked a weary sigh. I'm so exhausted. The person waiting for him spoke up. I've been waiting for you. Ian shifted his gaze, looking surprised. It was Lorena leaning against the wall as she spoke. Apprentice warrior number 972. The image of a giant man with bulging muscles and a gentle smile flashed through Ian's mind. A top-tier wanted criminal, the Iron Blue Handgan, whom the Royal Knights failed to capture. He seemed to know this man's history well. Committed murder at the age of 11, formed a bandit group by 20, and attacked 23 villages and 17 guilds. The man's hands were incredibly powerful. His arms, capable of shattering orichalcum shackles, had become a symbol of fear. Suddenly, another small hand gently took hold of the man's arm. A tiny, slender hand gripped the giant's limb softly, still stained with blood. Lorena walked forward, majestically holding the arm of that man. I am Lorena Boof. I have captured the Iron Blue Handgan. She spoke while dragging Gon's arm. Blood from the man's arm formed a trail on the white-tiled floor. Those words alone were enough to induct her into the Royal Knights. The magnificent castle was filled with stories of her achievements. Duke Boof, one of the 4 top noble families ruling over the northern snowy mountains. The household knights said that this was Lorena. The banner of the sword and the crown of authority stood silent amidst the snow. Along with the rumors about Lorena, she possessed the potential to become the strongest swordsman in the continent. Even when facing a giant monster, Lorena could take it down with ease. A young sword saint, standing firmly on the white ground. In Ian's memories, crimson blood splattered all around Lorena. Her eyes were cold as ice, embodying her true nature, the strongest finished product of the Buff family. Returning to reality, Ian spoke up in response. Who am I? You must have the wrong person. Lorena crossed her arms and said coldly, then I'll ask a different way. Ian thought, I agree with them. She is the type of person I should never get involved with. Lorena glanced at Ian and asked again. Apprentice soldier number 974. What is your purpose? Ian was still immersed in his own thoughts. If I turn her into an enemy. Lorena's face turned serious as she continued to press. Why are you hiding your true strength? Ian was considering how to handle the situation. Lorena Boof. Should I take care of her first? Ian dodged the question and said, Miss Lorena, I have no idea what you're talking about. Lorena began her reasoning. I happened to see you training by the great sword statue. I thought it was just a match between 2 low-level apprentices. She silently observed Ian's every gesture. But I thought I must have seen it wrong. Lorena, having observed Ian's massive punch, questioned him. Because I saw a powerful strike, a 1-inch punch that was completely beyond the level of the others. With that kind of skill, why are you only a low-level apprentice? Ian felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't been careful enough. But he quickly regained his composure and asked her back. What do you mean, a 1-inch punch? Lorena didn't waste any more words and simply said, I see. Then she walked away saying, I must have been mistaken. Ian found it a bit confusing. Is she just leaving like that? Lorena politely raised her hand in apology. Sorry. In the very next second, Lorena's hand shot straight toward Ian's chest. He suddenly realized the situation. The 1-inch punch, is she testing me? Lorena put power into her hand, moving with fluid agility. It was an attack driven purely by intuition. No choice, then here goes. Her fist landed squarely on Ian's cheek, causing him to lose his balance and tumble down. Ian clutched his face and cried out in pain. That hurts. What did I do? Why did you attack me? Lorena looked at the weak person before her, feeling somewhat confused. She felt a hint of guilt. Wait, you should have blocked it. Ian raised his voice angrily. I told you have the wrong person. Lorena stammered an apology. I'm sorry, it was supposed to happen differently. Inside Ian's mind, a different plan was taking shape. I'll pretend to be the pitiful commoner, unfairly punched by a noble and awaken her conscience. He held his face and glanced at her. With that personality, she won't suspect a thing. Lorena suddenly spoke up. You're moving supplies, right? I'll give you a hand. Where do you want them moved? Ian replied politely. It's fine, you don't have to do that. Lorena seemed to still feel guilty about what happened. Just give them to me, I'll help you. Walking behind Ian, she continued speaking. And just speaking normally is fine, since we are both apprentices after all. Ian said with some hesitation. That's a bit much for me. Lorena said shyly. It's honestly embarrassing. If a high-level apprentice treats a low-level one like a slave, that's why I feel a bit awkward about it. Ian spoke softly to reassure her I understand. Lorena gradually began to open up and share her thoughts. When I become a lord, I want to protect the rights of the serfs within my territory. This left Ian quite surprised. She was talking much more than he had expected. The crates were quickly delivered to the warehouse. Ian expressed his gratitude. Thanks to you, Miss Lorena, I've finished moving everything. Lorena looked surprised, then quickly said her farewell. Is that so? Well, I'll be going then. Ian thanked her once more. Turning away, Lorena muttered, I hope I was mistaken when... Ian thought curiously, what was she about to say? Lorena turned back to probe Ian. You saw my attack, didn't you? She remembered Ian's eye movements from earlier. Your eyes kept up with my hand's movement. Lorena left him with those words before quickly departing. I hope I was wrong about that, too. She didn't forget to say goodbye to Ian. See you later, number 974, Apprentice Ian. Ian felt a bit of admiration. She was truly sharp. How can I get away from her? A ruthless thought suddenly crossed his mind. If that's the case, should I just eliminate her right now? Immediately after, Ian thought of the future consequences. Killing her now would be easy. However, doing so would turn the entire Buff family against me. Ian quickly erased this wicked thought. It would be foolish to make the entire Boof household my enemy, just because she's bothering me. First, I should find a way to escape. I'm sure it's around here somewhere. He entered a room that had a hole leading down below. Ian recalled scenes from his past life. Back when he was a commander of a special operations unit, there were deserters, but most of them, none could ever escape the training center. A pair of blood-stained feet, hanging limply, flashed through his mind. Ian remembered the night a deserter attempted to flee, but one man had successfully escaped, only to be caught in a nearby forest. He remembered the chains pinned to the heads of the deserters. I asked him in a friendly manner, and he replied in a very friendly way too, exactly as I intended. With a head full of driven nails, the man spoke tremblingly. Sector 3, Stall 5, the abandoned restroom. He lightly touched the wall. Behind the wall, Ian smiled slightly. Found it. Several bricks were quickly smashed and fell to the floor. After breaking through the wall of the 5th stall, a deep dark hole immediately appeared before him. A glimmer of light flickered in the darkness. An exit had revealed itself. Seeing the way out, he said joyfully, Found it. He observed and then pondered. The hole is quite small, but if I continue to dig, the more he thought, the more Ian beamed with a bright smile. Then I can escape from here. He forcefully cleared the bricks one by one with a single-minded will. I will escape this twisted Special Forces unit and reclaim my freedom. The corridors were lit up, along with the sound of the instructor and soldiers calling roll. Number 970, present. The roll call seemed to go quite smoothly. Number 971, deceased. Number 972, present. Number 973 is here too. Good. Number 974. Hearing no response from Ian, the instructor asked, Number 974, why aren't you answering? A suspicion surfaced, prompting the instructor to head quickly toward Ian's room. Don't tell me he... At that moment, Ian called out, Present. He answered nonchalantly while resting his arms behind his head. Number 974, I'm right here. The instructor barked angrily, Next time answer faster. He quickly gave the command, All right, that's enough for roll call. Blow out the candles. Ian lay in his room in silence, thinking, I've realized one thing, after carrying out missions in my past life. It is that the more carefully one acts, the higher the chance of success. He gazed ahead thoughtfully. I will only have one single chance. The image of the map appeared along with Ian's concerns. Even if I successfully escape, the pursuit team will still come after me. That would be very troublesome if I fail. The image of a black crow, its mouth filled with the black strings, was also what Ian imagined. If I am captured again, then I will be dragged out to be made an example for the other trainees. He placed his hands on the bed deep in thought. I need a card that can become a variable. Suddenly, the pitch-black room began to glow. I wonder if with this current body, I can actually pull it off, but I have no other choice. Ian quickly sat up straight, cultivating the Black Dragon's breath, a mana circulation technique that only the commander of the Special Forces unit knows. He calculated while focusing his energy. Right now, I only have the knowledge of the technique. My body cannot possibly keep up. I must reduce the burden on my body and create an energy core to run the circulation, the mana flow, in the desired way. Ian's mind raced to solve the problem, but I don't have enough time to create an energy core with just the Black Dragon's breath. There is only one way. He took a deep breath, and immediately after gently exhaled, the image of a majestic cold frost dragon appeared. That is to use the Holy Dragon's breath. The veins on Ian's arms began to glow. His arms quickly expanded. The surging muscles exceeded Ian's expectations. I didn't expect the mana flow to be this fast. The speed is far beyond what I anticipated. He felt the powerful current flowing through his body. Mana is overflowing throughout my entire body. John's muscles continued to swell, as if a dragon had possessed his body. The majestic image of an emperor and a fierce dragon appeared in John's mind. The Holy Dragon's Breath, a mana flow control technique. The most advanced and top-secret technique of the first emperor who founded this empire. After conquering countless nations with only a single sword, he recalled the legends of that emperor, a technique so powerful that the emperor himself had sought it for a long time. Lost in his thoughts, John suddenly sensed something was wrong. It was as powerful as its name suggested. Wait a minute, he felt a bit confused. Seeing those powerful energies frantically trying to break free, mana was escaping from his energy core at a rapid pace. He couldn't let this continue. John's chest expanded to the limit, with veins bulging as if they were about to burst. He strained to suppress and compress the energy. I must do everything I can to control. The light quickly faded, leaving the room to the darkness once more. John returned to his normal appearance and said exhaustedly, "Damn it. Did I fail?" He ruffled his hair in frustration. I probably can't create an energy core with such a high-level secret technique. Even if I fully master the Holy Dragon's Breath, this body is still too weak. John remembered the secret art the Emperor had passed to him. One day the Emperor taught me that secret technique. I didn't know if he was just being eccentric, or if he wanted to test me. He recalled the content of the secret scroll, but in the scroll he gave me, there were only instructions on how to absorb mana, not how to compress or control the path of the mana flow. John's eyes were filled with determination. I know where that secret technique scroll is located. Now I must focus on escaping first. Before that can happen, the night quickly departed, giving way to the daylight. Everyone gathered and whispered to one another. I heard that. Those who gathered today will be released. The previous words quickly spread. What really? Yes, I heard the same thing. Hearing that Gian could only force a smile. What a delusional fantasy. Those things will never happen. The fellow beside him looked a bit hopeful. Will we really be able to go back? John thought back to the events of that time according to his memory. From what I remember, today is the day that person appears. I must stay as far away from his sight as possible. Roman looked around, searching. Gian, where are you? John covered his head completely, pretending not to hear. He is so persistent. A man stepped onto the stage, prompting the crowd below to immediately ask questions. Trainer, is it true that we'll be going back today? He sighed softly. Damien suddenly shouted, making the crowd below jump in shock. Shut up, you vermin! The crowd quickly fell silent. John held his head in thought. This is the resonance of voice technique using aura. How could he use it on mere trainees? Resonant aura is a technique that channels mana into the voice. Unable to bear the pain, some trembled and said, My heart. Damien continued to speak from the platform. You trash have neither talent nor status. Below, Gian looked at him with some wariness. I didn't expect to meet that madman once again. Damien looked down arrogantly at the crowd and asked, What are you all even living for? The soldier who had just cried out in pain was quickly deterred by the instructor. Shut your mouth? He dragged him away while urging, Wake up. Everyone hurry up. The instructor did not forget to remind the crowd, the supervisor is watching. John realized the situation seemed serious. He reminded himself, I must be careful. He looked at Damien, who appeared utterly tyrannical. Low-level trainees are nothing more than toys in the instructor's hands. If he remembers my face before I can escape, I might even lose my life. Damien began to speak in a mocking tone. Glad to meet you, my dear trainees. Everyone here is incompetent trash at the bottom of society, he said arrogantly. To be honest, if I could, I would have killed you already. Damien suddenly gave a gentle, reassuring smile. But don't worry. Immediately after his voice rose, the king who is greater than the sky will give you one last chance. Images of sharp claws appeared, along with Damien's announcement. The opportunity to be chosen to join the mercenary squad. A majestic sword emerged, along with an introduction to the mercenary unit. The mercenary squad was formed to protect the emperor, the dragon of the empire. The chosen ones will have the honor of becoming the king's guardians, under the title of dragon warriors. But the reality was different. John quickly realized the dark side of this job. They would brainwash the trainees by implanting a parasite into their heads. The true purpose was to create puppets for the king to control. An image of the king's tyranny appeared, along with his powerful closing statement. Even death requires the king's command. Damien spread his arms and said excitedly, Look at His Majesty's vast generosity. Express your gratitude for his immense grace. The crowd below immediately clapped, prompting his sarcasm. Your applause is even louder than that of the high-level trainees. John clapped along with the crowd, so that Damien wouldn't notice anything suspicious. The more I endure in silence, the better it is for me. A voice suddenly rang out, quenching Damien's jubilation. I have a question, sir. John turned back, wondering, who the hell is this? Roman took off his cap and spoke up to ask a question. Is becoming a dragon warrior really that good? John was a bit shocked. Roman continued to state his point. If I were chosen to join such a powerful army... John listened, his thoughts hard to read. What is this idiot trying to say? Roman's face quickly contorted with rage. He gnashed his teeth and shouted at the top of his lungs. Maybe I'll get the chance to punch that smug, fake face of yours. Right, all of those miserable faces. A flash of light instantly streaked downward. It pierced straight through Roman's chest, leaving him no time to react. John turned around, immediately recognizing the technique. The finger-flicking art. Blood sprayed as Roman collapsed. Damien mockingly asked with feigned concern, "Are you all right?" A second later, he openly ridiculed Roman. "I thought you were strong. You certainly talked a big game. So you're just another piece of vermin, huh?" The crowd around them immediately began to stir. "Roman, wake up, is he dead?" John felt helpless, only able to watch from a distance. Perhaps if I stopped the bleeding now, he could still survive. But helping him now would be too dangerous. Suddenly, Roman forced himself up, trembling as he spoke. "What did you just say?" The people around were astonished. He actually stood up after taking a hit from the instructor. Someone quickly tried to stop him. "Roman, don't." Roman stood up and questioned Damien. "Are we vermin?" His face tightened as he spoke sharply. "Then what kind of things are you people who look for vermin?" Roman spoke of their miserable lives. To survive in the back alleys, we had to do all sorts of dirty work and endure every kind of humiliation. He remembered the helplessness of being taken away by soldiers, because only by doing that could we survive. Poor, lonely children, with nothing but each other to rely on. Along with Roman's agonizing question, the King Dragon Warriors, do those things even matter? John remained silent, reflecting on Roman's words. His gaze filled with deep loathing, he said sternly, "You people, go protect that great king of yours yourselves." From above, Damien replied coldly, "Stubborn vermin." He unleashed a tirade, treating Roman exactly like a filthy cockroach. "I've heard that even if you decapitate them, cockroaches can still survive." Damien lowered his hand. "I wonder if you are the same." Roman sensed a bad omen approaching him. A spark of light suddenly gathered at Damien's fingertip. Soon after, Roman's face was filled with absolute terror. Suddenly, a crystal mole appeared, taking everyone by surprise. The crystal mole, a species of wild rodent, found deep underground within a mountain range, emits high levels of heat. Adorable on the outside, yet extremely dangerous. A mole species notorious for the crystals on its body, which react with just a light touch. Seeing the mole, Romans instinctively dodged away, at the same time warning the others. "A crystal mole, everyone get back." Gian seemed to know the nature of this mole. It would glow and then explode. The mole was struck by Damien's technique and immediately detonated. Damien, standing above, was a bit puzzled. Where did a crystal mole come from? Roman's face was scorched completely black. He was dizzy and couldn't stand steady. He immediately fell flat onto the ground, leaving the surrounding people in a panic. Roman fainted again. "Get him out of here fast." John silently watched from a distance. He looked at the boy with a hint of regret. What a waste of a crystal mole. John thought back to the time he had accidentally caught it. "I found it in the restroom and kept it with me in case it was needed." He had quickly deployed the mole the moment Damien made his move against Roman. "I didn't expect to have to use it so soon." John looked at Damien above with curiosity. The problem is the instructor doesn't know, does he? He also felt a bit of fear. If he were caught, he'd be done for. Damien cleared his throat to silence the commotion. He spoke in a loud voice, then turned around. "He really is a stubborn cockroach, but I like it." Damien then immediately concluded the meeting. Dismissed. Below, Gian let out a sigh of relief. He was safe. He watched as his friend was taken away, left speechless. This idiot. The sight of Roman looking so powerless made Gian contemplate the reason for his despair. The stairs lead down into a deep, dark basement. Damien was overjoyed and slightly moved. Excellent. He wore a mysterious smile. Images of Roman and Gian appeared in Damien's mind with great interest. "I found some interesting toys." Scene shifts to Area 3, an abandoned restroom. There was a large hole dug inside the restroom. John struggled to crawl inside, talking to himself. "It's okay, I'll be fine. This is the third day I've been doing this." Short of breath, he muttered, "Why didn't I bring a mask trainee number 974? John." This was the third day he had been preparing for his escape plan, digging a tunnel reinforced with wooden boards, and then repeating the process. Everything has gone smoothly these past 3 days, thanks to the enhanced mana eyes. I can see clearly in the dark, John thought while struggling to dig. So even if the tunnel is pitch black, it's not a problem. In 3 days, no one has come by here, because this is an abandoned building that isn't on the map. Progress is even faster than I expected. He suddenly stopped wondering. It feels like the shovel hit something. What could it be? John used great force to stab at it again. His eyes widened in surprise when he discovered something. This is Above, a person was conducting a very strict check on those passing through. Number 920, move quickly. Next is number 974. Number 974 passed through. Suddenly, he stopped him. Wait, number 974. Stop right there. You give off a very suspicious smell. What are you hiding? Take off your hood. John immediately complied. Instructor, actually. He removed his hood, revealing his dirty face, and said, I accidentally broke one of the manure buckets I was carrying. The inspector immediately shouted in disgust, Shit smell! Oh, my nose, get out of here. John replied and left, Yes, sir. His shirt was so soaked he could wring the water out. John sighed in relief and said to himself, Great, the smell should be gone now. Luckily, no one suspected anything. Unbelievable. Of all the things I had to dig right into a waste pipe. That pile must be on par with dragon dung. I have no idea what these people have been eating. His face darkened, but not out of fear. Anyway, the plan is still proceeding smoothly. I've managed to get a dagger, rope, and other tools. My body has also become stronger. I thought that with such a short time of life or death training, I'd be a goner. But it really is effective, no matter. The only thing left to do is... Suddenly, the sound of people gossiping nearby rang out. Hey, did you hear the news? Apparently, Gayo had his tongue cut out for daring to laugh in front of the head instructor. The person next to him replied, Stop, don't make me think about it again. People are so terrified they don't even dare to breathe heavily. The first person continued, Sit up for a second. Rumor has it the head instructor is leaving for a while. John immediately picked up the intel. Is he leaving the camp? Having overheard this vital information, he smirked to himself. With the head instructor gone soon, this information is crucial. I can't afford to miss this golden opportunity. As John turned to leave, a stranger was secretly watching him. Area 3, the abandoned restroom. John returned to this place once more. Well, then it's time to head back. He suddenly noticed something. Wait, these are footprints. John's eyes sharpened with alert. Someone had been here. He stared intently inside. Who could it be? Lorena, the head instructor. Have they already discovered my plan? Someone stepped out, much to John's astonishment. Roman, is that you? Roman spoke up. Why do you look so disappointed? John then said, If you're planning to follow me, I don't have time to deal with it. Roman shouted back at him. Why are you treating me like some stalker? I came here for a legitimate reason, John asked skeptically. Are you sure you're okay walking around like this with your injuries? Roman said arrogantly, Who do you think I am? Those wounds are nothing. He frowned and spoke up to remind Roman. Your blood is spraying everywhere like a fountain. Roman hastily argued, This is just a pimple that popped. Hearing that, Gian ignored him and walked past. Good thing it's just a pimple, huh? I have things to do, so I'm leaving. Roman laughed coldly. You're quite busy, aren't you? Of course you are digging a dog hole after all. He was startled upon hearing that. Roman curled his lip threateningly. I wonder what would happen if the instructor found out. John looked over, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Do you want to find out what would happen, John? A flash of a slash sliced through the air. In an instant, John closed in on Roman. Chaotic darkness. 16th form dark hunt. A strike so fast that Roman couldn't even react. He coughed up blood and gritted his teeth in anger. John, what the hell was that? Who are you? Blood still lingered on his small blade. John's face was extremely cold after the attack. He thought to himself, it would be simpler to just kill him and drag him away. But suddenly Roman's voice rang out. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Turns out everything just now was only John's imagination. Roman was still alive and asking him, Are you stunned with fear? I know you're scared because if this gets out, you'll be executed. You probably didn't expect that I would be the one to find out. Even if you have nothing to say, at least try begging me or something. Maybe I'll keep your secret. John spoke calmly. What for? You're going to do it anyway. Hearing that, Roman threatened him. You think I won't dare to speak? I'm about to report you right now. He still said coldly, No, you won't. Because you hate the special forces even more than I do. Roman's eyes widened in surprise. John continued, Even if it meant death, you couldn't suppress your own anger. With your determination to return to your homeland, would you really report me? Or this escape route? There's no way you'd do that. You're the one who wants to escape this place more than anyone else. John's gaze sharpened. Am I right, Roman? He was completely caught off guard and replied, You truly have extraordinary judgment. Last time we fought, I had a vague feeling. If you really wanted to, you would have killed me right then, and I wouldn't even be standing here. After that, I could easily recognize you. Among the other trainees, you have a very distinct scent? John asked indifferently, What scent? I knew it, you are a stalker. Roman immediately countered, No, I'm not. He asked curiously, By the way, how did you know I was digging a tunnel? Roman answered, It's quite simple. I knew just by looking at your footprints. John still didn't understand and asked back, My footprints? He explained, This training center is built of granite. Yet I saw strange footprints containing lime powder. The width and stride were identical to yours. John was quite surprised. Just, with those few clues, you knew who the footprints belonged to? And even my plan. Roman clarified. I checked the schedule. You come here quite often. He remarked, you're more perceptive than I thought. You don't really look the part. He thought blankly, is that a compliment? Roman made a serious proposal. John, tell me about your escape plan. Where does this tunnel lead? What are the chances of success? John asked doubtfully, do you want to escape with me? Roman replied, still hesitant. I can't answer that right now. I need time to think. Hearing this, he said coldly, then just stay here. You are so talented. I'm sure that in 10 years you'll climb to a better position than me. But what will happen to the people you want to protect? Even our own lives aren't guaranteed to be safe. Will those people still be with you in 10 years? Roman, there's no time to think. You have to decide right now. If you come with me, by the day after tomorrow we won't have to be here anymore. Roman wondered. Do you have a plan for after we escape? John stated firmly, of course. Do you want to hear it? Our ranks are 900 levels apart. If we run away, the instructor will definitely hunt me down first. Roman spoke up. John, it's just as you said. The day after tomorrow we'll both leave this place because I'll be in my grave. John was quite surprised. To think you've calculated so far ahead in such a short time. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. He thought to himself, I knew that wasn't a compliment. He continued, but don't complain. My risk is also very high. In the end, what is your choice? Roman fell into deep thought, considering it carefully. After a while, he finally made his choice. There's no other way. I'll take your bait. The scene shifts to the cliffs under the night sky. Damien smirked, humming a tune under his breath. He suddenly spoke up. The night air is so fresh, isn't it? The reason I summoned everyone this late at night is because I have an announcement for you all. Meeting this late might cause some resentment. This person is high-ranking trainee number 32 Kais, but fortunately I have good news. This person is low-ranking trainee number 525 Maven, low-ranking trainee number 974 Jan. He thought, if I'm not mistaken, today's announcement is about the test. Just as John expected, Damien continued, the final date has been set. The first test has been decided. The test is very simple. All of you proceed to the designated location, and you will pass the test. If you survive for 1 week, the location for the first test will be the Mount Dao range. With that said, he looked down to observe the trainees. Standing below, John thought, just as planned. In the past, there was an adventurer named Nufra. He knew there was a type of herb that could cure his mother's illness, growing on Mount Dao, so he went there. A filial boy, he reassured her, don't worry, mother, I will definitely find the herb. His head was being chewed off by a monster, but he still muttered, I will find the herb, mother. Don't worry, mother. She had waited for him until her death, without ever seeing him return. The only fortunate thing was that Nufra's mother never knew what had happened to her son before she passed away. The Mount Dao range is full of monsters and is known as a forbidden area within the Empire. At first, only goblins appear, but the deeper one goes, the more high-level dangerous monsters emerge. From massive demi-human creatures rarely encountered, to gargantuan monsters that only exist in legends. All of those monsters can appear in the Mount Dao range. Furthermore, there are creatures that this continent has yet to discover. Everything is still shrouded in mystery. Regarding the information on those monsters, and the beast that lives deepest within the mountains, a pair of cold eyes, of a monster lurking in the shadows. Damien clapped his hands and gave a slight laugh. Are you all excited? I wonder how many insects, like you can survive after a week. Just thinking about insects like you, dying over there makes me so happy. Suddenly someone approached. Excuse me, sir. I have something to report. He turned around and asked suspiciously, what is it? The subordinate then announced, we have contact from, and we should head back. Damien became extremely irritated. I got it. Below, John was smirking. Damien also left shortly after. The announcement is over. Dismissed. John pulled off his hood and thought to himself, he looks quite angry. But I don't think matters will end so abruptly. It's almost impossible for everyone. For a low-ranking trainee, surviving in the Mount Dao range without any preparation is impossible. High-ranking trainees might be protected by the instructors, as being nobles gives them a chance. Suddenly an unpleasant voice called out, don't block the way, move aside. Lorena is coming through. Lady Lorena is coming. You low-ranking trainees? How dare you block my lady's path? John pulled his hood back on and thought, she's quite famous, isn't she? From the way people look at her, you'd think she was a member of the council. Damn it, I almost forgot about her. He pretended to turn his face away. Please just pass by. Lorena walked past with a cold expression. As she walked past him, she shot him a sideways glance. Lorena said in a low voice, I'll be waiting for you, Gian. He thought, I've caught her attention. The situation seems more complicated than I thought, but there's no need to think about it now. I'll be out of here soon enough. John turned to Roman and spoke. Roman, have you prepared everything I told you? He nodded. Yeah, I've got it all ready. John nodded back. Is that so? Then go take a look at the great stone sword as soon as you're free. Roman wondered, why do I have to go look at that? John explained, because from tomorrow on you won't be able to see it anymore. He was shocked to hear that. John thought to himself, I already know about the message that the chief instructor received. That message must be a request from the palace. A request to report the test situation to the emperor before the test takes place. Even though he hates seeing the people from the palace, he cannot disobey the emperor's command. With this event, the biggest obstacle to my escape has now disappeared. John gave a signal with his eyes. Tonight, we escape. A single flame was lit in the dark prison. The sound of the roll call echoed. Number 920. Yes, sir. Number 921 had died today. Number 956. Yes, sir. Good. Number 974. But after a moment, there was no response. He yelled angrily, quit being lazy and answer me now. Number 974. From the darkness, Ian's voice rang out. Number 974, Ian. Present. A hand was placed against the roll caller's head without him even realizing it. He dealt with him quickly. Let's begin, Ian. Roman and two others joined the escape from the special training center. Ian spoke up. This is the shift change. Hide the body so that no one discovers it. Jack and Tot quickly complied. Understood. Let's handle this quickly. Roman approached him and said, Ian, I've brought two others as you said. Ian probed, how? Can they be trusted? He answered firmly. Of course, Roman asked hesitantly. You're not planning to use them as bait, are you? He denied it and replied, I wouldn't have told you to bring two more people, if that was my intention. Roman added, don't worry. They won't be a burden. The two of them heard this and said in unison, we are ready to risk our lives. Ian, leading the way, nodded. All right, I understand. Keep quiet. Things will get complicated if we accidentally wake anyone else. Reaching the spot, he suddenly stopped and said, look, this door is the reason I wanted two more people. I can't open it alone. That's why I need you. The two were confused. Us, Ian then explained. To get from the dormitory to the abandoned restroom, we need to open this door. But to open the door, two floor plates must be stepped on at the same time, and the external door pulley must be pulled up. First, two people will stand on the floor to open the door. Then the other two will go through first. They will pull the pulley and hold the door open. Only then can the first two pass through. That's why I couldn't escape alone. After hearing the explanation, Roman spoke up. Got it. Ian, Jack, are you ready? I'll give the signal and we'll step on it together, okay? He nodded. All right. The two of them moved forward at once. Now step up! As soon as they stepped up, the door moved. Then it slowly opened. We did it. The door is open. Ian stepped inside and said, Roman and Jack will leave this place to you. Follow me. Roman asked in confusion, wait a minute. How long do we have to wait? Without turning back, he replied, until I give the signal. After a period of silence, Roman grew skeptical. It's been a while. Why hasn't he given any signal yet? Suddenly, the door began to react. It suddenly slammed shut with great force. The door closed on its own. He punched the door in a rage. Ian, you bastard. You intended to leave us behind from the very beginning. Damn it, I should have realized when you chose to go out first. Suddenly, Ian's voice rang out. Do you want to die? Roman was still doubtful. Is that you, Ian? He said irritably, I told you to wait, didn't I? You couldn't even do that. Ian wiped the blood lingering on his face and continued. Who said anything about leaving you behind? Seeing this, Roman panicked. What happened in there? Where is Tot? The three of them moved inside together. Ian spoke up to answer. He's fine. Stop pretending to care right after cursing at me. I was a bit late because something unexpected happened. He was confused. Something unexpected? He replied immediately. I thought the sleeping pills in the food would work, but it seems they weren't effective. Roman was astonished by the sight before him. It was the head of a wolf on the ground. A wolf, Ian said. It was a bit hard to handle, so it took me more time. Roman crossed his arms and replied, That's huge. You took care of it by yourself. He urged, Don't waste any more time. Let's get out of here. After that, the escape proceeded according to plan. Using the tunnel Ian had dug at the abandoned restroom, they were able to reach the outside of the training center. On the hill in the quiet dark night, suddenly there was a faint rustling sound. The ground suddenly trembled slightly. Suddenly a hand emerged from beneath the earth. That hand belonged to none other than Ian's group. As soon as he escaped, he observed his surroundings. Stay alert, it looks like we've succeeded. Roman, on the other hand, was getting stuck due to his bulky physique. Pull me up quickly, damn it! Ian stood before the hill, lost in thought. No sign of anyone else around here. As soon as they discover we've escaped, the pursuit squad will start their move. Roman approached and spoke up. Unbelievable we escaped so quickly. It makes me feel like my time back there was such a waste. He replied with absolute calm, not yet. He stared pensively at the dark night sky. It's been a long time. A very long time since we could breathe the fresh air like this. Roman asked Ian, is getting out all there is to it? He immediately warned, don't let your guard down. This is only the beginning. Ian's eyes darkened as he thought, that's right. This is only the beginning. He gazed intently at the small round metal locket. He opened it. Inside was a picture of him with his family. For the journey to take everything back, Ian looked up at the moonlight, his heart full of determination. This is where it all starts. He spoke out clearly. We don't have much time, so I'll only say this once. Listen carefully. The Asian forest is comprised of many redwood trees. It is located near the front of the Empire's northern mountain range. We've reached the center of the Asian forest. We need to run continuously for 2 days if we want to escape from here. Roman suddenly suggested, hey, Ian, wait a second. Wouldn't it be better if we hid in the forest? Because the redwood trees are very tall. If we hide ourselves well among them, then... Ian cut him off. More hiding spots also means more obstacles. Surely at this very moment, the hounds are chasing after us. If we keep hiding, it will only be a matter of time until they find us. There are about 20 other trainees. The game will be over for us if we encounter them. To increase the chance of escape, there is only one way. We need to disperse the pursuit squad's forces. If we run in different directions, they will have no choice but to split up. We only need to take down 5 people in each of those pursuit groups. Doing so will also increase our chances of escaping. Roman gritted his teeth. This is ridiculous. I could end up being the bait, since they only go after high-ranking trainees, Ian said in annoyance. See? You should have just participated in moderate training. You learned too much for nothing. What are you complaining about now? If the 4 of us stay together, they will definitely catch all of us. We have to do this so that at least one of us can escape. Ian glanced at everyone. We will run in 4 different directions. Any more questions? Roman spoke up. Wait a minute, there's one thing I don't understand. It's this board. Clearly, all of them have our numbers engraved on those figures. Why is only mine labeled like that? Ian ignored it and announced, all right. If there are no more questions, keep moving. Roman raised his voice. Wait, you haven't answered me yet. Jack suddenly spoke up. Thanks, Ian. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to escape that horrible place. Removing his hood, he was revealed to be blind in one eye. If we meet again in the future, we'll still greet each other as usual. Won't we? Ian didn't answer, but thought to himself, Jack was it. I thought he was just an ordinary soldier, but he must have his own reasons for escaping that place. Roman stepped forwards and said, that sounds really stupid. I don't even want to see any of your faces ever again. Ian turned to Roman. You've started looking quite like a commander, but now you're being truly heartless. He stammered, it's not like that. Roman snorted and said, I mean, if the situation arises, where we meet each other again, it'll be when the whole lot of us are captured. I just want us to leave in safety. He looked at him and thought, why is he suddenly saying something so creepy? Is this guy a regressor or something? The 4 stood facing 4 different directions. Ian spoke up, Roman is right. Let's never meet again. And so the 4 quickly departed in their separate directions. As for Ian, he was running with all his might. They're probably running their heads off. For dear life right now, the countdown had already begun. Ian inhaled a golden aura through his mouth, breath of the holy dragon. Power surged down into his legs. Movement technique, wind blade. Ian shot forward like a bolt of lightning. A streak of light moving at high speed pierced straight through the thickets. Arriving before a massive tree, Ian ran straight up it in a flash. Upon reaching the treetop, he stopped. From the high vantage point, Ian began to survey the area. This damn body is truly a hassle. It's hard to maintain the breath of the holy dragon, even though the technique itself is very effective. I suppose I should be glad that I can still train this flawed body, which doesn't even have a mana flow, using these physical enhancement techniques. He chuckled dryly. What was I expecting from those kids? I'm truly pathetic. And I'm supposed to be the commander of Special Forces Unit 5. I was once famous as the best man at tracking, assassination, and espionage. Let's witness together just how good the Special Forces of the past really were. Back at the training grounds, the chatter was incessant. Any contact from the pursuit squad? Someone asked hesitantly. Not yet. The man grew angry. What a bunch of fools. What the hell is taking them so long? We need to catch them all as quickly as possible, before that crazy chief instructor returns. The person next to him replied. Before he returns, Damien suddenly appeared from behind the man and spoke. I think that's impossible, because that crazy guy has already returned. The man was instantly terrified. The chief instructor, in truth, had an extremely cold gaze. Then a slight smile appeared on his lips. He laughed and patted the man's shoulder. Don't be so tense. Things like this happen all the time. Relax, the man spoke up in a panic. It's my fault I was talking nonsense, Damien said nonchalantly. Well, people often curse their emperor. When he's not around, don't they? You manage the trainees' quarters, don't you? He put his arm around the man's shoulder and walked away. You must have. Gone through a lot of trouble. Searching for those runaway trainees, huh? The manager stammered. Not at all, sir. Please don't worry. No matter what happens, the pursuit squad. We'll catch them eventually, sir. He turned and asked, and how exactly would they do that? The man wondered. Excuse me. Damien's eyes glared terrifyingly. This is a serious problem. He slapped the manager's body hard. The man's legs shattered instantly and he collapsed to his knees. The manager screamed in agony. He tried to crawl forward. My legs are broken, Damien snorted coldly. And yet, you weren't even aware that they had planned their escape. You didn't know they dug a whole path to escape. Nor did you know they stole several items necessary for their getaway plan. The manager pleaded, I'm sorry, sir. Please give me one more chance. He kicked the man hard in the head. One more chance, I have no such thing for you. The man's face was disfigured, yet he still tried to beg. Please spare me. Damien's eyes were bloodshot and cold. Do you think I don't know who is backing you? Ignoring the pleas of the manager, he stomped down hard. Damien gave a harsh command. Order the entire pursuit squad to return. A subordinate immediately obeyed. He announced, From now on, I will take direct command. The subordinate wondered, You'll handle it yourself, sir. He gave a cold laugh. Yes, because I've found someone very interesting. I'm truly looking forward to it. Scene shifts back to the Asian forest. Deep inside Pursuit Squad number 3 of the Special Forces is hunting down the deserting trainees. 5 sets of footsteps ran without rest. Suddenly, the leader stopped. She signaled to those around her. Wait, stop. The 2 behind her asked, What is it, Captain? Did we lose his trail? The captain took off her mask and said, No. The tracks are still here. But isn't it strange that everything is going this smoothly? Huh. What do you think, the captain of Pursuit Squad number 3, Kelly? The 2 members heard this and spoke up. The target is only rank 970, so it's normal for everything to go smoothly. Captain, you're doing it again. You're always suspicious of everything. These 2 are members of Pursuit Squad. No 3G and Andre. We've been tracking footprints since the cliff. We've found traces here too. Runaways are usually only worried about fleeing quickly. You're just suspicious of everything. That's why you were dumped. That's a psychological condition right there. Kelly was annoyed. These bastards! She thought to herself, am I really just overthinking things? But this sense of unease still won't go away. Fog appeared. The mist is starting to roll in. We have to catch him before he hides. Into the fog, Andre spoke as he moved. Since his number is 947, it'll be easy. Pursuit Squad number 12 will probably have a harder time. She continued. Even so, number 12 is just a trainee, so they won't take much time either. He laughed and replied, You're quite confident, aren't you? What was your number when you were a trainee? Suddenly, someone dropped down from a tree behind. Andre, in a flash, he was dragged upward. The tree shook violently. Remaining members, too. You're still not noticing anything, replied. Me, I was... He called out, Andre. Ian suddenly emerged from behind a tree, radiating murderous intent. Without a sound, Jeh had been taken out. His body lay motionless on the ground. Remaining members. Kelly sighed, turned around and said, Honestly, you guys are being too loud. Are you guys here for a picnic? The fugitives will hear those voices and slip away. She felt a surge of unease and called, Andre J. The 2 of them had vanished without a sound. In just an instant. What? So this was the source of my earlier unease? No, it's impossible. Even number 12 couldn't take down an instructor. There's no way number 974 could... From behind, a hand was almost upon Kelly. A sharp slash whistled through the air. It was Kelly drawing her sword and swinging backward as she sensed the sneak attack. The tree behind her was sliced clean through. You arrogant bastard! Did you think that attack would work 3 times? A thin wire looped over Kelly's head. She was strangled tightly and pulled upward. Kelly realized with shock that it was steel wire. The wire cut into her neck until it bled. Damn it! My neck, she thought, remembering. The footprints and scraps of clothing weren't tracks? They were bait to catch me. Kelly's eyes rolled back. Impossible! A number 974 couldn't possibly defeat me. There's no way he could take down an entire squad. Ian's gaze was incredibly cold. Kelly struggled to survive. Andre, damn it! After a moment, she stopped moving completely. Wiped out her squad. The forest became deathly quiet. After the brief battle, he touched the knife and remarked to himself, I can still use this. It's perfect as a secret weapon. I thought it would be difficult, but it wasn't that hard. If I use physical enhancement methods, then I'll be able to fight without any obstacles. I have to get out of this forest before the fog envelops me. I've spilled blood. The pursuit squad is all over this area. The hounds will catch the scent and come here. It'll be easy to escape if I can hide my scent. Ian put some leaves in his mouth. This is too bitter. The slim tree. Its fruit is poisonous and its leaves have a foul stench. I'll crush the leaves and rub them all over myself. The smell is awful. Even the hounds hate this stench, so it will mask my body odor. They won't be able to find my trail. I must escape quickly. The longer I wait, the harder it will be to get away. If they surround me and set traps, then I won't be able to hide anymore. He suddenly noticed something. It was a plume of black smoke rising in the forest. Smoke, the pursuit squad wouldn't do that. Sarah and Toad must be over there, those idiots. What are they on a picnic? Ian fell silent. If it continues like this, now is not the time for me to worry about others. Besides, I brought them along to use as bait anyway. Letting them draw attention is actually better for me. Remembering the scene of the four of them locking, sharp gazes, he immediately lunged down and started moving. Damn it! Those fools. Perhaps it's more beneficial for them to be alive right now. Ian's legs began to gather power. I just need to remove that trace before the pursuit squad finds them. He was filled with unease. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. I can feel it. The eyes of death. I've felt it many times on the battlefield. Something is right behind me, and it's staring right at me. Ian froze his eyes, darting to the side. There's something behind me. I can feel it. It feels like a snake is coiling around me. It has every intention of killing me. A massive snake-like pressure loomed behind him. A voice rang out, making Ian jump. Lucky for you, you took the bait. The first time I met you, I was thinking this. You are truly very interesting. Like the flap of a small butterfly's wings. I wonder if you'll show me something exciting, something that could trigger a massive storm. Damien appeared behind him. I knew it. He gave a slight smile. I guessed correctly. I wonder what drew him to this place. Damien's eyes widened. Pleasure to meet you. Trainee number 974. Seeing him, Ian became extremely guarded. Dark clouds gathered thicker, covering the sky. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck hard. Damien spoke, "Oh, my, looks like a big storm is coming." Ian grew anxious. Unbelievable. No way. The head instructor, what is he doing here? In my past life, he definitely should have returned later than I expected. There were even rumors that he was almost imprisoned for causing trouble at the Imperial Palace. What is he doing here? Don't tell me the future has been changed. Is it because of my actions? Which action exactly? I can't think of anything that could have influenced him. Could the small ripples created by the actions I've taken after my regression have destroyed this future? Damien gave a cold laugh and asked, "What do you plan to throw this time? A mole? A thunder rat?" Hearing this, Ian thought to himself, he saw me throw it back then. Seeing him not answer, he continued, "Did you think no one would notice? I was quite surprised that you could throw it in such a short amount of time. In such a short time, that quick-wittedness is truly impressive. At first I was confused too, but I soon realized. I thought that place was only full of vermin." In a group of trainees, Ian was extremely prominent in Damien's eyes. He continued, "And yet there was an interesting fellow hiding in there." Damien secretly cracked an amused smile. Hearing that, Ian thought, damn it, I shouldn't have intervened back then. I don't know how many changes I've caused to the future, but this is the worst possible situation that could happen. But nothing is certain yet, because he is still known as one of the 3 great swordsmen of the continent. That can only happen in the future. With the current situation, his strength, Damien chuckled softly. "You are truly, truly interesting." He laughed out loud and clapped his hands. "You're the best person I've met in a long time. You're thinking about killing me, right? It's been ages since someone wanted to do that. Could you tell me your intentions? Normally other people would think about escaping. Honestly, I don't know what to say in this situation." He held his face, unable to stop laughing. "Sorry, I did that unconsciously." Damien then spoke in a stern voice. "Fine, I'll give you a special chance." With a cold face, he said, "Try to kill me. If you can do it, I'll give you the freedom you desire." Ian couldn't hide the shock on his face. Damien thought to himself, how interesting. When I mentioned that, his expression changed completely. I've never seen anyone like him before. A low-level trainee could kill a beast and wipe out an entire pursuit squad chasing him. His decision-making, daring, and physical strength, his skills and observation abilities, are all on a completely different level compared to ordinary trash. It's as if he were born to be part of the special forces. If he keeps growing at this rate, just what kind of monster will he become? Damien let out a small sound of excitement. "This is just the beginning. Show me your skills." Suddenly, Ian knelt on the ground and shouted, "Sir, please help me." Damien was completely taken aback by his actions. Damien's face went blank, unable to process this situation at all. Ian spoke while weeping. "You really are the chief instructor, aren't you? I was so blind not to realize who you were. I truly had no intention of running away. I was dragged into this by them. They said if I didn't follow, they would kill me. But they abandoned me and left on their own. I thought it was all over, until I met you. Damien asked skeptically. So you're saying you were forced? Ian nodded frantically. Yes, that's right. Ian wailed as he recounted. Number 12 was the one who planned everything. He even insulted you every chance he got. That chief instructor is a real bastard. I'll definitely kill him, Damien replied coldly. I see. But Damien thought to himself, don't tell me he thinks I'll actually fall for this. Ian's eyes were wide and filled with pity. He cried out so convincingly, Sir. Damien frowned. What are you really up to? He quickly caught an object flying toward him. Is it this? It was a kunai. Using hidden weapons after deceiving me to lower my guard, Damien shook his head with a faint smile. How disappointing. Suddenly another kunai flew straight toward his eyes, but Damien nimbly tilted his head to avoid it. A small cut on his face surprised him. The second one was thrown at the same angle, so it was hidden behind the first one. A psychological trick to make me dodge the first one. Looking ahead, Ian had already vanished. He ran. So that was his plan. Ian suddenly appeared behind him holding a knife. No, this is my real plan. Damien turned his head in shock. Since when did Chaos Darkness, 15th form decapitating shadow? A powerful slash was unleashed. The strike aimed directly at Damien. Small fragments appeared. Ian retreated a considerable distance, thinking to himself. My attack was repelled. A small cut on his hand left him injured. Looking at the dark aura ahead, Ian was shocked. Impossible. Is that a black bone shroud covering him? He frowned, becoming extremely alert. The vortex fired sharp spikes to attack Ian. The sharp spikes pierced through his afterimages and shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Ian exerted all his effort to dodge. He silently calculated. It's still chasing me. If this continues, I won't be able to shake him off anymore. Then Ian used his remaining hand to gently stroke the knife. His knife was immediately enveloped by a dark phantom light, carrying light within the darkness. His strike followed the shape of a star. It cut through all of Damien's sharp spikes. Secret technique, perching swallow. After the technique, Ian's knife shattered into pieces. My dagger broke. Damien suddenly spoke up. What did I say about letting you go if you could defeat me? As his shroud gradually vanished, he said, I'm taking that back. I can't let... Such an interesting toy. Get away. You really are wonderful. I could play with you for a lifetime, without ever getting bored. Ian frowned. It seemed he had a mad dog, obsessing over him now. Ian's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, as he saw the pattern revealed on Damien's shoulder. That pattern, Ian muttered. 22 hours before the escape in the prison cell. That's all for today's roll call. Lights out. Special Forces low-level trainee quarters. Ian's room. He said to himself, I'm all prepared to escape. After today, I'll be out of this place. I want to quickly leave here and return to my family. I don't know anything about them, and the only clue is this old necklace. But I will definitely find them and live a happy life with them. Ian suddenly noticed something that surprised him slightly. This damn necklace? It's my only clue. Wait, there's something inside. The glass cracked open, revealing a strange drawing. Is that a pattern? Is that my family emblem? A pattern engraved on the necklace, hidden behind the glass. But why? Why was it covered up? If my family has a crest, then it means I'm not a commoner or a slave. Thinking of that, Ian smiled to himself. Good, I have one more clue now. I thought that if someone recognized this symbol, I would be able to find my family. But why is my family emblem on his body? Damien took off his coat and approached him naturally. Stay still. Don't tell me you're dead already. Ian thought to himself. I found the mark in an unexpected place. Could he be a relative of mine? He spoke up. You're doing nothing. This is just a pastime after all. He denied it. There's no way he is. Ian's eyes were completely dazed. Damien laughed coldly. It's no use. Die like this. Ian suddenly launched a powerful kick at him, thinking to himself, did it hit? Damien easily blocked the strike with just one hand. Strong. Where did you learn this from? Dark energy streams were secretly approaching Ian's feet. I have to show you something too. What do you think, Dark Shadow Sword Binding Sword? The dark aura stabbed straight up and Ian nimbly performed a backflip to avoid it. However, his body was still pierced in several places. He's only fighting for fun. If I don't do something... Why is the killing intent from that dark energy so faint? I could escape when he lets his guard down. Ian landed softly. But then I won't be able to investigate that symbol. I must find out the connection between him and my family. If it's true, a rebellion across the 6 continents will take place soon. Countless nobles will be slaughtered. This rebellion was so severe that it even threatened the safety of the imperial family. Nevertheless, it was suppressed by the king's sword. After the king executed all the instigators of the riot and their clans, he burned them all to the ground. It is said that the fire burned continuously for 20 days. Therefore, this incident is also known as the 20-day calamity. The mastermind behind it was the rebellious child of the late emperor. There are many rumors about the reason for his betrayal, but no one knows the truth, because all clues were wiped out. Those who still remember him call him the Continental Swordsman, the chief instructor of the Special Forces Training Center. Damien was tied amidst the unceasing incinerating flames. Back to the present. He walked calmly toward Ian. Standing here, I can still see your complex thoughts. It seems you are being distracted by other ideas. Ian was still caught in his own web of thoughts. If my family is directly related to him, along with the Armenia Rebellion, anyone involved in this incident would be dead. No matter what, I must prevent that. I will scrap the escape plan and stay in the Special Forces to gain his trust. I must make him unable to live without me. I need to do something to deceive him. Damien still wore a slight smile on his face. Having made his decision, Ian spoke up. I am very impressed with your skills, but I didn't expect you to personally follow me like this. Damien nodded. You're not wrong. Seeing you work so hard, the commander would surely be very pleased. Damien closed in and grabbed Ian's face. He would be amazed and praise you endlessly. Suddenly, he applied immense pressure to his hand. Using all his strength, he dragged Ian along. What an interesting joke. While saying this, Damien threw Ian's whole body into a nearby tree. The throw sent him tumbling a long distance through the forest. Ian was stopped by a large tree trunk, but his body was already battered. Damien grabbed Ian by the collar, pulled him up, and said, I was just thinking about whether I should treat you well, but it seems your mouth is quite stubborn. Don't you cherish your own life? Ian answered weakly. Even an arrogant mouth sometimes utters useful words. Hearing that, he took a bit of interest. I don't know if that's true or not, Ian said in a low voice. For example, exploiting the commander's weakness to deal with him. Damien's eyes widened in utter shock. He raised his voice excitedly. How do you know about that? He looked up and smirked. Simon's Unit 52. There you can find the weakness of the Special Forces commander. Damien was terrified. Weakness. A few hours later at the Special Forces Training Center. Sunlight shone through the hallway. Damien was tidying up his outfit. He complained, saying this suit was a bit tight. I never thought I'd have to throw away my favorite outfit. Damien let out a sigh. Well, it can't be helped. He walked along with his subordinate. The subordinate spoke, Sir, regarding the disposal of those 3 I mentioned last time. Damien answered indifferently. Which 3? Ah, right. Just throw them in the dungeon. I don't want to bother with those pests. The subordinate nodded. Yes, sir. Damien then asked, There's something I need to tell you. Suddenly someone appeared and cut him off. Always acting so busy, aren't you? He said in a cold voice. You're here. You look as if you have all the time in the world. Hearing that, he frowned. Or is it laziness? What do you say? Chief Instructor Damien? Damien bowed and spoke. Why did you come without informing me beforehand? Commander Rodrigo Mayor. This man was the Special Forces commander. Rodrigo Mayor, rank 1. Rodrigo asked. How has the training center been lately? He replied, It's still running well, sir. He said suspiciously, Is that so? That's different from what I've heard. Damien wondered, could there be a rumor that our trainee standards are even higher than those of the actual members of Team 5? Hearing that, Rodrigo said, That's the first time I've heard such an absurdity. I've come to see for myself, since the quality of the soldiers from this training center is supposedly terrifying. He replied with a slight smile. How could they be at fault? It's the one in charge. Who should be blamed for not handling things properly? An oppressive aura was released. He appeared satisfied. Thank you. I'll take note of that. Damien replied modestly, It's nothing. The subordinate watched the two of them thinking. The mana in the air is trembling. The lampposts nearby are shaking violently. The tension is overwhelming. Weaklings would probably faint instantly. Rodrigo suddenly spoke up. I heard. You don't plan on attending the Royal Morning Assembly. Damien immediately replied, I have many important things to do. I don't have time for those tedious formalities. He questioned important things. For a citizen of this kingdom, what could be more important than serving the king? The reason you act this way, he gave a cryptic glance. Is it because that blood flows within you? Damien frowned, his eyes filled with killing intent. Rodrigo continued, Didn't you miss the meeting because of that soldier's desertion? He added, You can't even manage a few trainees. But don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Damien cut him off and said, It seems you're mistaken. There is no deserter at all. Having said that, he walked away. He exclaimed, What did you say? That's impossible. Hearing him out, Damien interjected, Are you sure it's not just your hearing failing you? Did you mishear? The trainees only went out with the instructor to prepare for their test. Anyway, I see too many pests around. Do you see them, sir? Rodrigo asked in confusion. What do you mean? He spoke in a low, raspy voice. I will crush the insects appearing in the training center, but they are so numerous it's annoying. Hearing that, he only glanced over without saying a word. Damien tilted his head and said, Even so, perhaps I have already found their nest. I will soon wipe them out. Now I must go. I wish you a safe return. With that, he slowly turned and walked away. On the way, he spoke up. Just seeing his surprised face makes me feel much better. That old man should probably send his subordinates to order a coffin for himself. Damien suddenly stopped and spoke again. What you told me is true, right? If not, the subordinate took off his mask and replied, "Don't worry, sir. You will see for yourself." Hearing that, he turned back to look. The subordinate who had been following Damien all this time was actually Ian. My information is entirely true. The abandoned road, on Route 592 in Duke Simon's territory. I used to live on that road. The houses had identical architecture. As Ian narrated, a voice rang out. "Hey, very few people live in this territory. Open the door, I have something to show you. I just caught a very large, adorable mouse. This road isn't suitable for children to live on." A young version of Ian asked, "Is no one home? Open up. Are you really not there?" But in this place, the person inside the house replied loudly, "Are you stupid? What's so interesting about a mouse?" The window opened to reveal a little girl speaking. If it were a hamster, maybe. The little girl wore a slight smile on her lips. She was the daughter of the Special Forces commander, Damien asked skeptically. "So you used to play with the daughter of the Special Forces commander?" Ian did not deny it. "That's right. There weren't many children there, so everyone knew each other." In the chief instructor's office, he rested his chin on his hand and spoke up. "The girl you used to know, in the place you lived as a child. Who would have thought she was actually the daughter of the Special Forces commander?" "Is it true?" Ian firmly replied, "Yes." Damien immediately said, "What a coincidence." He silently calculated. "The chief instructor certainly won't believe it. Who would believe such a clumsy lie? I will make him believe it." The Special Forces commander and the chief instructor are in opposition. To find the Special Forces commander's weakness, they had scouted the Count's territory and searched, but it was very difficult to find each other's weaknesses. He reacted when I mentioned the address of the Special Forces commander. I must exploit this point to gain his trust. Damien spoke up skeptically. "How strange. Even if you say you know the location of that girl, it still cannot be turned into a weakness for the Special Forces commander." He replied sternly, "I heard those words firsthand." He asked in confusion, "Firsthand?" The special commander's daughter said, "I have to leave here." Ian was puzzled. "Why?" The girl sadly explained. "There are bad people targeting my father. They will kidnap me to threaten him. So my father said I must leave here." A few days later, she disappeared along with people dressed in black. Now I know they were members of the Special Forces, and the person she called father was actually the Special Forces commander. As Damien rested his chin on his hand and listened intently to the story, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Damien laughed and said, "It's interesting how everything fell into place like that. To think, and that you were once friends with his daughter. You were enticed to join the Special Forces, and you also knew that he and I were rivals. You even let me know the whereabouts of his daughter, to seize his weakness. Can such a perfect coincidence really exist?" Ian rubbed his hands and replied nonchalantly, "Isn't the goddess of luck simply helping the chief instructor?" He laughed happily. "Exactly." Suddenly, an object flew past Ian's head and slammed forcefully into the door. Damien snorted coldly. "Is everything really just a coincidence?" A small wound had been left on his face. "Actually, you are a spy for the Special Forces commander. Aren't you? Speak up now." Ian, expressionless, wiped the blood from his face. "It's only natural for you to think so. How could there be such a coincidence? One piece of the puzzle and another piece, gathered and placed together, harmonizing to exist. Memories from early childhood. The Special Forces commander's family relationships. The power structure within the special unit. The rivalry between the chief, instructor, and the Special Forces commander. How should I piece all that information together? To gain an advantage, I must assemble memories and information, like a jigsaw puzzle. To survive, just as the chief instructor said. If I were a spy for the Special Forces commander, I wouldn't need to risk my life to escape, and I would use this information to deal with him once I escaped." Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes as if trying to see right through him, blending lies with the truth, making others feel both expectation and disappointment. The scales in the chief instructor's heart, suspicion and trust, will remain in a state of balance. If I want to tip those scales in my favor. At that moment, Ian spoke softly. "Furthermore, I already know that girl's location." This information stunned Damien. I must show him the benefit of trusting me. If so, he will lean toward my side. He grit his teeth, veins bulging across his face. Damien regained his composure and stood up. He turned his back to Ian, looked outside, and spoke. Ian's heart was truly filled with anxiety at this moment. "Will those scales really tip in my favor?" Damien glanced at him and asked, "You mean the goddess of luck is on our side?" Ian was secretly relieved. "Exactly." He rubbed his hands flatteringly. "Of course." As the chief instructor's lucky mascot, he cut him off. "You're too noisy. I'll let this matter slide for today. Go back and keep your mouth shut." Ian nodded and replied, "Understood." He thought to himself that he had overcome a difficult hurdle. Although he didn't fully believe what I said, it's fine for now. I will slowly get closer and achieve what I desire. Before leaving, Ian spoke up. Please get some rest, sir. Damien replied wearily. Got it. Sitting back in his chair, he became lost in thought. That kid is trainee number 974. The other instructor's perspective of him is strange. There's a problem with the evaluation system. Weight in Damien's hand was Ian's file. Looking at the information, he smiled. Look at that, whatever is on the information sheet, I can't figure it out either. Scene changes to a week later at the Cannon Mountains. The first trainee trial of the Special Operations Unit. It began 1 week after the conversation with Damien. The Demon Realm Sword Mountain Range, where the forest is incredibly dense and gloomy. A forbidden land within the Empire. In this place, any kind of monster could be encountered. Clearly, this is an extremely dangerous location. A marsh goblin opened its mouth and roared ferociously. Someone shouted and sliced its head off. The goblin died instantly from a single slash. A team of 3 stood on high, alert before its corpse. A hooded person spoke up. Good, I knew we would do well. Another person also said, the demon realm is easier than I thought. He spoke up as a warning. Calm down, there are other monsters out there. Someone said nonchalantly, don't worry. It looks like we've finished off all the monsters around here. They said we would pass. If we could live here for a week. Right, at this rate, we'll pass easily. He glanced over and said sternly, I said calm down. The 2 teammates immediately looked intimidated. Sorry, he continued. Are you so excited that you forgot the other conditions? To pass, you have to kill monsters and collect 10 mana stones. Even if we survive, our score depends on the number of mana stones. The more mana stones we collect, the higher we can climb. And not just climb high. Who knows, we might even surpass the 4 great clans. Nen shouted a reminder to stay calm and move forward. We can do this as long as we stay alert. Just as he finished speaking, a giant hand twisted his head off, ending him instantly. On the spot, trainee 320 Nen was eliminated. The remaining 2 members witnessed the scene and froze in terror. After a moment, the 2 finally reacted and scrambled back. Where did that giant monster come from? The cross-eyed monster suddenly let out a terrifying sound. It hoisted Nen's body to its mouth, muttering chillingly, a golden orc. A mutated ogre type that hides its mana presence before approaching its prey. The golden orc violently threw Nen's body away. With just one swing of its arm, the remaining 2 members were also killed. Numbers 345 and 347 perished. The scene that just occurred was being broadcast through a crystal ball. Damien chuckled and said, what total chaos. All 30 members of the first wave are dead. Everyone be careful when you go in there. Cleaning up corpses is quite a hassle. Speed it up, every 5 minutes. We will send trainees to the teleportation gate. The subordinates all shouted in unison, understood! Standing below was Ian. He thought to himself, I've finally been pulled into the demon realm. The chief instructor looks like he's having a lot of fun. He completely trusts the team that was sent to scout that area. But with only those traces left behind, unfortunately nothing is certain. If I want to get close to him, I need to achieve a score. That is unimaginable. To do that, I need to do something about this body first. Because of the limitations, developing through this holy dragon breath technique in the demon realm isn't a bad idea. This could be a good opportunity for me. The treasure trove that no one in the demon realm knows about. If only I can reach it, I will grow even faster. Damien suddenly became agitated. What did you say? Is that true? Ian was startled. What's going on? It's rare to see the chief instructor like this. He spoke in a loud voice. All of you bow down. A man stepped out confidently. The commander of the Cavalon Empire, the legitimate heir to the Empire. He frowned. According to his memory, about 500 people would die in the first test. This was an event that required no special attention. But then a shout rang out, Prince Leon Cavalon has arrived! An extraordinary event had occurred. Ian's eyes widened in surprise as he muttered, what is he doing here? The Emperor had appeared. There was no way I could ever forget him. Leon spoke, it's a pleasure to meet you all. The face of the one who toyed with my life. The last face I saw before I died. He introduced himself boldly. I am Leon Cavalon, Prince of the Empire. Prince Leon Cavalon. Everyone present knelt down to greet him. Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness. Ian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I thought I had no more regrets. But seeing that face again, rage is burning through me once more. Leon spoke in a solemn tone. I am speaking in the name of the Prince of the Empire. You may all rise. His voice grew louder and louder. Those who wish to escape this hell, raise your hands. I swear on my name that I will ensure your safety. To anyone who was kidnapped and brought here, I promise to give you your freedom. Ian couldn't quite understand what he was saying. Is that the same prince I knew? Remembering the past. Currently, the 4th Special Task Force has infiltrated enemy territory. Leon replied indifferently. Is that so? The capital Avalon, the Emperor's castle? He asked, What are the results? Ian bowed and replied, "It was a success, sir. I have confirmed that the Mana Stone mine has been completely destroyed." Hearing this, he praised him. "Good, well done." He continued reporting, "I will send the team reinforcements and ensuring a safe retreat route." He questioned reinforcements. Ian immediately explained, "Because we only sent a small team to infiltrate, it is impossible for them to escape from there. It will be very difficult for them to return if we do nothing," Leon said coldly. "In that case, just leave them there. They can sacrifice themselves to kill more enemies." He stuttered, But your majesty, we cannot just throw away the people who have fought for the empire," he said coldly to Ian. "The world is like a chessboard. Slaves, commoners, knights and nobles. They all exist for the benefit of the emperor. For the sake of a single king, hundreds, thousands of people will be sacrificed. That is the ideal world. They have the chance to die for me. What greater honor is there than that?" Back to the present. Ian's contempt for Leon was completely unconcealed. He is still just as despicable. I remember clearly. From the high platform he shouted, "I know there are noble children who entered this place to gain power. I want you to return, unless you intend to oppose me when I ascend the throne." Everyone was extremely confused. Is he serious? No way. But the prince said so. He gritted his teeth. Is he even human? What on earth is happening? Damien approached and said, "Your Highness, the trainees will be stunned when you suddenly give a speech like that." "I see." Leon turned back to ask the chief instructor, "What is the reason for this inhumane training?" He immediately replied, "The Special Task Force exists to protect the imperial family and the empire." Leon snorted. "For the imperial family? Don't give me those fake smiles." Damien then replied, "The imperial family exists for the people, to lead the people during life and death moments. That is the reason the crown exists." Leon narrowed his eyes. "The crown exists for that? Then I shall allow it even less. This cruel practice must be abolished." Damien immediately spoke up. "But this is something the king himself has approved. Everything here is done according to the law." Leon heard this and said with utter contempt, "Legal, you say? Then, is there anyone here who is volunteering for this test? If there is even one person who agrees, I will step down." The people below turned to whisper to one another. "There's no way anyone would just go along with this." He said confidently, "See, no one is standing up." Ian thought to himself, these ideals are such a nuisance. At that moment, someone suddenly stood up. "Pardon me, Your Highness." That person was none other than Ian. "I am trainee number 974. I wish to participate in this test." Leon thought to himself, number 974? That number sounds so familiar. After a moment's thought, he said, "From what I have heard, low-ranking trainees are not treated well. Do you not wish to leave this place?" Ian replied calmly, "As you said, it is true that I am not treated well. However, there are things here that are fair, regardless of one's rank. I cannot let the test stop here." Ian spoke up loudly, "Giving us the chance to climb higher, that is what is fair to us. I am taking this test because there is something I want to achieve." Seeing Ian's determination, Leon spoke softly, "Chief Instructor Damien." Damien immediately replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Leon said, "It seems you have a trainee that you don't even deserve. I cannot go back on my word, so proceed with the test. But I will continue to observe the progress." Damien stepped forward again and shouted, "You have all seen the prince's benevolence. You had better repay that kindness with your very lives." The crowd shouted in unison, "Yes, sir! Sir, the trainees are beginning the test. I will now begin the test. Listen carefully. I will explain how the teleportation gate works. You will enter the Blade Mountain Range through the gate. Once inside the gate, your destination has been predetermined. But occasionally, bodies will disintegrate due to an error in the teleportation process. But you don't need to worry about it. Number 974, step forward." Jan immediately stepped into the teleportation gate. "Activate Gate 54BA. He reflected on his past life. Leon had not come to the training center. He is completely different from the Leon I used to know. Is it because of my influence? If not, then why? The countdown timer has reached 0. The teleportation gate activated and he vanished. What is happening to him? A beam of light shot straight down into the Blade Mountain Range. Within the light, John's body gradually appeared. He touched his body and sighed in relief. "Thank goodness my limbs are still intact." Jan started moving, damn it. "I'm stuck in this middle of nowhere. Let's go find a weapon first." He suddenly stopped alert. This scent. Blade Mountain Range, Wind Valley. John stood on a hill taking it in. It's been a long time since I've smelled this scent. The characteristic of this valley is demonic energy mixed with the smell of sulfur. The breath of a monster caught his attention, making him turn his head to look. A monster suddenly launched an ambush. Jan moved from behind and shifted to another place. The shadow of a large bird was reflecting on the ground. The cockatoo was growling. It rushed quickly toward a group of people. They were in a total panic. Run fast. If we keep going like this, we'll all die. The cockatoo opened its mouth wide and roared in anger. Suddenly, a clean slash split its body in half. Dark Soul, 15th form. The person who unexpectedly attacked the bird was Lorena, first-class apprentice Lorena Broof. Her eyes were extremely cold. One person saw Lorena and hurriedly spoke up. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have lost our lives. She sheathed her sword and asked, It seems many people are injured. Is your team entirely low-level soldiers? He looked as if his wounded comrade responded. My team consists mostly of those ranked around 700. We are trying to escape this valley, because too many people have been injured. Greetings, Lady Lorena. May we follow you, just until we get out of here? Lorena immediately agreed. I don't mind, she said, and he was overjoyed to hear it. Thank you, milady. She fell into deep thought. Jiang was nowhere to be seen. He must surely still be alive. Such a firm attitude even when standing before the crown prince. Jiang, why did you have to go that far just to continue the trial? Cruel approached and spoke up. It seems our dear princess is doing something foolish again. You want to go with these weaklings? Won't they just be a burden? These rank 700 nobodies can't even serve as a shield for me. Lorena, second-rank apprentice. He questioned her angrily. Are you planning to be their parent or something? What good is this compassion of yours anyway? Lorena said coldly. Watch your words. Cruel rank doesn't define who a person is. Cruel chuckled. It seems after this test, the #1 spot will have to change. She snorted coldly. If you're so obsessed with rankings, you'll lose something truly important. Casa approached and spoke up. You two are quite carefree, still finding time to argue. Casa Everine, 3rd-rank apprentice. You only see the immediate benefits. He became furious upon hearing her words. What did you say? Casa continued. Even if it is an individual test, we don't necessarily have to compete against each other. Looking at the people behind her, Cruel felt annoyed. Are you going with these vermin too? Casa replied with a smile. The more of us there are, the easier it is to handle a crisis. I've already promised to help them pass the test. Besides, nobles should know how to lead commoners. He grinned with contempt. Nobles? Can the lineage of a traitor even be called noble? You want to lead the people. Let's see what kind of leadership the Everest family provides. Be careful, last descendant. It would be such a waste if an Everest ended up in the grave. Casa's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she looked at him. She let out a loud laugh. Thank you for your concern. Perhaps I've been too focused on rebuilding my family's status, and at times like this I feel quite envious of you. Because you have 2 older brothers to manage the White family for you, allowing you to live however you please. Cruel's blood boiled as he moved to attack her, but a hand held him back. That person was none other than Lorena, who had been standing nearby the whole time. His hand trembled, nearly touching Casa. You bastard! Lorena glared threateningly. Calm down. Cruel gritted his teeth, unable to restrain his rage. Regaining his composure, he shoved her hand away. Let go of me. Cruel turned and walked away, leaving behind one final remark. You fools. The scenery was filled with sharp, wild rock formations. He walked on, muttering to himself. Traveling with those useless bastards only creates more work for me. Then Cruel stopped and fell into deep thought. As always, he was cowering in fear. Don't ask for anything. Don't even think about anything. Just live as if you were already dead. Damn it, I didn't think there'd be a day I'd remember that again. Suddenly, Cruel discovered a trail of blood. It led behind those rocks over there. The metallic scent of blood was still fresh. Is it a monster's nest? He hid to one side, quietly observing. If there are many, it'll be troublesome. I'll hide and scout first. Cruel was quite surprised. Is that a human and a pile of goblin corpses? Did he take out all of them by himself? Cruel's eyes widened. What the hell is he doing? Jiang's eyes were blood red as he held a piece of meat. Is he eating the meat of that monster? He slowly brought the piece of meat to his mouth. There are 2 items to be found in the Dao Sun range. I must obtain them to carry out my plan. The thing I can retrieve first is... Jiang gave a cold glance behind him. A monster suddenly ambushed him. Jiang effortlessly punched through its body. He even pulled out its heart while he was at it. Dark Soul 21st Form Dragon Flame. He calmly watched it burn to ashes. A burst of flame erupted, burning the monster in agony. In the distance, one of its kind let out a cry. Meat. An entire pack was now targeting Jian. He rejoiced, I'm in luck. His eyes sharpened on what he was searching for. A pack of red goblins had yet to realize that danger was closing in on them. John began to leap high into the air. They're delivering themselves to me. Mid-air, he concentrated a surge of power into the palms of his hands. Sensing the threat, the red goblins shrieked. John gritted his teeth and unleashed a violent attack. Magic crystals usually drop from hunting monsters. They were typically only used as accessories for magical items. But one day, something happened that caused the value of magic crystals to skyrocket. To the heavens, Professor Isaac published a thesis within the academy. This white-haired old man is the magic scholar Isaac. Humans can absorb the stats and mana of monsters by using magic crystals, the endurance of an orc, the regeneration of a troll, and the strength of an ogre. Of course, the academic world opposed his thesis. Two scholars scoffed, "To be honest, it's ridiculous. The way humans and monsters use mana is not the same at all." Principal Neuron hunched over spoke up. "Professor Isaac, can you prove your point? If you cannot, then I have no choice but to expel you." Look at Neuron's body. After undergoing Isaac's experiment, he became as robust as a 20-year-old. It really worked, he was right. Immediately after the point was proven, mana users across all 6 continents were ecstatic. Monsters began to be seen more often in pharmacies than in dungeons. The question is the process of absorbing mana stones complicated? Isaac explained. The process of removing toxins from magic crystals is extremely complex. Moonbug essence and volcanic stone are required. But the absorption itself is very simple. Just eat it. He continuously crunched on the magic crystals and ate them. I never thought I'd have to do this again. The taste is still just as disgusting. Eating magic crystals and monster hearts in a 2-to-1 ratio. This method is to dissolve the mana, the magic crystals and the poison from the heart. He suddenly covered his mouth and coughed. The toxicity takes effect when one is ready to risk their life. The toxin within the magic crystals is destroying him from the inside. I need to use the dragon's holy breath to slowly purify them. John wiped the stain from his mouth and said, finally stabilized. This took longer than I thought. I have to do it slowly. Cruel suddenly launched a surprise attack on him. He smirked with a cold, triumphant smile. The strike destroyed the spot where John had just been standing. Cruel snorted coldly. This bizarre sight is quite surprising. But his rank is only below 900. I'll kill him and steal that pile of magic crystals. He suddenly realized, disappeared. Where did he go? John was leaning against a nearby wall. Dusting off his hands, he said, in this Dao-Sun range, a thug like you is even more dangerous than the monsters. He was startled. You dodged it just a stroke of luck, Cruel said with contempt. I've heard of a savage tribe that eats monster meat, but seeing it in person is even more repulsive. Even though I want to beat a savage like you to death right now, I'll spare your life if you show a little sincerity. John was confused. Sincerity. He gave a cold laugh and reached out his hand. If you hand over all your magic crystals, then I will show you the mercy of a noble. He replied blankly, magic crystals, I don't have any. I already ate them all. Cruel shouted, liar. As a noble, I was considering showing you mercy. But just as I thought, savages are truly stupid. There's no one else here. I can easily kill trash like you. If you want to keep your life, hand over the crystals. John's voice dropped. You're right. He smiled with excitement. There is no one else here. Cruel growled. That's right, finally. You've become aware of your situation. Now hurry up and give. Before he could finish, John had suddenly appeared right in front of him. He delivered a powerful blow to Cruel's stomach. A noble's banner was fluttering in the wind, the white territory. Cruel's inner resolve was firm. I must become the master of this land. By age 12, he had begun to grasp the state of the world. That garbage status made him feel like he was the natural choice to succeed this family. However, luck did not smile upon him when 2 other trash bins stood in his way. They were afraid of him. They didn't want him to win the right to succeed the family. Since then, they had thrown him into the Special Forces training center under the guise of training. He never expected they would dare dump him into that landfill. I will never forgive you, Cruel White. I am the true heir of this House of White. I am on an entirely different level than garbage like you. Once I escape this place, I will eliminate all of you pieces of trash. Back to the present. You're right, there's no one here. John delivered a violent strike to his stomach. Cruel couldn't react in time and spat out blood in pain. Serpent Valley. The shape of the only path leading down the cliff winds like a snake, which is why it's called Serpent Valley. Cruel groaned in pain. How dare you? Since no creature dared to approach this place, no one knew just how deep the valley was. Cruel staggered away, cursing, you bastard! How dare you do this to me? I'm not. A bag containing monster corpses was dragged across the ground. He gritted his teeth. The kind of person who would do this? I am the true heir of the House of White. John yanked hard on his collar and said, talk less and move faster. Cruel tried to resist. Wait, as John pulled even harder. I don't want to hear you rambling about family or whatever of yours anymore. The great young master of the Count's house. But why are you whining so much? We're far from our destination, so hurry up. He grumbled, it's your turn to pull now. How dare you force me to do this? John led Cruel like a cow and replied, you reap what you sow. Besides, considering you tried to kill me, this punishment is actually quite light. He continued to grumble, asking, what the hell? Are you planning to do that requires dragging this many goblin corpses around? Seeing him, rambling incessantly, he shouted, shut up and stop complaining! You can use magic power after all. Cruel smirked and threatened. Do you know that? Forcing a noble into hard labor like a slave is against the law. You wouldn't know because you're a barbarian. Right, me and— Before he could finish his sentence, John threw a stone at Cruel's face. He clutched his face in pain. It hit my nose, he mocked him. I thought nobles didn't feel pain. Tears welled up in Cruel's eyes as he thought, just who is he? I keep thinking I lost because he attacked. Suddenly, and I let my guard down. But Cruel roared in fury. You insolent brat, I'll kill you! Hearing that John gave him a slap that twisted his mouth. Cruel still screamed, how dare you! He immediately gave him a few more slaps. I've never felt so humiliated. John dragged him along and spoke. Even though you were wrong, if you were willing to apologize, you would have suffered a lot less. Understand? Cruel remained silent with a dark expression. There's no way I could lose. I only lost because he attacked, so I haven't been able to gather enough mana. Once I recover enough mana, I will kill him with my own hands. John turned around and looked at him with a deadly gaze. It seems you don't understand human speech, do you? His eyes turned blood red. Do you want me to beat some sense into you? Cruel was about to snap back, but out of fear, he quickly changed the subject. You just said that if we got to know each other gradually, we could become friends. John spoke in a warning tone. I can see right through you. Shut up if you don't want to crawl instead of walk. He glanced at him and thought to himself, Cruel is a strange one. A faint bloodlust seems to be surrounding him. This bizarre aura is quite rare. However, I only know of one thing that emits such an aura. Just as black magic uses dark mana, in the world of magic, the martial arts of demonic cultivators exist, and it utilizes the power of darkness to rapidly increase one's cultivation level. But it will destroy the internal energy and body of the user if they continue to use it, and the demonic cultivator will be completely consumed by darkness, falling into a state of madness. Key deviation. The alias of Cruel in my past life was Bloodstar. He was very famous for the cruel acts he committed to win the family inheritance. Was it demonic martial arts that drove him insane? Though at this moment it seems he hasn't learned it yet. Cruel spoke up to suggest, wait a minute, at least untie these ropes for me? John coldly replied, so you can escape. He countered, on this single path tell me how I could possibly run. I'm not an animal, and being tied up like this looks really strange. Two men dragging each other along with ropes. Aren't you afraid of what people will think if they see us? He pondered for a moment. True. John then removed the collar from Cruel. Fine here. He touched his neck and said, that's better. I thought you just put a collar on me and dragged me around. He immediately walked forward, urging, you're finished. We have arrived. Cruel didn't understand and asked, huh? Arrived where? Where is this? John stood observing and said, the second thing. I mean the place where the real treasure is hidden. To be more precise, it's a monster, not a treasure. When Cruel spoke up, I didn't expect to have to drag a bag full of dead goblins here just to throw them down. He kicked the bag down. Done. That's it, right? He whispered, Cruel. Because you've worked hard, I'll give you a piece of advice. He wondered, a piece of advice? John smiled. Run straight to the exit and don't look back. Do it immediately. Below, a surge of darkness was rising. At the center was a pair of glowing red eyes. Extremely terrifying sounds echoed from below. The goblin corpses that John threw down lay motionless. Suddenly, the blood of the goblin corpses being dragged was drawn to the center to draw something. Magic circle was drawn with goblin blood. The magic circle began to react. Who is it? A dark shadow with sharp, cold eyes whispered. Who has awakened me from above? Cruel asked skeptically. Hey, what exactly do you want to do? To be more precise, it's more like what I've already done. John spoke coldly. Let's go. The dark shadow rushed straight up. Offer to me? A flicker of light appeared in the darkness. Your souls. The light opened up to reveal a strange eye. On Lorena and Casa's side. Did you detect it, Lorena? You felt it too, didn't you? Lorena nodded. I know, and unimaginably, cruel magic power is spreading. From that direction. That direction leads to Serpent Canyon. What on earth is happening? Casa said seriously, Lorena, I've never encountered anyone this strong before. So it's unclear exactly how powerful this person is. Lorena said in a stern voice, Casa, let's change the plan. She started walking and said, hurry, let's head to the observation gate. She wondered, huh? Why? Lorena announced loudly, attention everyone! Let's return to the gate immediately. Leave all unnecessary items behind. Discard all the magic stones. A person was confused. But the trial exam... She ignored them and continued. We must depart right now. Everyone replied in unison, understood. Casa asked skeptically, but Lorena, why are we in such a hurry? Lorena replied, didn't you realize how powerful that magic was earlier? It's immeasurable. That level of power is on par with the family head. Casa spoke up in shock, the family head. You mean the one who is always ranked 5th in the Empire? With peerless pure strength. The guardian deity of the North. Is that person as strong as Duke Brooke? Even if the instructors come, they won't be able to stop them. It's a catastrophe. The scene then shifts to the instructors' shelter. Someone pointed in surprise, "What is that?" "Something is flying this way." The person next to them replied wearily, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, and pack up." A mouth with sharp teeth muttered, "Still missing, not enough, more." The two who were just talking were immediately attacked. One asked in a panic, "Roman, what's happening?" He swung his sword and shouted, "How should I know? Just swing your sword!" A blast of fire passed through, incinerating both of them. The mysterious voice spoke again, "Offer your souls to me." One person was running as fast as they could. Others followed behind in a panic. Approaching a rock fragment, one person shouted, "Keep going. Once we leave this place, we'll reach the gate." At that sound, everyone stopped. Lorena was on high alert. "Who is it?" A man blocking the path trembled with fear. In my head, words keep echoing, "Offer your soul to that person." In terror, he reached out his hand to offer it. Suddenly, his body deformed. "Offer soul." Casa's eyes widened in horror at the sight before him. The upper half of his body immediately exploded. Lorena prepared to draw her sword. "Is it an ambush?" Casa pointed. "No, look over there. The blood is flying into the air, drawing some kind of shape. That's a magic circle." A mysterious voice rang out, "Found you." People nearby clutched their heads and covered their mouths in agony. Lorena prepared to attack and shouted, "Everyone be careful!" She clenched her teeth, her gaze filled with extreme caution. A bizarre hand reached out from the magic circle. "So it was you all who disturbed my slumber. Thanks to that I was able to awaken. Naturally I shall return the favor." A bizarre skeleton appeared. "With your deaths." The eye on its forehead flashed. Throughout history, all wizards have shared a common sorrow. Magic is infinite, while a human's life is finite. Greedy wizards studied methods of immortality to continue their pursuit of magic, and as a result, they offered their lives to the darkness and achieved eternal time. A person was ripping their own head off as an offering. They were reborn as the undead and hated all living creatures. Creatures like monsters or liches. The skeletal head began to move. The weak were all affected by it. Groaning, "Head, my head," Lorena said in a low voice. "That thing isn't just an ordinary lich. I can feel a very ancient power. He is a monster that has absorbed countless lives." "Why is a monster like this here?" On a bridge spanning 2 mountains, someone called out loudly, "Captain, why did you suddenly run away?" The 3 people running were Roman, Jack, and Toes. Roman ran headlong, shouting, "You two shut up and look! The instructors are all dead. Is there a monster?" Roman's face was extremely serious. The time before John teleported. He approached John and said, "John, you won't escape either. Besides, you look like you're injured." He spoke in a deep voice, "You're too noisy." Roman suggested that, "Do you want to accompany me when we go in there? Going alone is very dangerous." John immediately refused. "It's okay, I want to act on my own. We escaped together, so I'll tell you one thing." Roman then asked, "What is it?" John seriously advised, "If you feel like something big is about to happen, then use the teleportation gate to escape immediately. Don't worry about the competition or anything else." Returning to the present, he reflected, "Was this also part of your plan, John? What on earth are you planning to do?" A skeletal foot was slowly stepping forward. "Pitiful humans. You have awakened me from my dream." The people around fell into chaos. "Use the gate to leave this place. Hurry to teleportation gate number 3. It's the closest gate to here." Lorena stood her ground to block him as the lich spoke. "Everyone run now." Casa called out loudly, "Lorena, you too, let's go!" She drew her sword and replied, "No, I will stay here. I will hold him off as long as possible." Lorena spoke to instruct Casa. "During this time, remember to evacuate all the trainees." Casa replied worriedly, "Alone? There's no way you can win." "Me too." Before she could finish, she remembered Casa. "Remember, you must survive and return." Casa suddenly fell silent, sinking into a quiet mood. She turned her back to leave and said, "Understood. I promise you." Casa left clenching her teeth. "I'm sorry, Miss Lorena. I cannot die in this place, The lich emitted a surge of darkness, sneering, "How foolish. Do you plan to stand against me alone? You are but a human." She thought to herself, "This battle is not entirely hopeless. Currently I have 2 advantages. First is the Midrin sword, the most effective weapon against the undead. And also..." Suddenly the lich began chanting strange words. It read, gibberish. The skulls behind the lich began to react. They spin into a circle, skull magic bullets. "Die!" A small magic circle appeared over its mouth. Countless skulls flew forward to attack. Lorena didn't just wait for death. She charged forward. Dark celestial incantation, rebirth spell, windshield. She nimbly dodged the lich's strikes. There were still other skulls rushing toward her. but Lorena's hand holding the scabbard moved slightly. She hurled it forcefully toward the skulls. The two collided, creating a violent explosion. The Lich remained standing still, watching without moving at all. Suddenly, Lorena appeared from behind it. And the second advantage, a direct slash to the Lich's body caught it by surprise. A wizard cannot chant an offensive spell and a defensive spell at the same time. By taking advantage of this, I will be the one with the advantage in this battle. Suddenly, the Lich began chanting its spells again. It pressed its hands together. Protective wall. A magic shield appeared. How can you use two spells at the exact same time? A skull. Was that what cast the spell? This is absurd. So for every skull you have, you can chant that many spells. A skull was chanting a spell. It suddenly appeared behind her. Lorena didn't notice and took a direct hit to her back. The sword in her hand fell to the ground. An object tightened around Lorena's neck. My weapon! I've never heard of anything like this before, the Lich said greedily. How I thirst for your soul, the nobility and purity of your soul. Entrance me. I shall destroy that noble soul. 3 skulls formed a magic circle. Another skull appeared in the center. And turn you into a ghoul to serve me. The third eye of the skull flashed. Scene shifts to the ancient Lich's hideout. Venturing deep inside, the silhouette of a person appeared. The figure was slowly entering the castle. He was completely covered up, wearing a 2-horned mask. There were no guards stationed here. Suddenly something caught his attention and he stopped. It was a magic circle appearing beneath his feet. A magical teleportation trap. A massive pillar of fire shot up flame magic. Wildfire heaven. The flames burned more and more violently. At the center, the mysterious figure remained unharmed. I thought I could easily infiltrate this place after the Lich was no longer here. He then took off his mask, and the mysterious person was none other than Gian. But right from the entrance, it already welcomed me flashily and forcefully with numerous magical traps. It's a good thing I kept this as a precaution. Volcanic lizard skin. Volcanic lizard skin has high fire resistance. In high-temperature environments, it will not ignite. Hideout floor 12. There are a total of 49 types of magic traps in this Lich's shrine, but there are also safe spots to rest. Hideout floor 36. There are about 30 types of moving traps that change positions over time. He walked casually as he had calculated. First, I used a goblin corpse to lure the Lich out of its hideout. And while it's out, I've infiltrated this place. The plan was quite simple but effective. Of course it was only possible because he already knew about this place. In his previous life, when he was still a mercenary commander, after returning from an assassination mission, he received a report about the ancient Lich. Case number A582-1567. Time of Lich encounter. Special Forces Training Phase 1, Canolo Mountain Range. Identity high-tier monster. Total trainees 1,000. Injuries none recorded. Survivors 100. Casualties 900. Catastrophic damage. To the extent of threatening the existence of the Special Forces training camp. Supplementary report. It is believed that the Lich, who had been dormant for a long time, was awakened after drinking a soldier's blood, fell into his shrine during training. After investigating the location of the shrine, many treasures were discovered. The hideout is believed to date back to ancient times. It had gone undiscovered for a very long time. Inside there are many magical traps and magic books, where possessing just a single volume could turn one into an archmage. Rare treasures. Just one stone is enough to live on for a lifetime. However, the most important thing was not there. That is the mana egg. The mana egg contains the life force and the magic of the Lich. In this timeline, the mana egg still exists here. In his previous life, it had already been destroyed. Supplementary report 2. It is believed someone damaged it during the battle with the Lich, but their identity remains unknown. The incomplete esoteric magic book that the Emperor gave me is limited as it can only absorb demonic energy, without fully converting it into mana for myself. But if I obtain the mana egg, which holds all of the Lich's magic, I can use it as a replacement to compensate for the flaws in the magic book that I currently possess. Then a perfect combination is possible. What that expensive thing, are you crazy? Do you have feelings for him? Why do you care about him? Hearing you say that reminds me of the past, he said. He recalled seeing them lose their will and commit crimes, their bodies eroded by evil before returning to reality. He said to Maman, anyway, let's head back quickly. He's really making me want to puke, she replied nonchalantly. That has nothing to do with me. This made John annoyed with Moman. Meanwhile, at the castle of Duke Bruff, the surrounding scenery was submerged in freezing cold. Snow painted the tree canopies white. At the top of the castle, a machine was placed right in the middle of the room, emitting a blinding light. Under the watch of those dressed in blue, they were the heavy-armored soldiers of the Bruff clan, wearing blue cloaks, donning iron helmets, and holding broadswords. Suddenly, a foot stepped out from within that stream of light, followed by a group of 4 including Jan, Lorena Cruel, and Cheryl. We've arrived the castle of the Bruff clan. Cheryl was astonished, seeing such a place for the first time. So this is the powerful military force of the Bruff clan? Meanwhile, Cruel was shivering because the temperature here was so cold. Have you always lived in a place this cold? At this moment, Jan silently calculated. The mission we need to complete is... Kaba's image appeared in his mind, along with the Bruff family army, attacking and subjugating the barbarians. Thinking of the scenery outside, he thought to himself, because of where they live, a place with extremely harsh weather, and always having to clash with the barbarians to protect and expand their territory, it is inevitable that they would need additional manpower for support. Then he turned around. But the biggest problem here is, he looked at the heavy armored warriors. These northern warriors are incredibly arrogant. Would they accept help from outsiders like us? Suddenly, Lorena spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. Wait a second, I have something to say to everyone. She said that from now on, many unexpected things will happen that you guys couldn't possibly know about. Always be on your guard. Suddenly, another voice spoke. You all were sent here by the special forces, weren't you? Then that person placed a hand on their chest, gesturing a welcome. Greetings, I am the head butler of this castle. I would like to take the liberty of telling you all this. Hound, the head butler, was a middle-aged man. Please, everyone go back. He explained, we have never requested any support forces, nor will we accept anyone sent to us. Do you understand? In Jan's mind, Hound was the former captain of the Bruff clan cavalry. After his term ended, he asked to stay at the castle to serve as the butler for the family. His strength must be at least at the threshold of rank 3 or higher. With that level of power, no matter where he went, he could have become a talented cavalry captain, but surprisingly, he chose to be a butler in such a remote and isolated place. At this moment, Lorena took the initiative to step forward. Mr. Hound, it's been a long time. They came here with me under the commander's orders. I feel you are speaking quite rudely to them. Mr. Hound saw her and stammered, Young lady, many years have passed since you left to pursue your passion. Then he suddenly burst into tears of emotion. That's very cruel, young lady. I can't believe you would speak so coldly to me like that, even though it's been a long time since we last met. You left to join the special forces without saying a single word. Do you know how much I've been worried about you? You have grown up now and can finally shoulder responsibilities. This behavior left everyone stunned. What is this? This is truly a surprise that I never thought would happen. Mr. Hound continued rambling. Oh my goodness! There's a scratch on your cheek. How did those old foxes in the special forces dare to let you get a scratch? Lorena said shyly. This is exactly why I didn't want to come back here. He immediately brushed that thought aside. Don't say that. Everyone has been looking forward to your return. You are everyone's motivation to live. Suddenly, the warriors pulled out flags from nowhere, printed with her image and full of affection, making her shout in embarrassment, Hey, will you stop that right now? But she still comforted Mr. Hound. Fine. I admit I was a bit cold. She gently asked Mr. Hound, You've aged quite a bit these past few years, haven't you? Your hair has turned completely white. Are you doing well? These actions seemed to awaken his emotions once more, causing him to burst into tears again. My lady! Are you actually worried about me, my lady? Lorena quickly stopped him. Calm yourself. Then he hurriedly said to her, The weather is quite cold. Let's go inside to talk. The head chef said he would personally go to the kitchen to prepare a meal for you. Then he turned to the others. You lot... the people accompanying the young lady should come inside as well. While walking in, Mr. Hound also reminded Lorena, Pardon me, my lady. The patriarch will return from his hunting trip soon. When the patriarch returns, you should sit down and have a meal with him. Upon hearing this, her face darkened. Mr. Hound, he replied. Yes, I am listening, my lady. She said, I don't want to hear a single word related to that old man. All of those. Do not mention father in front of me, Lorena added. I will finish the mission before he returns, and then I'll leave immediately. Mr. Hound hesitated. But don't you want to resolve the misunderstandings from the past? Mr. Hound asked. But she said nothing more, only walking on in silence. In the dining room, Cruel shouted, Are you guys kidding me? He wondered, do we really have to wait until Lorena gets back here? Unbelievable, I can only stare at this delicious pile of food in front of me. Is this what you call noble etiquette? He kept talking, with no intention of stopping. Do they view us as a bunch of lowly outsiders? And where did Lorena go? She's still not back. Unable to take it anymore. Cheryl interrupted him. Shut up. Otherwise, they'll consider you someone even lower than just an outsider. Hearing that, Cruel couldn't accept it. What? No one calls me that except for you. Suddenly, a maid standing nearby spoke up. Please watch your behavior. You are behaving worse than a common outsider. These words made him annoyed. What? Do you know that I am the son of Count White? But the maid's reply took him by surprise. So what, I am a servant of the Bruff clan? This completely unexpected response left Cruel speechless. How could a mere servant dare to speak to the son of a count in such a manner? Cheryl told him to calm down, and that reminded her. Where had John gone? Cruel wondered, where has he gone off to now? The girl answered, he said he had something to do. What exactly is it, I wonder? He mentioned that there is something very important that can only be found here. At that moment, John was searching for something in the castle's abandoned armory. Looking at the axes and the neatly arranged swords, he recalled his past life. The emperor seemed to want to overturn the entire empire, just to find one particular sword. The image of a red dragon appeared in his mind, the progenitor dragon, the only dragon. A dragon slayer had forged 2 holy swords, capable of slaying the dragon race. Then images of bloodstains covering the floor emerged. Bahamut had killed him and seized one of the 2 swords. The emperor wanted to find that sword at any cost, a feat the previous emperor had failed to achieve. He offered an incredibly generous reward to whoever could find it. At the same time, he mobilized special forces to search throughout the continent. Yet not a single trace could be found. When he finally discovered it, he had said, at this time a strange sword emitting a unique energy sat tucked away in a corner. The sword that even the previous emperor could not find. After countless hardships and vast amounts of manpower and resources, it was finally lying right here in the armory. Abandoned castle in the north. Remote. The sword now seemed to break through its outer casing, revealing a mystical purple blade. Dragon Sword Astalong. The sword is closely linked to the sword Nagel, which stabbed him in the back in his previous life. John chuckled softly. Surely with this sword in hand, I won't lose to that dog emperor again, John pondered. Who would have thought that sword would be one of the 2 dragon swords left behind by that dragon slayer? It is indeed the dragon sword Astalong. If it is the elder sibling to the emperor's sword, then certainly it won't lose to the emperor's sword. As he spoke, he reached out to touch the sword. Suddenly the sword's voice rang out. You! John was slightly surprised. What is this? The sword is speaking. Around the sword emanated a strange energy. A blinding light pierced through space. The sword growled, you are unworthy. A beam of light appeared, illuminating the entire room, but then it quickly flickered out. John tremblingly raised his hand. Astalong rejected me. Why, he cursed at the damn thing. I definitely heard a voice when I held Astalong. It said that I was unworthy. Momon stepped forward from behind, exclaiming, how interesting. John confusedly asked Momon, do you know what's going on? She began to explain, it seems it's not just an ego sword, with a will of its own, but apparently a weapon that chooses its own master. John asked in surprise, it chooses its own master. At this point, Momon explained further, sometimes a weapon can achieve its own divinity. If this sword is such a case, then it can choose its own master. In short, Jian, you're just a rookie, not on the same level as it. That's why it rejected you, Hat. Hearing that, Zhang's eyes widened. What did you just say? Zhang said, go play somewhere else, Momon. Then he determinedly stepped toward the sword. You think I'm not on your level, huh? Today you're finished. He spread his hand out. Using the same technique, he quickly transformed into the Black Wolf. Once finished, Zhang reached out to grab the sword once more. But everything happened exactly as before. The same light, the same words. You are unworthy, Zhang gritted his teeth. Astalong. In the end, he remained stubborn. I should be worthy, I'm good enough. So stop talking and just accept that I'm good enough to wield you. Scene changed to the Brook Mansion. The Imperial flag fluttered in the wind. Arriving at the gathering place of the Black Armor Knights, a voice rang out. Everyone pay attention. This golden sword? I have used it before. Right. Hearing this, the person below anticipated the situation. Immediately tried to dissuade them. Princess. Please reconsider, ma'am. That voice continued steadily. Knights, listen up. Today's mission is the enslavement of the Manji, just like usual. But today, you are not allowed to make a mistake, not even for a single moment. Because today, Princess Lorena will be joining us. The man behind panicked, Princess. This is truly very dangerous. Yet Lorena remained very determined. The knights cheered excitedly. It's Princess Lorena! Han kept rambling. At least wait until the Lord arrives, ma'am. Lorena replied in annoyance. I said I don't want to hear it. Are you treating me like a fool? Who can't complete my own mission? If so, I'll never speak to you again. Han, we only need to collect 10 flags from the Manji. Right, it'll surely be easier than fighting ancient histories. Han was helpless. You shouldn't take everything so lightly like that. The Manji believe that the spirits of their ancestors dwell within their ethnic colors. If they had to choose, they would be willing to die for those colors. Seeing Lorena remain stubborn, Han showed his frustration openly. You never listen to a word I say. He gave instructions to Cheryl and Cruel. Cheryl replied, yes, just leave it to us. As for Cruel, he showed a bit of attitude. We aren't exactly bodyguards for the Brooke family or anything like that. In contrast to him, Cheryl was very friendly. Han, thank you for providing us with these clothes. If it weren't for them, we would have frozen to death. Lorena unexpectedly praised him, so Han prepared these, still as thoughtful as always. He shyly sniffled. Ah, when the little princess praises me. Cheryl wondered, Princess Lorena, are you wearing a military uniform? Lorena replied, because this mission is my first mission, as a special member. She looked around, all over, then asked, but what about him? Just as he was mentioned, a familiar voice rang out. Sorry I'm late. John spoke up. Things took longer than I expected. Cruel took the opportunity to tease him. You didn't even show up for dinner, and now look at you, John. Ha ha ha, Jean. You look so haggard. I thought you'd just finished roasting meat somewhere. No one knew what happened. But a second later, a red liquid trickled from Momon's nose. Is this how you treat a good person with your teasing? Serves you right for being so insolent. John snapped angrily. Shut up, Momon asked. Why don't you just give up on that sword already? No girl likes a stubborn man. You know. John's face turned grim. Anyway, we still have plenty of time. If Astalong is truly the sibling to the Emperor's sword, then it would be perfect. But if the sword doesn't acknowledge me, then I can't even swing it. I'll have to find a way. Lorena stepped forward. You might misunderstand, so I'll say this first. Hearing the voice, John turned around and called out, Lorena, since this is my first mission, as a special member, that's why I'm wearing this special military uniform. Besides, it's very durable. It's also good for combat. Right, it doesn't have very good insulation, but I'll be fine if I put on a coat. So please don't misunderstand. John was confused and bewildered. I don't know what you're talking about, but I have to admit you look great in it. Hearing that, Lorena blushed. She stammered, unable to find the words. She then turned to give orders to the knights. There she goes again. Black armor knights, prepare to march. They replied in unison, yes. Princess Lorena ordered, raise the gate. We are heading out. And before leaving, everyone received a final announcement. Everyone please do your best, because today Princess Lorena will be joining us. Cruel spoke with contempt. What a bunch of country bumpkins. Making such a fuss to boost morale? Just to hunt some manji, John silently observed. Just as I expected. The nobles in the capital don't know how terrifying the manji really are. The Brooke family has steadfastly protected them until now. But now the tribes are uniting, under the leadership of powerful chieftains. They will form a massive kingdom that threatens the very existence of the Kabalong Empire. And soon he will reveal himself the Manji King, the man known to all as the strongest person in the world, Biliga. A kingdom built by an alliance of warriors, an alliance of madmen. They became a kingdom so vast that it threatened the Kabalong Empire. A massive silhouette looking like a terrifying beast, standing amidst a sea of fire. The one considered the king of the warrior kingdom. One of the 5 enemies threatening the empire. Known as the strongest on the continent named Vilai. His arms look massive, firm, and vascular, exuding the aura of a powerful warrior. Born with an extraordinary physique, he employs unknown techniques. But behind those with extraordinary strength, there is often something terrifying hidden within. Within Vilai's eyes emanates an aura that strikes fear into others. And along with the ability to detect the techniques used by his opponents in the eyes of the Empire's knights, he is a threat in his own right. Then a silhouette of someone who looks like an assassin appears. That person says, in the past, I tried everything. The ground below was stained with blood, and many who stood in the way were finished off by that person. To kill that man Vilai over there. But many attempts did not succeed as desired. Piles of documents lay on the table, showing that he had relentlessly searched for Vilai's whereabouts. But in response to his efforts, there weren't many records of where he was or what he was doing at that time. The handsome face of the one who just told the story of Vilai and his journey turned out to be Ian. His expression was complex as he pondered, I don't know where Vilai is currently, but I hope I'm not unlucky enough to run into him. The flag bearing the symbol of the Kabalong Empire fluttered in the wind. A battalion of the Emperor's soldiers marched in long rows, heading in one direction, somewhere in the northern region of the Brooke territory. At the front, a soldier carried the imperial flag, followed by a row of 4 people, who lacked armor and warm cloaks, unlike the regular troops. The armed soldiers marching behind them moved solemnly, without a single sound being made. Roman then broke the silence with an annoyed expression, complaining, Damn it! How much longer do we have to walk? He walked along, grumbling in frustration. Walking on this endless snowy road is truly pointless. Roman also wondered, continuing to ask, Why do knights have to walk? Another voice replied, Roman, stop whining. It's hard to ride a horse in this weather. John was observing the surroundings, then he turned and spoke. The white landscape all around is impressive, but it makes it difficult to sense direction or distance. Lady Lorena heard his words and asked, What do outsiders think of this place? It's cold, isn't it? Out of 360 days it snows for 200 of them. The snow was still falling quite heavily, but she continued to speak bluntly to John. The only thing you can see in Brook is snow. It's too harsh for humans to live here. Lorena wore a complex and weary expression, but she remained pensive, sharing her thoughts with them. Yet there are still people living here. They are braver and stronger than anyone else. I respect those people. She still held a different view of this harsh land and asked, John, don't you find this place beautiful? John casually replied to the question. I think that's just your ego, princess. Besides that, Trio looked at Lorena with fond eyes and smiled as she praised her. Perhaps so. Both this place and Lady Lorena are beautiful. The troop of soldiers following them also began to cheer and show their love for her. She is our light, our reason for living. Lady Lorena is the best. Trio immediately dampened the previous mood, looking at them and saying helplessly, Here we go again? Even John turned to look because of the noise. Some people continued to cheer and spoke kind words to Lorena. Now that we are with Lady Lorena, the scenery of Brook is truly beautiful. I will dedicate my life to Brook and Lady Lorena. The girl Trio got a headache from hearing too much of it and spoke up irritably. Oh, shut up, old man. The flag-bearer leading the way spotted something and stopped saying, Everyone halt. The flag-bearer turned to look at her and asked, Lady Lorena, do you see that? They were standing on a cliff and saw something strange, a red color rising from the ground into the sky. Lorena was stunned and asked, That red light? The lead flag-bearer explained it to her. That red light was not too far from them. That is a scout signal reporting that they have found the lunatics. If we go there, we will find the lunatics. Upon hearing this, Roman smirked and said, Finally something for entertainment. But the flag-bearer turned back to look at him and said, You are quite confident. He then lifted the guard protecting his eyes, revealing a pair of stunning orange eyes. It was Captain Savo. He looked directly at Roman and warned, But you had better be prepared. Soon you will witness scenes of violence. But Roman still appeared very headstrong, responding to him as if he were looking down on the power of the lunatics. Violence, stop joking. Do you know what we have fought against? Catchick goblins? Images of their terrifying aggression appeared. He did not stop talking, even mentioning a terrifying, evil spirit. And the ancient spirit. The lunatics are no pushovers either. Captain Savo, after hearing what he said, looked straight ahead toward where the lunatics were. He then fell silent and muttered, I understand. The snow continued to fall steadily and could become thick, but the captain still said, Let's keep moving. The special forces had fought against many types of monsters and gone through many near-death training sessions. Step by step, they still advanced. They were confident that they could endure any violent imagery or any monster. Wherever they went, their footprints were left behind, clearly visible in the thick white snow. But what they saw was white snow stained with blood. The people were killed and shot there, making it look like a horrific battle in a harsh place. The soldiers began to hunt down and kill the lunatics fiercely. It was a completely different scene of violence. A small tribe that could hardly be called a base. Many spears pierced straight into them at once. The scenery turned from beautiful, white, and pristine into a bloody arena. The soldiers fought without rest, battling like true warriors. A one-sided massacre unfolded. The three of them, Lorena, Roman, and the girl Trio, were standing together. In front of them were the corpses and the gore of the slaughtered. A few survivors were moaning for help, begging for their lives. Trio saw this sight and stood frozen, unable to bear the brutality. Her face darkened as she whispered, What on earth is this? She wondered, Aren't knights supposed to follow the chivalric oath? The image of a knight holding a sword, like a noble warrior, untainted by darkness, or cruelty becoming an honorable protector of the weak, who only wields their sword for their lord. That image was gradually fading into darkness. The blood-red scene and the eerie smiles of the knights left the girl in a daze. Trio had to exclaim, But they look just like demons. In fact, to me, they are the real lunatics. Roman realized the girl's mind was being twisted by this sight. He immediately covered her darkening eyes with his hand and reminded her, Damn it, don't look. He had a complex expression as he said gently, That is not something you should see. John saw what was inside Roman as he shielded Trio. He thought to himself about Roman's endurance. He's still holding it in after seeing the blood. Now he has to control the demonic energy. John's cold gaze remained fixed on their actions. Surely everyone must be surprised. Battles between minority tribes have always been like this. This is not the kind of warfare. A detailed map appeared in front of them, showing the divided territories of the tribes. It is the kind that occurs between armies with territories to rule. This is the kind that only stops when one side is completely annihilated. One side of the map was stained with fresh blood, marked as destroyed, regardless of whether they are adults or children. As the princess of the border, Lady Lorena likely knew this already. but hearing about it and witnessing it with one's own eyes are two completely different things. She clenched her fists in resentment as she moved forward. This is the burden that Lorena must endure. Will she be able to carry it? Suddenly a painful scream rang out from another direction, causing Jian, who was lost in thought, to startle and turn to look. A tragic cry of a child lying in the arms of their mother's corpse, sobbing and calling out for their mother over and over. Trio, no longer having her eyes covered by Roman, witnessed this sorrow and said, "This is too cruel. We have to help them." Roman wanted to go save the child, but hesitated, saying, "Damn it if we interfere." The child continued to wail for their mother in front of a large soldier who had killed the mother. He looked toward the child and said, "A lucky brat." He swung his axe high, preparing to end this small life while saying, "Because you won't have to live with the name of a lunatic anymore." Suddenly a familiar voice called out, "Wait." Immediately the axe of the soldier lunged down toward the child. Seeing this, Trio immediately reached out her hand, seemingly wanting to stop it, and shouted, "No!" The axe swung down toward the child rapidly. The faces of Roman, Trio, and Jian all froze for a moment. The soldier's axe did not strike the child, but instead struck the hilt of a familiar sword. It was Lady Lorena. Using her hand to hold the sword, she blocked the blow to shield the child. This action startled the soldier, making him exclaim, "Lady Lorena." Her voice grew cold as she ordered him to stop, which surprised him even more. Lorena stood firmly before the soldier and said, "Enough. We have already killed everyone capable of wielding a weapon. We only need to take their flag and then stop." But her eyes were fixed with determination as she continued, "We will not kill children. That is my decision." John, who had been watching all along, thought to himself, "So that is her decision." But the knights who heard her words, the image showed two knights talking mockingly. Did she say not to kill the lunatics? That's what Lady Lorena said. Ha ha! Gradually, the pure image of the knights darkened. One of them asked Lady Lorena, "You're joking, right?" Their thirst for slaughter began to show. Lorena's resolve was unwavering. The image of a young girl holding a sword with a pool of blood beneath her feet. Since she was a child in this land of the border, she had known how to hold a sword. And she also knew what it felt like to fight against barbarians. She knew exactly what it was like, and she was ready to carry that burden. But then, the image of the dead woman still clutching the child who was crying out desperately for his mother. Even if she had to kill, she still possessed the humanity to protect small lives. The barbarian woman was dressed too thinly to endure the northern cold, while the child was wrapped in high-quality fur clothes. The image of that mother struck a chord with Lorena. A scene showed her blocking the knight's strike to protect the child. The knight, still eager for brutal slaughter, asked, "Come now, Princess Lorena." "Why?" Her eyes looked directly at the knight with resolve as she said, "Spare the child. I will take full responsibility." The knight stubbornly persisted, asking, "What are you doing?" "Lady Lorena, the child is wailing incessantly." More knights gradually began to gather around, and one of them tried to persuade her. "If we let even one barbarian live, they could cause immense damage to the territory and to our people. Even you do not have the right to do this." Lorena shielded True, who was cradling the child, to soothe them. As for Roman, his expression was also complicated. She replied to the knight, "No, that way of thinking is far too extreme. Even though this child belongs to the barbarian tribe, they have not committed any crime yet." She then irritably questioned them. "You are merely knights. How dare you oppose your master?" A knight stepped forward and spoke stubbornly. "You are only guests here, so please do not interfere in this matter." "Are you intending to interfere in the internal affairs of the border knights?" Within the border territory, upon hearing that Trio angrily lashed out, "What kind of knights are you?" Trio, having endured enough, spoke her mind. "I never expected that a knight's duty would be to kill a child. Don't you feel any shame?" Standing nearby, Roman had also had enough. Empathizing with the girl, he added, "If I allow this child to die, I'll have nightmares, and my reputation will be utterly ruined." The knight, who stood out to argue with them, lifted his visor, revealing his face. There was a scar across his eye and a look of disappointment on his lips. It was the knight Voss. He glared at them and said, "Lady Lorena, please stop joking. I never expected you to protect those barbarians." After speaking, the knight furrowed his brows and asked, "Do you even realize what this means?" From a corner, Jian's eyes remained observant. Without making a move, he continued to think, "Just as I expected. This conflict is happening everywhere. We will never be able to convince the knights protecting the border territory, because their actions do not stem from sentiment or self-interest. They have shed too much blood already, so they deeply loathe the barbarian tribe. No one can easily make them forgive the barbarians." He suddenly started as if sensing something, then shifted his gaze elsewhere and said, "This energy again." A deafening roar screamed out, forcing the negotiations between Lady Lorena and Knight Voss to halt. That scream made the knight realize and whisper, It was a massive humanoid figure, backlit by the sun, obscuring it as it seemed to leap from above onto them. The knight recognized it and cursed, "Damn it, it's the chieftain!" That chieftain has appeared. Everyone prepare for battle. He lunged down like a rocket, swinging a fist aimed at them. He slammed into the ground with a punch, right in the midst of the soldiers, causing the earth to shatter. From the force of his strike, upon landing, a surge of powerful energy poured out from the chieftain's fist like a sea of fire. This energy erupted over a massive radius, making everyone there feel it. Lorena was also shocked by this power and exclaimed, "What terrifying energy." Even from far outside the village, his power could be seen, surging violently. It gradually subsided a little, but the ground was left with a massive crater caused by the chieftain. One unfortunate knight, unable to withstand it, fell to his knees, leaning on his staff, and said, "Damn it! To think their chieftain would attack all the way here. What on earth are the scouts doing?" Suddenly, a massive hand grabbed the knight's iron helmet, making him tremble with fear. The chieftain lifted the knight up with one hand, looking at him with a cold glare, and asked, "Did you kill them?" One of the 20 barbarian chieftains. Chieftain Kaba, consumed by rage, curled his lip, bearing teeth that looked ready to tear the knight apart, and asked, "Did you kill my family and my tribesmen?" He said coldly, "Now it is your turn to die." This chieftain was truly ruthless. He began to gradually crush the knight's iron helmet with his bare hand. His eyes widened as he stared straight at him and delivered his final line. "Right now, very slowly and painfully." Kabara then slowly crushed the knight's head, causing blood to pour profusely from the helmet. Suddenly, Lady Lorena swung her sword, leaped at the chieftain, and screamed, "Stop it right now." Blinding light shone upwards. Lorena was gradually stunned by the sight. Her sword shattered upon contact with Kabara's forehead. She gasped, "It can't be." He used his forehead to block my blade. Unexpectedly, his forehead flickered and glowed with an image. The wooden barrier seemed to snap under some force when the forehead of Kaba glowed, and he attacked Lorena relentlessly. So fast, she was forced to dodge repeatedly, thinking, "He's too fast." She was dodging those massive hands, but she missed a beat, giving Kaba the chance to almost capture her. Then several spears came lunging forward. 3 knights stepped in to block, Kabara desperately trying to protect Princess Lorena. A familiar voice among the 3 knights shouted, "Princess Lorena, please escape from here immediately." She recognized him and called out Voss's name loudly, but as Knight Voss heard her, he apologized to her. The spears that struck the chieftain's chest shattered into pieces against his skin. The knight still managed to utter his final few words to her. "It seems we can only accompany you this far." Lorena stood frozen as she heard those words. As he spoke, "I am so sorry for speaking harshly to you earlier." With his last breath, he looked at Lorena and gave her his blessing. "I hope you will always remain well." Her eyes widened as she barely called out his name, before the knight was killed swiftly and decisively by the chieftain Kabara. He used one hand to cleave the knights' bodies in half, those terrifying hands drenched in blood. Of many people, powerful warriors charging forward, Farah sacrificed himself just to protect the princess. He approached Lorena and swung his arm into the sky, preparing to strike down upon her. He shouted loudly, "Die!" Suddenly a familiar voice called out, "Black Wolf, strike!" The bright and cold-blooded eyes of a wolf awakened, immediately attacking the arm that was about to finish Lorena off. Blood sprayed profusely from that arm, making Kaba look in surprise and wonder. "A wound on this body of mine." Footsteps gradually approached him as a voice said contemptuously, "It is just a small scratch. You are being way too noisy." A mysterious sharp black blade forced Kaba to turn his gaze. "Who is that? Soon I will tear you in half." It was John's voice, accompanied by the blade at his side. His hand stepped towards him, looking very cool. Mysterious tattoos. The image of a patriarch with tattoos, many details on his body. The barbarian leaders were marked on their bodies, known as mysterious tattoos. These tattoos helped them master the use of magic power, replacing the energy core. John began to swing the blade in his hand high up. The tattoos on their bodies, he gently swung the blade down at Kabara, creating a massive force that made him dodge and retreat, drawing magic power directly from skin and muscle. After Gian swung his blade, he watched the man's reaction. But then he was surprised. He blocked John's strike, effortlessly with both arms. It also powerfully enhanced their bodies. Along with well-trained skills, Patriarch Kabara glared at John like a piece of prey. Their attacks possessed unimaginable destructive power. John looked at him tensely and exclaimed, "Your body is tougher than I thought." He immediately charged forward and screamed, "I will kill you!" Suddenly, white shadows darted past and said, "We're joining in too." Lorena and Roman jumped in simultaneously with their swords and slashed at his arms, but an incident occurred. Their 2 swords became entangled with each other, making Lorena say in annoyance, "Damn it, the swords are stuck together." Roman also helplessly reminded her, "That's why I told you to just stay put, princess." Seeing this scene, the patriarch said with contempt, "All of you are far too inexperienced." He swung his arm, intending to hit both of them, but just in time. They reacted quickly and managed to dodge. The two of them landed safely, but were frustrated because normal swords were no match. Roman stood alone, wondering, our swords didn't even leave a scratch on him. Is he even human? Lorena didn't want to wait any longer and said, "The knights are all in a state of confusion because he suddenly appeared. We must be the ones to deal with him." Trio rushed back in a hurry to report Sister Lorena. "I have brought the child to a safer place." Because of the simultaneous strike from the two of them just now, it made Roman even more irritated and he blamed Lorena. "If you hadn't interfered, I would have." Sliced him into pieces in a single blow. She wouldn't back down either and asked, "What did you just say?" Roman began to lay out the plan for Lorena. "I will be the one attacking and you will provide support." After hearing this, Lorena disagreed and wanted to switch positions. "No, you should be the one providing support." Roman immediately started arguing with her, then made an annoyed face. "Don't you remember how miserably you lost to me? During all that training?" Lorena, unconvinced, argued back. "Do you want me to watch you lose miserably? In a real battle?" Trio, standing in the middle, felt helpless with these two. Ian intervened between them and said, "Both of you calm down. Behaving like this doesn't help at all, when the enemy is right here in front of us." Hearing this, Lorena revealed her sassy side and asked back, "Doesn't help Ian? Do you mean you can defeat him by yourself?" He calmly replied to Lorena, "I never said that, though you aren't wrong." She also found his personality confusing and asked, "What?" He immediately spoke clearly. "This is not the time for arguing. That pig-headed leader could attack at any moment." He then swung his arm to gain momentum and build power. Then he slammed his hand down onto the ground, with energy that made the ground shake and crack. Witnessing this immense power, they warned each other to dodge. Bara rushed forward and said, "You pieces of meat, I will take all of your lives." They looked at him approaching with serious expressions. Roman also signaled that he was nearing, while Lorena reminded him, "Don't get in my way again this time." He lunged forward to deliver a strike, but the two of them dodged that attack smoothly. Beside them, John stood contemplating a way to kill him. "If it goes on like this, we won't be able to kill him." Both Lorena and Cruin are quite strong, but because they were attacking according to their own will, they created a very discordant rhythm. An image appeared showing a sheet of paper with musical notes. Trio ran over and said, "I'll help too." John, standing beside the girl, immediately tried to stop her. "Wait, even if you join in, it won't do any good." The girl ran behind the tribal leader and signaled to Lorena, "Sister Lorena, I will support you. Please attack with all your might." Hearing this, she replied, "All right." The course of the battle changed once Cheryl joined in. He saw another nuisance appearing, so he looked down on her and said, "These weaklings." Kabara noticed the change and began to feel flustered. Trio continuously attacked. He was quite strong, but through Jian's eyes. He then made a judgment. Trio's attacks were nothing special, just dagger techniques and hidden weapons. But those small attacks made the melody more harmonious. Instead of just trying to do things their own way as before, the image is a sheet of musical notes. Normally, some red dots would have appeared, and it mended that discordance. John also smiled at Trio's determination, which had changed quite a lot. Not bad, though, not extremely impressive. I didn't expect the girl to have this talent. Chero, I had never heard her name in my previous life. Is this the reason? Chero continued to cheer for Lorena. "Sister Lorena and that rogue over there, too. Please attack with all your might." Lorena happily replied to the girl, "All right." When Roman heard the girl call out like that, he protested. "Why are you calling me a rogue, you commoner?" They split up in multiple directions and joined forces, attacking the patriarch fiercely. Suddenly, both Roman and Lorena lunged at Kabara. They jumped up and charged towards him at the same time, making Kabara freeze for a few seconds. They slashed at his arm simultaneously, without any incident, causing the tough skin that many strikes couldn't harm to finally crack open. Without stopping, the shadow, along with the blade in hand, flew towards Kaba, forcing him to use his other hand to shield himself. Dark Soul, 15th form. Jian used the technique, Astral Dust, Dark Soul. Crimson Spear Fist struck the patriarch, causing his skin to crack. His skin was severely damaged, but Kaba still arrogantly said, ineffective. But after speaking, he suddenly looked up. Dark Soul, 15th reverse form. John immediately delivered a fatal blow, Dark Soul Fate Breaker. That fatal strike slammed into his body, making the patriarch Kaba scream out in agony. His blood splattered everywhere, and he was knocked backward. Unable to endure it any longer, but he still held on, kneeling on the ground. They were bewildered and curious, approaching to see if he was dead, and had to remain vigilant. Kaba's face darkened as he said, "I will not." Roman glanced at him and asked, "What still?" Lorena, still on guard, said, Does he still have strength left? The tattoo on his forehead began to glow. He still spoke arrogantly. I will not end like this. He then disappeared with the light from his tattoo, leaving them completely bewildered. That light fled away from the village. They asked, did he run away? Speechless at the barbarian, truly shameful. After he was gone, Lorena said with relief, it's a pity we lost him. But luckily everyone is safe. Let's go back and report to the night captain. But after a while they noticed John had disappeared somewhere. Though some guessed he was preparing to do something. In a secluded mountain pass, drops of blood appeared from the patriarch who was heavily wounded. He looked quite pitiful, leaning against a wall with one hand while the other clutched his bleeding wound. But this patriarch, Kabara, was thinking of his tribe. An injury like this is nothing compared to the pain of losing everyone in the tribe. He recalled the memories of seeing his tribesmen being slaughtered, so he had to endure to seek revenge. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. You're acting pretty cool, huh? Making Kabara startle. It was John sitting on a cliff as he spoke. The decision to run away was the right one. If you had waited a bit longer, it wouldn't have been easy to escape anymore. And you'll hear things like shameful or whatever. But only fools say that. Survival is the true victory. Stunned, Kaba asked, when did you catch up to me? Seeing his reaction, John reassured him. Calm down, I'm not here to kill you. He froze and asked, what? Jen wanted to negotiate with Kabara. I'll spare you if you tell me a few things. Have you ever heard of this name? He was suspicious, but also curious, so he listened. His eyes looked at Kaba with determination as he said Vilai. Do you know anything about this person? John continued thoughtfully. Do you have any news of Vilai? Such as his location? Kaba lowered his face and said, shut up. John glanced at Kaba with a cold expression. Kaba lunged to attack Jian, roaring, someone like you is not worthy of uttering his name. Suddenly, John disappeared. The sound of crumbling echoed as the cliff face collapsed. John spoke, threatening Kabara. Do you have a death wish? A surge of dark energy appeared around Jian's hand. He coldly said, come forth, dark wolf. John swung his arm. Instantly, the flows of dark energy formed into wolves that lunged to attack Kabara. Kabara threw a punch forward while saying, you're not planning to finish me off. How bold! Even if it were 4 against 1, you wouldn't be able to leave a single scratch on me. Then he continued in an angry tone. Anyone who targets Vilai must disappear. John struggled to fend off Kabara's punches. The image of a figure with their back turned appeared, saying, Kabara, let's create a better world together. If I had you by my side, perhaps this world... Back to the present. John dodged Kabara's attacks. He coldly said, I see. After that, he chanted in an unknown language, creating a magic circle on his hand. Seeing this, Kabara watched Jian's actions and said, that's... John swung his hand toward Kabara. He shouted, rise, great wall of earth. Immediately, countless earthen spikes erupted from the ground toward Kabara. The man gasped in panic, magic! Unable to dodge in time, numerous earth spikes pierced Kabara. Kabara used his arms to shield himself, his voice raspy, child's play. Then he struck out, snapping the surrounding earthen spikes. He said, is your trump card nothing more than playing with dirt? Kabara rushed forward, reaching out for Jian. He grabbed John's shoulder, pinning him down. Kabara's other hand was raised high, preparing to strike down at his head. He screamed, disappear! Suddenly, someone appeared standing in front of John. A female voice rang out, the ace has arrived. Lightning bolt. Flash of light appeared, shooting straight through Kabara. It happened too fast, leaving Kabara no time to react. An explosion resounded. Everywhere the light touched, an explosion followed. Kabara stood speechless, staring at John in shock. With a large hole through his body, Kabara struggled to mutter, it can't be. With his hand still on the magic circle, John said, do you see now you really need me? A moment hovered in front of John's face, speaking in a contemptuous tone. I told you your magic would become weak without that specific visualization. And what's with that feeble magic? Are you truly my student? John coldly said, shut up, Moment. Moment licked his lips in satisfaction and said, it's been a long time since I've been out on the field like this. Truly refreshing. Kabara felt his strength completely spent. As he fell, he thought, I'm sorry, great chief. I could no longer keep the promise we made under that sunset. Please create a better world. Suddenly, snow began to fall from the sky. Jan and Moment stood before Kabara. Moment said, did you really have that much trouble with this miserable savage? If only you would listen to me properly. Then it wouldn't... Jan cut Moment off and replied, he is not miserable. Then he looked at Kabara lying on the ground and said, he is very strong. As John was about to leave, he suddenly heard a weak voice from Kabara. Why? He looked up at the snowing sky and spoke. Why do you all want to destroy my tribe? All we did was struggle to survive on this harsh land. Do you really want to slaughter us that badly? Hearing that, John remained pensive and did not answer. Then he spoke up, we were also desperately struggling to survive against a powerful enemy like you. Kabara replied indifferently. Calling me strong when you're the winner. Are you mocking me? John replied in a serious tone. No. I mean it, you are very strong and a proud warrior. Kabara replied. In that case, could you do me a favor? John asked suspiciously. What kind of favor? Kabara answered. Your people took a child from my tribe. That is the last bloodline of my tribe. Please spare them, John said coldly. Still worrying about others, while you're on the brink of death yourself. Walking away, he continued, Don't worry. The person who took the child is a good person. She won't let the child live as a slave. Kaba reached for something in his clothes and said, Take this. He pulled out a bone necklace and said, This is the symbol of the patriarch. It shall serve as the token of our promise. John looked at the necklace and thought, A bone necklace, the symbol of a patriarch. By accepting it, it proves I have inherited his will, even though I have no obligation to keep a promise to a dying old man. John reached out to take the necklace and said, All right. He thought to himself, I don't want to ignore this promise. Kaba struggled to say, Please, I create a better place. Then he passed away. Jian indifferently said, I hope you will be reborn into a better place in your next life. The scene shifts to the Wolf Castle where a voice rings out. Well done, everyone. We have defeated 2 enemy bases in this battle. We also defeated one of their patriarchs. This isn't just one person's achievement, but that of everyone who shed their blood. Raise your glasses. Tonight we drink until we drop. Captain of the heavy armored soldiers, William. For the wolf. Everyone chanted along for the wolf. For the wolf. Roman also excitedly joined the party. John alertly scanned his surroundings. Behind the wine barrels, someone stood there not participating in the festivities. Lorena paid no mind to the joyful atmosphere around her, instead appearing deep in thought about something. William walked over and spoke with concern. Lorena, are you all right? Lorena replied, Uncle William, Captain. I'm glad you're safe. I didn't expect you to be the one to take down the patriarch. William answered, It wasn't me. I will bring all the tribe's flags back to you. Just give me the command. Lorena coldly replied, No. William said, Is it because of those who were sacrificed? It seems you're still not used to celebrations like this. Don't be sad. They are knights of the North, knights of the Wolf family. The heartless will say that. Knights are proud nobles, but all those who swing a sword are still human. Those knights who sacrificed themselves on the battlefield met their end gloriously like true knights. Surely he must have been content. He was able to protect you, escaping the enemy and departing with full honor. William continued, I also want to sacrifice myself for you, but I cannot because I am too strong. I truly envy him. Lorena coldly replied, Don't say such things, uncle. Lorena continued, Speaking of which, about the child we brought with us, Captain. That child, William replied, Because you were the one who brought that kid along. I will turn a blind eye. Lorena joyfully replied, Really? William continued, However, then his expression turned terrifying as he spoke. You must not think of it as a human. It is merely a beast, do you understand? Lorena replied, A monster, uncle, you're exaggerating. William looked at Lorena and said sternly, No, Lady Lorena. That kid is no different from a monster. You could say he is that dangerous. Lorena said angrily, William continued, Internal strife is always more dangerous than external invasion. Then he said with a cold face, If you do nothing, it will become a threat to Wolf in the future. Why don't you realize that? Lorena replied with a serious tone, I will take responsibility. Don't worry, House Wolf is very strong. It's not so weak as to collapse just because of one outsider, William said in a cold voice. Responsibility? Images of the past flashed back. An injured person was struggling to call William's name. Then he gritted his teeth in anger. William spoke up, Lady Lorena, don't think that responsibility is something easy. His face became terrifying as he continued, Even if the family doesn't collapse, human lives are very fragile. Will you take responsibility for the pain of the families, of those who are lost? William turned to leave, leaving behind one last remark. This is my advice. I hope you reconsider. Seeing William so cold, Lorena called out to him. Uncle William, you have always been merciful. Why are you so harsh toward a barbarian child? Seeing that William had no intention of turning back, Lorena puffed out her cheeks in anger. Han approached from behind and spoke up. Was that William? It seems there was an argument. Seeing Han, Lorena answered him. It seems he doesn't like that I brought the child back. Upon hearing this, Han spoke with an angry expression. How dare he oppose you? Does he think being a captain makes him so great? Lorena quickly replied, Calm down, Han. Han said in a serious tone, Lady Lorena, I hope you can be tolerant and understand William. There is a reason why he did that. About 30 years ago. It was the time of total war with the barbarians. It was even larger than the current war. A young knight encountered a barbarian child at a destroyed tribe that was still burning. That child was unarmed and just stood there coldly with a bare body. The knight reached out his hand toward the boy. He took the child in despite everyone's objections. At that time, the child's face was cold and filled with a desire for revenge. We also disagreed, but the child was brought to a manor within the territory. The knight was often away from home for missions, so his fiancée took care of the child. The two of them devoted themselves to caring for the child for years. But one day, that child revealed his true nature, the nature of a barbarian. That day screams rang out at the castle. Bloodstains spread across the floor. The knight's fiancée was heartlessly murdered. They believed their love would rehabilitate the child. But in the end, the child attacked the fiancé and fled. The young knight found his fiancée no longer among the living. Much later, the image of the knight holding his fiancée, saying in agony, "I'm sorry. This happened because I wasn't by her side. If only I had been home." After hearing the story, Lorena exclaimed, "How cruel!" Han continued his tale. After that, he became the knight captain, and no longer showed mercy to any barbarian, not even children. At this point, Lorena had a realization and said, "Wait, could it be?" Han answered calmly, "Yes, that's right. That young knight was William." The image of William wailing in agony appeared, crying and repeating incessantly, "I should have finished that boy off. I should have ended him right then and there." With an empathetic look, Lorena said, "I never thought such a thing happened to him." I spoke without knowing anything. Han continued composedly, "William isn't the only one. Other knights also had families and comrades, lost at the hands of the barbarians." Lorena struggled to find words. "I see you've understood the situation." Han said, "Don't blame yourself too much." Jiang, standing at a distance, was eavesdropping on their conversation. Jiang thought, "So that's how it is. The knight captain won't change his mind. But if I want to keep my promise to Kaba..." Han continued, "The story hasn't ended yet." Lorena asked doubtfully, "Not yet." Han said, "Someone has been trying to unite the barbarians. The person at the center of this is the future chieftain of the barbarians, Vilai. He is the very barbarian that William brought home." Hearing this, Jiang thought in surprise, "Why does that name appear here? I tried to find Vilai before but couldn't find anything. I never thought he would be at Wolf. They must have used every means to hide it, which is why I couldn't find any information. Finally, I understand. Unexpectedly, this will help me track down Vilai." Han continued, "Lady Lorena, I understand how you feel. I don't think you're wrong. It will be very difficult for you, so take a deep breath and go back. I will take care of everything here." Lorena recalled William's voice. "No, I will never forgive the barbarians." Han asked, "Do you have any other way?" Lorena replied hesitantly, "Well..." John stepped out from behind a wine barrel and said, "There is a way. You've overthought a simple problem." Seeing him, Lorena said in surprise, "John, a simple problem?" John replied, "Yes, don't worry about it." Seeing him, Han said, "Even if you are a friend of Lady Lorena, you are still an outsider, so please refrain from interfering in our business." John said calmly, "I will state a simple solution to this problem." Lorena replied, "What is it?" John continued, "We need to persuade the Count of Wolf and obtain his permission. He is the ruler of the North, and if he gives his consent, no one will dare to object." Han replied dismissively, "That's pointless. He won't give permission." "And who do you think would even dare to speak to the Count?" Lorena fell into deep thought. Then she gritted her teeth and made a decision. "I will do it." Han asked in shock, "What?" Lorena replied with a determined look, "I will speak to the chieftain. I will persuade father, and I will accept whatever decision he makes." The scene shifts to another location. William was walking alone, his mind full of thoughts. William said with a serious face, "Lady Lorena." Then he whispered softly, "Was I too harsh with her? She probably hates me now, doesn't she?" "No." William's eyes turned resolute as he thought, "But I must stop her before she gets hurt." Suddenly, William noticed something and said, "A flag being raised at this time, that is the banner of the Night Order. The First Night Order of Wolf." "But the Night Order went on a mission with the chieftain. Have they already returned?" A voice called out, "William, you don't look very well. Is something weighing on your mind?" William turned around and exclaimed with joy, "Captain Keon, you've returned?" Keon replied calmly, "Long time no see, Keon, captain of the Knights." William said, "If the Knights have returned, does that mean Count Roop has also returned?" Keon replied, "He said he still has some unfinished business, so he ordered the Knights to return first." William responded, "I can't believe he's at the North Sea all by himself. I know the Duke is very strong, but will he be all right? No need to worry. The North Sea is just another playground for him." Duke, the image of the Duke. Roop is standing majestically atop a mountain of monster corpses. Keon continued, "What you should worry about is the monsters that happen to encounter the Duke. I heard Lady Lorena just brought in a manzi. It must have been quite a struggle, hasn't it?" William replied, "No, I'm fine." Kion answered indifferently, "I wasn't talking about you. I'm afraid Lady Lorena is the one struggling. You know, Her heart is very fragile. She'll toss and turn all day if she sees a pitiful animal. William looked at Keon and thought, do other people see me that way too? Keon continued, what about the members of the Special Forces? What if they follow her? Will they be able to ensure Lady Lorena's safety? William answered, they are talented but still too young. However, among them is one named Gian, who seems exceptionally outstanding. As long as he is around, then for Lady Lorena's safety, we no longer need to worry. Keon replied, I see. I don't know if it's because I'm getting old. Then he said in a serious tone, but even with Lady Lorena's return this time, somehow, I feel that something terrible is about to happen. William asked doubtfully, Sir Keon, what do you mean? Image above Roop Castle. The sky is strangely gloomy. Keon continued, I feel a storm is coming. Scene changes to the next day at the Roop Castle Annex. Inside is a quiet scene. A floating glass of juice appears. Moment. Is using magic to levitate a glass of juice to drink. While drinking the juice, she says, is this free, I wonder? Moment thinks to herself. They argued for days over a single child. But lately it's been unusually quiet. They don't even bother to mention that child anymore. John said there would be a break in the conquest of the Manji tribe. They have only collected 3 flags from the Manji. I wonder when they will finally collect all 10. However, it was because of my assistance that they managed to get those 3 flags. An image appears of Moment attacking the Manji strongholds. Gian, look at me. Instead of recklessly swinging a sword, why not learn true magic from me? Even though I had to use up all the mana I had secretly saved up in return, John praised me, saying I looked very impressive. Then she remembers John's devious face, senses something is wrong, and thinks, wait a minute, don't tell me. Moment says angrily, Gian, you annoying brat. Did you trick me into sucking the blood of a flea or something? Why on earth would you go and steal mana from a lich? Give my mana back to me. Scene changes to somewhere else. A wooden sword and an iron sword clash against each other. William, while unleashing sword strikes at Roman, says you still need much improvement. When fighting, move with more recklessness. You're too stiff. Attack closer. Roman, struggling to defend, grits his teeth and says, damn it. William continues, come to think of it, isn't this too unfair? I have to use a wooden sword while you get to use a real one. Really, how am I supposed to win with a wooden sword? Roman, seeing how shameless he is, shouts loudly, this level of disadvantage is nothing. William laughs loudly and says mockingly, it looks like you really want to win this round, don't you? John stands at a distance watching the two of them fighting and arguing. Moment hovers over his head and says, suddenly having a duel. Are you guys that bored, John? In an indifferent tone, he says, maybe so. But when fighting Kaba, I had a certain feeling. A feeling that we would be quite weak without her. We would have been in great danger. Moment replied in an angry tone. Don't lie. You are starting to flatter me again. John continued, furthermore, I've gathered some information about Astralong. Every time I touch it, it reacts by rejecting me. But the Northern Knights don't sense any reaction at all. A knight, when asked by Gian, replied, I only find it heavy. It could be due to the unique mana usage of the Roop House. They create snow essence from their internal power and use it to amplify snow spirit mana. I'm using a method similar to their mental technique. So I'm trying to see if I can learn anything more from their fighting style. Moment asked doubtfully, but why are you such a brutal fighter then? John replied nonchalantly, I'm bored of fighting others, so I'd rather watch other people fight instead. Moment stared at him and said, even though I'm a lich, I think your personality is even filthier. Did something happen in your childhood? Because if so, I will conduct a few therapy sessions for you. I'm serious. And then Keon walked closer to John and said, you must be John. He didn't answer. Keon continued, pleased to meet you. This is the first time we've met, right? I am Keon. John replied in surprise, Keon, aren't you the captain of the Ice Knights? John introduced himself. Greetings, sir. I am John from the Special Forces. Please forgive me for only presenting myself to you now. Keon replied, it's all right, don't worry about it. I heard you defeated Chief Kaba. That is truly an impressive feat, especially for someone as young as you, John replied humbly. It was just luck, Lorena, and the Special Forces members dealt a massive amount of damage, and my job was merely to finish him off. Keon smiled and replied, I see. Then with an annoyed expression, Keon said, but hearing the way you speak, it seems you are quite close to Lady Lorena. What exactly is your relationship with her? Aren't you being too over-familiar with the lady? Are you looking down on her? What have you done to Lady Lorena? What did you do? John stood frozen, thinking to himself, all the old men in this region are truly abnormal. I wonder if it's because of the cold. John replied, you've misunderstood. I haven't had any improper interactions with Lady Lorena, nor am I particularly close to her. Then Keon, with a satisfied face, laughed and said, so I did misunderstand you, my apologies. Then with a suspicious look, he continued, But why? Why haven't you had any interactions with her? Do you think she isn't good enough to associate with? Is that it? Why don't you like her? What have you done to Lady Lorena? Have you hurt her? What on earth have you done? John looked at Keon and thought, I'm starting to get fed up with this old man. Keon looked at John with a serious expression and thought, now I understand why. William admires him so much? On the surface, he looks like nothing more than a fifth-rank knight, but there is an infinite potential hidden, deep within him. In that case, Keon tossed a wooden sword toward John and said, John, what do you say to a match? The youngest knight in my squad is quite capable. A knight from behind stepped forward, lifted her hood and introduced herself. I am Knight Mia. From the Ice Knights. John smiled slightly and thought, perfect timing. He replied, well, I have no problem with that, but if you want to use a real sword, feel free. Mia glared angrily upon hearing John's arrogance. The other knights also whispered about him. That brat. What the hell did he just say? Keon laughed and said, you are full of confidence, just like the youth of today. Then he spoke seriously. Mia, there's no need to hold back. Give it your all. Mia replied, understood, Captain. Then a surge of energy radiated outwards, shrouding the wooden sword in Mia's hand. Mia, holding the energy-wrapped sword, which made it glow brightly, charged forward to attack and said, as for me, I think you're actually the one. Who needs to use a real sword? John looked coldly at the incoming Mia, without making a single move. Mia swung the sword down, aiming straight at John. The sound of wooden swords clashing rang out. The wooden blade in Mia's hand was knocked away, flying straight up into the air. The broken blade fell to the ground, leaving everyone stunned. Keon, with a surprised expression, said that. The other knights also gasped in amazement. Impossible. John's sword was held at Mia's throat. He had taken down an ice knight with a single blow. John looked coldly at Mia, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, are you okay? Scene changes to the stone forest in the north. A man standing on a cliff spoke to someone behind him. Is he still at the North Sea? The old man behind him calmly replied, yes, that person from House Roop has not left yet. The man in front fell silent, thinking. Then he spoke to the old man. Summon the chiefs to gather here. I am giving this order as the chief commander. Future. Cruel, leaning on his sword, knelt and conceded defeat. William smiled with interest. He praised Cruel's skill. He can fight and learn from the battle at the same time. That ability is truly formidable. However, Cruel didn't see any of that in himself during the match. He stood up limping. He only knew that his attacks couldn't even scratch William in the slightest. William teased that Cruel was this close to defeating him, give or take about 600 scraps of paper. Cruel secretly lamented the gap between him and William, while William just laughed heartily at his own lame joke. No longer teasing Cruel, William looked seriously at the young man opposite him. No longer teasing Cruel at this moment, William looked seriously at the young man opposite him. He affirmed that the White family has a real gem. Cruel hesitated before saying thank you. Suddenly, there were whispers behind William. The Ice Knights are here. I wonder what is going on. Switching scene to Gian. He used the wooden sword to point at Mia's Adam's apple, an unexpected victory created by Gian. William was shocked. Could it be that John has already defeated Mia? The Ice Knights could not believe the situation before them. They had been mercilessly humiliated. John saw the Ice Knights whispering to each other. He thought to himself, is it possible that I have hurt their pride? But unexpectedly, the Ice Knights shouted in unison to praise John's strength. As the match ended, Mia stood up, bowed, and said thank you. John knew that he was the one who should be thankful. Seeing John's humble expression, Mia knew that she had truly lost. Even at this age, John already had such ability. The knights behind were teasing that Mia was old, yet her skills were so lacking. Hearing those words, Mia couldn't help but glare angrily at her comrades. John's eyes pensively watched the scene before him. He didn't think they wouldn't mind this at all. He knew that knights usually care very much about their honor and pride. If defeated by someone younger than them, they would gradually fall into despair, blame themselves, or admit their own failure. In this place for knights who gamble their lives, battles occur like daily meals. Does losing like this not affect them at all? John thought seriously. With such an attitude, it's no wonder their nickname is the Northern Wall. At this time, a knight stepped forward. He confidently introduced himself as the 99th Knight of the Ice Knights. His name is Lauren. He already held a wooden sword in his hand. John smiled at his opponent, hoping they both would have an exhilarating match. Thinking paused. Perhaps this is a good opportunity, because Gian still hasn't figured out how the Northerners utilize Anna. Two wooden swords clashed decisively. A series of fierce attacks came from Lauren. He apologized on Mia's behalf for his earlier attitude. He had shown John no respect. Lauren would fight with his full strength from the start, to show his respect. John's eyes lit up. He could see the trajectory of his opponent's sword. Lauren suddenly used the first form of the Ice Knight's ice sword dance. The sword's after images were clearly visible as frost emanated from it. John jumped up just in time. Lauren shuddered at the sight before him. A shadow flashed like lightning, appearing and disappearing as it enveloped his ice sword dance. John guessed that Lauren was very confident in his speed. In that case, what about his own speed? A shadow suddenly appeared behind Lauren. But with his experience, Lauren had predicted that John would appear behind him. Unexpectedly, his attack hit nothing but thin air. Turning around, Lauren discovered that John had used his elbow to strike Lauren's chest. Without him even noticing, John had closed the distance without him realizing. Looking back, Lauren realized that John had used his own cloak as a decoy. Lauren collapsed to the ground. He cursed under his breath. Lauren gracefully conceded defeat, completely convinced and acknowledging John's strength. John quietly said thank you. Seeing that John could even defeat Lauren, the Ice Knights were all eager to test his skills themselves. Keon didn't know what to say, witnessing everyone like that. William walked over. He had expected this outcome. He asked Keon what he thought of the boy. Keon now understood why that person held John in such high regard. William knew Cruel was also exceptional, but John was on a different level. Keon mentioned the chief instructor, Damien. He couldn't help but be wary of that serpent who had molded John. He had thought the man was merely a snake, just skulk around and play politics in the capital. Not exceptional at all. William secretly regretted it. Letting Jan work under Damien, isn't that just a total waste? Keon agreed with his opinion. If Jan were to develop even further, if he were to join House Bup, Keon suddenly hesitated. He thought in a panic, no, this won't do. He couldn't have someone like Jan loitering around Princess Lorena. Keon was certain Jan had some motive for getting close to Lorena. He had to stop him right now. Beside him, William agreed wholeheartedly. Why would someone like Gian behave so insolently toward Lorena? Back to the Ice Knights and Gian. A broken wooden sword lay on the ground. Everyone knew it was a time to wrap things up. They would continue tomorrow. Outside the territory, a pair of eyes as sharp as a crow's appeared. He ordered his comrades to storm the castle. A horn sounded, blaring a warning. The people within the territory were surprised to hear the alarm. William recalled that the horn was only ever used when the territory fell into a state of emergency. What on earth has happened? A powerful voice rang out telling everyone to pay attention. John looked toward the speaker in astonishment. It was the head butler, Han. He announced to everyone, all military forces within the territory's jurisdiction prepare for battle. The knights were surprised to see him fully equipped in armor. Han walked up to Keon and William. He spoke solemnly. The situation is critical. The territory is under attack. Who would do such a thing? The two of them exclaimed, startled. As the scene shifted to the territory's gate, outside, there seemed to be the sound of someone transporting something heavy. From behind the gate was suddenly pierced by a large wooden log sharpened at the tip. Han's gaze turned cold as he said, "He is here." A large hole appeared following that impact. A crowd of massive people appeared. Their bodies were brawny and muscular. They wore monster skulls on their heads. Their grand leader was Vi Lai. At the mention of this name, John seemed to think of something. They knew that this was not the time when Vi Lai usually made an appearance. Could history have changed? Again, moving to the outside of the territory from high above, the rapid sounds of footsteps on the ramparts emerged. Everyone had fully gathered, standing on the high wall. Looking at the sea of fire from the war, one couldn't help but marvel at their agility. The third wall has already been breached. William turned around to ask his subordinates about the unfolding situation. The knight reported that the third night squad is defending the second wall. The night squad believed the third wall had been overrun. Fortunately, most of the citizens have already been evacuated. They are retreating to the second wall. But considering the enemy's massive force, the defensive state at the second wall is not very optimistic. William looked at the flames on the wall ahead. He continued by asking how many of them there were. About 30,000, the subordinate replied. William was furious, asking how their side could fail to detect such a large number of people earlier. Where is our cavalry? The subordinate replied through gritted teeth that the cavalry had been wiped out. It seems the other side plotted to assassinate their cavalry first, in order to cut off the communication lines. Hearing this, William gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" On assigned tasks, Kion and the Ice Knight squad will go to the first wall to scout and evacuate the remaining residents. William and the heavy armored infantry will support the Night Squad at the second wall. He bolstered the army's morale, telling everyone not to let their minds wander. Protecting the territory was their top priority. Watching everyone quickly head to their assigned posts, John cursed inwardly. He knew history had already been altered. The worst part was that everything was unfolding in the direction he had feared. John felt a bit uneasy thinking about where his previous life and this current life had diverged. He speculated whether his own arrival at Bup had caused this change. John keenly realized that as long as that person was still here, Vili would not carelessly charge into the territory that person represented. Could it be that he knew how to deal with Bup already? The silhouette of that majestic figure appeared in his mind. John continued to speculate before deciding to head north. Those who would change would be Lorena and the others. John was startled as he grasped the key point. The soldiers informed Vili that the third wall had fallen. Now they should take the opportunity to attack further into the second wall. Vili praised the soldiers' quickness. Now I just need to wait right here. Vili wore a cruel smile. Only let the swift and observant ones go up. They had to eliminate those knights. Turning back to John, after guessing Vili's actions, he gritted his teeth. What the man was targeting was Lorena. What? Images of chains binding Lorena flashed through his mind. John knew Vili wanted to take Lorena as a hostage. A sea of fire surrounded the second wall of the western castle. On the wall, the third Nightglow Knight Squad was fighting against Vili's soldiers. The tension between the two sides was at its peak. They would not allow Vili's men to enter the castle, vowing that even if their limbs were broken, they would use their teeth to hold on. The captain of the second Nightglow Knight Squad roared, as long as they held out long enough until the Duke returned. Before he could finish his sentence, an axe from the enemy struck him down, mercilessly. Vili spoke grandly, "Let us rage together." He called out to his followers. Each man raised his axe. It was time for the knights to pay their blood debt. One by one axes were buried into the knights' bodies, because for this event, today was a ceremony to comfort the souls of the departed. Vili watched with hatred as each knight fell. He spoke loudly, urging them to avenge their comrades. Vili declared that after today, they would be the masters of the North. His eyes sparkled brightly. Perhaps they were tears for the departed, or perhaps the anger of imminent revenge. An icy slash sliced one of Vili's soldiers in half. The person retracted their sword, revealing it to be Lorena. She looked around vigilantly, not forgetting to ask Cheryl about the situation out of concern. Cheryl replied to Lorena that everything on her side was fine. Lorena watched the fanatics fall. They had made it this far. Cheryl also knew the enemy was far too numerous. Lorena agreed. At this rate, the houses with children inside would be in grave danger. Lorena instructed Cheryl that she would hold off the fanatics here, and told Cheryl to take the children to safety. Cheryl looked at her with worry. How could Lorena block them all by herself? Lorena, however, did not see it that way. She quickly said that if she were alone, it would be easier for her to escape. Seeing Lorena's determination, Cheryl followed her words and went to the children. The territory was now gradually sinking into a sea of fire. Lorena had not expected them to attack so suddenly. Suddenly, a gloating laugh rang out behind Lorena. It was one of the fanatics. He suddenly swung his axe, intending to ambush Lorena in her blind spot. But at that moment, she heard a familiar voice say, "Found you." Suddenly, something made the fanatic freeze in his tracks. Lorena turned her head toward him, not understanding why he had stopped. The fanatic seemed to mutter something, but a moment later, he vanished into black smoke. John had attacked him. Lorena was surprised to see him there. John looked at her and said, "Found you." Lorena still didn't understand what he was looking for. Then suddenly John grabbed Lorena's hand and pulled her away. Lorena hadn't yet realized what was happening, while John, holding her hand and running, told her to hurry toward the castle. John said the fanatics were targeting her. Lorena didn't understand why they wanted to capture her. "The commander-in-chief of those fanatics is chasing us right now. He knows you are the weakness of Duke Bup." Lorena spoke up, sounding skeptical. John said he would use her as bait to lure the Duke. He would prevent that from happening. So now the two of them had to run fast, because he was about to get angry. Jan knew that if Lorena was captured, everything would become hopeless. The two of them were about to reach the tower. With Jan's current strength, facing that man was like an ant trying to stop a carriage. If he fell first, Lorena had to keep running. Lorena heard that and immediately scolded him for talking nonsense. How could she abandon Jan? A certain sound rang out, catching Jan's attention. A tower was suddenly hurled toward them. In just a few seconds, the two were separated from each other. Jan guessed that the person capable of throwing that tower was approaching. Then he shouted for her to get to safety. Such a heavy tower had been thrown, crashing chaotically into the ground. It knocked down other structures. Dust mingled with the smell of fire and smoke swirled everywhere. After the tower was thrown down, Lorena's leg was unfortunately sprained. She sat on the ground. How could a human possibly throw that tower toward them like that? Lorena had already guessed who did it. She kept calling out for John. A male voice rang out from the discarded tower. He said doubtfully, "Is such a greeting a bit too violent?" Lorena's eyes widened in terror. The person before her was Vili. He smiled upon hearing that Lorena knew of him. If that was the case, then they had nothing left to say. Vili's sharp eyes stared at the prey before him. Lorena's heart pounded wildly. Vili radiated a terrifying pressure. This was the first time she had ever felt such dread. Hair as red as blood, eyes full of murderous intent. Aside from her father, he was the only human who could make her feel this afraid. Lorena calculated that since her leg was currently injured, it was obvious who would win if this fight dragged on. She needed to end it immediately. Vili watched and immediately guessed that Lorena was concentrating mana into one spot. Immediately, Vili appeared at Lorena's position. He knew she intended to end the match quickly. Lorena did not foresee that his speed would be so fast. Her eyes flashed with fear. Lorena couldn't even see Vili's movements. She couldn't sense him at all. It turned out this was the disparity. Was this the power of a commander-in-chief? Vili slowly reached out his hand. If Lorena followed him obediently, then she would not suffer a single injury. Because after all, she was an important playing card. Suddenly something changed. Lorena's eyes became much sharper. Those were Jian's eyes. Vili smiled cunningly. He said that person was still too young. Vili called that person by the nickname Black Wolf. John's arm appeared right at that moment. Vili guessed it because John's eyes revealed too much. He delivered a thunderous punch at Jian. Lorena thought Jan had been sent flying by Vili's punch. She cried out in worry. Vili grinned. He had known from the start that Jan was hiding nearby, so his eyes wouldn't be easily deceived. But strangely, the thing that just disappeared felt a bit off. What Vili's fist struck was magic from above. Jan then said that because Vili only relied on his eyes, he couldn't distinguish what that thing was just now. John looked down arrogantly at Vili from above. That was merely a clone magic. While speaking, Jian carried Lorena away from that spot. She was still surprised by John's way of using magic. Vili cursed a bit angrily just now. This was the first time John had met Vili face to face, even in a situation like this. Honestly, he didn't want to meet Vili at all. The person beside John felt embarrassed, telling him he should put her down. John calmly continued to speak, but Lorena struggled fiercely and punched him in the face. Vili was truly angry this time. John had only tricked him once and yet was already acting so arrogant. In just a few minutes, he could tear Jian to pieces. John laughed because he knew Vili wouldn't have that time. It was Vili's turn to be confused. John said Vili's true target would vanish while he was busy fighting him. Vili hesitantly said that his target was right there in front of him. Knowing he would still pretend John saw right through it. Vili's true target was Astralong. Wasn't that sword the very thing Vili was searching for? The sword. Astralong could contain the power of the ruler. Winning every battle with that sword, conquering the Empire would no longer be a distant dream for Vili. Despite knowing his objective was exposed, Vili remained seriously silent. John said that if Vili wanted, he could tell him the location of that sword, but on one condition. John would take Lorena with him. He had important matters that required her. Those words made Lorena blush incessantly. John set Lorena down. If Vili let them go, John would tell him the location of the sword. Lorena hadn't thought that Astralong actually existed. She whispered to Jan. He told her it was in the armory. Lorena didn't know if Jan really intended to give that sword to Vili. He spoke with certainty. But of course he would give him a fake, not the real sword. In John's mind, a young Vili appeared, remembering that he once lived in the Duchy of UF. With such a background, John thought Vili must also know about the sword's existence. With such keen eyes, Vili could surely identify the mana of the Astralong sword easily. Even if he didn't know about it, Vili couldn't possibly ignore Astralong. It was as if John were dangling a choice piece of bait, waiting for the prey to bite. Vili slowly said, the Astralong sword. Is that what they call that sword? John was surprised when he asked this. Vili gnashed his teeth in anger. That is the ruler's sword. It is the sword of legend handed down within his tribe. Seeing Vili's reaction, John knew he had taken the bait. John added that Vili was running out of time. The knights were heading toward the sword's location to move it to safety. Looking at the palace about to be engulfed in flames, John mentioned that the Duke of UF would arrive soon. John gave Vili a choice, the sword or Lorena. Vili said he didn't like having to choose, his tone mocking. I'll choose the third option. Suddenly, Vili appeared instantly before John and Lorena. He would eliminate John, and then take both Lorena and the sword. Both were startled by Vili's speed. His eyes were ice cold, and his body emitted a powerful mana that overwhelmed them both. It was a combat aura technique. That force sent them flying in opposite directions. John called out Lorena's name. Vili's move was intended to separate them. Before they could even land on either side, Vili's voice emerged from right behind Jian. He called him an arrogant bastard. Using his muscular frame, Vili delivered a swift, powerful kick to Jian's body. At that moment, Vili was truly infuriated by John's words. He would make Jian kneel and beg to reveal the sword's location. As the strike hit Jian, John smiled as if he had accomplished something. Vili thought it was crazy, but without further thought, he continued his onslaught. The gravitational pressure caused the ground to split in two. A thunderous kick whited out the entire vision. Upon a high stone fragment, John landed. He calmly remarked that Vilai had almost hit him. John noticed that in that final attack, Vilai had restrained his power had he gone soft. Vilai clicked his tongue and told John to shut up. He stopped only because he had something to ask. The object John was carrying on his back, which looked like 3 monsters' teeth. Vilai realized that it was Kabara's necklace. Why did John have it? John said he took it from Kabara. Vilai pensively repeated that name. John recalled the intense battle at that time. It was Kaba who had entrusted that object to him. Kaba told John to inherit his will. Vilai's inner self was empty at this moment. Were those Kaba's last words? John silently admired that man who, even in his final moments, still only thought of the tribe. Kaba was a simple yet powerful warrior. Vilai told John to tell him the location of the sword, and he would let John go. That man Kaba had once stood shoulder to shoulder with him. The memories still lingered. This was Vilai's respect for the one who inherited Kaba's will. John smiled slightly. Did Vilai want him to leave Lorena behind and run away alone? Vilai crossed his arms and looked at John seriously. If John didn't want to fall here. As for John himself, defeating him right now was impossible, so Vilai told John to give the sword's location in exchange. Vilai knew well that John didn't even come from the UF shore. Don't get caught up in an unnecessary battle, only to leave your corpse here pointlessly. Hearing these words from Vilai, John hesitated slightly. The ruins from Vilai's previous strike left debris scattered everywhere. His slow footsteps were walking toward one side. Lorena had temporarily fainted because of the previous move. Vilai went to her. He looked down at Lorena coldly from above. Vilai slowly reached out his hand. He looked forward to the Duke's reaction upon hearing the news. He wondered what kind of expression that monster would have upon learning that his daughter was in his hands. John's voice interrupted Vilai's thoughts. He opened his eyes wide to look. Lorena at this time was an illusion created by John's mana. John said Vilai had trusted too much in his eyes. That could see his mana. Vilai watched in disbelief as Lorena slowly disappeared. This was John's puppet technique. One who trusts too much in their special eyes will only continue to be deceived. John further reassured Vilai that the location of the sword was real. Vilai's body trembled with rage. Vilai cursed John. By now John had already taken Lorena and made his escape. John whispered to Momon. He had told Vilai the location of the sword and ran as far away as possible. Perhaps he would chase after the sword, rather than pursuing the two of them. Momon smiled proudly because that puppet magic was hers. That kind of magic was on a level completely different from Jian's crude toys. He agreed that it was indeed wonderful magic. Momon suddenly realized, had John intentionally brought Kaba's necklace along, he knew he wouldn't be able to defeat Vilai, so this item might prove useful. John said to Momon he had to wake Lorena up so she could support him in taking the sword. Momon wondered, did John not intend to give up on that sword yet? John confirmed that of course he couldn't give it up. How could he hand it over to someone else after struggling so much for it? Momon guessed that John would have another plan, but he still couldn't defeat Vilai right now. So how could it be done? John then said that the sword had defensive magic. Even for Vilai, obtaining it wouldn't be easy. When that happened, they would take the opportunity. His words were carried away by the wind. He was speeding toward the armory. At the UF Shore Armory, there was a rumbling sound behind the doors. Someone had smashed the doors into pieces. It was Vilai, his body overflowing with energy. He had arrived at the armory just as John had said. Inside the armory, Vilai sensed an unusual source of mana. Caught in his gaze was the Astralong sword shrouded in red mana. The ruler's sword was right before his eyes. Vilai stepped closer to it. If he could obtain it, he could face the Duke. Vilai reached out and grabbed the hilt with one hand. I will use this sword too. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive source of mana surged forth. It felt that Vilai was not worthy of being its master. Its mana enveloped him. Red lightning bolts struck his body. Looking at the object before him, it was merely a sword. Vilai smiled triumphantly. How could it dare to cause trouble for him? At this moment, Vilai was trying to pull the sword out. The power of that sword was so great that it shook both heaven and earth. He seemed to sense something and paused, as if being challenged. He exclaimed with delight, "How adorable!" Feeling annoyed, Vilai pulled the sword with all his might while growling. Enough complaining. His face was full of murderous intent, and with a sharp, arrogant gaze, he shouted loudly, "Belong to me obediently." Seeing the sword, Astralong seemed to be gradually getting subdued. He laughed joyfully and remarked, "You've calmed down a bit, haven't you? Soon the ruler's sword will be mine." Suddenly, Han appeared holding a sword from nowhere, rapidly charging toward Vilai and shouting, "Don't even dream about it," startling him. He spoke with a voice full of hatred and eyes filled with murderous intent. "Di Vilai." Vilai was annoyed to be interfered with at such a critical moment. He was seen swinging his bare fist toward the tip of Han's incoming sword. The scene shifted to inside a tower. A voice rang out. You once mentioned a hideout beneath the tower that can evade mana detection. Right. John was being cautious while instructing Lorena. Lorena, I want you to rest here until everything is over. She decisively refused. I will fight as well. He persuaded her. With that leg, you won't be able to do it. When the tower collapsed, you were injured, weren't you? Seeing that he noticed her injured leg, she hesitated but remained firm. This is nothing. Outside the tower at this time, even though night was covering everything, it still glowed brightly from the flames, because a fierce battle was taking place. Lorena remained defiant while everyone else was fighting. I cannot hide here. Do you want me to just sit still and watch my territory be stained with blood? John replied, you have always been a cold person, but I guess when it involves family, you forget about that. Do you think your role is to go out there and fight? Hearing him say that left her not knowing what to do. John knew that Lorena desperately wanted to do something. Therefore, he reassured her, don't worry, there is still something for you to do, so that we can defeat Vili. Surprised and confused, she asked again, something to do? What is it? I will do anything, as long as we can win. He leaned in close to her and spoke in a solemn voice, give me the most precious thing you have. With that, we can defeat Vili. Lorena didn't understand. The most precious thing inside me. She was suddenly startled, her eyes shy as she blushed. Momon appeared and angrily said to John, how can you say something like that? He didn't know what he had done wrong. What? He seemed to realize and immediately explained, no, Lorena, I think you've misunderstood. What I meant was the steps to obtain the ice soul. Please teach me that. Lorena exclaimed, teach you the steps. John continued, I don't have time to explain. Right now, it's the only way for us to have a chance at defeating Vili. Without those steps, I cannot stop Vili. Lorena considered those words to be nonsense. Even though John was being very serious, she still scolded him. Are you crazy? She pushed his hand away. The steps to the ice soul are a secret technique, only for the Bruff family. She said in an annoyed manner, I cannot let anyone know. Even you, that is a law passed down for decades within our family. Then the scene shifted to the second floor of the armory tower. Suddenly, a beam of light lunged forward, shattering an entire side of the tower's peak. It was Han. With great agility, he lunged forward to attack Vili. Your subordinates are gradually dying off. As a leader, you've resorted to stealing, he shouted loudly while dodging the strikes. Old man, do you have any idea what you've just done? Han swung his sword fiercely toward Vili. I only came here to kill the rat, hiding in our house. He unleashed the Ice Soul's 12th form, Snowflower. As he swung his sword, snow-white petals fluttered out. Vili was taken aback. Snowflower, these tiny, fragile petals. He thought they were harmless, but the moment those petals touched anything, even stone and brick, they would crumble into dust. Seeing that scene surprised him as well. He remarked with both astonishment and admiration, every single petal is covered in mana. The Duke is indeed a powerful man. Naturally, Vili would not sit idly by and accept defeat. He braced himself, his muscles bulging as he spoke triumphantly. But you can't stop me with just that. He crouched down, gathering his strength to unleash a technique, Battle Soul, falling rain agility. With a swift wave of his hand, he tore those tiny petals apart. Han exclaimed in shock, unbelievable. He tore through every petal. With sharp, angry eyes, Vili growled, don't get in my way. Han refused to back down. If it weren't for my old age, The Astralong sword, which everyone desired to the point of bloodshed, turning peace into a desolate wasteland. Suddenly, a figure appeared and approached the sword. It was Jian. He arrived just in time. He thought back to how he had asked Han to stall for time, remarking, I'm glad I told you to come here first. But he surely won't be able to last long. Momon warned, once the sword reacts, Vili will notice. Vili will find out. John replied, I know. That's why I will end this before that happens. I will put an end to everything. He resolutely gripped the sword. Sensing him, the Astralong sword immediately reacted. John was struggling to pull the sword out. The surroundings began to glow. The sword's reaction grew increasingly violent. The sword was so stubborn that it started to annoy him. Grit his teeth and muttered, this thing. Flashback to the previous conversation between Jian and Lorena. She asserted, everything I've told you is the law passed down through my family for decades. He is currently clenching his teeth, putting all his strength into pulling the sword up. Is the law or the people here more important? Or is the law more important? John's question hit a nerve, making Lorena hesitate. He said sternly, make a choice. Will you follow the law or lose your subordinates? If you want to protect everyone, you must break the rules. His words made Lorena fall silent. Speechless, she thought, She recalled the past. Lorena, don't mention that name again. That is the person who broke our family's laws. But then Lorena made her decision. Jian, you're right. She firmly took his hand. I must do what I can do now. Leaving him slightly confused, Lorena placed John's hand on her chest. I will entrust everything I have to you. He stammered in confusion. Lorena, wait, what are you doing? Lorena continued, focus. Can you feel the flow of mana? Inside me, ignoring his protest. John suddenly felt it. He replied, I can feel it. She continued, follow the steps I told you and shift the mana. Lorena closed her eyes. Ice is perfect silence. Once you achieve tranquility. Listening to her, John also closed his eyes and focused on sensing it. Her voice continued to echo, even in the midst of a blizzard, you will be able to make the soul erupt perfectly. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky onto the tower. A flow of power seemed to be enveloping the surroundings, taking John by surprise. The steps to the ice soul were just like back then. He could feel the flow of power. The ice soul was flowing down, enveloping his body. John began to glow. He slowly opened his eyes. His entire body was overflowing with the power of the ice soul. He exclaimed, finally I've obtained it. The Astralong Dragon Sword. He pulled the sword up, and its power surged forth with immense force. The Astralong sword glowed, radiating like a block of ice. The swords, Astralong, seemed to be gathering its power, as if bursting back to life after being buried for so long. It was as if ice was enveloping the sword, leaving John in awe, forcing him to exclaim, is this? He raised the sword high and marveled. The true form of the holy sword. The heroic Astralong, the sword being dragged along, sparks flying. It belonged to Han. He was locked in a fight with Vi. He seemed to be at a disadvantage, and let out a frustrated remark. This monster, he is slowly reading my sword techniques, are his strength and magic limitless, so this is the power of the High Chieftain. To Han, Vi looked like a massive, terrifying beast, looming over him. The man glared and said, truly impressive, that you can hold your ground, even to the point of being ready to trade your life. But perhaps this is where it ends, old knight. It ends here. Before he could finish his sentence, a light flared intensely from the direction of the armory tower, catching Vi's attention. The light shone upon his face, forcing him to turn back and investigate. That light is... He guessed. Could it be that he has the Emperor's sword in his hands? Suspecting John, he roared in fury, that cowardly rat! Vi's eyes were sharp with malice and filled with rage. I spared his life for Kabua's sake, and yet he dares. Seeing him distracted, Han's eyes lit up as he seized the moment to prepare a strike. This is the chance. He swung his sword at Vi and said triumphantly, letting your guard down in the middle of a battle, against an opponent like me. But suddenly Vi caught the tip of his blade. A terrifying, murderous intent radiated from Vi. He spoke, a match. The match with you ended a long time ago. He shattered Han's sword into pieces, seeing his sword effortlessly broken by Vi, causing him to grit his teeth in anger. Furious, he raised his hand to strike Han, while shouting, you, if not for your interference. The light from the sword Astralong had emitted just now also vanished. Han was in a passive position. Vi reached out with his massive hand to crush Han. Suddenly, he was surprised as the giant abruptly froze. Recognizing it was a freeze, he shouted loudly, ice-binding magic? Chains of ice were wrapping around the limbs of Vi. Lie to hold him back. Since when? He barked in disbelief. It's impossible for someone to be able to use magic right now. Who on earth is that? Suddenly a voice spoke, just as I thought. Hearing the voice, Vi turned his head and asked, who are you? That person's figure exuded a massive power of ice. It turned out to be John. He approached holding the Astralong sword. His entire body was enveloped by a stream of power from the sword. Seeing this, Vi shouted angrily, so it was indeed you who did this? You dare to lay your hands on the Emperor's sword? John also marveled at the power he was holding. To think Astralong alone could have this much power. Truly incredible. It turned out the prediction that Sel Hong could enhance ice-binding magic was accurate. Combined with the power of Astralong, the potency would be magnified many times over. Vi questioned him furiously. How could you possibly wield the Emperor's sword? Furthermore, that body. He was shocked as he looked deep into Jian's being. 3 mana circuits in a single body. What on earth have you done to your body? Seeing that he had been seen through, Jian thought uncomfortably. Did he realize everything in just an instant? The divine eye truly is a troublesome ability. Vi broke into a smile. He continued to guess, is it the power of the Emperor's sword? He suddenly surged, shattering the ice chains. Very well. He raised his fist high and spoke arrogantly. As expected, that sword truly deserves to belong to me. He disregarded everything and said, so what if you were chosen by the sword? Then a surge of power began to gather in his fist. Despite this, John remained calm and focused his observation. Han witnessed the source of power that Vi was creating and was also greatly astonished. Oh, a terrifying source of energy is converging at a single point. The power Vi generated grew larger by the moment, filled with murderous intent, he said arrogantly. I just need to kill you and seize it, that's all. His movements were incredibly swift, He leaped up, preparing to unleash the Black Sun Sword technique upon Jian. Of course, Jian wouldn't just stand there and let him do as he pleased. Immediately, he channeled the sword in his hand. He raised the sword high and struck. The fundamental swordsmanship of the Frost Knight squad, evil slaying slash. He slashed down decisively. Even though he swung the sword with the gentlest motion, as if it couldn't possibly inflict any damage, moments later an entire citadel was sliced in half, reduced to rubble. Vilai couldn't escape the blood splattering, everywhere leaving him in utter shock and disbelief. John remained perfectly composed. Vilai's technique was intercepted by John before it could even be unleashed. This made him extremely furious. Ignoring his previous wound, he immediately launched another strike to take Jian down at all costs. How about this then? He screamed, "No way out now!" bringing down upon Jian a power even greater than before. Taken by surprise before he could react, he exclaimed, "Still stubborn, John. Could only use his sword to block that powerful energy against the power that Vilai brought down, which was so massive it could shatter the earth. Everything was swallowed by the light from his energy source. As the light dissipated, it left a massive crater. Jen was nowhere to be seen. Only Vilai stood there watching. Only then did he feel the pain and clutched his chest, letting out a cry. He felt a thrill, a wound like this. It's been so long since I've felt this again. He marveled as expected of the Emperor's sword. It tore through my muscles something that even swords could not wound, and which could withstand even the strongest strike of a diamond blade. Vilai looked toward John, who was unscathed, holding the sword that had blocked the power he had just brought down. Hearing him marvel like that, John spoke up. It was only by a narrow margin. Vilai said confidently, "After testing that slash, I realize this is a sword capable of cutting through mana. Indeed, a sword, perfectly suited for someone who can see mana like me." John spoke up, cutting through his self-important thoughts. "No." Then he continued seriously, "This sword is not that simple. Astralong is a sword with the ability to halt the flow of mana itself." Jian wore a mocking smile at Vilai's shallow and complacent thinking, and reminded him, "If you don't understand this difference, you will never be able to use it." Disbelieving and ignoring his words, he said aggressively, "Stop talking nonsense. Once you've experienced it all, it will become clear." Right as he was about to step forward, Vilai suddenly froze and looked down. There is something down there." He was startled, not understanding, when his legs had become covered in ice. "My legs are frozen." He felt it and thought to himself, "This freezing sensation, for the first time, I can feel it in this harsh north. It is the very shadow of death." That piercing cold made him feel as though the Grim Reaper was about to swallow him whole. In that moment of tension, suddenly a beam of light appeared out of nowhere atop the citadel, along with a deep, cold voice. "You mangy people?" It made Vilai startle and look up. Duke Bok suddenly appeared, standing high and mighty. The power he radiated was like that of an ice dragon. He spoke sternly, "What are you doing in my home?" "Mine, then." Bok's eyes flashed with anger as he looked down. Seeing him appear, Vilai couldn't help but exclaim in total surprise, "Duke Bok!" Bok spoke up with utter contempt. How truly ridiculous. Steps made of ice appeared in midair. Bok suddenly stepped down. The steps manifested and glowed with each of his footfalls. Vilai watched in astonishment. He exclaimed, "Ice, floating in midair." Bok said calmly, "Why would a barbarian like you?" Vilai grew serious. "Because he knew that the barbarian being mentioned was himself." Bok continued, "Dare to come here." Bok's majestic presence, coupled with the ice dragon behind him, appeared incredibly powerful and terrifyingly cold. With a stern face, he repeated, "I am asking you, what are you doing in my home?" He warned, "Answer carefully, because these might be your very last words." As soon as Bok set foot on the ground, Vilai introduced himself, "Duke Bok. We finally meet. You must have heard my name by now, haven't you? I am Vilai, the great patriarch who united 20 tribes. Bok didn't care at all and cut him off. "Shut your mouth. Why should I know the name of a mediocre barbarian?" Hearing himself being so belittled, Vilai cursed in anger, "You damn old man." He used his divine eye to look deep inside Bok, witnessing the terrifying power radiating from him. He thought to himself, his attitude is arrogant, but with the power he possesses, acting this way is understandable. I have never encountered anyone with this much mana, to that extent. To think I didn't even detect such a massive amount of mana until now. Is it because I am under the influence of the Emperor's sword? Is this that bastard's plan? Thinking this, Vilai spoke decisively, "Fine, this works too." Disregarding the consequences, he tore his legs free from the ice, then charged aggressively like a beast, pouncing toward Bok. He roared, "We were destined to face each other anyway. But this day has just arrived a little earlier than I expected." Despite the charge, Bok remained calm, casting a cold glance along with his words. "Despising a mediocre person like you," he said with majesty. "Don't you dare mention my name so casually. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet. That Vilai fellow remained unafraid, shouting loudly as he arrogantly swung his fist forward. It's too late, die. Bach stomped his foot once. He immediately deployed his domain. The surroundings appeared as if submerged in the magic circle he had created. Vilai was speechless with surprise. Descending from the sky came a massive pillar of energy, unleashing domain Snowy Lake's final form. Then he opened the aerial magic circle Eternal Frost. Vilai's subordinates, who were fighting below, were rejoicing, thinking they had gained the upper hand. It's time to avenge our brothers. Quickly kill them. Suddenly, their entire bodies were covered in ice. Not just one, but everyone whom Bach, referred to as barbarians, were frozen by his magic circle. The subordinates of the Bach family, who were resisting the barbarian tribe, were stunned to see them frozen and exclaimed, "The barbarians are all frozen." They realized the truth and cheered joyfully. The Duke has returned. Duke Bach is back. We are safe now. Bach's domain was powerful and cold. He checked on Han. Han, are you all right? Han replied, I am fine, my lord. Han looked at Bach with relief and pride. It has been a long time since I've seen you deploy your domain. It is as magnificent as ever. This is the power of Eternal Frost. Bach's frost power was truly terrifying, freezing even a monster like Vilai. Bach remarked, it seems you've grown old. Why did you have such difficulty dealing with a mere barbarian? Han responded, I was nearly killed by him. The deployment of Duke Bach's domain, unleashing Snowy Lake's final form, Eternal Frost. While inside Eternal Frost, all enemies will be frozen, yet it inflicts no damage upon allies. That is the head of the Bach family, the one who has protected the North. Duke Bach asked, did all of this happen while I was away? Han replied with a remorseful tone, I feel truly ashamed, my lord. He did not blame Han, but offered comfort, forget it. It seems Lorena and our people are still safe. Yes, Han indicated, and this time someone has helped us a lot. John, come here quickly and introduce yourself to the Duke. He intended to introduce him, letting Duke Bach hear of John's contributions, but he was nowhere to be found. John, where did he go? Seeing this, Bach spoke with a slightly teasing tone. He ran away quite fast, didn't he? Han immediately spoke up for him. Oh no, sir. He's not that kind of person. Bach reminded them, let's leave this place first. Suddenly, the light returned to Vilai's eyes. Even though he was encased in eternal ice, he was concentrating his energy. Then he suddenly shattered the ice and escaped. Bach turned his head, looking completely unconcerned, simply exclaiming, oh ho! Vilai swung a blow smug and overbearing. You were far too careless. Bach spoke with his usual disdain, not bad at all. But with only this much, do you really think you can kill me? Vilai knew that. He smirked schemely and said, perhaps I cannot kill you. But what about the others? With those words, he swung his magic toward the tower. Han shouted in panic, no! The refugees are hiding in that tower. Vilai's magic sphere was about to strike the tower. He thought smugly that while they were busy protecting those commoners, he would make his escape. He thought his plan was flawless, but he suddenly froze in shock. Someone had managed to fly in before the magic sphere and spoke out. Even at a time like this, it was John. He was furious, shouting while using the sword, Astrolong, to slice through that magic sphere. You are still such a nuisance. Vilai screamed in frustration. You again? Why do you keep getting in my way again? His sliced magic suddenly glowed brightly, then immediately exploded in midair. He suddenly thought to himself, I'm so tired. Besides having to use both magic and a new sword, I also had to fight that monster while protecting Lorena. I've used up all my strength and mana. He had fought with all his might, and was so exhausted he couldn't speak gradually, letting his body fall freely like that. I really worked hard. It's time to rest for a bit. The sky was also gradually becoming peaceful again, and snow began to fall heavily. John silently decided to leave it to the others. I'll leave the remaining matters to everyone. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly there was the voice of someone calling his name, John. John jolting him awake. A gentle hand appeared before John's eyes. The one calling his name was Lorena. She reached out and called to John. John, wake up quickly, take my hand. He looked at her and sighed inwardly. You won't even give me a chance to rest. Even though he was very tired, and despite his complaints, he still reached back and smiled to himself. But this isn't bad at all. After that fierce battle, finally everything was at peace. News of the barbarian tribe's invasion quickly spread throughout the empire. In a room, a crow appeared and perched on Damien's shoulder. He flashed a smile as if plotting something. At the same time, someone was picking up Jan's file. It was Leon holding John's record. He sat in deep thought, silent and slow. He exclaimed in surprise, this child is beginning to change. The gate slowly opened. A long hallway leading to a tomb. A snow-white hand caressed the headstone. Lorena knelt before the grave. She spoke mournfully, it has been far too long, hasn't it? I hope you aren't angry with me for taking so long to visit you. Frowning, she continued, Are you doing well, Mother? Even though she was alone, she still felt as if she were in a dialogue with a real person, rather than a cold, lifeless headstone. I've been so busy that I couldn't come. I'm telling the truth. I've been training a lot. Even so, I have tried my very best. So please watch over me and don't be angry. Lorena continued talking to herself. This world is truly vast. There is someone even stronger than my brother, and that person, on that day, showed everyone his incredible power. So I will continue to work hard. I will keep searching for my brother, and a vision of a blood-stained throne flashed by. I will find the bastards who murdered you, and I will make them pay. Lorena fell silent for a moment, then stood up. Goodbye. I'm leaving now, Mother. Bach appeared out of nowhere and called her name. Lorena. Someone has come to disturb her. She spoke with annoyance. He said patiently, Wait a moment, Lorena. I'm about to miss the train. I have to go right now. She replied impatiently. Bach took out a brightly glowing sphere. Take this. She glanced over and asked coldly, What is it? He explained. An ice stone. If you absorb it, it will help you greatly when using Snowy Lake. Ice stone. A gemstone, with a very low probability of crystallizing at the coldest regions of the North Sea. It is the best support medicine for knights who utilize frost energy. Lorena indifferently refused. I don't need it, she said, leaving Bach feeling quite sorrowful. He continued. Lorena, is there anything you need to ask of me? An adorable beastkin child was sleeping with closed eyes. You want me to protect that barbarian child? Is that right? Bach just asked. If you want to trade with others, then shouldn't it be a give and take? Lorena couldn't help but click her tongue. She snatched the ice stone from Bartle's hand. This should be enough, right? You'd better keep your promise. He reminded her in an annoyed tone. Instead of wasting time playing around, in the Special Forces you must remember not to neglect your Snowy Soul training. It seems your frost energy has weakened significantly, and occasionally come back to visit us. She fell silent, then said, Father, you are still as strong as before. A mysterious magic circle appeared, eerily in the sky. Mist. If your frost is this strong, then nothing can threaten this place. Not even those savages. She slowly affirmed, You really are very strong. Lorena turned back sadly and asked, Then why couldn't you protect Mother? She continued in pain. Even though you are so powerful, we still lost Mother. And my brother has left us. I don't want to return to a place without Mother. Or my brother. Bach, who had been listening in silence until now, finally spoke. Lorena. Then he stood before the headstone. He sighed, It's truly so difficult. Helena, what should I do? I am not as wise as you. He continued sorrowfully. Because of what happened to her brother, Lorena still hates me. Bach suddenly recalled that horrific day. If I told her the truth, would things get better? The royal flag fluttered on the day. The coup forces secretly swarmed into the castle. The walls were still steeped in sorrow. Their leader, a man kneeling before Bach, the one who had taken your life. He looked up. Bach cried out in horror, Son. Looking at his mutated son before him, he shouted, What have you done? Gelber Ut. He uttered a single word, Father. If Lorena finds out her brother was the one behind that incident, will she be able to endure it? The Duke asked in pain. For Lorena's sake and because of your final words, I didn't kill the boy, but only exiled him. Yet I still don't know whether that was the right decision or not. If Lorena finds him, he paused for a moment, then spoke to the person standing behind him. You're late, the man replied casually. It seemed like you were deep in thought, so I didn't want to disturb you. John stepped forward. I heard you were looking for me. Duke Bartles, I am Gian, a member of the Special Forces. Hearing this, the Duke replied, Indeed. I've heard Han tell me about the things you've done. We reward based on effort and achievements, but instead of giving you something useless, I think it's better to give you what you want. He continued, We have already rewarded the others. As for you, he paused for a moment before revealing John's secret. If we give you the sword that you stole and hid under your cloak, would that be enough? This left Gian completely stunned. Do you like it? He asked while John remained silent. Finally, he spoke with dissatisfaction. No. This much is far from enough, which surprised the Duke. I saved Lorena many times, he stated. The Duke also spoke back with annoyance. This arrogant brat. You already know how valuable that sword is, don't you? John did not hesitate to expose him. Tell the truth. Isn't it just slowly rotting away in the armory? Well, no one but you can use it anyway. But you don't use it. I'm actually doing you a favor by taking such a troublesome thing off your hands. And I'm not even asking for more. And I'm not even charging any special processing fees. Hearing that, he fell silent before speaking. Now that I've met you, I see it clearly. You really have lost your mind. Then the Duke let out a sudden sigh. After that, he agreed to John's request. Fine, if you're going to be crazy, at least you should be this kind of crazy. Looking, you don't look like someone who would be controlled by this sword. So this is for the best, very well. I will give you wealth, or whatever treasure you desire. Without waiting for a response, the Duke continued, however, I have a favor to ask of you, or rather a new requirement. I hold control over the north, so it is fine here, but currently many madmen are gathering. In the central district, he asked in a serious, cold voice. From now on, I want you to help Lorena. Can you swear on your life that you will take responsibility for Lorena? John asked back blankly, huh? But I don't want to marry her, which made the Duke unable to contain himself as he shouted, what on earth are you talking about? I would never ask you to do such a thing. The two then began to argue fiercely. It's because you said I had to swear on my life and take responsibility for her. I meant I want you to take responsibility for protecting her. With your very life, whenever I am not with the team. Besides, how dare you refuse to marry her? Someone like you isn't worthy anyway. Marry? No way, don't you ever marry her. There you go again with that. You know it too, Lorena, you bastard. Listen to me carefully. Scene shifts to the Bartles Duchy, Central District. John walked over casually. Sorry I'm a bit late, I was held up by a grumpy old man for quite a while. Lorena reassured him. It's okay. The train hasn't left yet. Roman grumbled. You really should have reported in earlier. He stroked his chin, putting on an act. Hurry up, we're making a glorious return. We saved the royal advisor and drove away the great patriarch. I'm really looking forward to our reward. Chero spoke up from behind to expose him. I didn't see you do anything at all. Hearing that, Lorena spoke up. Everyone has worked hard. This is the first mission, where we didn't suffer any casualties. That's already wonderful. This might be the first time in the history of the Special Forces. She recalled that scene. Besides, this place is much quieter. I thought I had a big argument with them at the castle and left them behind. Then an announcement sound rang out. The next destination for the train is Avalon. The group spoke up. The train is here, let's go. John thought excitedly. The trip to the north was more successful than I thought. I got the invitation from the royal advisor, just as planned, and even obtained Astrolong. He thought of the gold and silver, treasures. I also received a huge amount of gold from Duke Bartles, along with things even more precious than gold. This result couldn't be more perfect. A crow spread its wings and flew. It cawed and landed on John's shoulder. A crow? He asked doubtfully. Wait a minute. This crow? Gian called out. Wait a minute, Lorena. He crossed his arms and said coldly, perhaps everyone should head back without me. I still have something to do, but I almost forgot. Cheryl said regretfully, that's so sudden. While Ram asked curiously, what is it? He made up an excuse. The head instructor asked me to stop by Soma to buy some snacks. Soma's special strawberry cookies. You're actually acting as an errand boy to buy food for the head instructor. You really are his dog. Ram bared his teeth in mockery. The train gradually pulled into the station. The sound of the engine signaled that it was almost time to depart. John watched as the train slowly faded into the distance and let out a sigh. It's time, he said, looking at the crumpled piece of paper in his hand. Time to carry out the official mission I was assigned. The crow held a secret letter in its beak. Who would have thought this crow was actually the head instructor's black shadow? What kind of order is this, that he had to go to such lengths? He looked at the scrap of paper in silence, then gripped it tightly in his hand. With a determined voice, damn it, this snack is going to be a big one. In a quiet scene on the ground, a magic circle made of blood was drawn on the floor. Finally, it glowed at its center, and from there, glowing crystal fragments flew up into the air. Momon flew straight up from that spot. With eyes full of determination, she shouted loudly, my complete resurrection. She thought back to John and thought it was all thanks to him. She remembered always flying beside him to increase his power. But without me, he would have died 1,000,000 times already. She slumped down onto the ground. Her entire body was drained of spirit. In the end, I had to consume all of my mana and fall into a deep sleep. But now, I have once again gathered all of my mana. Momon raised her hand excitedly, provoking, with this much mana, I can finish off that blockhead with just one blow. Come out here quickly and I'll send you on your way immediately. A voice suddenly appeared from nowhere. Momon, are you still talking about that? The battle with the Valai and the barbarians is over. John walked forward calmly. We have also left the Bartles territory long ago. You wouldn't know, because you slept through the entire day yesterday. Upon hearing this, she shouted back indignantly, I slept all day. Do you have any idea how much I've done for you? He spoke up to introduce the area. All right, I know, thank you. This place is called Soma, a city next to Bartles, but the weather is much warmer. Soma, you look a bit lonely. What are you planning to do here? Momon asked as John turned his back to leave. On second thought, I don't have time for small talk. Seeing that, Momon rushed to follow him. John, wait, where are we going? She asked, where else? He replied with a serious face, to work. The peaceful town scenery was disturbed by a voice. "The Duke of Bartles appeared right then, huh?" John replied, "Yes." After that, Vilai fled. "And I obtained Astralong that sword. It finally recognized you." Momon replied, "That's right. And now I'm here on the head instructor's orders." Momon asked, "I see. What is that order?" He frowned and asked back, "His order." Recalling the image of the crow, he continued, "It's quite simple. He told me to wait for a childhood friend of mine here in Soma." Momon's face went blank. She asked again, "Childhood friend? Someone like you actually has friends?" Hearing that he admitted to Momon, "Your words are quite annoying, but I can't even argue with that." His face turned solemn again. With a cold gaze looking forward, "Childhood friend, the only person who could be considered my childhood friend." He recalled the scene of himself, standing before the head instructor. Is actually a lie. Mia rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head as she looked forward. A lie I made up to deceive the head instructor, on the day I escaped from the training center. The daughter of the Special Forces captain. This mission is to kidnap the daughter of the Special Forces captain. Fragments of memories surfaced in his mind, along with complex questions. Will she appear now? Something about this isn't right. I wonder how the head instructor will react. If he realizes it was a lie, everything I've built will collapse, or he might just ignore it as if nothing happened. Thinking of that child, John continued thinking, everything is being wagered on this. One thing is for sure, I have the advantage, because I get to meet her before the instructor does. In any case, I need to verify her identity first. Momon interrupted his train of thought. Two flirtatious girls approached to invite him. "Hey, mister, we're about to go for a drink. Want to join us? Oh my, you're so handsome. Come and play with us." They led him toward a roadside tavern, which made Momon extremely angry. "This place, John, you bastard!" She bared her teeth to tease him. "You're still young, and at an age full of vigor and passion. You sure grew up fast." He glanced over confused and asked, "What are you talking about?" He pointed right at him and said excitedly, "Good. I'll teach you a surefire way to win the hearts of girls. First hunt a wolf and 3 rabbits, then stuff them into their bags. By doing that, you'll become the most charming gentleman." Hearing that, John walked away coldly. "Do you think I'm some primitive caveman? We aren't living in the nation-founding era anymore, and that's not the reason we're here." "Huh, then what are we here for?" Momon wondered. John explained coldly. "If I remember correctly, then this place it's still as simple as ever." Looking at the nameplate, Momon mocked the Hobbit and Tavern sign. "This is way too shoddy." He revealed, "They don't sell drinks here." "Then what do they sell?" He drew out his words, "They don't sell anything at all." A grumpy old man looked at the two of them. He stared at the book in his hands. "If you folks want to eat, find something on the ground. Don't ask me." Hearing that, Momon, annoyed, used her foot to repeatedly poke at his head. How dare he be so rude to customers? This left him wondering, feeling an irritation at the back of his head. Losing patience, Momon said, "John, let's go. There's nothing to see here. Let's go hunt a rabbit first." "Stop talking about those rabbits," he said angrily, then smiled slightly. "It's fine. Even though there's nothing to see here, there's plenty to listen to." John looked deep into the owner's eyes and said, "I'd like to order 2 glasses of whiskey mixed with wine, with an olive on top." The man was completely stunned, as if he had received a coded signal. He bowed deeply, apologizing for his discourtesy. "You are an important client. Welcome to Hobbiton." He reached out and opened a valve on the water tank on the shelf. The sound echoed throughout the room, and then a door opened from within the wall. "Please step inside. I will lead the way." He spoke as the torches lit up, revealing stairs leading down to a deep abandoned basement. Momon asked John in confusion, "An underground club? What on earth are you planning to do?" Impatiently, he cut her off. "Stop right there. Momon, be serious. What's going on in your head? This place isn't a club. They don't sell drinks either." "Then what do they sell?" she asked, and he answered coldly, "Information. They sell information. They disguise themselves as a shabby tavern, but Hobbiton Tavern sells information about the dark alleys of Soma. Currently, they only have information on Soma, but soon their network will spread across the 6 lands. They are also known as the Beggar's Den." The door creaked open slightly. Light spilled out from within. "The door is open, please enter." John continued thinking. In that room, the table and bookshelves were neatly arranged. "A handsome guest." She spoke up in greeting. "It's a pleasure." He looked at her and thought, that person is the leader of the Beggar's Den. "Bella, I've never met you before." She spoke up with a displeased tone. "Could you tell me why you've come here?" He immediately replied, "I'm looking for someone."